Chapter 1. Yin Luo and his comrades lay in ambush amidst the crumbling ruins. He was an operative for the international mercenary firm, God's Armament. Recently, their squad had been tasked with launching a surprise attack on an enemy supply convoy and had been lying in wait in this foreign town for several days. Yin Luo appeared to be in his mid-20s, with a handsome yet rugged appearance, his physique honed to a muscular build that exuded strength. Out of boredom, he turned to his companion and casually inquired, "John, once this mission concludes, where do you plan to revel?" Next to him, a burly Caucasian with a bushy beard scoffed, "Naturally, I shall return home to be with my wife and children. Unlike you, I don't spend my leisure time in brothels." Yin Luo chuckled. "Alas, what can I say? These foreign women are simply irresistible. Those long legs, that charming visage, it never gets old." John rolled his eyes and retorted, "Keep dreaming, my friend. Sooner or later, you'll meet your end at the hands of a woman. What do you know? To die beneath a peony is to become a ghost." Before Yin Luo could finish his thought, a faint buzzing sound reached his ears. He quickly turned to locate the source, only to discover several drones hovering above them. They had been exposed to the enemy's gaze. In the war-torn city of Bach, such drones were the most diligent harbingers of death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the swarm of drones locked onto their position, they wasted no time in unleashing ordnance. Given the speed and destructive radius of the shells, there was no time left to evade. A fierce intensity flashed across Yin Luo's handsome face. In a swift motion, he rolled over to John's side, using his body to shield his comrade. He intended to use his teammate as a human shield. John, taken aback by Yin Luo's treachery, bellowed, "Yin Luo, I have a wife and children. You son of a..." Boom! Before John could finish his curse, the deafening blast engulfed all other sounds. The world was consumed by blinding flames. Yin Luo, witnessing the explosion's ferocity, silently lamented, "Damn it, that was a high-yield explosive." The powerful shockwave instantly shredded John's body, and Yin Luo, taking refuge beneath, was likewise consumed by the explosion. "This is the end," was the final thought that flickered through Yin Luo's mind. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A cacophony of noise jolted the unconscious Yin Luo awake. He abruptly opened his eyes, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. A cramped space, tightly packed seats, and flickering indicator lights. Yin Luo quickly deduced that he was inside a helicopter's cabin. On the floor lay several unconscious men and women, all dressed as civilians. In disbelief, he murmured, "Have I been rescued? I actually survived that explosion? Damn, truly, good people don't live long, while miscreants endure for millennia." Ha ha ha. The elation of having escaped death nearly brought Yin Luo to tears. However, his joy was short-lived. A cold and authoritative voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "Candidate 952,701. Welcome to the evolution space. Human evolution has stagnated for far too long, and the specter of extinction looms ominously. The evolution space will aid humanity in initiating a second evolution. As a selected undead, you will traverse various worlds conceived in human imagination, experiencing endless cycles. Complete the assigned tasks as directed, and you shall earn legendary abilities and weapons. This is your final opportunity to live. Will you perish in an unending cycle, or ascend as a new deity to lead humanity toward evolution? The choice lies solely with you." Upon finishing this proclamation, the voice fell silent. Yet within Yin Luo's heart, turmoil brewed. Evolution space? Fantastical worlds? Human crisis? Become a true god? This is utterly absurd. Just as Yin Luo's thoughts spiraled, a rapidly blinking red light appeared before him, seemingly urging him to click. "What is this?" Curiosity piqued, Yin Luo clicked on it. The light expanded into a grayish screen, and several lines of crimson text gradually emerged. Mission world. Predator world. Level. Sci-fi level 1. Type. Exploration and survival. Main task 1. Accompany Major Dutch's team to the guerrilla camp, maintaining a distance of no more than 100 meters from Major Dutch. Completion reward, 200 points. Note: Points are the sole currency of the space, usable for exchanging bloodlines, skills, attributes, weapons, items, and more. Failure penalty, annihilation. The word annihilation was deliberately inscribed in a blood-red font, exuding an aura of menace. Yin Luo smacked his lips and muttered, "This so-called evolution space feels thoroughly malevolent. Predator world? Special forces battling extraterrestrial foes?" As a movie enthusiast, Yin Luo was well acquainted with this classic horror film. Just as he began recalling the plot, a shrill voice once again pierced his mind. "Warning, the aircraft will arrive at the drop zone in 5 minutes. Candidates, please prepare for descent." Simultaneously, a bright red number appeared at the center of the screen. The countdown began at 4:59. With the piercing warning, the previously unconscious civilians began to awaken one by one. A well-dressed blonde exclaimed, "What is this place? Wasn't I in a car accident? Why am I not in a hospital?" Beside him, a glamorous woman dressed provocatively screamed, "Honey, I swear I didn't cheat. Please don't kill me." The others were equally startled by the sudden turn of events. Yin Luo glanced around and noted there were 7 individuals in total, 4 men and 3 women. Their ages, temperaments, and professions varied widely, yet they shared one commonality. Like him, they were all individuals from Huaxia who had met untimely ends in the real world. He felt a chill run down his spine. Have they snatched those destined for death to their domain? Is this evolution space competing with the underworld for business? Or could it be the underworld itself? As he observed the countdown reach its halfway mark, the civilians continued to scream nonsensically. Yin Luo chuckled coldly to himself. What does it matter if you get a second chance at life? With your demeanor, it won't be long before you report back to the underworld." Just as Yin Luo reveled in their misfortune, a bespectacled office worker suddenly shouted, "Everyone calm down. Listen carefully to the voice in your heads." The voice in our heads? The others looked at her with puzzled expressions. But once they quieted down, they too heard the authoritative voice. They also discovered the clickable screen, yet the outrageous content elicited gasps of disbelief. Evolution space? Predator world? Annihilation for failure? What kind of international joke is this? This is absurd. Is this some sort of prank by a television network? Anyone confronted with such ludicrous information would find it hard to accept. Yet while they struggled to process this implausible information, the countdown quietly reached 0. Whoosh! The helicopter door suddenly slid open, revealing the terrain of a tropical rainforest. Simultaneously, the sharp voice issued another warning. Protection time has ended. The mission officially begins. All candidates must quickly rendezvous with Major Dutch's team. Exceeding a distance of 100 meters from Major Dutch will result in annihilation. After the warning concluded, everyone glanced out of the cabin. To their astonishment, the helicopter hovered at least 7 to 8 meters in the air. 8 ropes dangled from the cabin's opening, emanating a faint glow, seemingly instructing them to use them to descend. A plump woman gasped, "We can't possibly be expected to go down using these, can we? Can't the helicopter land?" The blond man grimaced and replied, "Not a chance. The trees are too dense here, the helicopter can't land. We'll have to jump down ourselves." The overweight woman recoiled in alarm. "That's impossible. I'm too old. I'm afraid of heights. I can't do this. Maybe I should just stay on the helicopter." The office worker quickly interjected, "Auntie, did you not see the prompt just now? If we do not hurry to Major Daki's side, we will be annihilated. Do you not value your life?" He says annihilation as if it's a mere whim. At that moment, a portly man with glasses bellowed, "Falling from this height would surely result in death, wouldn't it? Regardless, I refuse to jump. Those who wish to leap may do so." "You too." The white-collar girl exclaimed in confusion as she glanced at the 2 hefty individuals who had retreated to their seats. The 2 office workers, dressed in business attire, exchanged hesitant glances. Having long lacked physical exercise, they were apprehensive about the possibility of faltering during the climb. Observing these civilians faltering right at the outset, Yin Luo couldn't help but smirk coldly. He was disinclined to waste any more time on their indecision and strode directly towards the cabin door. As someone prepared to take the first leap, the crowd of civilians fell into an immediate silence. They had not anticipated that this usually taciturn youth would dare to be the first to attempt it, fixating their gaze intently on his every movement. To their astonishment, Yen Luo's actions were remarkably adept in no time. He had equipped himself with the rope. Just before descending from the aircraft, he cast a sardonic glance at the crowd, then single-handedly grasped the rope and leapt from the plane. He actually jumped. The spectators, who had been holding their breath in anticipation, hurriedly leaned towards the window to check on Yen Luo's condition. To their astonishment, he was already descending effortlessly along the rope, appearing remarkably at ease. Simultaneously, they noticed another helicopter beginning to release its occupants. To their surprise, all of them were muscular men. Among them, the most well-built individual radiated a faint glow. It was none other than their target for Mission 1. Major Daki, the white-collar girl, scrutinized him for a moment before gasping in astonishment. My goodness, it truly is a younger version of Schwarzenegger. Is this all real? The blonde handsome man, upon seeing Major Daki, also turned pale. With a grave tone, he addressed the group. Everyone, although this may seem absurd, this mission is highly likely to be genuine, and regardless of its authenticity, it would be wise for us to disembark. The aircraft remaining here offers us no advantages. After speaking, he turned gently to the alluring woman. Beautiful lady, do you require assistance? While I may not be as proficient as that muscular man, I have a fair understanding of how to use this rope. The enchanting woman eagerly replied. I do need help. I truly need it. I was just fretting about how to descend. Thank you so much, handsome. The blond man smiled and waved his hand. He began to meticulously equip her with the rope. Once prepared, he again smiled, saying, All set, my lady. Do not be afraid, these ropes will lower you gently. It is not difficult. I understand. The captivating woman was not as fragile as she initially appeared. After a slight nod, she leapt out of the cabin without hesitation. The blond man observed her descend slowly before casting a curious glance at the white-collar girl. She promptly declined, saying, You need not concern yourself with me. I have comprehended how to use it. Please assist others instead. With that, she swiftly secured the rope around herself and, with her eyes closed, jumped down. After sending off these two strikingly beautiful women, the blond man lost his earlier enthusiasm for helping others. He addressed the two office workers with indifference. You should descend as well. Stop dawdling. After which, he fastened the rope around himself and jumped from the plane without a backward glance. The two office workers exchanged wry smiles and, after several attempts, managed to secure the rope and hurriedly began their descent. In the end, only the plump, middle-aged woman and the bespectacled man remained in the cabin. Once everyone had landed, they discovered that Major Daki had been waiting for them. With a frosty expression, he reprimanded. Too slow. I do not understand why the general insisted on placing you in my squad. Aside from this towering individual, who is a somewhat competent soldier, the rest of you demonstrate no combat aptitude whatsoever. You had better keep pace with us, or you will be left to navigate the forest on your own. Despite having just been reprimanded upon disembarking, the civilians did not exhibit significant anger. Instead, they wore expressions of astonishment, for although Major Daki spoke in a foreign tongue, they naturally comprehended the meaning of his words. It appeared that the so-called evolution space had eradicated their language barrier. This revelation allowed the civilians to truly witness the wonders of the space and begin to take the mission seriously. Here you go. After scolding the tardy civilians, Major Daki tossed a rifle to Yen Luo and announced, Enough. We have already squandered too much time and cannot afford to linger any longer. Commence rapid march. The white-collar girl quickly shouted, Major, we still have two teammates who have not yet disembarked. Initially, the simulation count increased by 1. However, having already completed one simulation, the remaining attempts in the panel had dwindled to 0, necessitating a 1-hour wait for recovery. With less than a day until the night of Annihilation, he was understandably reluctant to squander an hour idly. Furthermore, the system's storage space was a reward from his first attempt at a diligent simulation, should he choose not to utilize it this time. He remained uncertain if another opportunity would arise. It is crucial to note that this was a concealed storage space that could not be detected by outsiders. The single-use Mangekyou Sharingan was forcibly activated, and its potential risks were unknown. Moreover, possessing only one left eye rendered it rather ineffective for someone like him, who had yet to master the refinement of chakra. In fact, it might impose a considerable burden on his frail physique, which was not even at the level of a mere genin. The bloodline disease was hardly a trivial matter. Although Uchiha Kirin felt a twinge of regret at relinquishing the Sharingan, he was aware that he had plenty of simulation attempts left, and could always select another Sharingan in the future. The Sharingan that could be activated the first time could certainly be activated a second time. He understood this matter quite clearly. With that in mind, he chose options 1 and 3. A wave of invisible energy swept through, and the countdown indicating the remaining simulation attempts on the panel vanished, restoring the count to what it was prior to the simulation. This also meant he need not endure the lengthy hour of waiting, as he could commence a simulation at any moment. Subsequently, Uchiha Kirin turned his attention to the system storage space. As anticipated, while it may not be as convenient as the Kamui space, it resolved a significant dilemma in his early development. At the very least, he would not encounter the awkward scenario of having no place to store items obtained from simulations. In the instant Uchiha Kirin accessed the system's space, he comprehended its functions. First and foremost, it served as a storage facility. The system space could accommodate items he acquired during simulations, including ninja tools, jutsu scrolls, and even small stones picked up along the way. Secondly, Uchiha Kirin could freely withdraw and return these items, and time within the storage space was frozen. This meant that if he obtained something like Hashirama's cells, he could utilize it as a refrigerator. Finally, the limitations of the system space dictated that it could only be accessed in reality and not during simulations. Moreover, only items acquired during simulations could be stored. Items from the real world were not permitted. It was easy to comprehend. Without such restrictions, it would be akin to possessing a high-end version of the Kamui space. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and if such a powerful reward truly existed, he would be hesitant to utilize it. Let me see what rewards the next simulation will yield. With a mere thought, Uchiha Kirin's recently acquired simulation points reset to 0, and the new round of simulation commenced immediately. At midnight, upon learning of the impending night of annihilation, you refused to succumb to despair. This time, you resolved to first acquire some ninjutsu, which may enhance your self-defense capabilities. Subsequently, you plan to feign injuries sustained during the practice of ninjutsu in order to gain admission to the Konoha hospital and thus escape the impending doom through a ruse of self-sacrifice. You knock on Grandma Shuenai's door at midnight, deliberately withholding information about Uchiha Itachi's betrayal. Instead, you mention defeating Uchiha Gamin during the afternoon's ninja games, expressing your fear of potential retribution from Uchiha Gangban. At 1 o'clock in the morning, you attempt to persuade Grandma Shuenai to teach you ninjutsu. However, she declines, deeming the chakra refinement technique too advanced for a mere 3-year-old. By 2 o'clock, after an hour of persistent pleading, Grandma Shuenai finally relents. Retrieving an old ninja tool box from a crevice in the bookshelf, she presents 3 scrolls before you. Simultaneously, you notice a small scroll partially obscured by a stack of explosive tags at the bottom of the box, prominently marked with the characters for Izanaji. Recognizing Grandma Shuenai's singular eye, you sense her complexity, but refrain from revealing any particular reaction. The 3 scrolls before you contain Uchiha throwing technique, chakra refinement technique, and great fireball technique. Grandma Shuenai informs you that you must first master one scroll through self-study before gaining access to the next. At 3 o'clock, gazing at the ninjutsu scrolls, the prospect of learning extraordinary powers in this world revitalizes you, dispelling your fatigue. You eagerly peruse the throwing technique scroll, discovering numerous techniques previously unknown and unmastered during your earlier practice. By 4 o'clock, armed with the mental acuity of 2 lifetimes and the innate talent of the Uchiha clan, you swiftly grasp the fundamentals of the Uchiha throwing technique. Grandma Shuenai quizzes you with several challenging questions, and upon witnessing your correct responses, she smiles slightly, handing you a pouch of shuriken and kunai, indicating you should practice on the wooden post in the courtyard. At 5 o'clock, you diligently practice the throwing technique against the post, your exceptional mental prowess allowing you to feel improvements with each passing moment, gradually becoming enamored with the sensation. After breakfast at 6 o'clock, you take a brief rest before returning to the wooden post, continuously analyzing your understanding and application of the techniques, striving to identify areas for improvement. At 7 o'clock, you tirelessly persist with your practice. By 8 o'clock, your dedication has borne fruit, and you begin to grasp the fundamental skills of the Uchiha throwing technique, realizing its vast superiority compared to the rudimentary skills you previously honed with stones and in ninja games. At 9 o'clock, you continue your practice, yet your limbs begin to ache, your 3-year-old body issuing alarms that further training may jeopardize your growth and development. You remain indifferent to the warning. At 10 o'clock, Grandma Shuenai leaves as usual to converse with old friends, leaving you alone in the courtyard to continue your training. As the eldest child in the orphanage, you awaken the other 2 children residing there, providing them with breakfast. Aside from yourself, the orphanage houses only 2 other children, known informally as Uchiha Snail and Uchiha Toad, for they lack proper names. In the loving Uchiha clan, being raised in an orphanage signifies the complete demise of an entire branch of adult ninjas. rendering the need for names unnecessary until they reach self-sufficiency and are entrusted to the clan elders for naming. At 11 o'clock, having cared for the two children, you return to the courtyard to continue your practice. You discover that your body has begun to develop muscle memory for the throwing techniques. This realization excites you, as it suggests you can execute advanced throwing techniques with greater fluidity, such as striking a flying shuriken with a kunai, unexpectedly altering its trajectory to simultaneously block an enemy's escape from multiple angles. In your excitement, you increase the intensity of your practice, yet your forearm suddenly cramps. A warning from your body that you choose to ignore as you lean against the ground, mimicking an injured state to persist in your training. At noon, your body convulses uncontrollably, your torso growing weak, yet you grit your teeth and force your limbs to launch kunai. After all, you are the master of this body. Under such intense training, the techniques of the Uchiha throwing style seem to merge with your being, gradually becoming instinctual. However, the cost is irreversible damage to your body. Yet this realization fills you with joy. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after a brief rest, you resume your practice, oblivious to the fact that you can no longer stand. At that moment, the courtyard door suddenly swings open, and you slowly collapse before Grandma Xuanai's startled face. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you regain consciousness, discovering yourself surrounded by pristine white hospital beds, with Grandma Xuanai sitting at your bedside, her expression filled with concern. Upon confirming that you are in a hospital, you breathe a sigh of relief. You think to yourself that as long as you remain away from the Uchiha clan's grounds and stay in the Konoha hospital, you can evade the night of annihilation. Moreover, the two of you, an elderly person and a child, hold little value as targets for extermination. Conversely, the cunning Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo will surely seek to protect you both. Sarutobi Hiruzen wishes to leave a bond for Sasuke aside from Uchiha Itachi, ensuring that he remains tethered to the village, necessitating the presence of other surviving Uchiha clan members. Meanwhile, due to your existence, Danzo can claim an Uchiha for himself. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Grandma Xuanai feels guilty for underestimating your tireless training. But you comfort her and demonstrate the technique of altering the trajectory of your throws with 2 shuriken, using your compelling reasons for needing to fight. You persuade Grandma Xuanai to teach you the chakra refinement technique and the great fireball technique. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, under Grandma Xuanai's guidance, you begin learning the methods of chakra refinement, gaining insight into the principles of merging mental and physical energy. As the sun sets at 5 o'clock, you realize that only 1 hour remains until the commencement of the Night of Annihilation. Although you possess little power to protect your clan, your ruse has succeeded. Surviving this night means preserving your life and that of Grandma Xuanai. You express your desire to begin attempting chakra refinement, but Grandma Xuanai intervenes, cautioning you against overexerting your recently recuperated body by beginning chakra refinement immediately. Such actions would undoubtedly jeopardize your future. In the ensuing argument, unable to convince Grandma Xuanai, you invoke your prophetic dreams regarding Uchiha Itachi's massacre, asserting that the time is but an hour away. Your actions are an effort to preserve the last flicker of hope for the Uchiha clan. From the grave gaze of Granny Yakina, it was evident that she truly believed your words this time. However, what she uttered next shattered your emotions. It turned out that this place was not the Konoha hospital, but rather the central hospital within the Uchiha clan's territory. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Granny Yakina attempted to lead you through a narrow path to escape the Uchiha territory. Yet, you soon discovered that the entire clan was shrouded in a colossal barrier, rendering escape impossible. Left with no other choice, Granny Yakina led you into an abandoned bamboo forest within the clan's grounds. There, you encountered an exceptionally aged Uchiha elder who introduced himself as Uchiha Shana. After Granny Yakina recounted the events, Uchiha Shana remained remarkably calm, stating that he had foreseen this day long ago, lamenting that no one in the clan believed him. Ironically, the seemingly hawkish elders had confined him here after Uchiha Fugaku ascended to clan leader, spreading rumors of his demise throughout the clan. Uchiha Shana dissuaded you from pursuing the elders' whereabouts, and you expressed your determination to remain and confront Uchiha Itachi in a battle to the death. Uchiha Shana greatly admired your resolve, reflecting on how your prophetic dreams were born in the wrong era. Had you existed in Uchiha Madara's time, perhaps Konoha would have been under the Uchiha clan's dominion. With his assistance, you ingested a potent drug that strained your body, extracting a chakra quantity tenfold your limits and swiftly mastering the great fireball technique. By 7 o'clock in the evening, Uchiha Shana rendered you unconscious, sealing your chakra and concealing you with a large box in the basement. Subsequently, he detonated his own dwelling. Uchiha Shana and Granny Yakina, fully equipped, emerged from the bamboo forest, prepared to confront those intent on exterminating their clan. At 8 o'clock that night, the sounds of slaughter from outside roused you from your slumber, and upon witnessing the collapsed basement and the sealing of your chakra, you immediately comprehended Uchiha Shana's intentions. You resolved to cling to the hope bestowed by Uchiha Shana and Granny Yakina, choosing to survive, however grimly. Thus, after freeing yourself from your bindings, you refrained from attempting to break the chakra seal. Instead, you tightly grasped a handful of explosive tags, determined to make this unknown adversary bleed. Even if Uchiha Itachi discovered you, by 9 o'clock in the evening, The sounds of battle within the clan territory dwindled, leading you to believe you had evaded the massacre. Yet, a figure clad in a black robe with a single eye and a mask approached you, and you immediately recognized him as Obito. Just then, a kunai flew towards you, and you swiftly threw a shuriken to deflect it. However, the masked man vanished, and a sharp pain pierced your chest as blood gushed forth, finally revealing the figure's presence. Aware that you could not possibly harm him, you nonetheless chose to detonate the explosive tags in your grasp. The successive explosions created a vast crater in the heart of the bamboo forest, and you were left with no remains. The simulation has concluded. Reward settlement in progress. A comprehensive assessment of the strengths of both parties. In this simulation, the holder endeavored to enhance their own strength, fiercely battling against formidable opponents, yet ultimately could not escape the clutches of death. The comprehensive results are determined to be a diligent effort. The rewards have been settled. The holder may choose 2 rewards from the following 3 options. 1. An additional simulation attempt. 2. Uchiha throwing technique, including insights and muscle memory practice during the simulation. 3. 50 explosive tags. Upon contemplating these choices, Uchiha Kirin could not help but sigh, though it was stated as a selection of 3 with the option to choose 2. It felt more akin to a choice of 1. Should he forego the additional simulation attempt, he would inevitably squander an hour of cooldown time, with the night of Annihilation looming less than a day away, unless he discovered a means of survival. Uchiha Kirin could not possibly relinquish the nearly cooldown-free incentive of the simulation reward. While the offered explosive tags appeared plentiful, they held little efficacy against shadow-level adversaries. Conversely, the Uchiha throwing technique piqued his interest. He decided on the additional simulation attempt and the Uchiha throwing technique. Gently tapping the screen, a wave of comforting, invisible energy enveloped him, and fragments of techniques and text materialized in his mind. Simultaneously, the muscles in his limbs and torso became more taut and explosive, as if he were poised to unleash lethal projectiles at any moment. He launched a kunai, followed swiftly by a shuriken. The shuriken struck the kunai, altering its trajectory and pinning them both to the windowsill. Observing this impressive feat, Uchiha Kirin smiled with satisfaction before opening the panel to review his data. Simulator holder, Uchiha Kirin strength, 5 to 6 speed, 7 to 8 endurance. For spirit, 15 chakra, unrefined attributes, fire, wind bloodline limit, Sharingan, unawakened, combat skills, fundamental combat techniques, Uchiha throwing arts. Indeed, through the practice of throwing techniques and synchronized simulations, not only is the skill itself enhanced, but my fundamental attributes are elevated as well. Observing the marginally increased strength and speed on the panel, Uchiha Kirin felt a surge of gratitude for this unexpected fortune and conceived a novel escape plan. Since he could assimilate the techniques and strength acquired during simulations, and by opting for simulation points at the conclusion of each session, he could engage in multiple simulations in a remarkably short period. By merging these 2 elements, could he not swiftly augment his physical attributes, thereby achieving the objective of surviving under the formidable prowess of Uchiha Itachi and Obito? However, this method is not infallible, for during the previous simulation, he had clearly refined his chakra and mastered the Great Fireball technique, yet these options did not manifest in the final rewards. Uchiha Kirin speculated that this was due to the limitation of only 3 reward options, causing the additional achievements to be overlooked. How might he increase the options available? Uchiha Kirin scratched his head, and a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him as he called out, "Little assistant, system, can you hear me? How can I enhance the reward options for the simulator?" The holder simply needs to strive to enhance the simulation rating. Indeed, the holder's last simulated level assessment was deemed to be of utmost effort. To enhance the rewards, one merely needs to elevate the rating to the next tier in this critical juncture. How can I achieve an elevation in my rating? The rating is primarily determined by several key indicators, including survival time, the comparative strength of both sides, in-game enhancements, and the number of kills. So it is, thought Uchiha Kirin, scratching his head. While he cannot control survival time or the strength comparison, he is indeed focused on in-game enhancements, which equate to continuous training. As for the number of kills, the name Uchiha Gangband surfaced in his mind. With that in mind, he declared, "Simulator, activate." The simulation commences. At midnight, you sought out Granny Shuenai and persuaded her to impart the art of ninjutsu to you. Granny Shuenai presented 3 scrolls, one of which contained the Uchiha throwing technique, which you have now mastered. At the stroke of 1 in the morning, your remarkable throwing technique astonished Granny Yakina, for she had never encountered anyone who could, through self-practice, comprehend the myriad techniques distilled by the esteemed Uchiha ancestors. Unwilling to let your talent go to waste, Granny Yakina sought to bring you to the attention of the elder for focused training. However, pressed for time, you graciously declined her kind offer, insisting instead on solidifying your foundational skills by requesting her instruction in the refinement of chakra and the Great Fireball technique. At the stroke of 2 in the morning, you commenced your studies in the art of chakra refinement and the Great Fireball technique. Observing your diligent practice and your incessant inquiries, Granny Shuenai was eager to provide answers. Yet, you remained oblivious to her subtle disappointment regarding your innate talent, despite possessing the mental fortitude of 2 lifetimes. The aptitude you displayed in your learning was merely above average within the Uchiha clan. Perhaps, given enough time, you might ascend to the rank of an elite jonin. However, this was a far cry from the remarkable talent you previously exhibited in mastering the Uchiha Shuriken technique. At 3 in the morning, observing your clumsy attempts to harness chakra and your nascent efforts in learning hand seals, Grandma Shuenai abandoned her aspirations of nurturing a genius from the Uchiha clan. She concluded that your clandestine practice of the Uchiha throwing technique was merely an endeavor to amuse her, an old woman, with your antics. At 4 in the morning, after having finished breakfast in advance, you successfully extracted the first strand of chakra from your body, continually repeating this process to adeptly merge the energies of the body with those of the spirit. At 5 in the morning, you successfully unleashed your first fireball jutsu in the open field. Observing the fireball, which was as large as a basin, Grandma Yakina felt a sense of relief. At this rate, it is certain that you will become an elite jonin upon reaching adulthood. Such talent and strength, while perhaps insufficient to revive the Uchiha clan, are more than adequate to continue the legacy of your branch. At 6 in the morning, you tirelessly engaged in the process of refining chakra and unleashing fireballs. Initially, you could only produce fireballs the size of a basin, but after prolonged practice, you have now mastered the ability to expel fireballs twice that size using the equivalent amount of chakra. Simultaneously, your speed in refining chakra has gradually improved. However, the extensive training has nearly depleted your chakra reserves, leaving you feeling weak. Under the encouragement of Granny Shuenai, you partook in another breakfast. At 7 in the morning, feeling both physically satiated and mentally drained, you succumbed to slumber upon your bed, unable to acclimate to the fatigue of your body and spirit. As it was your inaugural attempt at refining chakra, at 11 in the morning, you awakened from your slumber, rejuvenated and seemingly recalling something significant. You purposefully gather all the subsidies you have received over the past few years and, with a shuriken tucked into your pocket, hasten outside. At noon, after finishing your lunch, you meandered through the streets. Before long, you encountered the rascally leader, Uchiha Ganban, accompanied by a few cohorts, prowling the area in search of trouble. A smile crept across your face as you deliberately pulled out 2 large denomination bills, pointing towards a nearby barbecue stall and ordering 100 skewers of grilled beef in one go. Your ostentatious display successfully drew Uchiha Ganban's attention. Noticing this, you licked your lips and approached him with a confident stride. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you wagered 100 skewers of beef, proactively proposing to resolve the grievance stemming from your victory over Uchiha Gaemon a day prior with Uchiha Gakkai. Though Uchiha Gakkai initially regarded the matter with indifference, you effortlessly pierced the dumpling in his hand with a bamboo skewer. Faced with this display, Uchiha Gakkai was compelled to confront you, acknowledging that Uchiha Gaemon's defeat was not merely a stroke of luck. However, as the reigning king of the street, it was imperative that a true leader be established between the two of you. Meanwhile, you harbored a lingering resentment from your first encounter, where you had been nearly defeated and tossed into the bushes, almost meeting your demise at his hands. At 2 in the afternoon, the two of you arrived at the training ground and sought out an unoccupied area to commence your duel. As the contest began, Uchiha Ganban seized the initiative. Catching hold of your arm the moment, he completed the hand seals. Aware that your strengths lay in speed and ninjutsu, you understood the necessity of swiftly distancing yourself from Uchiha Ganban. However, being grasped by the arm revealed to you the formidable strength he possessed at such a young age. Uchiha Ganban locked your arm with both hands and, with a vigorous motion, hurled you into the air. Subsequently, a knee strike rendered your right arm entirely numb, and your head was forcefully slammed against the ground. Recognizing the ruthlessness of your opponent's assault, you resolved to no longer hold back, having condemned Uchiha Ganban to a figurative death sentence in your heart. As you landed, you extended your still-functioning left hand, grasping a handful of sand and throwing it towards Uchiha Ganban. He promptly shut his eyes, yet still, the sand struck him, forcing him to release his grip and retreat while rubbing his eyes. For the Uchiha clan, their eyes are an invaluable asset. Enduring the pain of your broken right arm, you rose and regarded Uchiha Ganban, who was crouched on the ground, rubbing his eyes. Gritting your teeth, you steeled your resolve and drew 3 shurikens, launching them towards his vital points. Accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn by metal and the rhythm of blood flowing, you felt a release of tension, an unprecedented thrill of bloodlust coursing through your veins. Of course, due to Uchiha Ganban's earlier crouch position, his vulnerable carotid and abdomen were shielded from your lethal strike. However, now he and his band of followers were scattering, their vital spots glaringly exposed to your gaze. At this juncture, you were acutely aware that allowing them to flee would escalate the situation. Fearing discovery by the clan's ninjas, you deftly hurled a shuriken, which collided midair, slicing through the fleeing individual's arteries and hearts at cunning angles. In the face of such a sanguinary scene, you felt no discomfort. Instead, exhilaration surged within you. First, you dispatched the fallen Uchiha Ganban with a kunai, then unleashed the great fireball technique to incinerate his fleeing accomplices. In your eyes, those who had once tormented and harmed you were left with but one fate. Amidst the intoxicating allure of blood and slaughter, your eyes instinctively began to rotate, the two tomos swirling from your blood-red pupils. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you soon find yourself depleting all the shurikens at your disposal. And the chakra required for casting several fireballs has dwindled to nothing, despite your utmost efforts to practice ninjutsu by using the individuals present as live targets. Your tender age and lack of proficiency quickly lead to someone fleeing the training grounds, attracting the attention of the patrolling guards. Witnessing this, the clan's elite jonin, Uchiha Tetsuhan, delivers a swift kick that brings you down. Initially intent on ending your life, he hesitates upon noticing the tomo within your eyes, slightly tempering the force of his strike. You feel your body succumbing, and as you cough up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, you lose consciousness. After sealing your chakra and staunching your injuries, you were taken back for interrogation by the guards. At 4 in the afternoon, confronted by the Jinjutsu interrogation of Uchiha Te, you effortlessly divulged your motive for murder. After all, there was nothing to conceal. Your reasoning was straightforward. The Uchiha clan belonged to all, and if the young clan leader could slay at will, why should you not be permitted the same? Such an outrageous declaration rendered even the Uchiha, a clan infamous for its eccentricities, speechless. Yet, no one believed that the young clan leader would annihilate his kin. Consequently, several Uchiha jonin continued to employ Jinjutsu in their interrogation, though it was more akin to torment. However, you relished this ordeal, repeatedly attempting to wield the rudimentary techniques of the Sharingan, risking permanent damage to both your mental and ocular faculties in your assault against the interrogating shinobi. Although this did not inflict tangible harm, your perverse actions gradually led some of your interrogators to start believing in the so-called precognitive dreams you spoke of. At 5 in the afternoon, bound by Uchiha Tetsuhiko, you were brought before the Grand Elder to undergo interrogation. You wagered that all it would take was 1 hour for the massacre led by Uchiha Itachi to commence. Furthermore, you declared that if any part of your statement were found to be untrue, the Grand Elder would have the authority to execute you without a trace of complaint from your lips. To bolster your credibility, you elucidated the connection between the death of Uchiha Shursui and the Foundation. Initially, the Grand Elder harbored doubts regarding your prophetic dream. Yet upon hearing your detailed account of Uchiha Shursui's demise, he straightened in his seat. For the scene you described bore an uncanny resemblance to the findings of his clandestine investigations. It became evident that the Grand Elder had long harbored concerns about the allegiance of the Uchiha Fugaku family, consistently dispatching agents to surveil Uchiha Itachi's movements. However, Uchiha Itachi's formidable prowess, coupled with the multitude of strong individuals within the Foundation, rendered the acquisition of any substantial intelligence nearly impossible. Consequently, you found yourself under the Grand Elder's protection. At 6 o'clock in the evening, contrary to your recollections, the night of annihilation did not arrive as anticipated. However, the Grand Elder did not hasten to execute you. Instead, he commanded the guards to feign relaxation and return to their respective posts. At 7 o'clock in the evening, there remained no sign of the impending night of annihilation. However, the Grand Elder remained unperturbed. He even released the seal that bound you and inquired about the secrets of the Uchiha, prompted by the prophetic dreams that passed your lips. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the night of annihilation had yet to arrive. You confided in the Grand Elder about a dream in which you had seen Uchiha Fugaku in battle, his eyes transforming from the Sharingan into a peculiar shape due to the loss of his comrades. This narrative, which even you found somewhat ambiguous, caused the Grand Elder to furrow his brow in concern. Nevertheless, he subsequently lifted all restrictions placed upon you, assuring you that he would address the unfortunate incident of your unintended misstep in the duel, as well as resolve matters with Granny Yukaina. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after your slumber, it seems that the night of annihilation shall not unfold this evening. Noticing the Grand Elder's good spirits, you seize the opportunity to seek enlightenment regarding ninjutsu and ocular techniques. Contrary to your expectations of returning empty-handed, the Grand Elder exhibits remarkable generosity, bestowing upon you a study and a training room, while simultaneously establishing a protective barrier around your residence to ensure your safety. At 10 o'clock in the evening, you suddenly realize that you seem to have inadvertently averted the impending night of annihilation. After enjoying a hearty meal at the home of the Elder and receiving medical attention from the nurse, you recline in bed and indulge in a delightful slumber. Detected that the holder has successfully navigated through the deadlock. To conserve the simulator's energy, the precision of this simulation has been altered to 1 day. Has the simulation accuracy indeed transitioned from 1 hour to a day? For Uchiha Kirin, it matters little, while the 1 hour precision could unveil more intricate details. It also demanded a greater expenditure of his time in the real world. Moreover, after several simulations, Uchiha Kirin has garnered a fundamental understanding of the movements of key figures on the day of the massacre. And extending the time frame to a day will ultimately save him time in reality. Is the simulator still loading? Never mind, however. It must be said that the temperament of the Uchiha clan is indeed quite twisted. Reflecting upon the previous simulation texts, Uchiha Kirin could not help but feel a sense of melancholy, recognizing that he too shares this trait. Uchiha Kirin could hardly fathom that the version of himself from his past life, who had never taken a life, would resolutely kill Uchiha Genkiba in battle and mercilessly pursue the fleeing subordinates like a ravenous wolf, even using living beings as targets for practicing ninjutsu. Could this truly be my inherent nature? Or perhaps the Uchiha bloodline subtly influences my character? Contemplating this, a chill ran down Uchiha Kirin's spine. Yet he soon found solace as he reclined upon his bed. In this chaotic era of the ninja world, even in the most peaceful of villages like Konoha, the lives of ordinary people and low-ranking ninjas are as insignificant as blades of grass. Only such a nature is truly suited for survival. As he gazed at the prompt emanating from the panel, Uchiha Kirin gathered his scattered thoughts, his fingers caressing a meticulously sharpened kunai, his focus intently fixed upon the display. The following day, due to prior experiences, you slumbered until noon, when a gentle maid roused you from your slumber. Under the attentive care of the nurse and the service of the maid, you partook of lunch, expressing that this was indeed the life one ought to lead. It appeared that while the lifestyle of the Uchiha clan's elite was not as feudal as that of the Hyuga, it was nevertheless quite comfortable. During the afternoon rest, you endeavored to move your body. However, the injury sustained during the previous day's skirmish still throbbed with discomfort. After a brief period of activity, you retreated to the study, where you unearthed several scrolls you had longed to study. As the afternoon progressed, the Uchiha compound remained tranquil, and you were summoned by the elder for further inquiries. This time, you feigned an existence of prophetic ability to relay the information regarding Uchiha Itachi's dealings with Danzo and the enigmatic masked figure to the elder. The elder, upon receiving this intelligence, exhibited little emotional upheaval, while you returned to your quarters to continue your reading. Throughout the day, you committed the essence of the Uchiha's core technique, the manipulation of shuriken, to memory. However, due to your physical condition not having fully recuperated, you refrained from extensive practice. On the third day, under the attentive care of the nurse, you felt a significant improvement in your injuries. Your body was nearly restored to its pre-injury state. Although some pain lingered, it no longer hindered your training. You requested from the elder a set of kunai, steel wire, shurikens, and oil, and began honing your skills in shuriken manipulation. Throughout the day, the elder refrained from questioning you, instead observing with great interest your tireless, almost robotic practice. The night of annihilation had yet to descend. On the fourth day, your body has nearly recovered, and the pain no longer hinders your movements. You continue to diligently practice the art of shuriken manipulation. Unbeknownst to you, your tireless training has touched the heart of the Grand Elder, who begins to occasionally offer guidance on your techniques, greatly enriching your skills. The night of annihilation has yet to arrive. On the fifth day, due to your unwavering determination to train despite the toll it takes on your own body, the Grand Elder acknowledged your efforts. He expressed that you have fully grasped the essence of throwing techniques. Further practice against the wooden post and flying discs would yield little advancement. In response to your eager quest for knowledge, the Grand Elder summoned a guard to engage you in a sparring session. During this encounter, you realized that your once proud throwing skills paled in comparison to those of this exceptional master. Even in a mere contest of throwing, you found yourself utterly outclassed. However, through this sparring, you began to adeptly apply the techniques from the scroll, moving beyond rigid forms, and your evasion abilities underwent a significant transformation. The night of annihilation has yet to descend upon you. On the sixth day, in the depths of slumber, a shuriken pierced your throat. You struggled to awaken but found yourself unable to call for help, and the surroundings were not the familiar abode of the elder, but rather a desolate wilderness. A one-eyed masked figure activated his kaleidoscopic Sharingan to interrogate you. Summoning your last ounce of strength, you gestured an international sign of friendship towards him. However, the masked man departed empty-handed, and you succumbed to death. 3 days after your demise, the night of annihilation proceeded as usual. Yet, unlike before, this time, there were survivors from the Uchiha clan. Aside from Sasuke, some children were taken into the roots, while others resumed a semblance of normal life under the watchful eyes of the Umbu. Meanwhile, a branch of the elder's lineage managed to flee to the land of lightning, where they received the protection of the Raikage. The simulation has concluded. In the midst of settling rewards, a comprehensive evaluation of the strengths of both parties. In this simulation, the bearer, through a stroke of fate, inadvertently breaks the deadlock. Although unable to escape the clutches of death, they leave a glimmer of hope for the Uchiha clan, rendering an ending both poignant and heroic. The comprehensive results are determined to be a matter of life and death. The rewards have been settled. The holder may select 5 out of the following 7 rewards. To my surprise, it is a selection of 7 from which only 5 can be chosen. I initially thought it was a choice of 5 out of 3. Unexpectedly, I managed to survive the night of annihilation, although I ultimately met my demise at the hands of Obito, who pierced through the barrier. Nevertheless, my survival lasted significantly longer than Uchiha Kirin had anticipated, even allowing me to rescue a few members of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kirin turned on the faucet, splashed some water on his face to awaken his senses, then arranged the pillow on his bed into the most comfortable shape. Leaning back, he tucked himself in beneath the covers, and with a sense of ceremony, he proceeded to open the rewards. 1 simulation attempt. 2 single tomo Sharingan, both eyes. 3 shuriken manipulation technique, including insights and muscle memory. 4 chakra refinement technique, including insights and chakra volume. 5 great fireball technique, including insights and proficiency in hand seals. 6 basic experience in eye power utilization. 7 loot system, first time reward for life and death evaluation. Gazing at this extensive list of rewards, Uchiha Kirin found himself in a quandary. The simulation attempts, the Sharingan, and the physical conditioning obtained through synchronized training were all incredibly enticing, making his decision quite challenging. Additionally, since this was his first time obtaining a life and death evaluation, there was a reward called the loot system. Merely from the name, Uchiha Kirin could surmise that it was a feature enabling the acquisition of loot from simulations. However, given that the simulation itself already offered rewards, what purpose would this additional system serve? Reluctantly, he called upon his dormant assistant once more. Could you please elucidate the functionalities of the loot system? Upon acquiring the loot system module, the holder may designate an individual as the target prior to the commencement of the simulation. In the simulation, the holder inflicts damage upon or eliminates the target. Upon the conclusion of the simulation, one may directly extract a variety of spoils from the target, including but not limited to physical attributes, acquired skills, and possessed items. If damage is inflicted upon the target, one may acquire a spoils of war, with the quality of the loot determined by the extent of the inflicted harm. If the target is successfully eliminated, extract the 2 finest spoils of war from their possession. Only by inflicting harm can one claim the spoils. Oh, I see. This implies that I must not set my sights too high. I must choose within the realm of my capabilities. With this thought, Uchiha Kirin rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Previously, he could only acquire the abilities and items he learned during the simulation. However, with the introduction of the spoils system, it was akin to forcibly seizing the possessions and powers of other characters within the simulation, although he could similarly take them during the simulation. There were always intangible elements that could not be appropriated. Moreover, if he were to utilize this feature effectively, he could potentially earn 1 or even 2 additional rewards each time. Consequently, the pace at which Uchiha Kirin could grow stronger would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Quickly, let the new round of simulation commence. He was eager to experiment with this function in the upcoming simulation. Upon noticing the system's notification regarding insufficient simulation points, Uchiha Kirin suddenly remembered that he had yet to claim the rewards from his previous simulation. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to forego the rewards of the Great Fireball technique and the rudimentary application of ocular prowess. System, I choose rewards 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7, he declared. No sooner had he spoken than an immense surge of power surged from the void into Uchiha Kirin's being. He felt a warmth radiating from his abdomen, while his entire network of meridians began to involuntarily pulse with energy. A vivid diagram of his meridians materialized in his mind. Simultaneously, a wave of heat from within his meridians flooded into his eyes, causing his eyeballs to rotate uncontrollably. The world before him blurred. Yet the muscles in his limbs seemed to elongate and gain elasticity as if honed through years of rigorous training. Techniques pertaining to the use of shurikens appeared to be inscribed within his very form. After approximately 10 minutes, Uchiha Kirin gradually regained his composure from the transformations within his body. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that the ground beneath him was soaked with sweat. Yet, feeling the immense power contained within his petite physique, Uchiha Kirin could hardly contain his exhilaration. Simulator holder, Uchiha Kirin strength, 6 to 7 speed, 8 to 10 endurance, 4 to 5 spirit, 15-3-3 chakra, 100 vision power, 1010 attributes, fire, wind, shadow, bloodline limit, Sharingan, single tomo in both eyes, combat skills, fundamental combat, mastery of shuriken techniques, chakra refinement techniques. Compared to before, Uchiha Kirin's strength and speed have each increased by 2 points, and even his previously lacking stamina has improved by 1 point. This enhancement is closely linked to his diligent practice with shuriken. Particularly noteworthy is his speed. Uchiha Kirin now possesses a velocity that can be compared to that of adults in the Naruto world. Furthermore, the activation of the Sharingan not only augmented his chakra with the addition of Yin attributes, but also significantly enhanced his mental acuity. Just with the single Tomo Sharingan, his mental strength has doubled. It is worth noting that Uchiha Kirin, who previously had only 15 points of mental strength, was already learning at an impressive pace. Now, with 33 points, he is bound to excel. It is no wonder that the Uchiha clan is often regarded as a lineage of geniuses, even without the Sharingan's copying ability. Their mental prowess approaches that of photographic memory. With a chakra limit of 100 points and ocular power of 10 points, it remains uncertain what level this represents. Nevertheless, it is best to test it out in the simulation. Glancing at the clock, which had already ticked to a single point, Uchiha Kirin shook his head and entered the bathroom to check the water temperature. Having just received his rewards and worked up a sweat, he decided to indulge in a hot bath first. Uchiha Kirin, immersed in the bath, gazed at the words before him, casually designating Uchiha Gangan as the target for this simulation. At 1 o'clock in the morning, you indulged in a warm bath while simultaneously activating your Sharingan. Intending to practice a bit, you had mastered the technique to enhance your dynamic vision. However, your eyes grew weary and sore, compelling you to cease your training. At 2 in the morning, you sought out Granny Yakina, revealing the treachery of Uchiha Itachi through a prophetic dream. You displayed your Sharingan to substantiate the authenticity of your claims. Initially, Granny Yakina intended to comfort you, dismissing it as merely a nightmare, but upon witnessing the activated Sharingan, she was compelled to treat the matter with utmost seriousness. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Grandma Sweeney initially intended to consult the elder alone regarding the matter. However, persuaded by you, she resolved to allow you to accompany her to the elder's residence. Yet, you suggested that venturing out at such an hour would be rather suspicious. It would be more prudent to wait until 10 o'clock, the time when Grandma Sweeney typically visits her friends, before proceeding. At 4 in the morning, you convinced Grandma Sweeney to teach you the art of under the pretext that your family was in imminent danger, and that you could not stand idly by. At 5 in the morning, under the guidance of Granny Sweeney, you initially feigned being a novice in chakra extraction techniques, only to master it at an astonishing speed. Granny Sweeney's eyes sparkled with surprise at first, but when she placed her hand upon your lower abdomen to sense your chakra level, a hint of disappointment flickered across her face. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan has always prided itself on its exceptional ocular abilities. Perhaps chakra capacity is not your forte. Thus, Granny Sweeney resolved to commence your instruction with ocular techniques. At 6 in the morning, under the guidance of Granny Sweeney, you swiftly mastered the first ocular technique of the Sharingan, the hypnotic eye. However, having just awakened your eyes, your ocular power and chakra reserves were still feeble and should not be excessively depleted. Following breakfast, you took the initiative to propose training in physical techniques. For chakra is the amalgamation of mental and physical energy. If either aspect is lacking, it becomes challenging to enhance one's chakra capacity. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Granny Sweeney produced a scroll containing the foundational swordsmanship of the Uchiha clan. She resolved to impart her knowledge of swordplay to you. As the Uchiha clan lacked any form of unarmed combat, intrigued by this novel experience, you found yourself captivated. However, your current strength was insufficient to wield the blades designed for adult ninjas. Thus, Granny Sweeney skillfully fashioned 2 wooden sticks into the shape of short swords for your practice. At 8 in the morning, you commenced practicing swordsmanship against the wooden posts in the courtyard, with the aid of your Sharingan. Each of your movements was executed with remarkable precision. At 9 o'clock in the morning, you had successfully replicated the entirety of the Uchiha swordsmanship fundamentals using your Sharingan. However, Granny Yakina pointed out that merely copying the techniques does not equate to mastering them fully. With your experience in practicing the Shadow Shuriken technique, you quickly grasped Granny Yakina's intention. What you had replicated were merely the techniques. The true mastery lies in the adept and flexible application of these techniques, ultimately integrating them into your own unique combat abilities. Each step of this process presents a significant chasm, and the replication through the Sharingan is merely the completion of the initial step. Consequently, you closed your Sharingan and began to deconstruct the fundamental sword techniques, relying on your memory and the illusion of an adversary, striving to comprehend the purpose and effect of each movement from its very essence. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Granny Sweeney interrupted your practice, indicating that it was time for you to seek out the Grand Elder. At 11 o'clock in the morning, while traversing the streets, you encountered Uchiha Oben. Thus, you paused your steps, using the pretext of procuring sustenance to temporarily depart from Granny Sweeney. Employing pebbles, you struck Oben's back to capture his attention, presenting an internationally recognized gesture of goodwill. Capitalizing on your swiftness, you darted around the corner of the street, evading Oben's entourage. Luring Uchiha Oben into a desolate alleyway, you concealed yourself atop a rooftop, launching a handful of earth into his eyes as a surprise attack. From your elevated position, you wielded a long bamboo pole, executing the foundational sword techniques you had recently practiced, sending him into a frenzied retreat at noon. You and Grandma Sweeney arrived at the residence of the elder. To your astonishment, Grandma Sweeney boldly pushed open the grand door without any announcement from the surrounding guards and entered the courtyard. Upon seeing you, the elder offered a subtle smile to Grandma Sweeney, indicating that you should all sit down to share a meal. You introduced yourself to the elder, intending to mention your prophetic dreams. However, the elder halted you, suggesting that you share your thoughts after lunch. It seems that Grandma Sweeney holds a status within the Uchiha clan that far surpasses your previous assumptions. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, with the supplementary insights provided by Granny Sweeney, you recounted to the elder your experiences from the prophetic dream. In essence, you wove together the awakening of your Sharingan and the visions of Uchiha Itachi's massacre of the Uchiha clan, as well as the tragic demise of Uchiha Shursui. Upon concluding your narration, the elder furrowed his brows deeply and subsequently let out a long sigh. At 2 in the afternoon, the elder emerged from the inner room, bearing a jug of wine. He sat silently at the table, his gaze fixed upon you, pouring himself another cup as soon as he finished the last, until he became thoroughly intoxicated. Grandma Sweeney, noticing your restlessness, suggested that you step outside to practice your swordsmanship for a while. Just as you crossed the threshold, a resounding slap echoed in your ears. Not daring to linger, you fled to the open space outside, where you practiced your swordplay against the empty air. At 3 in the afternoon, a guard rushed out from the residence of the Grand Elder, soon returning accompanied by 2 middle-aged men and a young man. You were also summoned back into the house by Granny Sweeney. At 4 in the afternoon, you learned that the 3 Uchiha Jonin summoned were all sons of the Elder. You recounted your prophetic dream to them once more. In an instant, the 3 were embroiled in a fierce dispute. Fortunately, the Elder managed to pacify them, meticulously unraveling the reasoning behind the matter, thereby averting this yet to occur farce. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Granny Shuanai presented to the elder the notion that your extraordinary talent could be nurtured to potentially preserve hope for the Uchiha clan. Observing the situation, you proactively activated your Sharingan. The elder and several of his sons were profoundly astonished by the fact that you had awakened the Sharingan at the tender age of 3. However, after their initial surprise, the elder shook his head and candidly urged you to refrain from activating the Sharingan as much as possible before the age of 5. Throughout Uchiha history, there have been exceptionally gifted individuals who awakened their eyes at the age of 3, yet all of these prodigies, without exception, faced dire consequences due to their premature awakening. Some suffered from bloodline diseases, others displayed erratic and murderous tendencies, while a few fortunate ones appeared normal but possessed alarmingly low chakra levels. Occasionally, those who seemed entirely untroubled met their demise through targeted assassinations. You assured the elder of your commitment and expressed that you were diligently practicing martial arts to preemptively address any future issues. At 6 in the evening, Granny Shuanai departed from the residence of the Grand Elder, entrusting your care to him. The Grand Elder ushered his 3 sons into the room and assigned them their respective tasks. Under the Grand Elder's guidance, you continued to hone your swordsmanship. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the night of Annihilation seems yet to arrive. You persist in honing your swordsmanship, while the Elder, leisurely munching on sunflower seeds, occasionally offers you a few words of guidance. At 8 o'clock in the evening, while you were practicing, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from the edge of the clan's territory. Soon after, the 3 sons of the Elder, accompanied by the 2nd and 3rd Elders and a substantial contingent of ninja from the guard, arrived at the Elder's residence. As you observed the crowd in the square burning corpses at 9 o'clock in the evening, an unexpected urge to join them surges within you. Your Sharingan activates instinctively. However, recalling the words of the Elder, you promptly restrain your peculiar desire. At 10 o'clock in the evening, after completing your sword training, you return to the chamber assigned to you by the Elder to rest. However, as you pass through the courtyard, you encountered a cloaked ninja engaged in conversation with the Elder. The ninja beckoned you over, and it was then you noticed that he was not only missing an arm, but that his right eye had taken on a milky gray hue, indicating a recent and formidable encounter with a powerful adversary, possibly one of either Obito or Itachi. Yet, the fact that he survived an encounter with such formidable foes suggested that he possessed extraordinary strength. Could it be that within the Uchiha clan, there existed shadowy figures of immense power unknown to you? The individual introduced himself as Uchiha Shana, and it dawned on you that during a previous simulation, you had sought refuge with him alongside Granny Yakina when you found yourselves in dire straits. Uchiha Shana posed several inquiries regarding Uchiha Fugaku, to which you recounted your vague recollection of having seen Uchiha Fugaku in a dream, revealing that his Sharingan was not the typical 3-tomo. Nodding in acknowledgement, Uchiha Shana raised his teacup and drained it, then effortlessly leaped onto the eaves and vanished from sight. While you were escorted back to your quarters by the Elder to rest, detected that the holder has successfully navigated through a deadlock. In order to conserve simulator energy, the precision of the simulation has been altered to 1 day. Uchiha Kirin rubbed his eyes and subsequently closed his open Sharingan. According to the words of the Grand Elder in the simulation, his ability to activate his eyes appeared to be a mark of genius, yet in reality, it bore considerable side effects, verging on a pathological condition. Recognizing this, Uchiha Kirin resolved to refrain from activating his Sharingan in reality whenever possible. This chapter is not yet concluded. Kindly turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative that follows. The following day, you awoke as usual and resumed your practice of swordsmanship, only to learn from the Grand Elder that Uchiha Fugaku had sustained grave injuries. At that moment, Uchiha Shana appeared silently beside you, his abdomen swathed in thick bandages, yet blood continued to seep through, staining the outermost layer crimson, despite the palpable weakness emanating from him. A joyful expression adorned his notably aged face. The Grand Elder requested that you sketch Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan as seen in your prophetic dream, and you complied. Upon viewing your drawing, Uchiha Shana erupted in laughter, then reached into his sleeve to produce a box containing a pair of Mangekyou Sharingan identical to those of Uchiha Fugaku from your memories. After a brief discussion between the two of you, Uchiha Shana, before your very eyes, removed his own blinded eye and replaced it with Uchiha Fugaku's. Although the scene was undeniably macabre, you found yourself devoid of any revulsion. Both Uchiha Shana and the Grand Elder noted this and unanimously concluded that you were a born ninja. Uchiha Shana placed his lost eye into a small vial and tossed it to you as a keepsake before swiftly departing. By afternoon, you secured Uchiha Shana's eye within your ninja tool pouch and continued practicing swordsmanship under the Grand Elder's tutelage, who intermittently hurled shuriken at you. You were compelled to either deflect with your sword or counter with shuriken techniques, and during this rigorous training, you sensed your combat abilities rapidly enhancing. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the direction of Hokage Rock, causing a seismic tremor that reverberated through the Uchiha clan grounds, almost akin to an earthquake. In that instant, the Grand Elder paused his movements, tears streaming down his cheeks. After sealing your chakra, he concealed you within a chamber stocked with provisions and swiftly departed. That night, the Uchiha clan was engulfed in chaos as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, disregarding any negative repercussions, led a covert assault on the Uchiha stronghold. Initially, only a portion of the Umbu and Root operatives were involved, But as the Uchiha clan lacked a formidable leader, even the combined efforts of several elders proved futile against Sarutobi Hiruzen's relentless onslaught. With the demise of the Grand Elder, the Uchiha clan's morale plummeted, prompting some smaller ninja clans to seize the opportunity to partake in the spoils. Within a single night, the protective barrier surrounding the Uchiha family was utterly breached. On the third day, nearly all members of the Uchiha clan perished. At this moment, Itachi Uchiha suddenly appeared, wounding Sarutobi Hiruzen before feigning defeat at the hands of Danzo, thus betraying his clan. The Root and Umbu withdrew from the Uchiha territory, while nearby smaller ninja clans were intentionally allowed to enter, wreaking havoc and pillaging. Blood flowed into the chamber where you resided, your vision narrowing with rage, yet you realized that you could no longer activate your Sharingan. It seemed the words of the elder before his passing rang true. Awakening your eyes too soon was not without its drawbacks. With great effort, you suppressed your nausea, forcing yourself to immerse in the blood-soaked water while consuming the food and water within the chamber. As you rummaged through the items, you finally discovered a box of explosive tags and a box of ninjutsu scrolls. You activated your Sharingan, forcibly memorizing the Great Fireball technique, and persistently engraved the wind release, Gale Palm, into your mind. However, the exhaustion of your ocular power overwhelmed you, and you lost consciousness. On the fourth day, as you awakened, the sounds of movement and shifting objects outside your dwelling reached your ears. Holding your breath in trepidation, you dared not make a sound. However, the door to the hidden chamber was forcefully pried open, and an elusive ninja from the dark factions entered. Instantly you launched an attack, but your shuriken was deftly evaded. You activated your Sharingan in an attempt to match your opponent's swiftness, only to discover that clarity did not equate to speed. Your adversary swiftly slashed your throat, sending you crashing against the wall. Glimpsing a box beside you brimming with explosive tags, you hastily performed hand seals to unleash a fireball jutsu. Yet, due to your grievous injuries, you faltered, and the fireball detonated within you. Remarkably, the explosion ignited the explosive tags, and in your final moments, you detonated yourself, taking one root ninja with you. Thus, you met your demise. Simulation ended. Settlement rewards and progress. Through a systematic evaluation of both party strengths. In this simulation, the bearer, armed with foresight, seeks to alter the course of destiny. However, the Uchiha clan's insurrection ultimately ends in failure, and they are unable to escape the clutches of death. The comprehensive result has been determined as a valiant effort. Gazing at the words before him, Uchiha Kirin took a deep breath to calm his mind. He had not anticipated that directly revealing the matter of his clan's annihilation to the elder would yield a far worse outcome than the accidental missteps he had encountered during the simulation. Fortunately, this was merely a simulation. There remained a glimmer of hope. Uchiha Kirin then turned his attention to the rewards that had just been concluded. The rewards have been settled. The holder may select 2 rewards from the following 3 options. 1. An additional simulation attempt. 2. Fundamentals of Uchiha swordsmanship, including insights and muscle memory. 3. 50,000 explosive tags. Surely, these explosive tags are those stored in the elder's basement. It is regrettable that this simulation did not yield an evaluation of life and death, resulting in the forfeiture of the ninjutsu and Uchiha Shana's ocular prowess acquired during the simulation. Consequently, he opted for the first and second rewards, as he felt the invigorating flow of modified muscle coursing through his body and the swordsmanship techniques flashing through his mind. Uchiha Kirin suddenly pondered, what has become of my loot system? Is Uchiha Gangon alive or dead? Detection of the demise of the hunting target. According to the highest value, extract 2 pieces of loot. 1. Water attribute chakra. 2. 6 points of strength attribute. As Uchiha Kirin gazed upon the spoils displayed by the system, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. To think that merely hunting a single target could yield a staggering 6 points of strength attribute. Previously, he had to dedicate himself to rigorous training and simulations, often requiring at least 2 attempts to accumulate such points. Yet now, a single hunt had fulfilled his objective, and the chakra attribute among the spoils was undeniably precious. It is well known that the more formidable a ninja, the greater the quantity of chakra they possess. While it cannot be claimed that an abundance of chakra guarantees strength, it certainly serves as a stepping stone towards becoming one. The richness of this bounty made Uchiha Kirin question whether he had misunderstood the usage of the simulator all along. Claim the loot, Uchiha Kirin silently recited in his mind. And immediately, a surge of warmth flowed from the void, permeating his limbs, while a cool sensation seemed to arise from his lower abdomen. Simulator holder, Uchiha Kirin strength, 7 to 9 to 15 speed, 10 to 12 endurance, 5 to 7 spirit, 33 chakra, 100 vision power, 1010 attributes, fire, wind, water, shadow. Bloodline limit, Sharingan, single tomo, combat skills, fundamental hand-to-hand combat, mastery of shuriken techniques, chakra refinement technique, basic Uchiha swordsmanship. As he gazed at the data on the panel gradually surpassing that of an adult, Uchiha Kirin clenched his fists and struck the air, causing a gust of wind to swirl around him. The swordsmanship training in this simulation had enhanced his attributes in strength, speed, and endurance by 2 points each. Coupled with the spoils obtained from Uchiha Gangon, his previously low strength attribute had even surpassed his highest speed. Truly, The physique of a ninja is far superior to that of someone who has spent countless nights working overtime and consuming subpar takeout. While relishing this long-lost power, Uchiha Kirin suddenly had a moment of inspiration. Aha! I have a plan. Faced with an almost certain threat of death, each simulation had been alarmingly brief for Uchiha Kirin. Even the longest had not lasted beyond a week. This brevity meant that no matter how diligently he trained or sought other means of improvement, the growth he experienced was minimal. The rewards from the spoils system far exceeded those derived from his simulations. And this was only from eliminating a target that was not even a ninja. What if I were to change my target to a ninja? He pondered. In his thoughts, Uchiha Kirin recalled the conclusion of this simulation, where he had successfully eliminated a root ninja through self-detonation. After all, that could certainly be considered a kill. Given that root ninjas are guaranteed to possess strength above that of a chunin, the potential rewards from such an endeavor were almost unimaginable to Uchiha Kirin. However, it seemed he was unaware of the identity of this root ninja. How could he possibly set this up? Rubbing his head in contemplation, Uchiha Kirin resolved to summon his little assistant for guidance. The minimum criteria for setting a target for elimination are to be aware of the individual's name and general identity. And within this scope, there must be only one person to accurately locate. Is that correct? Then allow me to provide an example. If the name is Zhang San and the identity is a ninja, would that be acceptable? This approach is inadequate. Delineating an overly broad scope may encompass multiple targets with identical names. The holder of the ding may set it in this manner. Zhang San, a ninja from the Konoha Umbu, was leisurely strolling through the food street this afternoon. These pieces of information ensure that the loot system's objective is singular. In other words, even without knowing the true name, as long as a code name or similar identifier is employed, it suffices to guarantee that the target is but one individual, correct? With a mere addition of time and location, one can effectively pinpoint a target. Uchiha Kirin pondered this thought. Ascertaining such information about an individual was not particularly arduous. Despite certain limitations, utilizing a code along with the corresponding time and place could indeed secure the desired target. In this regard, his spoils system was far more efficient than that of the Death Note. As for the ninja's alias and location, all he needed was to perish a few more times within the simulator to acquire the necessary data. Moreover, Uchiha Kirin possessed a distinct advantage. Without significantly altering the original course of events, it was certain that this evening, the barrier squad from the root would be setting up formations just outside the Uchiha clan territory. As members of the barrier squad, the positions of nearly every ninja were predetermined. Furthermore, these barrier ninjas were undoubtedly among the elite, ensuring at least a chunin level of proficiency. And perhaps he might even acquire some sealing techniques without cost. Simulator, activate. The target for the spoils system is Uchiha Gangan. With that, Uchiha Kirin commenced a new round of simulation. The simulation has commenced. At 1 o'clock in the morning, after finishing your bath, you recline on the bed to rest. However, in the midst of your contemplation, you realize that the probability of directly approaching a ninja is exceedingly high. And it would be wiser to first acquire some skills in disguise. For instance, the transformation technique found within the three-body technique is quite commendable. It is worth noting that both Naruto Uzumaki's harem and reverse harem techniques originate from transformation skills. This illustrates that, when applied correctly, even low-tier ninjutsu can yield remarkable results. At 2 in the morning, you knocked on Granny Shiwenai's door. To prevent the situation from straying from its original course, you refrained from revealing your Sharingan. Instead, you merely demonstrated a hint of your throwing technique and expressed your desire to learn the body flicker technique. At 3 in the morning, you feigned the practice of a chakra extraction technique you have already mastered, thereby accumulating a considerable amount of chakra. At 4 in the morning, your mental acuity allows you to learn rapidly, even without opening your eyes. With the wise guidance of Granny Yukaina, who elucidates the crucial points, you swiftly grasp the core principles of the body flicker technique. You reflect on the stark contrast between a prominent clan and an ordinary ninja. While common ninjas might toil for 3 arduous years at ninja academies, struggling to comprehend such techniques, within the Uchiha clan, a simple inquiry can yield answers in mere moments. As for Sasuke Uchiha, he was deprived of familial instruction before tragedy struck, leaving him stripped of his clan's ninjutsu. Unable to self-study, he found himself mingling with others at the academy, ostensibly to forge bonds, until he finally learned the Chidori from Kakashi, marking the beginning of his true journey into the world of ninjutsu. At 5 in the morning, after several rounds of practice and with your mental fortitude surpassing that of an average adult in this world by threefold, along with the insightful guidance from Granny Shuenai on intricate details, you have begun to execute the transformation and shadow clone techniques with remarkable fluidity. As for the substitution technique, it is not a spatial ninjutsu but rather a simple sealing symbol combined with a mastery of chakra attraction that creates the desired effect. By first inscribing the sealing symbol onto a stone or wooden surface with chakra, and then utilizing the attractive force of chakra, one can swiftly exchange positions with the substitute. However, having only recently grasped chakra, your control over its attractive properties remains somewhat rudimentary. Consequently, you have encountered frequent failures while attempting the substitution technique. Either the timing of your chakra release was off, causing you to collide with the substitute, or your exertion was either too forceful or too feeble, resulting in the substitute being flung away or rendered immobile. At 6 in the morning, upon the wise counsel of Granny Shuenai, you embarked on a fresh journey to master the fundamental properties of chakra attraction and repulsion. Much like the illustrious 7th Squad in the narrative, you honed your chakra control by standing at the center of a water tank and scaling the walls with your feet. At 7 o'clock in the morning, after finishing breakfast, you continue to exercise your mastery over chakra control. At 8 o'clock in the morning, you have completely depleted your chakra and ceased any further refinement. Now, you intend to venture out to investigate the arrangements of the roots beyond the Uchiha clan's territory. Thus, as per your usual routine, you set out for a morning jog around the clan grounds. At 9 in the morning, you traverse the village. And aside from a few ninjas returning home after completing their missions, you encountered no anomalies. At 10 o'clock in the morning, after sprinting 10 laps around the clan's territory, you began to feel fatigued and returned to the snack street within the clan to have breakfast. In a moment of distraction, you spotted Uchiha Kirin leading a group in pursuit of a dog. Employing the same tactic as before, you struck the back of your opponent with a pebble, then flashed a gesture of international friendship. Leveraging your superior speed, you lured him into a deserted alley. You hurled a large river stone, shattering Uchiha Kirin's pristine white tooth. And seizing the moment of his bewilderment, you forced the stone into his mouth to stifle any cries for help. You obstructed the alley's entrance. Striking Uchiha Kirin with a bamboo pole as he attempted at 11 in the morning, you continued to run around the clan grounds. At this moment, more and more Uchiha ninjas return from their missions, yet none seem to notice this peculiar occurrence. At noon, it is rather peculiar to be running, to prevent any suspicion. You brought over a small stool and sat by the Nashi River to commence fishing. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you kindle a fire, simultaneously grilling fish while angling. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you took a bite of the grilled fish, only to discover it lacked seasoning. The number of Uchiha ninjas returning to the clan's territory dwindled, and in that moment, you realized that the impending moment was drawing near. At 3 in the afternoon, after your patient wait, at last, a fish takes the bait. You observe 2 or 3 individuals, dressed as merchants and carrying briefcases, standing on the opposite bank, gesturing as if discussing grand matters. This is a familiar fishing spot for you, chosen precisely for its tranquility, as it is seldom frequented by the Uchiha clan. However, the sudden appearance of these 3 merchants, unaccompanied by guards in this remote wilderness, suggests they are far from ordinary. After their conversation, they fix their gaze upon you. You merely stick out your tongue at them and continue to dig for worms in the soil. Noticing your innocence, they dismiss you. After all, you are merely a child of 3, not even half the average admission age at the Ninja Academy, and what threat could a child playing in the mud possibly pose? At 4 in the afternoon, 3 individuals on the opposite bank dispersed. One of them, positioned closer to you, was diligently using a small spade to carve the earth into peculiar shapes. Observing this, you called out to the trio across the river, but they remained indifferent, which intensified your suspicions. Thus, you clumsily swam across the river and approached one of them, loudly inquiring about his name and the reason for digging near the Uchiha clan's territory. In response, he seized your collar and berated you, instructing you to leave. However, at that moment, your attention was drawn to his briefcase. Feigning fear, you subtly stepped back while inching your body closer to the suitcase. The individual engaged in excavation paused briefly, pressing his index and middle fingers together against his forehead. You keenly sensed a wave of energy sweep through your body, further confirming your suspicion that he was either a member of the Umbu or a root ninja. Fortunately, you had already exhausted your chakra reserves, and he failed to detect the almost adult strength concealed beneath your youthful exterior, nor did he uncover the thoughts hidden within your mind. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, you stood beside your opponent, occasionally provoking them with taunts, which they had come to expect. This was precisely the outcome you desired. After digging the earth, the ninja before you sheathed a shovel and clapped his hands, signaling his equally prepared companions on either side with a glance before commencing the hand signs. At that moment, you suddenly surged forward with a speed unfathomable to a mere 3-year-old, dashing towards the suitcase, while rapidly circulating your chakra to extract a modicum of energy for battle. Your ebony pupils transformed into a blood-red hue as a spinning tomo emerged. Your opponent noticed your actions but was unable to halt the formation of their signs, seemingly bound by an unseen force that interconnected these ninjas, rendering them incapable of retreat during this critical moment. However, the might of a ninja should not be underestimated. Though they could not free their hands, their feet were unrestrained. They swiftly aimed a kick toward your trajectory, and should you continue your advance, the chakra-infused kick would surely shatter your bones. In desperation, you hurled a few shurikens at their vital points, yet your adversary stood firm, absorbing your onslaught with their body. Utilizing the dynamic vision of your Sharingan and the enhanced reflexes it bestowed, you endured a grievous blow to your left abdomen, but forcefully grasped the suitcase. At that instant, your opponent completed their hand signs. However, you did not wait for their counterattack. Instead, you swiftly drew a kunai and slid it across your neck. Choosing to end your own life, you have perished. Simulation concluded. Settlement rewards in progress. Through a systematic evaluation of both party strengths. In this simulation, The holder endeavored to sabotage the roots by employing a barrier to seal off the clan's territory. However, due to insufficient strength, they merely caused a minor disruption to the roots and ultimately failed to evade the fate of death. The comprehensive results are deemed to be a valiant effort. Rewards have been settled. The holder may select 2 rewards from the following 3 options. 1. An additional simulation attempt. 2. A grilled fish. 3. A suitcase belonging to a root ninja. Did you not draw the technique of the 3 bodies? What a pity. Gazing at the rewards before him, Uchiha Kirin let out a soft sigh. Fortunately, he had not returned empty-handed, for he had at least acquired the suitcase from the ninja. Given that the root ninja had entrusted it for separate storage, the contents within must surely be extraordinary. With a mere thought, Uchiha Kirin claimed the 1st and 3rd rewards. To his surprise, they were directly placed into his storage space, a truly considerate feature. As he retrieved the suitcase from the storage space and set it upon his lap, he noticed a thin layer of chakra enveloping it. Is this a seal? A twinge of disappointment washed over Uchiha Kirin. He hesitated to recklessly open the suitcase in reality, not only fearing the potential damage to its contents, but also apprehensive about the unforeseen consequences that might arise from triggering something imbued with the chakra of a root ninja. Perhaps it would be wiser to first collect his spoils. Detection of the demise of the hunting target. Extracting 2 items of utmost value. 1. 5 points of strength attribute. 2. 12 detonating talismans. The talismans arrived most opportunely. After collecting the spoils, Uchiha Kirin sensed the enhancement of his internal muscular strength and opened the attributes panel. Simulator holder. Uchiha Kirin strength, 15 to 20 speed, 12 endurance, 7 spirit, 33 chakra, 100 pupil power, 1010 attributes, fire, wind, water. Shadow bloodline limit, Sharingan, single tomo, combat skills, fundamental hand-to-hand combat, mastery of shuriken techniques, chakra refinement techniques, basic Uchiha swordsmanship. The strength has indeed augmented. Since one dares not to unveil it in reality, why not activate it within the simulation? Uchiha Kirin retrieves 2 explosive tags from his storage space, placing them upon the box, and subsequently lightly touches the panel. Forgive me, Uchiha Gongon. The simulation has commenced. At 1 o'clock in the morning, you resolve to unlock the chest seized from the ninja at its source. However, despite exerting all your strength and even employing kunai to infuse your chakra into the mechanism, you merely succeed in damaging the combination lock, utterly failing to breach the chakra seal. At 2 o'clock in the morning, gazing at the 2 detonating talismans placed nearby, a daring idea ignited within your heart. You lifted the box, took the talismans, and, relying on your extraordinary physical prowess, leaped through the window. At 3 in the morning, you arrived at the doorstep of the Uchiha gang and residence. This branch of the Uchiha clan is not renowned for its ninja lineage. Rather, it has been engaged in commerce for generations and resides within its ancestral grounds. Consequently, there are no barriers or guards to impede your entry, allowing you to slip inside with ease. At 4 in the morning, you carefully positioned the explosive tags and the box beneath the windowsill of Uchiha Gangen's bedroom, retreating beyond the blast radius. With precision, you launched a kunai imbued with chakra to trigger the explosive tag. Simultaneously, you activated your Sharingan to enhance your dynamic vision, keenly observing the details as the box was obliterated. The explosive tag detonated successfully, shattering the visible chakra seals, yet the iron safe remained intact. Moments later, the second explosive tag detonated, causing the iron safe to splinter apart. In slow motion through your Sharingan, you glimpsed a bottle and a large scroll within the box. However, concealed beneath was another layer of chakra runes, which detonated under your forceful assault, unleashing an explosion tenfold greater than that of the explosive tag, leveling the Uchiha Gongon household. You perished. Simulation concluded. This simulation assessment has been deemed a complete failure. Indeed, it has turned into an utter debacle. Observing this simulation that has concluded before it even commenced, Uchiha Kirin helplessly cradled his head in despair, subsequently waving his hand to retract the box and explosive tags back into the system space. Judging by the outcome of the simulation, it appears that those lacking knowledge in sealing techniques are utterly incapable of unlocking this box. Assistant, might I inquire whether rewards can be obtained from this failure? Given the circumstances, Uchiha Kirin had no choice but to muster his courage and ask, for the night of the clan's annihilation looms just a day away, and any opportunity to gain strength, no matter how meager, should be seized. Even in a seemingly hopeless situation, the holder can still receive a reward, albeit only by choosing one from 2 options. Your rewards have been granted. 1. Simulation attempts 1-2. The sensation of being propelled into the air during an explosion. Never mind, it is sufficient to simply add 1 to the simulation attempts. Uchiha Kirin is certainly not one to indulge in masochism. The Sharingan, among other abilities, can be activated opportunely within simulations. There is no need to endure suffering in reality. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kirin also accessed the loot system for further examination. As anticipated, utilizing self-detonation techniques to eliminate targets likewise yields rewards. Detection of the demise of the hunting target. Extract 2 pieces of loot according to the highest value. 1. A scroll of the body flicker technique. 2. An increase of 3 points in strength attributes. Sensing the slight augmentation of power within, Uchiha Kirin withdrew the scroll of the body flicker technique and perused its contents briefly before returning it to the system space. System. Why do I feel that the rewards from the loot function are becoming increasingly meager? Observing the mere 3-point increase in strength, coupled with the evident inferiority of the body flicker technique scroll compared to the water chakra he had initially acquired, Uchiha Kirin could no longer suppress his curiosity and voiced his concerns. Repeatedly utilizing the loot system to designate an individual as a target will result in diminishing rewards. A gentle reminder from the little assistant, resorting to shortcuts is unwise. One must concentrate their efforts on genuine endeavors. Shortcuts? I merely wish to survive. Very well. I shall accept the words of artificial intelligence. Uchiha Kirin, lost in thought, once more retrieved the suitcase from the system space. And this time he grasped all 12 explosive tags in his hand as well. The simulation begins. The target for elimination has been designated as Uchiha Oben. At 1 o'clock in the morning, after enduring a fierce internal struggle, you regroup and devise a plan to hunt down the ninja responsible for setting the barrier. You conceal the suitcase and explosive talismans beneath your bed, then lie down and drift off to sleep. At 10 in the morning, you rose only after Grandma Xuan had set out to visit her friends, as she did routinely. In the courtyard, you found a wicker basket, in which you placed your suitcase, covering it with a white cloth. With a talisman for detonation in your possession, you left the courtyard. On your way, you entered a grocery store and calmly purchased several boxes of matches. At 11 in the morning, having just finished your lunch, you encounter Uchiha Gangan once more, who challenges you to a duel. However, in this instance, your mood is quite pleasant. You deliver a series of swift punches to Uchiha Gangan's face, reducing him to a state akin to that of a battered pig. You firmly plant your foot upon his head and issue a stern warning. He is not to appear within your line of sight again, lest he be met with further retribution. Moreover, considering he cannot even best a 3-year-old child, it would be wise for him to reconsider his aspirations of becoming a ninja. As the sound of his shattered dreams reverberates in the air, you depart, leaving behind a solitary and dignified silhouette. At noon, with the sun at its zenith, the majority of the Uchiha clan members lacked the inclination to linger in the streets, instead retreating to their homes for a midday respite. The streets within the clan's territory were left with only the relaxed members of the security team meandering about. You stealthily entered the deserted training grounds, casually practicing the art of the 3 techniques, finding a certain ease in executing both the transformation technique and the shadow clone technique. After exhausting your chakra, you nibbled on a large meat skewer as you ambled to your usual fishing spot, concealing your suitcase behind a sturdy willow tree, ensuring that no root ninjas had yet arrived in the vicinity to set up their arrangements. At precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after ensuring that no traces of root ninjas were present in your vicinity, you meticulously detached the heads of the matchsticks and, mingling them with the clay by the riverside, crushed the mixture before evenly coating several shuriken and kunai with it. While allowing the shuriken to dry, you affixed 12 explosive tags onto your suitcase, delicately layering a thin coat of mud over the tags. This method was devised to ensure that, despite lacking any chakra within your body to avoid arousing the suspicion of the root ninjas, you still retained the capability to ignite the explosive tags. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you carefully stow away the completed kunai and shuriken before taking a seat on a stone, setting up your fishing rod to commence fishing. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after your patient wait, several root ninjas disguised as merchants arrived as scheduled. You deliberately stuck out your tongue and made faces during their conversation, akin to a neglected child striving to attract the attention of adults through playful antics. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, one individual pressed their index and middle fingers together against their forehead, sending a ripple of energy through your body. However, you had already depleted your chakra reserves. The 3 root ninjas, convinced of your insignificance as an ordinary child, paid no heed to your subsequent actions. They dispersed, each carefully wielding a small shovel to excavate the earth. After a fervent outcry, it seemed they gradually acclimated to your presence. Seizing the opportunity, you swiftly dashed beneath the grand willow tree concealing the box and began to extract your chakra with great urgency. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, just as the 3 ninjas were on the verge of completing the excavation of a special groove in the ground, you came rushing towards them, your feet splashing through the water and a dusty yellow box clutched in your hands. One of them furrowed his brow, for he sensed his own chakra emanating from the box you held. You infused chakra into your feet, sprinting wildly while shouting, "Whose box is this?" The several Umbu ninjas hurled shurikens and kunai at you. Yet, perhaps out of fear of alarming the prey, none unleashed any ninjutsu. Seizing this opportunity, you activated your Sharingan, using your formidable dynamic vision and mastery of shuriken throwing techniques to either block or evade the incoming projectiles. With the keen observation afforded by the Sharingan, you discerned a hint of bewilderment in the expression of the root ninja standing in the center, a stark contrast to the demeanor of the other 2. Despite the rigorous emotional training undergone by the root, this fleeting micro-expression was nonetheless captured by your Sharingan. You concluded that the ceiling on the box must have been set by this individual. Thus, you deliberately tossed the box towards another root ninja. However, at that moment, a bolt of lightning struck your back. The 3rd root ninja had unleashed a ninjutsu against you. Wounded gravely, you heard one of them shout the codename Yama to his companions. In a haze of consciousness, you forced your Sharingan to awaken, realizing that Yama was indeed the codename of the man in the center before darkness enveloped you. At 9 o'clock in the evening, you have not perished. Rather, you awaken in a pitch-black chamber. A pair of blood-red eyes emerges from the darkness, followed closely by an elderly man, his body swathed in bandages. As the Sharingan before you morphs into the shape of shurikens, you recognize him as the architect of the tragic night that led to the annihilation of your clan. His presence here unequivocally signifies the complete obliteration of the Uchiha clan. You attempt to spit in his face, but your abdomen receives a heavy blow instead. Two masked ninjas step forth from the shadows, commencing a relentless beating while demanding the name of the mastermind behind it all. After all, to cultivate a mere 3-year-old who awakens the Sharingan, only to treat him as a disposable asset in a long-conceived operation to undermine the roots, reflects a level of power and audacity that no insignificant organization could ever hope to achieve. Moreover, the suitcase in your possession, identical to the one held by the root ninja codenamed Mountain, presents an enormous enigma. At 10 o'clock in the evening, under the relentless interrogation, your body is battered and bruised. Uchiha Itachi sits beside you, unmoved, while Danzo leans on his cane, lost in thought. Once again, you speak the truth. The mastermind is none other than yourself, yet no one believes you. You are hoisted onto an elevator, subjected to electric shocks that leave you incontinent. And it is only when your consciousness starts to fade that the torment ceases. Danzo casts a complex look towards Uchiha Itachi, but Itachi remains indifferent. A medical ninja enters to administer treatment to you. At 11 o'clock in the evening, you have consistently spoken the truth. However, it is a lamentable reality that no one believes you. The merciless interrogation unfolds gradually, as your skin is meticulously torn away and then reattached. Your fingers are repeatedly snapped and rejoined with bamboo skewers, and your limbs are severed time and again with dull blades, only to be crudely reconnected through primitive medical techniques. After enduring such torment, you have irrevocably lost the semblance of humanity, yet you persist in this world, grotesquely alive, solely because those present have failed to extract a satisfactory answer from your lips. Each time you succumb to unconsciousness under the strain of the interrogation, you are violently revived through crude medical interventions that drain your life force. Detection of the holder successfully overcoming a deadlock. In order to conserve the simulator's energy, the precision of the simulation has been altered to 1 day. Can this be considered a form of existence? It is only at this moment that Uchiha Kirin realizes the irony and absurdity of the simulator's prompt. Strength, whether in the simulation or in the reality of Uchiha Kirin. At this instant, the yearning for power has ascended to an infinite realm. The following day, under the relentless torment of an inhumane nature, a surge of warmth flooded your eyes. However, this very warmth drained the last vestiges of your vitality. In your final moments, with your recently awakened double Tomo Sharingan fixated intently on Itachi Uchiha, you vowed to exact 100-fold cruelty upon him, to slay all those present, and ultimately, to devour Sasuke Uchiha alive. A jet-black flame surged toward you, and in this agonizingly slow burn, you bore witness to your once human form gradually disintegrating into ash. You perished. The simulation has concluded. In the midst of settling rewards, a comprehensive evaluation of the strengths of both parties. In this simulation, the holder gambles with great ambition, enduring inhumane suffering upon failure, cursing their adversaries even in the face of death. Their spirit is both commendable and tragic, yet they are unable to escape the clutches of their fatal destiny. The comprehensive results are determined to be the utmost effort of the Bureau. Rewards have been settled. The holder may select 2 out of the following 3 rewards. 1. An additional simulation attempt. 2. The double Mangekyou Sharingan requires the expenditure of life force to activate. 3. Amaterasu's black flames, caster, Itachi Uchiha. As he gazed at the rewards before him, Uchiha Kirin felt a rare sense of hesitation. The double Mangekyou Sharingan, activated by sacrificing one's life force, appeared to possess greater power than the ordinary variant. However, the allure of Amaterasu's black flames was equally compelling. Yet, should he choose both, he would face a delay of 1 hour before conducting another simulation. Assistant, if I opt for Amaterasu's black flames, is it possible to extract it and subsequently return it to the system space? The holder possesses the utmost authority over the items rewarded by the system, allowing for the unrestricted withdrawal or storage of any rewards. With that assurance, I shall confidently select the second and third rewards. The Amaterasu black flame has been temporarily stored within the system space. A wave of dizziness enveloped him, as an intense agony intertwined with an indomitable obsession to annihilate everything surged into Uchiha Kirin's mind. Subsequently, a torrent of warmth flooded into his eyes, causing his single Tomo Sharingan to involuntarily activate, spinning faster and faster until a new Tomo was born from within. Uchiha Kirin resembled a weary dog, clinging to the edge of the bathtub, panting heavily with his tongue lolling out. Fortunately, I had the foresight to begin bathing early. Otherwise, I would have had to wash the bedding again. The ninja world is devoid of pollution, and under the bright moonlight streaming through the window, Uchiha Kirin gazed into the reflection of his own eyes. Sure enough, a pair of orbs emanating a faint dark red glow in the darkness shone exceptionally bright. How beautiful! Even as a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kirin could not help but marvel, feeling an odd desire to extract and preserve them. It is no wonder that Danzo and Orochimaru became so infatuated. Little assistant, please also collect the spoils from this encounter. Detected that the hunting target is lightly injured. Yet the Dao heart has collapsed. According to the higher value extraction of a trophy, I have obtained the Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique Scroll. Is it not a power attribute? Even a slight increase would suffice. Nevertheless, the Great Fireball Technique is still quite acceptable. At the very least, it is not a loss. After noting it down, I can practice it independently in the simulation. Uchiha Kirin waved his hand, retrieving the scroll of the Great Fireball Technique from the system space. With his Sharingan activated, he memorized the entire ninjutsu. It seems that this time, my learning speed has significantly increased compared to before. Uchiha Kirin felt a surge of joy within, and then proceeded to open the panel to observe the changes in his attributes. Simulator Holder, Uchiha Kirin Power, 25 Speed, 15 Endurance, 10 Spirit, 125 Chakra, 1500 Eye Power, 150 Attributes, Fire, Wind, Water, Shadow Bloodline Limit, Sharingan, Double Tomo, Combat Skills, Fundamental Hand-to-Hand Combat, Proficiency in Shuiken Techniques, Chakra Refinement Techniques, Basic Uchiha Swordsmanship. Gazing at the panel before him, Uchiha Kirin could not help but nod in satisfaction. The activation of his Double Tomo Sharingan not only propelled his mental prowess to unprecedented heights but also significantly augmented his chakra capacity, while simultaneously fostering a modest enhancement in his other attributes. Uchiha Kirin pinched his firm and resilient muscles on his arms and abdomen, a look of contentment gracing his face. It is no wonder that in the narrative, upon awakening his Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke not only exhibited remarkable advancements in ninjutsu, but also achieved notable feats in taijutsu. The enhancements brought forth by the activation of the Sharingan extend far beyond mere ocular power, chakra, or dynamic vision. They holistically elevate a ninja's physical capabilities. Much like Obito, who was initially an unremarkable underachiever before awakening his Mangekyou Sharingan. He transformed into a formidable adversary capable of single-handedly cornering Kakashi and Rin during their confrontation with the elite Mist Ninja team. After experiencing the invigorating sensation of newfound strength, he meticulously examined the panel. The ability of the Double Tomo Sharingan bore a small plus sign. Uchiha Kirin scratched his head, pondering the implication that the power contained within his Sharingan was indeed more potent than that of others at the same developmental stage. It seemed that the emotional state at the moment of activation contributed to the disparity in ocular strength, he mused thoughtfully. However, he understood well that his Double Tomo could not surpass the Triple Tomo, otherwise he would have awakened the latter outright. Nonetheless, Uchiha Kirin resolved to activate his Sharingan under extreme emotional conditions, such as pushing his powers to their limits, in order to cultivate a greater ocular strength within the same stage. This approach might even facilitate the awakening of a more powerful Mangekyou Sharingan. Moreover, should he encounter an undesirable Mangekyou ability, he could always opt for a different selection. Extracting the essence while discarding the dross, that is the proper method of engaging with the simulator. Uchiha Kirin mused, by the way, my little assistant. To what extent has my strength progressed? The assistant is diligently seeking credible standards of capability for you. Search completed. The evaluation will be based on the average strength of ninjas across various levels. From weakest to strongest, the hierarchy is as follows: Ninja Academy Student, Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin. Jonin, Elite Jonin, Kage, and Super Kage. Ding. Commencing the assessment of your capabilities. Your mental fortitude distinguishes you among the lower-ranked ninjas. Your chakra volume meets the standard for this rank. The remainder of your physical attributes fall within the scope of a Ninja Academy student. Your combat skills collectively reach the level of a lower-ranked ninja. However, your practical experience remains at 0. Comprehensive evaluation. Apprentice Genin as I anticipated, despite possessing limited strength. It is noteworthy that prior to this, Uchiha Kirin had not even reached the threshold of a Ninja Academy student. Yet now, after merely a few simulations, he has elevated his prowess to the level of a Genin. Although this improvement pales in comparison to the formidable Uchiha Itachi, a being of shadow-level power, it is nonetheless a source of motivation. Adversity breeds strength. He shall not be defeated by such trivial challenges. Clarifying his own capabilities, Uchiha Kirin delves into the system space to organize the items he has acquired from these simulations: explosive tags, a suitcase, and 2 ninjutsu scrolls that had erupted from Uchiha Obito. His gaze lingers upon a particular dark flame. This was the bloodline technique utilized by Uchiha Itachi in the last simulation to bring about his demise. Yet it was mistakenly recognized by the simulator as an item he had obtained, thus appearing on the rewards list. Amaterasu's black flames. If I could wield such power, my ability to protect myself would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Uchiha Kirin chose to forego the rewards from the simulation attempts, opting to endure a 1-hour cooldown to obtain this item, motivated by this very desire. However, lacking the ocular technique Amaterasu, and without the means to freely manipulate its black flames through Kagutsuchi, he faces a grave dilemma: how to ensure he does not harm himself while wielding Amaterasu's black flames. Fortunately, Uchiha Kirin had recently revisited the Naruto series prior to his journey, and although 3 years have elapsed, his enhanced mental acuity allows these fragmented memories to reassemble into their original form. Thus, he recalls that aside from its unquenchable nature, Amaterasu possesses a hidden attribute. It can only ignite designated targets. Once the target is consumed, Amaterasu extinguishes. Moreover, if one promptly discards the portions tainted by Amaterasu, such damage can be entirely averted. Armed with this knowledge, Uchiha Kirin felt a surge of confidence. He picked up a discarded sock, waved his hand, and placed Amaterasu's black flames upon it. How scorching! Yet before the flames could wholly incinerate the sock, their intense heat compelled Uchiha Kirin to hastily toss it into a water bucket. The water within emitted a sizzle, rapidly transforming into vapor that filled the cramped bathroom. Realizing the urgency, Uchiha Kirin swiftly retracted the burning Amaterasu flames back into the system space. In less than a second, those flames had wreaked havoc upon the room. And this was merely a fraction of the black flames, certainly far from the full force of Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu. Truly, the might akin to that of the sun. It offers a glimpse into the power of top-tier ninjutsu. Concurrently, Uchiha Kirin now comprehends the extent of suffering his simulated counterpart endured at the root. After a period of practice, Uchiha Kirin has mastered the timing required to retract the Amaterasu flames back into the system space, thus acquiring a measure of self-preservation in this world. Regrettably, the simulation lacks a system space, rendering it impossible to utilize Amaterasu within that realm. Shaking his head, he dispels any negative emotions from his mind. At least he finally possesses some means of self-defense in the real world. Whoever dares approach, he shall incinerate them. Provided he can react in time and utilize the storage space, Uchiha Kirin is confident he can wield Amaterasu as if he possessed Kagutsuchi. Coupled with the dynamic vision of his double Tomo Sharingan, he believes he can deliver a lethal strike even against seasoned J-Nin, given the disparity in information. Even Uchiha Itachi should not underestimate him. After numerous simulations, Uchiha Kirin has finally gained the confidence to stand firm in the real world. This 1-hour cooldown was well worth the wait. The mountain, the root boundary ninja, between 2 and 5 this afternoon. I shall remember you at the southern edge of the He River. Observing the clock on the wall indicating 4 o'clock, Uchiha Kirin retrieves his suitcase and explosive tags. Ready to commence the next simulation. The simulation commences. The target for elimination has been designated as Root Ninja, Yam. At 4 in the morning. You have absorbed the lessons from past failures and resolved to make thorough preparations. In your room, you meticulously at 5 in the morning, you arrive by the riverbank. Extracted a spade from your backpack, and then hurried towards an uninhabited training ground after scooping up a handful of clay. At 6 o'clock in the morning, you resorted to your old methods, evenly spreading the clay across the surface of the box. You then took match heads, crushed them, and mixed them with the clay to create a volatile coating on the surfaces of your shurikens and kunai. Given the remote location of this training ground, which is seldom visited, you laid these items out, intending to utilize the morning sun to dry them. At 7 in the morning, you diligently practiced the body replacement technique in the training ground, referring to the previously noted ninjutsu scrolls. This technique allows for the engraving of transient fundamental runes on substitutes made of stone or wood, thereby generating an attractive force that facilitates swift exchanges of items. Mastering the body replacement technique proves to be significantly more challenging than the other 2 fundamental ninjutsu, and its practice enhances one's chakra control. Consequently, you concentrated your efforts on honing this particular art. At 8 in the morning, enhanced by the second awakening of the Sharingan and its elevation of your innate abilities, you have swiftly mastered the techniques of shadow clone and transformation, achieving a remarkable level of control. Simultaneously, you have also effectively learned to walk upon the surface of water and scale trees with your feet. At 9 in the morning, with the activation of your Sharingan to the second Tomo, your innate abilities were significantly enhanced. Before long, you mastered the art of running on water and the technique of inverting your body to cling to branches. Your control over chakra experienced a remarkable advancement. At 10 o'clock in the morning, after enhancing your control over chakra, you continue to practice the body substitution technique. With the assistance of the Sharingan, you have nearly mastered this technique in a remarkably short time, based on your assessment of your own speed and the velocity of the substitution. While it may not suffice to deceive Chunin in actual combat, you feel confident in dealing with Genin. Furthermore, the body substitution technique offers you another ingenious advantage, its combination with throwing techniques to augment your speed. At this moment, the shurikens and the clay on the suitcase have completely dried. At 11 in the morning, with the aid of the Sharingan, you swiftly mastered the fireball jutsu, a quintessential technique for all Uchiha ninjas. You inscribed the foundational runes of the body replacement technique upon your suitcase, simultaneously exhausting the last vestiges of chakra within you. At noon, you strap on your backpack, wiping the beads of perspiration from your brow as you stroll towards the gastronomic street within the tribal grounds. Before engaging in the imminent battle, it is essential to indulge in a hearty meal, replenishing your energy to enhance your prowess. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, having finished your lunch, you unexpectedly collide with the oblivious Uchiha Gangan. He demands that you surrender the contents of your basket for inspection, but lacking any interest in him, You deliver a sound thrashing before departing with a sense of triumph. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you arrived by the riverbank to commence fishing. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 root ninjas arrived as scheduled. You deliberately acted in a childish manner, allowing them to gradually acclimate to your presence. Thanks to the appearance of this body, no matter how outrageous your actions were, you would only be met with scolding and threats. At 4 in the afternoon, you are certain that the 3 individuals have acclimated to your presence. Concealed behind the tree, you swiftly begin to refine your chakra. Thanks to the activation of your Sharingan to the second Tomo stage, your aptitude for chakra manipulation has also been enhanced. Before long, you have gathered sufficient chakra to unleash 5 or 6 great fireballs. At 5 in the afternoon, seizing the moment when several individuals had just finished their markings on the ground, you abruptly lifted your suitcase and dashed towards one of them on the side. The 3, noticing your sudden movement, immediately hurled various ninja tools at you. However, seemingly wary of detection by the Uchiha ninja, they refrained from employing ninjutsu directly. Observing this, you chose not to throw shuriken to block their attacks, but instead launched the suitcase towards the ninja on your right while swiftly redirecting your course towards the root ninja designated as Mountain in the center. You skillfully evaded the shuriken and kunai they fired at you, only to find the root ninja labeled Mountain aiming a kick in your direction, seemingly intent on capturing you alive. At that moment, you activated the body switch technique, and under the influence of the foundational runes, you exchanged positions with the suitcase that was hurtling towards the ninja on the side. Just as the 3 root ninjas were forced to alter their strategy due to your clever maneuvering, you, amidst your descent, unleashed several specially modified shuriken and kunai from your hands. Although the majority of your shuriken were countered by the root ninjas using their own throwing techniques. Thanks to the finesse of Uchiha throwing skills, one kunai deflected off a shuriken and altered its trajectory, colliding with the suitcase. Having coated all your shuriken with a layer of red phosphorus in advance, the minuscule sparks from the metallic collision ignited it, setting off the explosive tags affixed to the suitcase's exterior. In an instant, a tremendous explosion erupted from the most secluded corner of the Uchiha clan territory, belching forth thick clouds of smoke. You, too, were rendered unconscious by the shockwave of the explosion. At 9 o'clock in the evening, you were startled awake by a sudden jolt, accompanied by rapid gasping breaths. The massive explosion you triggered outside the Uchiha clan's territory had blown a gaping hole in the incomplete barrier, while the sound of the blast drew a multitude of Uchiha ninjas. After encountering the root ninjas, a fierce battle ensued between both factions. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. Ultimately, the Uchiha clan successfully interrupted the Root's operational plans and managed to break free. The Uchiha clan was declared traitors, and the elite forces of Konoha were dispatched in pursuit. Meanwhile, you found yourself cradled in the arms of Uchiha Itachi, fleeing Konoha alongside the elder and others. At 10 o'clock in the evening, your group, burdened with children and the injured, was overtaken by the pursuing forces of Konoha. The elder, accompanied by a squad of elite shinobi, provided cover for your escape. Following a brutal battle, although the Konoha ninjas were annihilated, the elder who shielded you succumbed to grievous wounds, and several elite shinobi fell in battle. Fortunately, among the remaining members of your team, numerous Uchiha of Ch Nin and Genin rank awakened their Sharingan, resulting in a plethora of 2 Tomo and 3 Tomo eyes. You too were touched by this atmosphere of sorrow. However, you observed that despite the many evolutions of the Sharingan among the group, none had attained the Mangekyou Sharingan, suggesting that such a remarkable ability demands an exceptionally high level of talent from the Uchiha clan. At 11 o'clock in the evening, burdened with numerous children and the injured, you find yourself compelled to pause for treatment and rest after an arduous escape. However, within the Uchiha clan, those endowed with young release chakra are exceedingly rare. In your recollection, only Uchiha Izumi, whom you encountered for the first time, and the nurse from the elder's household possessed the ability to perform medical ninjutsu. Previously, the blast had left you with multiple burns across your body. While none had reached the bones, any movement now brings excruciating pain. At the stroke of midnight, a group of bounty ninjas, by some unknown means, tracked you down. Upon realizing the situation, all the injured ninjas in the team stepped forward, resolutely deciding to sacrifice their lives to cover your retreat. Among these wounded warriors were several family members and friends of other ninjas. Thus, this dwindling group witnessed the awakening and advancement of a new wave of Sharingan. Yet, not a single soul felt joy in this moment. Detected that the holder has successfully navigated through the deadlock. In order to conserve simulator energy, the precision of this simulation has been adjusted to a daily scale. The following day, with the voluntary sacrifice of this injured group of ninjas, under the leadership of Jonin Uchiha Taihuo and Uchiha Diwa, you successfully evaded the pursuit of the bounty hunters. After erasing your traces, you concealed yourselves within a mountain range to regroup and recuperate. On the third day, despite not receiving treatment for medical ninjutsu, your youthful vigor and superior physical constitution compared to your peers have enabled you to shakily take a few steps while leaning on a wooden staff. Uchiha Tetsuhan and Inahono, the only 2 Jonin in the team, took turns scouting the surrounding area. According to their reports, traces of the Konoha Umbu have already been discovered at the foot of the mountain. On the 4th day, your mobility has largely returned, and you engage in rehabilitation training in an open area. Concurrently, as there are several jonin within the team, you diligently seek their guidance on methods for controlling chakra, striving to enhance your abilities as much as possible within the limited time available. On the 5th day, as dawn broke, Uchiha Tetsu and the vigilant ninjas awakened you. It was revealed that Uchiha Ina had encountered misfortune during a reconnaissance mission and was discovered by the Umbu. In a selfless act to shield you from their search, he drew the attention of the Umbu away, sacrificing himself as bait to secure your escape. Since you were now able to walk unaided, you unveiled your double Tomo Sharingan, choosing to rely on your own strength to move forward, so as not to burden those tending to the injured and the children. As evening approached, although you had temporarily evaded the pursuit of the Umbu, you found yourselves in the midst of an expansive plain, a terrain devoid of any hiding places. Consequently, you pressed on, summoning all your resolve to cover as much ground as possible. By late at night, several lower-ranked ninjas could no longer keep pace and fell behind, prompting the group to halt and rest. Day 6 before the dawn had fully broken, the sounds of combat could be heard emanating from the makeshift grass hut. Through the gaps in the thatched roof, you witnessed 5 ragged bounty ninjas engaging in fierce battle with Uchiha Te and the remaining middle-ranked ninjas of his team. In terms of strength, although Uchiha Te outclassed any individual bounty ninja and could simultaneously subdue 2 of them, the bounty ninjas were no mere pushovers. Each possessed the prowess of a J-nin. Their coordinated efforts effectively overwhelmed Uchiha Te and the remaining middle-ranked ninjas, forcing them into a retreat. You recognized that this was the last bastion of strength within the team. Aside from yourself, the hut housed only a few injured lower-ranked ninjas, children barely of school age, and ordinary individuals who, merely by virtue of being part of the Uchiha clan, were hunted relentlessly. You understood that rousing the lower-ranked ninjas would only complicate matters. Given the dire situation, you resolved to be the final pivot upon which victory would rest. Activating your double Tomo Sharingan, you concentrated all your mental and ocular energy to unleash a pure mental assault, momentarily hindering the bounty ninjas. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Te seized the opportunity to sever the carotid artery of one adversary, resulting in the death of a bounty ninja and shifting the scales of victory toward the Uchiha. At the cost of 3 middle-ranked ninjas, your group ultimately eliminated the last bounty ninja who sought to flee. Upon reflection, your team now consisted of 1 injured J-nin, 2 wounded middle-ranked ninjas, 5 lower-ranked ninjas, and 2 clan members who had inadvertently awakened their Sharingan in the heat of battle, alongside yourself, totaling 11 individuals capable of combat. With elite combat strength diminished and ordinary fighters scarce, it became painfully clear that safeguarding the 100-strong group from Konoha's pursuit and the bounty ninja's onslaught was an insurmountable challenge. Faced with such odds, it seemed more prudent to sacrifice your lives in a desperate struggle against the Umbu of Konoha. Uchiha Te, resolute in his intent, decided to conduct an emergency training session on the utilization of Sharingan for you and the 2 newly awakened Uchiha. He imparted the methods of the observation, copy, and illusion eyes before leading the remaining middle and lower-ranked ninjas back in the direction from whence you came. Meanwhile, you 3 continued onward across the desolate expanse with the non-combatant clan members in tow. Due to your swift grasp of the fundamental techniques of the Sharingan and your possession of the double Tomo, you were chosen as the captain by the 2 newly awakened clan members. On the 7th day, you continued your journey, guided by the map left behind by Uchiha Ironfire. Although you encountered several attacks from wild wolves and even tigers along the way, you and the 2 newly awakened Uchiha clan members managed to successfully navigate through the perils of the wilderness. As dusk settled, exhaustion enveloped you all. Yet a gorge appeared before you. According to the map, once you traversed this gorge, you would step onto the land of lightning. With the protection of the rakeage, perhaps you could momentarily escape your dire straits. However, at that moment, a tall, slender figure obstructed your path. This person was well known to you. In fact, every Uchiha clan member recognized him. He was Uchiha Itachi. Upon seeing him, all clan members except you displayed expressions of desperate relief, unaware that this savior was, in fact, a harbinger of death. The instant you encountered Uchiha Itachi, you and the other 2 clan members were drawn into the realm of Tsukuyumi, despite all of you having activated your Sharingan. Within the confines of the Tsukuyumi, the 2 recently awakened clan members succumbed to despair in a short time. When it was your turn, however, the experience was starkly different. Regardless of Itachi's relentless interrogation, you maintained a singular resolve to muster every ounce of strength and launch a desperate counterattack. You endeavored to combat his Mangekyou Sharingan with your own double Tomo Sharingan. Yet your efforts proved futile. You perished. Yet amidst the chaos, there were survivors. A ninja squad carrying a child managed to escape. And after the demise of all its members, the last child was cast into the river. Fortunately, this child was adopted by an elderly couple from the land of rivers. Simulation concluded. In the process of settling rewards, systematic evaluation of the strengths of both parties. In this simulation, the holder, fully aware of their impending defeat, fought valiantly to the bitter end, clinging to the faint hope of preserving the last ember of the Uchiha clan. The comprehensive results have determined a life and death situation. The rewards have been settled. The holder may select 5 rewards from the following 7 options. 1. Additional simulation attempts 3-2. Enhanced chakra control 3. Mastery of the 3 Tomo Sharingan techniques, including the observation eye, copying eye, and illusion eye 4. Body technique, including insights and practical skills 5. Great fireball technique, including insights and practical skills 6. Breath concealment, special 7. Memories within the Tsukuyomi space, gazing at the opulent rewards panel before him. Uchiha Kirin found himself still ensnared in the recent simulation experience. After several minutes of labored breathing, he finally composed himself to inspect the rewards. However, upon seeing the reward of 3 additional simulation attempts, he was left somewhat bewildered. System. Is it not customary to receive a single simulation point upon the conclusion of a simulation? Why has this time granted me 3? To resolve his inner quandary, Uchiha Kirin summoned his assistant. Ding. Based on the holder's performance in the simulation, the simulator will offer rewards of varying levels. Uchiha Kirin nodded thoughtfully. But I previously received a life and death level evaluation. In that time, I only received 1 simulation point. Ding. Reward levels cannot be precisely delineated to reflect the holder's performance. Thus, within the same level, additional simulation points will be awarded, alongside the extraction of certain special hidden rewards as compensation. Understanding dawned upon him. So, the 6th reward, breath concealment, was a hidden reward for my commendable performance in the simulation? Ding. Indeed. It is suggested that the holder first claim breath concealment. This function can be utilized during simulations. Considering the assistant's suggestion, Uchiha Kirin scratched his head. Breath concealment, a term not difficult to comprehend, signifies the ability to counteract the reconnaissance capabilities of numerous ninjas. However, he had not anticipated that this ability could also be employed within a simulation. Yet, the specifics of its capabilities remain to be discovered. Resolute, Uchiha Kirin decided to select options 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. Soon, he felt an invisible membrane enveloping his body as knowledge regarding ninjutsu was infused into his mind. And the physical memory of chakra seemed to merge seamlessly within him as if he had practiced it countless times. At that moment, Uchiha Kirin comprehended the precise effect of breath concealment. It enabled him to perfectly mask all unusual fluctuations emanating from his chakra, presence, ocular power, and mental energy. From this moment onward, regardless of whether it was the Byakugan, Sharingan, or Kagura's hard eye, his prowess would appear indistinguishable from that of a mere 3-year-old child in the eyes of any perceptive ninja. However, this effect bore limitations. Should he exert his true strength, the effect would be nullified. Fortunately, in reality, even if Uchiha Kirin's capabilities were exposed due to training, synchronization, or lethal actions, breath concealment would fixate his displayed strength at its maximum level already exerted, ensuring that subsequent increases in power would not diminish its efficacy. In simpler terms, if Uchiha Kirin, under breath concealment, were to utilize his Genin level strength to eliminate a ninja, thereafter, his perceived power would remain at that moment of combat with the Genin. Even if he subsequently elevated his prowess to Chunin or Jonin levels, as long as he refrained from employing strength beyond that of a Genin, he would still be perceived as a Genin by sensing ninjas. Regrettably, within the simulation, this ability could only be utilized once. Nevertheless, that sufficed. Uchiha Kirin felt immensely satisfied with this newfound power. As he continued to claim rewards from the simulator, his prowess rapidly ascended from the level of a mere 3-year-old child to that of a Genin. Fortunately, Genin level strength was plentiful within Konoha, and his sudden emergence would not attract the attention of perceptive ninjas. However, as his strength further escalated, he would inevitably transition from a dim candlelight in the eyes of sensing ninjas to a bulb, and eventually, a blinding sun, until he was discovered in reality, drawing forth the specter of danger. The advent of breath concealment was, indeed, a prudent measure to preemptively address this dilemma. What of the spoils system? What became of the root ninja codenamed Mountain? Having grasped the effects of breath concealment, Uchiha Kirin was prepared to receive the spoils from this encounter. Curious about the extent of damage his self-detonation attack might inflict on this root ninja, the detection indicates that the target of this hunt has sustained minor injuries. The spoils have been randomly selected for you, with a speed attribute of 23 points, despite his diligent efforts and meticulous preparations to ambush his opponent. Uchiha Kirin found himself in a precarious situation. He even risked his own demise by detonating a multitude of explosive tags alongside a sealed box of far greater power. Yet, the outcome was merely a light injury inflicted upon a root ninja. Indeed, my strength remains vastly inadequate. Is it the body flicker technique at play? In light of this, the awarded attribute points and speed seem rather fitting. Uchiha Kirin accepted the 23 points in speed, and as a result of this significant enhancement, he felt not only his limbs becoming increasingly elongated and powerful, but he could also perceive the subtle fortification of even the microscopic structures within his very nerves. Simulator holder, Uchiha Kirin strength, 25 speed, 38 endurance, 12 spirit, 135 chakra, 1800 eye power, 150 attributes, fire, wind, water, bloodline limit, Sharingan, double tomo, combat skills, fundamental hand-to-hand combat, mastery of shuriken techniques, chakra refinement techniques, basic Uchiha swordsmanship, fundamental applications of the Sharingan, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, great fireball technique. From the roots of the ninja designated by the codename Mountain, an abundant supply of attribute points was acquired, resulting in an immediate surge in Uchiha Kirin's speed attribute, elevating it to the pinnacle of his physical capabilities. Additionally, his endurance, mental acuity, and chakra reserves experienced a notable enhancement. Uchiha Kirin speculated that this improvement was significantly influenced by his choice to synchronize his chakra control and the ninjutsu practiced during the simulation. With 3 simulation points at his disposal, it signified that the subsequent 2 simulations would offer an additional option. Even the smallest fly is still meat. And considering that time in the real world continues to elapse at the commencement of each simulation, the opportunity for 2 extra choices for rewards would undoubtedly expedite his journey to greater strength. Why not seize the opportunity? After retrieving the briefcase and explosive tags, the simulation has commenced. The target for elimination has been designated as Root Ninja Yam at 4 in the morning. With ample time remaining before the arrival of the Root Ninja, you resolve to enhance your strength to the fullest extent within the limited hours. Thus, you diligently practiced your control over chakra and the art of the shadow clone technique within the confines of your room. Despite the commotion you created, the influence of your breath concealment ensured that no one took notice of your efforts. At 5 in the morning, you persist in honing your mastery over chakra control. By chance, you stumble upon a mouse nestled in the corner. With a shuriken in hand, you prepare to eliminate it, but a sudden notion strikes you. Activating your Sharingan, you lock eyes with the mouse, successfully inducing a hypnotic state. Indeed, such a creature, lacking in intellect, serves as an impeccable subject for practicing illusionary techniques. Utilizing the mouse, you repeatedly refine your hypnotic abilities endowed by the Sharingan. At 6 o'clock in the morning, you find yourself suspended upside down from the ceiling, utilizing chakra adhesion, while simultaneously commanding a multitude of mice through your Sharingan to assume various poses. You have discovered that this dual tasking training method significantly enhances your control over chakra and improves your proficiency with the Sharingan. At 7 in the morning, Granny Shiwenai knocked on your door. You swiftly closed your Sharingan and descended from the rooftop to tidy up the room, for it was time for breakfast. At 8 in the morning, after having breakfast, you packed the explosive symbols and the suitcase into your backpack. Informed Grandma Shiwenai that you would be training in the morning and fishing by the riverside in the afternoon, and then departed from the orphanage. At 9 in the morning, you arrive at a secluded training ground where grass has begun to grow upon the ground. With practiced ease, you modify your shuriken and suitcase. Meanwhile, as you allow them to dry, you adhere your chakra to a tree, hanging upside down to activate your Sharingan, utilizing your formidable dynamic vision to scour the underbrush for any small creatures that may have passed through. At 10 o'clock in the morning, while practicing chakra control and the fundamental use of the Sharingan, you successfully located over 20 mice and skillfully manipulated each one with your Sharingan. However, as you endeavored to direct their actions, you soon realized that this exertion overwhelmed your eyes, causing your ocular power to diminish rapidly. Consequently, you began to reduce the number of mice. You discovered that 6 mice represented the absolute limit of what you could adeptly control with your eyes at full capacity. It appears that the vision of a vast sea of mice you had envisioned would remain unfulfilled. At 11 in the morning, a spark of inspiration struck you, leading to the audacious decision to modify the mice. First, you instructed the rodents to regurgitate all food and saliva. Then you meticulously kneaded or rolled explosive talismans and inserted them into their mouths. Finally, you installed a trigger mechanism within their oral cavities, activated by the opening and closing of their mouths. Thus, these 6 mice became equivalent to 6 highly concealed, autonomous explosives. The ingenuity of employing mice in combat is likely unparalleled even among the proud Uchiha clan. However, you are acutely aware that arrogance alone cannot ensure one's survival. At noon, you ventured to the commercial street for lunch, feigning the role of a dutiful child procuring items for your family. In a discreet manner, you gathered the necessary components for your transformation from various grocery stores. Just as you concluded your shopping and were about to return to the training grounds with a small cloth bag in hand, you unexpectedly encountered Uchiha Gaban, who obstructed your path. Uchiha Gangan demanded that you surrender the cloth bag as a form of protection fee. In a swift motion, you delivered a punch that shattered his nose, leaving only the striking silhouette of your retreating figure. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, having finally completed the transformation of several mice, you hastily packed everything into your backpack and trotted to the riverside for fishing. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you meticulously arranged to cast 6 mice across to the opposite shore, skillfully directing them to excavate burrows and bury themselves in the earth. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 root ninjas arrived as scheduled. You feigned the act of digging for earthworms beside a large tree, when one of the root ninjas unleashed a reconnaissance ninjutsu wave. It swept past your body without detecting any chakra fluctuations. The 3 ninjas began to excavate the earth, while you donned a straw hat to shield your eyes and commenced fishing. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, under your guidance, a mouse stealthily emerged from behind 3 root ninjas, making its way towards the exposed hook of the ninja known as Yam. However, the seasoned root operative swiftly detected the malevolent intentions of the mouse and hurled a shuriken, striking it down. A pang of anxiety gripped your heart, But fortunately, the mouse was not a summoned beast and bore no chakra, and the root ninja remained oblivious to the concealed mechanism within the mouse's mouth. You noted that despite having its throat severed by the shuriken, the mouse still clung to life, prompting you to seize the moment and act immediately. You deftly extracted chakra and launched a colossal fireball across the river to strike the three adversaries on the opposite bank. The seasoned root ninja immediately countered with shurikens and kunai, while one unleashed lightning release, another utilized earth release, and the last summoned water release, merging their techniques into a formidable composite ninjutsu that effortlessly extinguished your fireball, transforming it into a turbulent flow of mud and lightning racing towards you. Unbeknownst to them, you had memorized their hand seals through the Sharingan. As you activated its power, a sudden explosion of flames erupted behind the three ninjas. It was the mouse you controlled that detonated the explosive tag it had been harboring before its demise. The three root ninjas evaded the blast using body flicker technique, breaking the composite ninjutsu in the process. You hastily employed a substitution technique to switch places with the thrown shuriken, narrowly escaping the lethal attack. Your gaze fell upon the ninja identified as Yam, whose clothing was torn, revealing a bloody back, a clear indication of injury from the explosive tag. Unrelenting, you took advantage of the smoke generated by the explosion to command the remaining 5 modified mice, while also affixing the few remaining explosive tags to a kunai, launching it alongside multiple shurikens towards the enemy, creating a pincer movement. The successive explosions rapidly enveloped the three ninjas in a shroud of smoke, boosting your confidence. In a swift motion, you cast a suitcase into the fray and unleashed another fireball, detonating the suitcase midair. The violent explosion sent shockwaves that knocked you down. But the adversaries, being closer to the suitcase, would surely suffer greater harm. For the moment, the three root ninjas were suppressed, yet their escape remained imminent. Undeterred, you retrieved a small vial filled with flammable liquid collected from a lighter, tossing it into the air before scattering a handful of shurikens to shatter it. Seizing the opportunity, you unleashed the fireball technique once more, rapidly igniting a vast sea of flames amidst the smoke. You caught fleeting glimpses of frantic figures and heard the anguished cries emanating from within the inferno. Even the mightiest of ninjas are not invulnerable. Intelligence is paramount in battle. And even the most formidable of shadow-level ninjas could fall victim to a mere infant. After 3 relentless assaults, your energy waned, and you leaned against a tree, trembling. Just then, 2 charred figures emerged from the fiery abyss, their bodies marred and bloodied. Summoning all your strength, you activated the Sharingan in an attempt to control your foes. But it only rendered one sluggish for a brief moment. The other, meanwhile, completed the necessary hand seals and unleashed a bolt of lightning aimed at you. Depleted of strength, you found yourself unable to move, resigning to your fate. Fortunately, a towering figure appeared before you, revealing itself to be Uchiha Inhibie, who effortlessly dispelled the lightning release merely by channeling chakra into his arm. Following closely, a large contingent of Uchiha police members emerged behind you, including Uchiha Izumi, a rare medical ninja in the clan. She promptly placed a soldier pill into your mouth and utilized her unique healing chakra to restore your vitality. Once your strength was somewhat replenished, you immediately informed the assembled group of the Umbu's plan to ambush the Uchiha clan. In their shock, several swift ninjas were dispatched to relay the message to the clan's higher-ups. Simultaneously, Uchiha Inhibie dispatched 2 root ninjas to their demise. Just then, flames and smoke erupted from various locations along the perimeter of the Uchiha clan territory. As the root barrier ninjas realized their plot had been exposed and were compelled to engage in combat with the Uchiha clan, time was of the essence. You had no opportunity to explain further as a ninja from behind scooped you up, leading you towards the gates of Konoha under Uchiha Inhibie's command. Meanwhile, in other areas of the clan territory, the Uchiha, having vanquished the root ninjas, swiftly dispersed in various directions with their children. It appeared they were not oblivious to Konoha's intentions. The police force was largely composed of hawkish Uchiha members, long oppressed by Konoha, with the clan leader being a coward. The collective frustration had reached a boiling point. Now that evidence had surfaced, there was no time for contemplation, and all-out confrontation with Konoha was imminent. A far more favorable outcome than a slow demise. At 5 in the afternoon, following a fierce battle with the arriving Umbu, your team converged with 2 others, Uchiha Ina and Uchiha Te, alongside the clan's esteemed elder. Although the prowess of these 3 ninjas did not reach the level of a Kage, they were nonetheless formidable elite Jonin, united in their efforts. Complemented by the cooperation of other Jonin and the enhancements provided by the Sharingan, the combined strength was insurmountable for Konoha's Umbu and the reinforcements from various clans, especially given that other teams were diverting the Umbu's attention by breaking through in different directions. Simultaneously, with the aid of medical ninjutsu and soldier pills, you regained your mobility and were assigned to the heart of the team, tasked with safeguarding the defenseless civilians and children. At 6 o'clock in the evening, after enduring considerable losses among the ninjas, you finally arrived at the main gate of Konoha, only to be confronted by a silver-haired ninja. This individual was none other than Kakashi, renowned as the technician of Konoha, utilizing his Sharingan with 3 Tomo and the lightning cutter. He possessed remarkable speed and a high resistance to the Sharingan, making it exceedingly difficult to subdue him. even when the Elder and Uchiha Tei joined forces with Inazuma. However, the Uchiha clan was not to be underestimated. With the cooperation of several jonin, they gradually restricted Kakashi's movement, ultimately trapping him in a barrier cast by a Uchiha ninja skilled in sealing techniques, yet seemingly influenced by Obito's eye. You refrained from delivering a finishing blow to Kakashi and instead surged towards the gates of Konoha. At that moment, a series of violent explosions erupted from the back mountains of Konoha, where the fire techniques unleashed by the Uchiha were suppressed by a multitude of fireballs cast by Konoha ninjas. A green-skinned figure was astonishingly able to contend against a team of elite Uchiha without faltering. You realized that you had underestimated the strength of Konoha. Even without the involvement of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, the Uchiha clan's attempt to break through had become exceedingly challenging. At 7 o'clock in the evening, under the command of the Great Elder, the Uchiha ninjas simultaneously unleashed their jutsu, finally breaching the protective barrier of Konoha. However, this victory came at an exorbitant cost. The rear of their formation was swiftly overtaken by Konoha's Umbu, a relentless cadre of merciless assassins. Their initial targets were not the Uchiha ninjas but rather the defenseless Uchiha civilians and children. Many Uchiha, consumed by rage, activated their Sharingan. Yet a greater number remained at the second or third Tomo stage, including yourself, as it appeared that attaining the third Tomo was no simple feat. In a moment of desperation, you resorted to your previous tactics, deploying self-destructing rodents captured along the way to eliminate several Umbu operatives. However, the excessive expenditure of chakra left you fatigued, and you tragically fell victim to a Doton technique, crushed into a mere pancake of flesh. You met your demise. Simulation concluded. In the process of settling rewards, through a systematic evaluation of both party strengths. In this simulation, the holders skillfully employed ocular techniques, achieving great success against 3ch Nin in solitary combat. However, fate is capricious. The demise of the weaker one stirs not a ripple. The comprehensive result is determined to be a life and death situation. The rewards have been settled. The holder may select 5 rewards from the following 7 options. 1. Additional simulation attempt 2. Enhancement of Sharingan application techniques, encompassing exercises in combat within the simulation 3. Improvement of chakra manipulation techniques, including training and battles within the simulation 4. Great Fire Barrier, B-rank barrier technique, replicated by the double Tomo Sharingan. 5. Lightning Thousand Needles, C-rank lightning release technique, replicated by the double Tomo Sharingan. 6. Earth Flow, B-rank earth release technique, replicated by the double Tomo Sharingan. 7. Water Chaos Wave, C-rank water release technique, replicated by the double Tomo Sharingan. Has he failed again? For him, time is the most elusive resource, both in the tangible world and within the simulation. He desperately needs time to transform his potential and gains into tangible strength. Regrettably, he has merely half a day remaining in reality, and his instances of surviving beyond 3 days in the simulation are scant. Not to mention that most of the time is spent in flight. With his subpar physicality, he cannot even engage in combat, let alone seize opportunities for training and enhancement. Furthermore, once the simulation commences, time does not stand still. It continues its slow march in the real world. Uchiha Kirin shook his head, diverting his focus away from the success or failure of the simulation, and began to examine the rewards he had earned. Out of the 7 rewards, it appeared he had performed satisfactorily, as 4 of these rewards were ninjutsu techniques he had replicated with his Sharingan during the simulation. The reputation of the copying eye is indeed well-deserved. No wonder Kakashi is hailed as the copy ninja. He decided to first claim the 4th reward, the Great Fire Barrier. As it is a barrier technique, a rare gem among ninjutsu, even more so than sealing techniques. How frustrating. Why is it so unclear? I cannot discern the chakra flow. Sighing, he recalled the Uchiha ninja in his memory successfully executing the Great Fire Barrier, conjuring a massive wall of flames that ensnared Kakashi within. In reality, however, Uchiha Kirin furrowed his brow, for although he had observed every step of the technique's release, many critical details were shrouded in ambiguity. Some runes were indistinct, while others were obscured by the flowing chakra. Could it be that the power of the double Tomo Sharingan is insufficient, leading to an incomplete replication of the ninjutsu? Missing several crucial details? Gazing at the hazy steps of the technique in his mind, Uchiha Kirin lamented his miscalculation. It seems that even the 3 Tomo Sharingan cannot achieve a perfect replication rate. The reason Kakashi is known as the copy ninja perhaps lies in the fact that Obito's eye is, in truth, a Mangekyou Sharingan. Even without activating the Mangekyou, its ocular prowess far surpasses that of an ordinary 3 Tomo Sharingan, allowing for flawless replication of ninjutsu. Otherwise, every 3 Tomo Uchiha could replicate techniques as Kakashi does. However, just because replicating B-rank ninjutsu proves arduous with the double Tomo does not preclude the possibility of replicating C-rank techniques. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Uchiha Kirin resolutely decided to claim the reward of Water Release, Water Chaos Wave, with a thought. The actions of the ninja performing Water Chaos Wave were meticulously deconstructed and stored in his mind, step by step. This time, there was no complexity or obscurity akin to that encountered while claiming the Great Fire Barrier. Uchiha Kirin swiftly reconstructed the release process of water chaos wave in his mind. From hand seals to the flow of chakra. Water release. Water chaos wave, Uchiha Kirin murmured softly as his hands danced through the seals. Gently extracting a thread of chakra from within, he directed it toward the water bucket before him. As expected, a small splash of water erupted from the bucket, striking Uchiha Kirin's outstretched palm with surprising force, leaving him momentarily numb, as if he had been struck by a wooden stick. Indeed, the double Tomo Sharingan can replicate C-rank ninjutsu, but struggles with more complex B-rank techniques. Uchiha Kirin exhaled deeply, having claimed all 3 rewards, items 1, 2, and 3. As he felt the surge of chakra within him, becoming more obedient, a warm current flowed into his Sharingan, subtly instigating a transformation. Little assistant, please help me claim the spoils as well. The detection indicates that the target of this hunt is on the brink of death. Extract a piece of loot of the highest value. With an astonishing attribute of 143 points in strength, Uchiha Kirin couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. He marveled at the tenacity of this individual's life force. After suffering injuries from explosive tags, enduring the blast of an entire suitcase, and finally being seared by the oil and the great fireball technique he himself unleashed, this person remained on the brink of death. The great fireball, indeed a technique of mercy, lived up to its reputation. I shall claim this power. Upon the mere thought, a surge of immense vitality coursed through Uchiha Kirin's body, violently transforming every muscle within. His somewhat frail, youthful form was sculpted into a more defined physique. Muscles erupted from within, and even his veins seemed to expand forcibly under this overwhelming force. Simulator holder, Uchiha Kirin power, 168 speed, 38 endurance, 15 mentality, 150 chakra, 2000 eyesight, 155 attributes, fire, wind, water, shadow, bloodline limit, Sharingan, double Tomo, combat skills, fundamental hand-to-hand combat, mastery of shuriken techniques, chakra refinement techniques, basic Uchiha swordsmanship, essential usage of Sharingan, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, great fireball technique. Is this the power of a nin? Uchiha Kirin couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength while admiring his nearly flawless physique. No, it seems I have grown taller. He hurriedly dashed to the mirror and activated his Sharingan. Indeed, his trousers had become noticeably shorter, and even his loose pajamas clung to him like a second skin. How troublesome. Uchiha Kirin had no choice but to tear off his clothing, revealing his upper body. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Those abdominal muscles, that chest, were simply the embodiment of his dreams. Muscular yet harmoniously proportioned, robust yet agile. In his previous life, he had often fantasized about possessing such a physique, and now, it had been realized after his reincarnation. Yet, alas, he was merely a child, still lacking in maturity and facing a life and death crisis, feeling utterly powerless to effect any change. As Uchiha Kirin admired himself, he picked up a cup, a toothbrush, and a bucket to practice controlling his newfound strength. Fortunately, his simultaneous chakra control from the simulation aided in adapting to this power. However, as he continued to contract his muscles, his breathing grew increasingly labored, and he even sensed a hint of exhaustion. This is troublesome. Uchiha Kirin slapped his forehead, a pang of realization striking him. Although the rewards from the system had significantly enhanced his strength, elevating him to the level of a nin, his endurance remained stagnant. Consequently, not only was it challenging to wield this power effectively, but even to unleash it was a formidable task, particularly in a situation where strength and endurance were so mismatched. Immense power became less a boon and more a heavy burden. If he were to continue increasing his strength, it might very well diminish his overall capability. He must find a way to enhance his physical endurance. Simulator, activate. With this thought, Uchiha Kirin formed hand seals, and the moment the simulator initiated, he unleashed a transformation technique, reverting his appearance back to that of a child. The simulation has commenced. The target for elimination has been designated, Root Ninja, Yam. At 4 in the morning, in an effort to conceal the alterations in your appearance, you employ a transformation technique to revert to your former likeness. With the aura of concealment enveloping you, no one can discern this guise unless you choose to reveal it through your own actions. At 5 in the morning, with the aid of your double-hooked Sharingan, your mastery over your own body has progressed at an astonishing pace. You swiftly acclimate to your newly amplified strength and gain valuable insights into power control. Seizing a large rat from the beam, you skillfully employ your hypnotic gaze to subdue it. As you slightly relax your grip on the rat's mind, you follow the startled creature and, to your delight, uncover a hidden burrow behind the wardrobe, possessing the strength of a chunin. You effortlessly lift the cabinet aside and temporarily ensnare the family of rats within their den with your Sharingan. At 6 o'clock in the morning, including the previously restrained mice, you have selected a total of 6 diminutive yet agile mice to serve as subjects for subsequent modifications. Utilizing the hypnotic ocular technique, you have firmly established control over them. You have begun to contemplate the effective range of the double Tomo Sharingan by directing the mice to scurry outdoors. You have deduced that the effective control range of the double Tomo Sharingan is approximately 20 meters. Beyond this distance, your ability to govern the target diminishes significantly. Unless one were to master more advanced illusions or unlock the next stage of the Sharingan to further extend this range. At 7 in the morning, after finishing your breakfast, you and the mouse parted ways, each heading towards the desolate training ground. Cloaked in the dual concealment of transformation techniques and aura suppression, you strolled nonchalantly through the streets with your double Sharingan activated, garnering no attention whatsoever. Even when you paused to enter a convenience store to purchase a lighter, a Uchiha clad in a J-nin vest merely cautioned you against smoking at such a young age, failing to perceive anything amiss. This experience deepened your understanding of aura suppression and provided you with a more refined strategy for eliminating the root ninja, Yamato. At 8 in the morning, you and the mice arrived in batches at the secluded training ground, only to discover that merely 5 mice had shown up. Among them, one appeared to have been captured by a wandering feral cat from the nearby territory. With no other option, you reluctantly set out to capture another mouse for the transformation. At 9 o'clock in the morning, you transformed 6 mice into self-detonating devices capable of igniting explosive runes by opening and closing their mouths, using a lighter as the ignition source. At 10 in the morning, after hypnotizing the transformed mouse with the Sharingan and concealing it, you filled your backpack with stones and began your weight training. At 11 in the morning, although these stones pose no burden for your significantly enhanced strength, your intention is to utilize them to practice control over your power and to cultivate endurance. While engaging in endurance training, you maintain the activation of your Sharingan, as multitasking will also aid in honing your mastery of the Sharingan and slightly elevate your ocular prowess. At noon, the burden of the controlling forces leaves you weary. As the clock strikes 12, you resolve to venture to the snack street within the clan territory for your midday meal. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after finishing your lunch, you place the transformed mouse into a woven basket, covering it with a layer of cloth, and proceeded towards the riverbank where you usually fish. For it was time to commence your angling. As you walked for a while, you sensed something quietly trailing behind you. Although your Sharingan primarily enhanced your visual perception, it also heightened your mental acuity, making you exceptionally aware of the subtle changes in the scents and sounds of your surroundings. You speculated that it was likely a cat following you, yet you chose to ignore it, feigning ignorance as you arrived at the riverbank to begin your fishing endeavor. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, as you cast 6 plump mice across the riverbank, the black cat that had been trailing you could no longer contain itself and leaped in front of you. The feline emitted a coarse voice that belied its petite stature and adorable appearance, questioning why you, a mere child, would toss its food across the river and whether you had raised the group of mice that morning. You replied truthfully, explaining that the Uchiha clan faced annihilation, and your actions were an attempt to save your family. Upon hearing this, the black cat doubled over in laughter, rolling on the ground, mocking you for playing such a ninja game when you had not even refined your chakra. However, when you dispelled your transformation technique, revealing your pair of Sharingan with their double Tomo, the cat's laughter abruptly ceased. It gazed at your eyes in astonishment, inquiring if it was true and how you, a mere child, knew of the existence of the root. After receiving your affirmative response, the black cat grew exceedingly serious, asserting that it was impossible. If the root ninjas had plans to exterminate the Uchiha clan, the myriad eyes of the Nico clan within the village could not have failed to uncover even a whisper of such news, aware that explanations would be futile. As even the outrageous tale of Itachi's betrayal would not convince the black cat, you tossed it a fish, instructing it to wait for an hour while keeping a safe distance to avoid detection of its chakra by the root ninjas. Yet, the black cat instantly concealed its emanating chakra, and despite widening your Sharingan in astonishment, you could not discern how it had transformed from a ninja cat back into an ordinary one so swiftly. The black cat explained that this was a racial talent of the Nico clan, akin to the Uchiha Sharingan. Curiously, it pressed you on how you managed to conceal your chakra and fluctuations in ocular power even after activating your Sharingan. You merely chuckled and deftly sidestepped the topic. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 root ninjas arrived as anticipated. You once again employed the transformation technique to conceal your Sharingan, observing a child fishing across the river. Accompanied by a resting black cat, the 3 ninjas activated their sensory ninjutsu. However, the fluctuations of their techniques passed through you without revealing any anomalies. After exchanging glances, they began to excavate the earth. You caught a fish and discreetly controlled it with your Sharingan, placing it before the black cat. Just as the cat was about to consume the fish, it noticed the fish's eyes had transformed into Sharingan, which then morphed further to display a character. The cat looked at you, perplexed. You attempted to stroke the black cat's back and, using your Sharingan, spelled out the character to engage in silent communication, relaying information, one of the fundamental techniques of the Sharingan. However, the cat expressed that your method was overly complicated. It suggested that a direct contract with the Nico clan for telepathic communication would be far more convenient. Through your exchange, although the black cat scoffed at the notion of Uchiha Itachi colluding with the root to annihilate families, the tangible presence of the 3 ninjas before you, members of the root barrier division, was undeniable. The cat agreed to assist you temporarily by gathering intelligence on the codenames of the three ninjas, though it would not engage directly. You would need to confront them yourself. You consented to this arrangement, as you had already encountered them in battle and had previously inflicted severe injury upon one of them. At 4 in the afternoon, you resolved to take action, maneuvering 2 mice to burrow through the soil, drawing their bodies together in synchrony as they stealthily approached the roots of the ninja codenamed mountain. This tactic ensured that even if a sound were to be made, it would be mistaken for the presence of only one. The root ninja, indeed sharp, drew a shuriken and flung it backward without a glance. Yet at that moment, the 2 mice, under your deft control, split apart and arced toward the root ninja, causing the shuriken to sail harmlessly past. Before the root ninja could react, you detonated the explosive tags, following which you swiftly formed hand seals to unleash a mighty fireball from your position across the way. Simultaneously, your transformation technique and breath concealment automatically unraveled. Without granting the enemy a moment to respond, you sent forth the 2 explosive mice to attack the ninja codenamed mountain. While casting shurikens to confine the root ninja's movement within the enveloping smoke of the explosion, and launching a kunai wrapped with explosive tags directed at the same target. However, the root ninja was no novice. Aside from the one you concentrated your assault on, the other 2 activated their body flicker technique, one retreating into the distance while the other surged through the smoke, unleashing a lightning technique upon you. You hastily employed the substitution technique in an attempt to evade the lightning strike, yet you were still struck, your body convulsing and teetering on the brink of death. Yet, a faint smile graced your lips as another explosion resounded. It turned out the fleeing root ninja had inadvertently stepped on one of your explosive mice. Although he managed to evade the brunt of the blast, he suffered a severed leg in the process. At that moment, Uchiha Tetsuhan led the guard team to arrive just in time, swiftly neutralizing the root ninja who had unleashed the lightning technique and ensuring the incapacitated root ninja met his end. Due to your insistent demands, you chose to personally deliver the final blow to the ninja codenamed Mountain, plunging a kunai into his throat, at last confirming his demise. However, the injuries you sustained were grievous. Your organs, charred and beyond salvation from the lightning, led to your inevitable demise. In your final moments, the Black Cat conveyed the codenames of the other 2 ninjas you had heard during battle. The one who had fled and lost his leg was codenamed River, while the one who had unleashed the lightning was known as Bamboo. According to the Black Cat's observations, aside from the root ninja you initially focused on, the ninja codenamed River engaged in a flexible and protracted style of combat, whereas Bamboo preferred a direct approach, relying on speed to secure victory. With your last breath, the Black Cat acknowledged you, granting you the right to call it Boss Black Cat. You smiled softly and expressed that your final wish before death was to glimpse the summoning contract scroll of the Ninja Cat clan. Boss Black Cat, with a paw upon the ground, summoned forth a scroll. Just then, a surge of energy allowed you to muster your final strength to grasp the scroll in your hand. In the bewildered gazes of those around you, you breathed your last. After your passing, Boss Black Cat elucidated to the Uchiha clan regarding Itachi Uchiha's betrayal and the collusion with the Root to annihilate the Uchiha clan. In the presence of your lifeless body, this revelation garnered the Uchiha's utmost attention. Although the breakout ultimately ended in failure, the night of the massacre merely expanded to encompass the entire village. Nevertheless, during this tumultuous time, the Uchiha leadership forged a pact with Danzo, agreeing that several Uchiha children would have their memories erased and be placed under the care of the Root, ensuring that at least the Uchiha bloodline would endure. Simulation concluded. In the process of settling rewards, through a comprehensive evaluation of the strengths of both parties. In this simulation, the bearer skillfully employed ocular techniques, sacrificing themselves to inflict heavy damage upon 3ch Nin. They subsequently established contact with the Nico clan, ultimately succeeding in preserving the Uchiha clan's bloodline. The comprehensive result is determined to be a life and death situation. The rewards have been settled. The holder may select 5 rewards from the following 7 options. 1. 2 additional simulation attempts. 2. Enhanced proficiency with the Sharingan, including training and combat within the simulation. 3. Results from endurance training conducted during the simulation. 4. A summoning contract scroll from the Nico clan. 5. A box of lighters. 6. A grilled fish. 7. 6 mice that perished from explosive tags. Indeed, items fully acquired during the simulation can be taken out. Upon gazing at the scroll among the rewards, Uchiha Kirin felt a surge of joy. Although there had been prior instances of seizing a ninja's portable case within the barrier, that item was utterly useless apart from serving as a difficult-to-use bomb. However, the contract scroll held genuine value. It is crucial to note that the Nico clan's contract is not something that can be easily obtained by just anyone. While the Nico clan maintains a cooperative relationship with the Uchiha, akin to the elderly cat, who operates a ninja tool shop on Uchiha territory, the summoning contract requires mutual recognition from the Nico, unless the Nico finds someone to their liking. Even AJ Nin seeking out the Nico clan would find it nearly impossible to secure a contract. This fact explains why Uchiha Kirin had never sought assistance from the Nico clan before. Unexpectedly, this time, by employing mice in battle, he inadvertently forged a connection with the Nico clan, Indeed, a stroke of luck. Furthermore, the assistance from the Nico clan during combat is undeniably significant. While the Uchiha possess the Sharingan as a means of perception, their auditory and olfactory senses are no different from those of ordinary ninjas. The presence of the Nico clan perfectly compensates for this shortcoming, not to mention the ability to communicate mentally post-contract. Combined with the extensive network of spies throughout the village and their skill to conceal chakra, making them an impeccable match for the Uchiha. However, it remains uncertain whether the summoning scroll acquired in the simulation will be of any use in the real world. Regardless, it is best to obtain it and see. Contemplating the rewards, Uchiha Kirin decisively chose options 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. As soon as he spoke, a box of lighters and a scroll the length of a forearm materialized in his hands. While a surge of warmth began to transform his body once more, the spoils system was activated. Detection of the demise of the hunting target. According to the highest value, extract 2 pieces of loot. 1. 315 points of strength attribute 2. Over 300 points of earth attribute chakra. This truly exemplifies the strength of a nin. Upon witnessing this immense power attribute, Uchiha Kirin could not help but gasp in astonishment. Previously, possessing merely over 100 points of strength allowed him to effortlessly lift a wardrobe and carry a basket of heavy stones without breaking a sweat. With over 300 points of strength, he would surely attain a superhuman physique. This is only at the nin level. One can only imagine the monstrous capabilities of a nin. Contemplating the likes of Might Guy, who achieved nin status solely through pure physical prowess, Uchiha Kirin found himself harboring even greater aspirations for his own strength. However, this disparity between power and endurance would only widen, rendering mastery increasingly arduous. He must urgently seek a means to enhance his stamina. Crouched within the bathtub, Uchiha Kirin gritted his teeth. Enduring the excruciating pain brought about by the cracking and growing of his bones, he could feel his muscles incessantly tearing and reforming as though undergoing a rigorous tempering process. While his bones continuously fractured and strengthened, becoming increasingly resilient, the elevation of his power intertwined with the agony of his physical form, leading him into an extraordinary experience. Has the growth finally concluded? As the pain gradually subsided, Uchiha Kirin stretched his robust physique, glancing at the bathtub beneath him, which had become quite cramped. Filled with half a tub of liquid, the quantity of which was uncertain. How much of it was merely the sweat he had just shed? Unbeknownst to him, his height had also increased alongside his strength, now resembling that of a 5 or 6-year-old. Simulator holder, Uchiha Kirin strength, 483 speed, 40 stamina, 27 spirit, 150 chakra, 2000 eye power, 160160 attributes, fire, wind, water, earth. Bloodline limit, Sharingan, double tomo, battle skills, fundamental combat, mastery of shuriken techniques, chakra refinement techniques, basic Uchiha swordsmanship, fundamental usage of Sharingan, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, great fireball technique. The endurance has significantly improved, and there has been an increase in speed as well. It seems that the training focused on power control has indeed been effective in enhancing stamina. However, it remains insufficiently fast. Uchiha Kirin scrutinized the data before him, feeling a twinge of frustration. Ultimately, the brevity of his simulated time is to blame. Despite exerting every ounce of effort in training, the enhancements are barely noticeable. If only he could survive for several months within the simulation, he would possess ample time to train, allowing him to acquire whatever physical attributes or ninjutsu he desired without constraint. Nevertheless, from the intelligence gathered during the previous simulation by the formidable Black Cat, it appeared that the lightning-using ninja favored speed as a means to secure victory. Conversely, the ninja who opted to retreat seemed to excel in prolonged battles, indicating that his stamina is indeed a strength. Uchiha Kirin scratched his head. Given this perspective, should he target the fleeing ninja, he would have a significant opportunity to amass considerable stamina attributes. Moreover, Uchiha Kirin had previously engaged multiple times with the Umbu operative known by the codename Mountain. Although he received the highest kill reward, repeated encounters had inevitably led to a diminishing return on rewards. Continuing to hunt this target would likely yield fewer and fewer attribute points. It is essential to note that initiating a simulation also consumes a considerable amount of time in the real world. He could not afford to squander precious moments for increasingly meager attribute points. Thus, it would be wiser to select a new target. He recalled that this individual employed water release techniques, and he had previously replicated a C-rank water release using his Sharingan from this person. The codename should be River. So it is decided. Time waits for no one. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Uchiha Kirin placed the summoning contract scroll on his lap. And with a focused thought, he commenced the simulation. The simulation has commenced. The target has been designated, Root Ninja, Chuan. At 4 in the morning, you retrieved the summoning scroll. Upon unfurling it, you found it devoid of any inscription save for the name of the Black Cat leader. Yet, you did not suspect the Black Cat leader of deceiving you with a counterfeit, for your Sharingan distinctly perceived the intricate chakra flowing along its complex patterns. Recalling your previous experiences, you bit your finger, allowing a drop of blood to mingle with the chakra, and pressed your thumb upon the summoning scroll. In an instant, a plume of white smoke erupted, followed by a piercing cry of a cat. As the smoke dissipated, a frenzied black cat materialized at the center of the scroll. It was the black cat leader you had encountered during your last simulation, though it now seemed utterly unacquainted with you. Sensing the increasingly tense atmosphere in the room, you took the initiative to recount your previous encounter, sharing how you had gained its acknowledgement. However, the black cat leader was impervious to your words. Leaping towards you, and attempting to scratch your face with its claws, demanding the dissolution of the contract. With a voice that resembled human speech, it threatened that had you not been a mere child of the Uchiha clan, it would have swiftly dealt with you. The pain and force radiating from your arm reminded you of the nearly 500 points in strength you had acquired. Such power, substantial among the Nin, might have been insufficient to withstand the black cat leader's onslaught. Even with this newfound strength, completely subduing it proved to be a daunting task. The black cat leader was equally astounded by your formidable power. How could a seemingly 5 or 6-year-old child possess such strength? Was this the legendary brute force spoken of in tales? Although the forced contract was immensely vexing, your extraordinary strength coupled with the double Tomo Sharingan piqued the black cat leader's curiosity and interest even further. Nevertheless, as a proud feline, it was unlikely to lower itself to acknowledge the binding contract, and thus, it continued to engage you in a relentless struggle. Fortunately, the Sharingan, a source of pride for the Uchiha clan, though not as adept in long-range and penetrating vision as the Byakugan, possessed unparalleled capabilities in capturing emotions and movements. Engaging in combat, you activated your Sharingan, keenly observing the shifts in the black cat leader's emotional state. In a moment of panic, to soothe the increasingly agitated creature, you hastily seized a bar of soap and hurled it away, employing the substitution technique to switch places, then slowly backed out of the bathroom. Locking eyes with the cat as it pounced at the empty space, you reached into the drawer by the bedside and retrieved a box of fish treats, hoping to bribe the irate feline. At 5 in the morning, Granny Shu and I heard a noise and gently knocked on your door. You gestured a shushing sign to the black cat, signaling it to remain silent. Fortunately, the little fish snacks had momentarily calmed the black feline. As you recounted the events of the previous simulation, you endeavored to stroke its fur, which was delightfully soft and smooth. At 6 in the morning, under the relentless pressure of your small fish dry attack, the formidable black cat leader reluctantly acknowledged the reality of your contract with him, as he deemed your qualifications rather commendable. However, he steadfastly refused to believe the rumors surrounding Itachi Uchiha's betrayal of his clan. After all, Itachi had been raised within the Uchiha clan, demonstrating his virtuous nature by rescuing stray cats during his time as a genin and undertaking cat-catching missions alongside his younger brother, Sasuke. Such a diligent and well-behaved youth could hardly entertain thoughts of disloyalty, could he? Finding it impossible to persuade him further, you inquired whether the village's strays had gleaned any information regarding the Root organization. The black cat leader was taken aback that you were aware of the strays serving as the Uchiha clan's eyes and ears, but he soon accepted this revelation, considering your ability to contract him without his knowledge. According to the black cat leader, the reports from the strays indicated that nothing unusual had transpired. Consequently, you broached the subject of the unfortunate fate of Shursui Uchiha. However, the records among the ninja cats merely indicated that Shursui had gone missing, with no mention of any foul play. Realizing that there was something amiss, you requested the black cat leader to consult the stray responsible for relaying information at that time. He consented to your request and asked you to await his return in 1 hour. Before he departed, with the assistance of the black cat leader, you mastered the art of summoning. At 7 o'clock in the morning, after partaking in your usual breakfast, you ventured out for exercise, but in reality, you arrived at a secluded training ground. There, after completing the self-detonation modifications on several mice, you filled a backpack with stones to engage in strength control and endurance training. At 8 in the morning, you bit your finger, and with both hands striking the ground, a spirit summoning array was meticulously inscribed. After a wisp of white smoke dissipated, the anxious visage of the black cat elder emerged at the center. According to his account, all the feral cats transmitting information unanimously declared that Uchiha Shursui had vanished. Yet none could elucidate the circumstances or location of his disappearance, as if an artificial memory had been forcibly implanted within them. However, after an examination by the old cat lady, no traces of illusionary techniques could be discerned among these wild felines. You suspect that this may be the handiwork of Uchiha Itachi or Obito, and the black cat elder shares a similar suspicion regarding the involvement of the Sharingan. Thus, he requests that you remain here for a moment while he seeks out a cat directly involved in the matter for you to examine with your Sharingan. You continue your weight training. At 9 o'clock in the morning, during a brief respite, the formidable black cat leader approached, accompanied by a rotund yellow cat. He gestured for you to employ your Sharingan's genjutsu to control this plump feline. Thus, you activated the genjutsu, endeavoring to delve into the mental realm of the portly orange cat. Given that this cat lacked the articulate prowess and chakra of the black cat leader, being merely an excessively corpulent creature, you effortlessly traversed into its psyche. It was your inaugural venture into the mental landscape of another being, and you sensed the fragility of the orange cat's consciousness, as if it could shatter with the slightest provocation. This revelation elucidated why the mice, once entirely subjugated by your Sharingan, appeared so dazed and devoid of intellect even after the control was lifted. Beings lacking sentience possess a delicate mental fabric that can be easily dismantled with minimal force. Navigating cautiously within the orange cat's psyche, you endeavored to glean insights from the hazy images. The little flower by the street dismissed me for being too overweight, which saddened me. The kind old woman by the rice field offered me one more fish treat than yesterday, bringing joy. I inadvertently provoked the neighborhood dog and was chased from noon until afternoon. Fortunately, I can climb trees. Today, I sought the little flower again, and she accepted my fish treat, which made me happy. I was reprimanded by the newcomer, Black Bean, leaving me disheartened. The little flower is now with Black Bean, right before my eyes. In a tree beside the orange cat's home, her calls were melodious, something she had never done for me. Today, I encountered a shadow on the back mountain, resembling a ninja from the Uchiha clan. I must relay this information to the ninja cat master. Perhaps this could lead to my own initiation as a ninja cat. After sifting through a plethora of gossip, you finally unearthed the desired fragments from the orange cat's memories. However, just as you sought to delve deeper, the cat's mental realm surged violently. Despite your earnest efforts to wield your double Tomo Sharingan without harming the feline, the tumultuous waves thwarted your exploration. Just as you contemplated withdrawing, a fleeting glimpse of a faint black pattern caught your eye within the memories. Instantly, you recognized it as the design of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. But the moment was too fleeting to discern whether it belonged to Itachi or Obito. As you prepared to scrutinize the remnants of this kaleidoscope, a sudden red light surged toward you, and darkness enveloped your vision as you collapsed to the ground. At 10 in the morning, you emerged from the realm of the mind, not only gaining clarity in your vision, but also experiencing a slight disorientation due to the residual effects of the kaleidoscopic gaze. Fortunately, you acquired crucial information and conveyed it to the formidable Black Cat leader. The Black Cat leader was taken aback by the revelation that someone from the Uchiha clan possessed the legendary eyes. Tentatively, you inquired about Shirsue's Mangekyou Sharingan, only to discover that the Black Cat leader was entirely unaware of it. Despite being familiar with the storyline, you developed a deeper understanding of the Uchiha clan's psychological turmoil. Two prodigies who awakened the Mangekyou, one placing all hope in Danzo's goodwill while concealing his eyes from his kin, the other's humanity remains a matter of debate. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Black Cat leader stated that he had matters to attend to within the Ninja Cat clan, instructing you to summon him again if needed. Before dispelling the summoning technique and departing, you then resumed your training. At 11 in the morning, you persist in your training. In addition to the stone strapped to your back, you have attached several sandbags to your arms and legs, jogging around the training ground. This practice is immensely beneficial for enhancing endurance and mastering strength control. At noon, after concluding your exercise and having enjoyed your lunch, you arrive at the fishing spot. Following a brief respite, you commence your angling pursuits. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you habitually cast the mice to the opposite shore and directed them to dig holes and lay in ambush. You summoned the Black Cat leader, who this time held a scroll in his mouth and requested that you open it for him. Upon inspecting the scroll, you discovered it contained the abilities of the successive users of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyou Sharingan. You noted that from Uchiha Fugaku onward, the names of Obito, Shirsue, and Itachi were conspicuously absent. Consequently, you meticulously illustrated the 3 individual Sharingan and appended the abilities you were aware of. The Black Cat leader expressed his bewilderment at your extensive knowledge, and in a moment of candor, you pretended that your Sharingan allowed you to traverse time, thus enabling you to foresee the future. You explained that to save the Uchiha clan, you first needed to earn their trust, which had proven elusive, prompting you to seek the support of the Nico clan. With your eloquent description and the intricate details you provided regarding the techniques of the 3 individuals, the Black Cat leader, after another visit to the Nico clan, conveyed that if your words were indeed truthful, they would be fully committed to supporting you. You nodded in acknowledgement and calmly informed the Black Cat leader of your grim fate and uncertain survival beyond 7 days. With the looming possibility of not making it past this afternoon, you implored the Nico clan to preserve the last vestiges of the Uchiha bloodline and spirit after your demise. The Black Cat leader was perplexed by your assertions, if you possess the ability to foresee the future while simultaneously altering it. Why did you resign yourself to such a fate? You countered with a hypothetical, if 2 Uchiha wielding the Mangekyou Sharingan sought the annihilation of the Nico clan and the Black Cat leader had merely half a day to act. What could he possibly accomplish? The Black Cat leader nodded, expressing his understanding of your predicament. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you offered all the fish you had caught to the esteemed Black Cat leader, informing him that you would return. However, you noted that when you next visit, he would likely not recognize you, just as he had when you first signed the scroll today. You sought from the Black Cat leader a token of identity or some means to re-establish trust. This way, your future visits would be more efficient, allowing you to engage in more fruitful endeavors. Perceiving your sincerity, the Black Cat leader expelled a finely carved fishbone made of white jade from his mouth and inscribed a message in an incomprehensible script upon a piece of cloth. You found yourself intrigued by the contents of his message, but the Black Cat leader proceeded to wrap the fishbone in the cloth, warning you to keep it safe and not to lose it. At 3 in the afternoon, 3 root ninjas arrived as anticipated. You once again employed the transformation technique to conceal your Sharingan, observing a child fishing on the opposite bank of the river, accompanied by a black cat. The 3 ninjas unleashed their sensory ninjutsu. However, the fluctuations of their technique passed through you without detecting any anomalies. After a silent exchange of glances, the 3 ninjas commenced to excavate the soil. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, as several members of the root were excavating the soil, you deftly maneuvered 2 mice to emerge from the earth, though this time the target had shifted to another ninja. You meticulously guided the mice to a position just 2 steps away from the adversary, and just as they were about to react, you decisively triggered an explosion. However, due to the ninja's position being somewhat off to the side, the blast did not affect the other 2 members of the root. Realizing they had fallen into an ambush, the root members swiftly retaliated, launching a lightning technique and a shuriken towards you. You quickly rolled on the ground to evade the lightning, simultaneously forming hand seals to unleash the great fireball technique, not only finishing off the root member designated as Chuan who had been caught in the blast, but also melting the shuriken that was hurtling towards you. Following this, you controlled the remaining 4 mice to scuttle out of the smoke. Yet, the smoke not only obscured the vision of the root members but also shrouded your own sight. At that moment, a coarse male voice resonated within your heart. It was the Black Cat leader communicating with you through their contract. Utilizing the Black Cat leader's acute hearing, you immediately pinpointed the location of the root ninja ensconced in the thick smoke. After several explosions, the ninja designated as Shan collapsed, their legs broken. The ninja you had initially targeted, having already been injured, first absorbed the full impact of your great fireball technique, then was met with an explosive mouse detonating at close range, shattering their upper body into fragments. However, just then, a speedster from the root, clutching their scorched arm, surged from the smoke. You unleashed the great fireball technique once more while throwing a flurry of shuriken to block their path. Surprisingly, although this root member was unable to form hand seals due to their injured arm, their body flickered with lightning as they adeptly employed the body flicker technique. In mere seconds, they charged towards you, drawing a short blade to slash at your neck. You leaned back, but your speed was insufficient. Though they failed to sever your carotid artery, they nonetheless managed to slice through your trachea. In a moment of desperation, recalling your superior strength, you summoned all your might to tackle them to the ground. Simultaneously, the Black Cat leader lunged forward, sinking their teeth into the opponent's neck. With both hands, you fiercely grasped the short blade, astonishingly managing to snap the blade in half. Taking advantage of the moment, your opponent thrust the broken blade into your chest, while you plunged your own blade into their heart, exerting your last ounce of strength to relentlessly elbow their face, neck, and the gaping wound in their chest. With the final elbow strike, a resounding crack echoed from the root ninja's neck as they succumbed to lifelessness. You too fell, grievously injured, yet your heart swelled with joy. For this was the first time you had entirely relied on your own strength to slay 3 mid-level root ninjas. Though rendered speechless, you conveyed the events of your demise to the Black Cat leader through mental communication, entrusting them with the duty of preserving the final bloodline and will of the Uchiha clan. You died. After your passing, the Uchiha clan, aided by the ninja cats, finally grasped the magnitude of the crisis they faced. Following a failed breakout, the Grand Elder voluntarily submitted to Danzo, erasing the memories of several Uchiha children and sacrificing the lives of other clan members to preserve the dwindling bloodline, saving only Sasuke. With the assistance of the Ninja Cat clan, an infant was whisked away from a cradle, nurtured by an ordinary family in the Land of Lightning, and upon discovering their heritage, acquired the ninjutsu legacy of the Uchiha clan, ultimately becoming a protector of the Reikage. Simulation concluded. In the process of settling rewards, systematic assessment of both party strengths. In this simulation, the holder contacted allies and valiantly fought against 3ch Nin single-handedly, ultimately ensuring the survival of a spark for the Uchiha clan. The comprehensive results are determined as a life and death situation. The rewards have been settled. The holder may select 5 rewards from the following 7 options. 1. 3 additional simulation attempts. 2. Enhanced skills in wielding the Sharingan, including training and combat within the simulation. 3. Results from endurance training during the simulation. 4. Residual ocular power from the Mangekyou Sharingan. 5. The token from the enigmatic Black Cat leader. 6. Summoning technique. 7. A shattered blade. Upon glancing at the rewards, Uchiha Kirin bypassed the broken blade and summoning techniques, naturally leading to the selection of his 5 desired rewards. However, a question arose within him. Assistant, from whence does the residual ocular power of the Mangekyou originate? Beep. The holder previously utilized the Sharingan to peer into the mental realm of an orange cat during the simulation. So it is revealed that someone wielded the Mangekyou to employ ocular techniques, erasing the wild cat's memories of Uchiha Shursui, leaving behind a remnant of power. Beep. The holder's deduction is remarkably accurate. This residual ocular power resonated with your Sharingan while probing the mental realm, thus it subsequently attached itself to you. Uchiha Kirin pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. So, this ocular power is deemed a reward due to its attachment to me, akin to the previous Amaterasu's black flames. Correct. But what form does this ocular power take once extracted, and how may I utilize it? Beep. Similar to the black flames of Amaterasu, It originates from another's ocular power and, as an external entity, will be solidified into a tangible item stored within the system's space, allowing the holder to freely extract or withdraw it. Oh, I see. System, please assist me in claiming rewards 1 through 5. And let us gather the spoils from the system as well. The detection of the demise of the hunting target has been confirmed. According to the highest value, 2 pieces of loot are extracted. 1. 567 points of stamina attribute. 2. Water release, water dragon bullet. Remarkable. As soon as these words were uttered, all rewards transformed into a warm current, surging into Uchiha Kirin's body. One force flowed into his eyes, while another, more robust and vigorous energy, surged through his meridians, permeating every inch of Uchiha Kirin's flesh. The enhancement of stamina, unlike the previous, overtly powerful augmentation of strength, was less conspicuous, yet still imposing. This gentle transformation accentuated the continuous and relentless momentum within him. Uchiha Kirin first noticed a significant increase in his lung capacity. It is no exaggeration to say that if he were to fill his lungs with air, he could easily hold his breath underwater for over 20 minutes without difficulty. Rubbing his heated waist, Uchiha Kirin's complexion visibly brightened, shedding the burdensome feeling that had plagued him due to the overwhelming power he had previously acquired. Simulator holder, Uchiha Kirin strength, 483 speed, 45 endurance, 600 spirit, 150 chakra, 2000 eye power, 165 attributes, fire, wind, water, earth, bloodline limit, Sharingan, double tomo, combat skills, fundamental hand-to-hand combat, mastery of shuriken techniques, chakra refinement technique, basic Uchiha swordsmanship, fundamental usage of the Sharingan, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, great fireball technique, water release, water chaos wave, water release, water dragon bullet, with an impressive endurance of 600 points. Even the nearly 500 points of strength no longer posed a burden to Uchiha Kirin. He swung his fist, creating gusts of wind in the air, and such fists, even if struck 100 times in succession, would not be a significant strain on him. Simultaneously, Uchiha Kirin's physical recovery had imperceptibly improved, marking the emergence of a body quality that could be likened to that of a chunin. With such a physique, even if he were to travel back in time to perform menial labor, he could easily become a billionaire. This remarkable capability to transcend human limits is a testament to the wonders of chakra, though his defensive capability was somewhat lacking. Uchiha Kirin pressed on his arm and drew a kunai, leaving a faint scar. It was clear that even with such enhanced physical qualities, without the protection of chakra, a ninja still remained as fragile as glass. Even the mighty Senja Hashirama could be injured by a kunai, albeit his recovery rate far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. After experiencing true and enduring strength, Uchiha Kirin casually retrieved the token from the Black Cat leader from the system space. This token appeared unremarkable. A simple cloth inscribed with the language of the Ninja Cat clan, wrapped around a piece of finely carved white jade shaped like a fishbone, an archetypal emblem indeed. Unable to comprehend the inscriptions and noticing no energy flow within the jade, Uchiha Kirin quickly lost interest and returned it to the system space, redirecting his curiosity towards the kaleidoscopic Sharingan's ocular power. The ocular power stored in the system space resembled a blood-tinged gray mist, encapsulated within a crystalline card, seemingly innocuous. However, those who underestimated this unassuming mist would soon experience its power, which posed a threat comparable to the Amaterasu's black flames. A mere wisp of this ocular power could easily alter the memories of living beings. Such power is both intoxicating and mesmerizing. No wonder Danzo and Orochimaru coveted it so fiercely. They would even sacrifice a loyal shadow-level warrior or, if necessary, their own lives for a mere Uchiha experience card. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Kirin felt a tumult of emotions. Pride surged from his Uchiha lineage, yet a heavier sorrow weighed upon him. Acknowledging his inability to alter the tragic fate of his clan on the night of their annihilation, with a mere thought, he grasped the crystalline card containing the kaleidoscopic ocular power, observing its weightless form. A gentle pressure from his fingers could shatter the card, allowing the tainted essence of blood and hatred to merge into his being. The activation of the Sharingan was often incited by emotional stimuli, and negative emotions proved to be the most potent catalyst. Would infusing this wisp of ocular power into his mental realm enhance his own ocular prowess? He recalled how the Hyuga clan could devour vast amounts of Byakugan to forge colossal Rinnegan, and similarly, the Uchiha's eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan was birthed from the fusion of closely related kaleidoscopic Sharingan. It seemed that the consumption of ocular power was not uncommon among the descendants of Otsutsuki. Thus, why not give it a try? As he pondered, Uchiha Kirin pinched the crystalline card between his thumb and index finger, applying a slight pressure to release the ocular power. However, just as he began to apply pressure, his expression turned to one of dismay. Ding. As a system item, the crystalline card cannot enter the simulation. That single notification extinguished his desire to experiment with the simulator entirely. Yet, the prospect of rapidly enhancing his power as a member of the Uchiha clan stirred an insatiable longing within him. The thought of evolving his Sharingan, And eventually unlocking the legendary kaleidoscopic Sharingan to possess unique ocular techniques became an obsession. The dawn was fast approaching, and time was of the essence. Glancing at the clock on the wall, which was nearing 5 o'clock, Uchiha Kirin felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He knew that by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the seal on the Uchiha clan's territory would be lifted. At that point, even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo would likely intervene personally, leaving no possibility for escape. Since acquiring the simulator, he had already invested 5 hours in simulations, achieving only Chunin-level power. Even if he expended another 5 hours to reach Jonin level, what significance would it hold before Uchiha Itachi? Furthermore, as ninja strength becomes increasingly challenging to augment, even if he could elevate himself to elite Jonin status, how could he hope to escape from Obito's grasp? The weight of these considerations left him in a state of agitation. I must, without delay, acquire strength. In his desperation, a pair of Tomo Sharingan activated, glowing faintly red against the dim blue night sky. It was merely a wisp of ocular power. Although the kaleidoscopic Sharingan's intensity far exceeded that of the double Tomo, the competition of ocular power was not solely a matter of strength. Endurance and the quantity of ocular power were equally pivotal in determining the outcome. I refuse to believe you can still manipulate my will. Gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, he heard a crisp crack as the crystalline card dissolved into intangible fragments, merging into the space around him. The crimson mist of ocular power, upon locating the nearest living being, surged into Uchiha Kirin's eyes like a relentless parasite. As the ocular power invaded his eyes, an excruciating pain radiated from his eyes to his brain, gradually permeating every cell within his body through neural pathways. This was Uchiha Kirin's first encounter with such pain in reality, his eyes tightly shut, fists clenched against his chest, yet his legs involuntarily curled as if to kneel. He gasped, yearning to release a sound, yet no syllable escaped his lips. Pain. An unfathomable pain. The most primal pain. The purest pain. This was the essence of the kaleidoscopic power. Just as Uchiha Kirin's will was on the brink of succumbing to this force, transforming him into a mere worshipper of Uchiha's supreme power, a chilling force surged forth from within him. I must survive. Yes, survival is imperative. Any fantasies of the future are but illusions. The only option left is to endure. Whether faced with the kaleidoscopic ocular power that seeks to usurp his will or the dire fate of perishing on the night of annihilation, Uchiha Kirin's path led only to death. I only wish to survive. With a heartfelt roar, the double Tomo in Uchiha Kirin's eyes began to whirl rapidly. The icy power erupting from every cell in his body, converging along his spine and ultimately flooding into his brain, penetrating the mental realm corrupted by the kaleidoscopic ocular power. I understand now. Survival embodies my most fundamental thoughts and emotions, the sole solution. As his physical will revived, Uchiha Kirin's clarity of thought surged instantly. Before him lay merely a wisp of kaleidoscopic ocular power, while his double Tomo, though feeble, remained connected to true vision and was bolstered by his Chunin-level bodily endurance. In this interplay, even the divine-like strength of the Sharingan was relentlessly assailed. Ultimately, the torrent of instinctual survival that surged forth from Uchiha Kirin shattered the kaleidoscopic ocular power into 1,000 pieces. Within the realm of consciousness, a crimson mist penetrated, relentlessly washed away by primal instincts, transforming into a nauseating emotion that seemed desperate to invade the core of Uchiha Kirin's awareness. Yet, how could he allow this to succeed? Empowered by instinct, Uchiha Kirin's consciousness, spirit, chakra, and ocular prowess coalesced into a singular, formidable force. Remarkably, this power did not become unwieldy due to its strength. Rather, it maneuvered with the grace of a serpent, deftly guided by Uchiha Kirin's awareness, continuously devouring and strangling the unassisted kaleidoscopic ocular power. As time elapsed, the last vestige of negativity brought forth by the kaleidoscope was gradually eroded, replaced by a refreshing sensation emerging from within. He could sense that through this trial at the level of consciousness, despite the profound fatigue and the dampness of sweat upon his back, both his spirit and ocular abilities had experienced significant enhancement. Open the attribute panel. Simulator holder. Uchiha Kirin strength. 483 speed. 45 endurance. 600 spirit. 150 to 200 chakra. 2000 eye power. 165,165 210 attributes. Fire, wind, water, earth, bloodline limit. Sharingan, double Tomo. Combat skills. Basic hand-to-hand combat. Mastery of shuriken techniques. Chakra refinement techniques. Fundamentals of Uchiha swordsmanship. Basic techniques of the Sharingan. Shadow clone technique. Transformation technique. Substitution technique. Great fireball technique. Water style. Water chaos wave. Water style. Water dragon bullet. Amidst the exhilarating chaos of his endeavors, Uchiha Kirin found himself exhilarated. Even as the exertion of absorbing the kaleidoscopic powers of the Mangekyou Sharingan left him utterly fatigued. At this moment, he had unearthed a swift path to enhance his ocular prowess, an incessant fusion of the Mangekyou powers derived from his simulations. Although this process of absorption necessitated real-world execution and bore the peril of losing one's sanity, it was imperative to acknowledge the immense power of the Sharingan. For the Uchiha clan, the rapid augmentation of strength through the awakening and evolution of the Sharingan far surpassed the meager benefits gained from learning ninjutsu or rigorous training. Before awakening the Mangekyou, Obito was merely an underwhelming nin. Post-awakening, he grazed the threshold of shinobi leadership. Uchiha Kirin, with his current physical capabilities excluding his speed, was already on par with an elite nin, possessing a level of skill honed through rigorous root training. This signified that, upon unlocking the Mangekyou Sharingan, his power would surge to that of a Kage. Even in the unfortunate event of acquiring a mediocre ocular technique, he would at least attain the stature of an elite nin. For Kirin, the quest to enhance his ocular prowess possessed a unique shortcut. Within the simulation, he could perpetually harvest the residual Mangekyou power left behind by the altered memories of feral cats in their spiritual realms. This power could subsequently be bestowed upon himself and ultimately utilized in the tangible world. Furthermore, for Kirin, forging a pact with the enigmatic Black Cat Lord would render the task of locating a dozen or so feral cats with altered memories remarkably effortless. The ocular energy gleaned from a single feral cat's spiritual domain would exponentially elevate both his mental acuity and ocular strength. Imagine the enhancement from 10 or 20. This method would undoubtedly surpass the efficacy of the spoils system, where one risked life and limb with significant chances of failure to seize physical attributes. However, before embarking on this thrilling pursuit, he must first elevate his own speed. The simulation has commenced. The target for elimination has been established, Root Ninja, Bamboo. At 4 in the morning, you took a moment to meticulously prepare the dried fish, the contract scroll, and the token of the illustrious Black Cat Lord. You unfurled the scroll, bit your finger, and squeezed out your chakra-infused blood, successfully summoning the Black Cat Lord. Before the Lord could express any ire, you activated your double Tomo Sharingan and promptly presented the token and the dried fish before him. Coupled with the information you conveyed, although the Black Cat Lord remained vigilant, he chose to tentatively place his trust in you, the contract holder endowed with the ability to traverse through time and space. You then retrieved paper and pen, swiftly sketching the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Shursui, Obito, and Itachi, along with their respective abilities, and handed them over to the Black Cat Lord as a gesture of sincerity to further gain the trust of the esteemed Nico clan. At 5 o'clock in the morning, due to your various actions and the heartfelt letter penned by the illustrious Black Cat leader, along with the identical jade piece, an array of compelling evidence compelled the Black Cat leader to believe in your ability to traverse through time, making a final endeavor to rescue the Uchiha clan. The Black Cat leader took away the little fish snack and entrusted you with the summoning technique. He mentioned that he needed to be away for a while and promised to exert his utmost efforts to persuade the Ninja Cat clan, thereby securing the assistance of his entire lineage. Even if he ultimately failed to sway all the Ninja Cats, he would still do everything within his power. You also articulated your request, which was to ask the Black Cat leader to assemble all the wild cats, including the Ninja Cats, who had provided information regarding the disappearance of Uchiha Shursui, and to gather them at a secluded training ground at the appointed time. At 6 in the morning, after finishing your breakfast, you bid a hasty farewell to Grandma Shuanai. With the weight of burdens upon you, you commenced your morning jog around the ancestral grounds. However, this was not merely an exercise in endurance. Rather, it served to enhance your speed. You are acutely aware of the limited time at your disposal and thus, you seize every precious moment to elevate your abilities. At 7 in the morning, after concluding your morning exercise, you indulged in a meal. It appears that as your physical condition has improved, your appetite has significantly increased, with your portion sizes multiplying several times. At 8 in the morning, you arrived at the training ground as promised, only to hear a warning from the depths of your heart as you approached the entrance. It was the Black Cat leader communicating through your bond, urging you to stay away, for Uchiha Itachi had arrived. His suspicious gaze had been drawn by the unusual gathering of stray cats in the village. Despite the Nico clan's unique talent for concealing chakra, their inherent aura could not be masked, and the large congregation of wild cats could not escape Uchiha Itachi's keen perception. Suddenly, the mental link was severed, replaced by an overwhelming gaze that seemed to probe your very existence through the contract. In a rush, you severed the connection. However, having already reached the doorway, you could not evade Uchiha Itachi, who stood in the training ground. Fortunately, you were cloaked in a shroud of energy, and he remained unaware of your activated Sharingan and chakra. He merely cast a fleeting glance before returning his attention to the Black Cat leader and the other stray felines. Caught in a dilemma, you hesitated, for Uchiha Itachi, despite his youth, had already gained entry into the Umbu, a feat not easily accomplished without chakra. Summoning your resolve, you stepped onto the training ground, producing a bag of dried fish, and forced a smile as you inquired of Uchiha Itachi, this older brother, whether he too had come to feed the cats. With a gentle acknowledgement, he responded, and together, the two of you commenced the task of feeding the cats. At 9 o'clock in the morning, time flowed slowly as the two of you continued to feed the cats in the open space. The Black Cat leader and the other ninja cats endeavored to mimic the appearance of wild cats. Although this ruse could hardly escape the scrutiny of Uchiha Itachi, it was, at present, the only means of survival. Uchiha Itachi placed a hand on your shoulder, and a formidable yet oppressive chakra swept over your entire being. Yet he detected no anomalies. It appeared that you were indeed merely a child who had fortuitously arrived to feed the cats. At 10 o'clock in the morning, you finished feeding all the dried fish in your hand, feeling an unwillingness to leave this place. You returned to your room in the orphanage and locked yourself in. Just as you resolved to part ways with the black cat leader, their fate had already been sealed. A group of wild cats, lesser than ants before the ninja, along with a few ninja cats capable of battling only with mid-level ninjas, faced a certain demise before Uchiha Itachi. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced your heart. As if something was being severed from it, your bond with the black cat leader had been broken, signifying the complete demise of one party. Until the moment of his passing, the black cat leader had not communicated with you even once, perhaps aware of his own fate. Fulfilling his promise to assist you to the best of his ability, despite your acquaintance lasting less than a day, a flame of vengeance quietly ignited within you, and the tomo in your eyes involuntarily began to swirl. Before the fateful night of Annihilation arrived, a group of like-minded companions met a silent and merciless sacrifice in the most inconspicuous corner of the Uchiha clan's territory. You had no time to lament your misguided choices. Instead, you swiftly dispelled the negative emotions, closed your gradually ceasing Sharingan, and, after unlocking the door, lay upon your bed, clutching a pillow, forcing yourself into slumber. At noon, Uchiha Itachi knocked on the door of the orphanage, holding a tray of pastries. After politely greeting Granny Yakina, he stepped inside and began distributing candies to all the children. However, he noticed your absence. Granny Yakina informed him that you had played too hard in the morning and were resting upon your return. Uchiha Itachi then entered your room. Taking a thorough look around, finding nothing amiss, he placed his palm on your forehead, and an overwhelming, suffocating chakra surged forth, piercing through to your very essence. Instinctively, you wished to harness your own chakra to resist, yet reason compelled you to endure. Indeed, aided by the concealment of your breath, you narrowly evaded a perilous encounter once more. After a fruitless search, Uchiha Itachi decisively departed, but before leaving, he momentarily activated his Sharingan and cast a glance in your direction, though it appeared that nothing unusual transpired. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you recline on your bed, contemplating your next course of action, and before you realize it, you drift off to sleep. At 2 in the afternoon, you abruptly awaken. Although your erroneous command has resulted in a tragic toll for the Nico clan, the mission must persist. You are compelled to eliminate the target, the Root Ninja of Konoha. However, just as you prepare to venture forth in pursuit of the Root Ninja, a wave of dizziness envelopes you. A pair of colossal Sharingan, resembling kaleidoscopes, materializes before you, rendering you motionless. You disregard the necessity of concealing your inner strength and exert every ounce of your chakra, unleashing a whirlwind of energy that radiates from your being. Simultaneously, you activate your double Tomo Sharingan, engaging in a relentless struggle against the ocular prowess before you. At 3 in the afternoon, 3 Root Ninjas arrived as scheduled. Yet you remained absent, still lying in bed, wrestling with the ocular power bestowed upon you by Itachi Uchiha. At 4 in the afternoon, although the Jinjutsu released by Itachi Uchiha is merely a form of hypnotic gaze that scarcely qualifies as illusionary technique, coupled with the prowess of the Mangekyou Sharingan, it effortlessly ensnares you within the confines of a dream. At 5 in the afternoon, you are exhaustively battling this flicker of mental prowess in the realm of your consciousness. Yet, to the outside observer, you merely appear to be in a deep slumber. At 6 o'clock in the evening, you found yourself utterly depleted of ocular power, with your mental energy and chakra entirely exhausted. Fortunately, you had completely eradicated the residual ocular strength left by Uchiha Itachi, freeing yourself from the illusion. A wave of metallic scent flooded your nostrils, and only a blood moon remained in the sky. Glancing at the clock on the wall, you realized that the night of the massacre had indeed arrived. With a sense of helplessness, you retrieved your explosive tags and all your ninja tools. Pushing open the gates of the courtyard, resolved to confront Uchiha Itachi in a fight to the death. You located Uchiha Itachi, who regarded you with a faint smile. Expressing his intrigue regarding how you had awakened the Sharingan at such a young age, concealed your chakra, and foreseen future events. He offered you a chance at survival if you could elucidate these mysteries. With a wry smile, you mentioned that this was the art of Titan, and then unleashed a massive fireball in his direction. In a flash of steel, everything became a blur, and you collapsed to the ground, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Despite possessing physical attributes akin to a nin, in the hands of Uchiha Itachi, you were no different from an infant, unable to last even a single exchange. You met your demise. Simulation concluded. In the process of settling rewards, through a systematic evaluation of the strengths of both parties. In this simulation, the holder misjudged Uchiha Itachi's perceptual abilities, resulting in a catastrophic decision that led to irreparable losses. However, ultimately, they managed to break the illusion, sacrificing themselves to affirm their convictions. The comprehensive result is determined as a commendable effort. The rewards have been settled. The holder may select 2 rewards from the following 3 options. 1. An additional simulation attempt. 2. Enhancement of the Sharingan, including experience from confrontations with Uchiha Itachi's ocular prowess. 3. The fruits of speed training during the simulation. Cursed fate. Gazing at the conclusion of the simulation, Uchiha Kirin slammed his thigh in frustration. It was all his fault for his lack of foresight. Not only had he inadvertently caused the demise of the Black Cat leader and his companions who had gathered ocular power for him, but he had also drawn Uchiha Itachi into the fray. Ultimately, he achieved nothing, squandering a precious simulation opportunity and valuable time. System. I choose the enhancement of the Sharingan and the results of speed training as my rewards. This time, Uchiha Kirin opted not for an additional simulation attempt, but for the two options that would most directly augment his strength. A surge of anger and resentment coursed through him, followed by the memory of being trapped in an illusion by Uchiha Itachi's hypnotic gaze during the simulation. He relentlessly unleashed his mental and ocular power against the might of those kaleidoscopic Sharingan, until he was utterly spent. Simulator holder, Uchiha Kirin strength, 483 speed, 45 to 60. Endurance, 600 spirit, 200 to 300 chakra, 2000 eye power, 210210, 2502, 50 attributes, fire, wind, water, earth, shadow, bloodline limit, Sharingan, double tomo, combat skills, fundamental hand-to-hand combat, mastery of shuriken techniques, chakra refinement techniques, basics of Uchiha swordsmanship, basic usage of Sharingan, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, great fireball technique, water release, water chaos wave, water release, water dragon bullet. Fortunately, the experience was not entirely fruitless. As he gazed at the panel before him, Uchiha Kirin felt a measure of regret dissipate. Although he did not manage to acquire the ocular power from the Wildcat, his confrontation with Uchiha Itachi's Genjutsu significantly enhanced both his mental and ocular faculties. Moreover, armed with the insights gained from this encounter, Uchiha Kirin was confident that his future endeavors to absorb the Mangekyou Sharingan's power would encounter far fewer obstacles, thereby conserving the time required for such absorption in reality. Dear Assistant, regarding the decision to designate the root ninja, Bamboo, as the target for elimination, what consequences arise from my failure to inflict harm upon him? Beep. No damage inflicted on the target. Hence, no spoils can be acquired. Since no spoils have been obtained, there will be no reduction in rewards. No reduction? That brings me solace. However, for the next simulation, should I consider acquiring a bathtub? As his physical attributes continued to ascend, his form now resembled that of a boy of 5 or 6 years. Observing the bathtub, which felt increasingly cramped for his current self, Uchiha Kirin yearned for a more spacious and comfortable simulated environment. The clock on the wall gradually approached 5 o'clock, signaling the commencement of the next simulation. The simulation commences. The target has been designated, Root Ninja, Bamboo. At the break of dawn, you invoked a spirit contract to summon the enigmatic Black Cat leader. Upon revealing your dual Mangekyou Sharingan and presenting the token bestowed by the Black Cat leader, he acknowledged you as his master after a thorough explanation. Recognizing your relentless efforts to alter the imminent future, the Black Cat leader promptly inquired about the tasks you required of him. You requested that he gather 3 feral cats that had conveyed information regarding the disappearance of Uchiha Shursui, along with a ninja cat that had encountered such news. You instructed him to ensure they arrive in a scattered manner, in batches and at staggered times, to a secluded training ground to meet with you. At 6 in the morning, after bestowing upon you the art of divination, the enigmatic Black Cat leader took their leave. Following your customary breakfast and bidding farewell to Granny Yakina, you ventured outside to engage in physical training, with the objective of further enhancing the speed of your corporeal form. At 7 in the morning, you continue your exercise. At 8 in the morning, after concluding your weight training session, you indulged in a hearty meal to satisfy your body's needs before proceeding to the secluded training ground. To ensure all was well, you engaged in a mental exchange with the esteemed Black Cat leader. Upon learning that he and the 2 other wildcats had safely arrived at the training site, you finally felt a sense of relief. At 9 in the morning, the enigmatic Black Cat leader grants you a reprieve while you activate your Sharingan, channeling both your ocular and mental energies into the ethereal realm of wild freedom. With utmost caution, you commence the search for the lingering remnants of kaleidoscopic ocular power, a vestige of the memories that have been erased. At 10 o'clock in the morning, you finally unearth the remnants of a wild cat's consciousness, and through the allure of your Sharingan, you manage to bind it to yourself. At that moment, the black feline leader returned from outside with another wild cat in tow. After a brief respite at 11 in the morning, armed with the experience of delving into the spiritual realms, you swiftly extracted the psychic energy from the second wild cat and commenced your exploration of the third wild cat's ethereal world. At noon, a ninja cat adorned with a bow around its neck entered the training ground, carrying a lunchbox. This feline represents the greatest challenge you are about to encounter. Cats like Black Cat Boss, who possess the qualifications to contract independently as ninjas, generally possess strength surpassing that of a lower ninja. Consequently, attempting to employ illusion techniques to alter their memories poses a challenge akin to modifying the recollections of a lower ninja. For the Mangekyou Sharingan, this is not particularly daunting. However, endeavoring to reverse engineer and uncover the traces of the Sharingan is a considerable challenge for you, who have recently acquired the double tomo and lack substantial experience. You muster your resolve to communicate with the cat's mental realm, It proves to be quite cooperative, yet after an exhaustive search, you find yourself still empty-handed. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, following lunch, you recall the task of hunting the root ninjas. You instructed the Black Cat leader to capture 6 mice in advance and to employ explosive talismans for the initial transformation. Meanwhile, you continued your exploration of the Ninja Cat's spiritual realm, and just as your ocular power was on the verge of depletion, you finally detected a trace of kaleidoscopic ocular strength. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you muster every ounce of determination, keenly capturing a fragment of kaleidoscopic ocular power from within the body of the Ninja Cat. Utilizing the mutual attraction between the Sharingan, you transfer this ocular energy onto yourself. As the power shifts, an immense weight seems to press down upon your body, rendering even the act of breathing exceedingly arduous. Shinran, this struggle is compounded by your excessive exhaustion. Your ocular power, mental strength, and chakra are all depleted. Yet, the ability to alter the memories of a Ninja Cat, equivalent to that of a seasoned ninja, exerts tremendous pressure on you. Even after the passage of time and the cat's own resistance have taken their toll, you consume the soldier pills that the Ninja Cat had brought in advance, taking a brief respite. The formidable Black Cat takes the lead, using its inherent racial dominance to conceal 6 mice under your control on the opposite bank of the river. Meanwhile, it also positions itself there to sever the escape route of the Root Ninja. This time, you are resolute in your intention to annihilate this group of Root Barrier Ninjas. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 Root Ninjas arrived as scheduled. After a thorough investigation, they found no trace of the stealthy Black Cat leader, nor the modified mouse devoid of chakra. They then commenced their excavation with delight. At 4 in the afternoon, you arrived at the riverside, fishing rod in hand. Before the Root Ninjas across the river could utter a word, you proclaimed that this was the territory of the Uchiha clan, addressing them with an air of superiority. One of the Root Ninjas unleashed a reconnaissance jutsu, a wave of chakra emanating outward. However, this proved futile against your concealed presence. You continued to speak. Yet the ninjas remained unresponsive, engrossed in digging, confirming your suspicion that they regarded you as an inconsequential Uchiha heir, someone entirely unfamiliar to them. It was time to commence your plan of assassination. Initially, you employed the old method, utilizing a mouse for a surprise attack. Naturally, the adversaries detected this ploy and hurled shuriken to eliminate the rodent. You deftly maneuvered the mouse to accelerate, leaping high towards one of the Root Ninjas and igniting it mid-air for a self-detonation. The explosions severely injured the Earth-style ninja caught in the blast. And despite the timely responses of the remaining 2, they were no match for your already drawn weapons. 2 kunai, equipped with explosive tags, swiftly encircled the remaining Root Ninjas in a pincer movement. In a panic, the 2 ninjas drew their shuriken in an attempt to deflect your kunai, yet before the Sharingan. Their efforts were futile. You swiftly scattered a handful of shuriken, disrupting the trajectory of the kunai while effectively blocking their escape routes. As the explosive tags detonated, 2 more mice reached the Root Ninja's sides, triggering their own explosions. This display of multitasking was made possible by the heightened prowess of your Sharingan. A bolt of lightning shot forth from the smoke, aimed directly at you. Anticipating this, you executed a substitution jutsu with a shuriken you had previously thrown, allowing you to be swiftly drawn into the air. During this interval, you completed the hand seals for the Great Fireball technique, unleashing a massive fireball that cascaded downwards, engulfing the 3 Root Ninjas in a torrent of flames. The air was filled with their anguished cries, yet you remained undeterred. Upon landing, you immediately cast another handful of shuriken to seal off the paths between you and the Root Ninjas while telepathically communicating with your feline companion, Black Meow. Thanks to the cat's keen hearing, you learned that all 3 Root Ninjas had sustained significant injuries. However, only the one you had initially wounded was incapacitated. The Lightning Ninja and another still possessed the capability to channel chakra and resist your fire techniques. As the inferno created by your fireball began to wane, an idea struck you. With your hands weaving the necessary seals, you turned towards the river and conjured a makeshift water dragon bullet. Although your chakra was insufficient, the river's assistance allowed you to form a high-pressure water column. This column surged into the flames, generating vast amounts of steaming vapor, while its immense force dispersed the chakra barrier the remaining Root Ninjas had erected, knocking them to the ground. In the clash of extremes, surrounded by steam, the Root Ninjas coughed up blood, gasping for air. Seizing the opportunity, you directed the last 2 self-detonating mice to leap onto the chest of these 2 ninjas, executing them with explosive finality. Gazing at the fallen trio, you felt no revulsion at your first act of murder. Instead, exit 5 o'clock in the afternoon, with the corroboration from the Nico clan. The situation you described was swiftly verified by the high-ranking elders of the Uchiha clan. As the security team thwarted the Root Ninjas, members of the Uchiha clan sent negotiators into the Hokage building, temporarily easing the tension. In the midst of this crisis, no one noticed that after your transformation technique was dispelled, your stature had increased by nearly half a meter compared to before. After all, the activation of your Sharingan was far more conspicuous, undeniably marking the emergence of yet another prodigious youth from the Uchiha clan. You and the esteemed Black Cat leader were brought before the elder, where you mutually elucidated the truth of traversing time and space to save the Uchiha clan. simultaneously pointing fingers at the true instigator, the clan leader's family, particularly Uchiha Itachi. Numerous feral cats, along with the residual ocular power lingering within some of the Nico clan members, served as irrefutable evidence. At 6 in the evening, the elder did not harbor belief in the capability of traversing through time and space. However, he still adhered to the majority of your council. You are acutely aware that this is, in part, due to the assistance of the Nico clan and the residual ocular power serving as tangible evidence. Yet, of greater significance is the innate talent and prowess you have demonstrated. The Uchiha clan holds a profound reverence for the strong, often disregarding the words of the weak. Furthermore, they place their faith in the judgment of prodigies. You awakened your Sharingan at the tender age of 3, earning the proud Nico clan's spiritual contract, and possessing the remarkable feat of eliminating 3 members of Root, albeit through ambush. Such accomplishments are worthy of inscription in the annals of the Uchiha clan. Consequently, at this juncture, your authority is deliberately amplified by the elder, as all matters within the clan yield to the genius, a tradition and a creed upon which the Uchiha's very survival is predicated. At 7 o'clock in the evening, due to the premature breach of the barrier surrounding the Uchiha clan, the fateful night of Annihilation did not unfold as anticipated. The security team, fully armed, patrolled the clan's territory, while the entire clan, both shinobi and civilians alike, conducted a thorough census. The esteemed elders and heads of various branches, along with retired ninja from the older generation, led promising young shinobi into the ancestral shrine. Compared to the Uchiha clan's protective barrier, the shrine's defenses had been reinforced by generations of formidable warriors, with some even established during the era of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Furthermore, the shrine housed a vast reserve of Sharingan, granting it formidable strength even against shadow-level adversaries. In terms of defensive warfare, the Uchiha possessed unwavering confidence in transforming this site into a graveyard, exhausting Konoha's elite forces, and with the aid of Izanagi alongside Konoha's core members, they were prepared to engage in a cataclysmic confrontation with the Hokage, Danzo, and even traitorous clan members. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after verifying the population, it was discovered that only Fugaku Uchiha's family, Sasuke and Itachi Uchiha, were absent, while the remaining clan members were all present within the clan grounds. This was most unusual for ninjas who often had to undertake missions away from home. It was evident that the higher-ups in Konoha had subtly manipulated the timing of the missions to ensure that all Uchiha clan members would be present, creating a perfect opportunity for a collective capture. The secrecy surrounding this operation indicated that there must be an insider within the clan. Why would the clan leader rebel? Listening to Fugaku Uchiha's absurd claims that this was all for the preservation of hope for the Uchiha clan, one could not help but strike him across the face in anger. Amidst the derision of the clan members, Fugaku and Makoto Uchiha were sealed of their chakra and placed under house arrest deep within the ancestral hall, guarded by the 3rd and 4th elders. At 9 o'clock in the evening, you approached the elder and directly articulated your needs. You expressed your urgent desire to master the usage of the Sharingan, to learn its fundamental ocular techniques, and even to delve into its forbidden arts. Given the extraordinary circumstances and your status as the prodigious savior of the Uchiha clan from the brink of annihilation, the elder had no grounds to refuse your request. He briefly introduced you to the foundational skills of the Sharingan and inquired about your understanding of it. You recounted your experience of using the Sharingan to control a rat, which earned you the elder's commendation. He then proceeded to demonstrate the Uchiha's most esteemed genjutsu abilities on several captured Root members. Witnessing the elder inflicting mental torment through illusion upon a living being, you had anticipated feeling some discomfort. However, akin to your previous encounter where you eliminated 3 members of Root, you felt no unease. Instead, you were invigorated by the challenge. Thus, after the elder had rendered one individual mentally exhausted, he entrusted him to you. You utilized the most basic form of hypnotic eye to penetrate his mental realm. Under the enhancement of the Sharingan, you soon discovered your ability to not only hypnotize your opponent, but also to possess formidable spiritual strength. Recalling your earlier experience of extracting the Mangekyou Sharingan's power from the ninja cat, you endeavored to transform your spiritual energy into a sharp blade, piercing the core of the opponent's consciousness. The Root member let out a harrowing scream, coughed up blood, and succumbed to death. Meanwhile, you found yourself utterly drained, collapsing onto the chair from the exertion. At 10 o'clock in the evening, you have named your self-created technique Soul Cut. The Grand Elder praises your innovative Soul Cut highly. The Uchiha clan has long utilized illusionary techniques, primarily influencing their adversaries' actions through ocular prowess to determine the outcome of battles. In contrast, you enhance your own spirit through ocular strength, projecting your consciousness into your opponent's awareness, thereby launching an assault on a mental level. This method of attack, while reminiscent of the Yamashiro clan, is even more formidable. Compared to traditional illusions, Soul Cut possesses greater lethality. However, its execution is notably slower, and insufficient mental strength may result in backlash. The Grand Elder elucidates the advantages and disadvantages of ninjutsu, encouraging you to continue your studies in this direction. Simultaneously, to enrich your knowledge and hone your Sharingan, ensuring that this innate talent does not go to waste, and to plant a seed within the Uchiha for times of crisis. The Grand Elder along with several esteemed clan elders will provide you with accelerated instruction within the realm of illusion. At 11 o'clock in the evening, under the guidance of the Grand Elder, you encountered several legendary clan elders, despite their advanced age diminishing their physical prowess. The mere sight of them seated exuded an intangible pressure, a manifestation of their profound spiritual and ocular power, as they united to unleash an illusion. A sudden crimson haze enveloped your vision, and you were inexorably drawn into a vast mental realm, curiously surveying this dark red expanse. You noted its striking resemblance to the Tsukuyomi space. While your mind wandered, the Grand Elder and several clan elders materialized within this realm, revealing to you that you were ensnared in an illusion named Illusion, time-space, with a formidable difficulty rating of S or higher. To master this illusion, one must first acquire the techniques of illusion, time and illusion, space, both also classified as S-rank ninjutsu, requiring at least 2 adept ninjas to collaborate for its execution. You learned that this ninjutsu traces its origins back to a forebear from the Warring States period, who, possessing the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, simplified and dismantled his bloodline limit to create a version accessible to the 3 Tomo clan members. Thus, this illusion serves as a weakened variant of the Tsukuyomi. Within this illusion, time can be accelerated up to 10-fold compared to the real world or decelerated to 1/10, while space can be warped to a considerable extent. In the accelerated realm of the illusion, the clan elders hastily imparted the Uchiha clan's illusionary techniques to you. At the stroke of midnight, with the assistance of several clan elders, you embarked on a journey to solidify the foundational principles of illusion techniques from the very beginning. Given that the flow of time within the realm of illusion is accelerated to 5 times that of the outside world, and with your ocular prowess activated, your memory and learning capabilities have transcended the ordinary. It was not long before, aided by the Sharingan, you committed the theoretical aspects of illusion techniques to memory. Next, you would engage in practical applications of illusion, facing your first challenge, the illusion, abyssal gaze technique. Although this illusion is relatively simple to learn, it marks the inaugural lesson for all illusion practitioners. After all, one must conquer their inner fears to emerge as a formidable entity in the realm of the mind. As you unleashed the illusion, abyssal gaze technique, you consciously relaxed your guard, confronting your fears head-on. A vast expanse of darkness swiftly enveloped you. Before long, you rediscovered a source of light, which turned out to be a blood moon suspended high in the sky, reminiscent of the night of your clan's annihilation. Standing before you was Itachi Uchiha, and you felt a twinge of helplessness, for you had experienced this scene countless times through the simulator. Nevertheless, resolute in your determination to vanquish fear, you activated your double Tomo Sharingan and exerted every ounce of strength to ensnare Itachi in your illusion. Alas, your efforts bore no fruit. As Itachi prepared to launch an attack, you recognized the illusory nature of the encounter, yet approached it as if it were a genuine battle. You unleashed the newly conceived ninjutsu, Soul Cutter, transforming your mental energy into a blade, which you directed at your opponent with the power of your gaze. The illusion warped momentarily, and under your assault, it was effortlessly dispelled. Your performance garnered immense satisfaction from the clan elders, detected that the holder has successfully navigated through a deadlock. To conserve the energy of the simulator, the precision of this simulation has been adjusted to 1 day. In reality, observing the stark contrasts in performance during the simulation, Uchiha Kirin cannot help but reflect that in the world of ninjas, strength is the most fundamental aspect. It seems that in future simulations, he must endeavor to present himself with greater courage, as this will yield a bounty of useful ninjutsu and items, as well as enhance his physical attributes. The following day, under the accelerated pace of the illusionary realm, you persistently sought guidance from several clan elders in the practice of illusion techniques. You commenced your studies with the least challenging technique, illusion, the art of netherworld vision. Gradually, you advanced to mastering the Fox's Heart technique, designed to sap the physical strength of adversaries, akin to an enhanced version of hypnotic illusion known as illusion, Sharingan. This technique is notable for its accessibility, allowing any clansman with open eyes to learn it, while also boasting a remarkable upper limit. By honing the 3 Tomo Sharingan to its utmost potential, one could even exert control over tailed beasts. However, this does not extend to the likes of the 8 tails or 9 tails, as even at peak development, the ocular power of the 3 Tomo is insufficient to dominate such formidable entities unless a substantial number of Uchiha Jonin collaborate, making it feasible without a Jinchuriki. In addition, within this space mimicking the Tsukuyomi, you independently discern the illusion, the art of shackles. This technique can instantaneously bind an enemy's spirit, enabling interrogation, albeit lacking the extraordinary capability of manipulating the temporal flow within the illusionary space that Tsukuyomi possesses. Your desire to further explore other illusions persisted, particularly the illusion, space-time released by several clan elders, as this technique serves as a lower-tier alternative to Tsukuyomi. Mastering it would afford you tenfold the time for learning ninjutsu, and even allow for concurrent mental training. However, this technique requires the 3 Tomo Sharingan for mastery. Undeterred by skepticism, you attempted to learn it, only to meet with failure. Fortunately, the Grand Elder, considering the importance of preserving the Uchiha clan's legacy, retrieved the clan's scrolls of illusion techniques and entrusted you with copies of all techniques, ranging from the introductory D rank to the highest S rank, excluding forbidden arts such as Izanagi. While you were undeniably envious of Izanagi, you also recognized the virtue of moderation. On the third day, after an intensive day of studying illusion techniques, akin to having accomplished 10 days' worth of work in a single day, you resolved to indulge in a day's rest. Despite the restorative effects of the mental fortifications present within the Uchiha Ancestral Hall, before succumbing to slumber, you gazed upon the barrier before you and were struck by a sudden thought. You summoned the esteemed Black Cat, instructing him to procure a large bathtub and encapsulate it within a grand sealing scroll, ensuring that its appearance mirrored that of the illusion scrolls of the Uchiha clan. Although such a large scroll was exorbitantly priced, it was a trivial matter for the affluent Uchiha clan and the Ninja Cat clan, whose primary trade involved the sale of ninja tools. In no time, the esteemed Black Cat had acquired the necessary items for you. Simultaneously, the elder received word from the Ninja Cat clan, informing him that several civilian teams, which had been dispatched from the village, had safely reached various major cities within the Land of Fire, with the initial departing team having even arrived at the capital, standing at the feet of the feudal lord. Nobility, as a rule, seldom witnesses bloodshed, and ninjas rarely direct their aggression towards the elite. This was the elder's devised strategy for continuity. On the fourth day, after several ninja squads from Konoha, deployed as decoys, sent back safe messages through the ninja cats, the elder immediately gathered the elite young ninjas of the clan. He resolved to stealthily exit the village while the Hokage chose to encircle rather than attack. The food reserves within the clan's territory were limited, although the Uchiha could leverage their advantageous position to force the invading Konoha ninjas into retreat. Prolonged encirclement without action would inevitably lead to starvation and the loss of their last chance for resistance. Despite the elder's inability to comprehend why Danzo had yet to order a full-scale assault on the Uchiha clan and merely opted for a siege, he recognized that the current situation presented the best opportunity for the Uchiha to leave the village before relations with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo soured irreparably. With the assembly of the team complete, it was neither A.J. Nin from the guard nor a senior elder from the Uchiha who would lead them, but rather an elder ninja long thought to be deceased. Uchiha Shana, a formidable ninja from the early days of Konoha's establishment, often lamented not having followed Uchiha Madara when he left. He was a staunch member of the Uchiha faction. After Konoha's founding, he rarely intervened, leading to speculation that he had retreated to the shadows of his family, clandestinely collaborating with Uchiha Fugaku, forming a covert alliance akin to that of the third Hokage and Danzo. However, following Fugaku's rise to prominence, rumors of Uchiha Shana's death surfaced, and several elders even held a modest funeral for him. Within the ranks, concerns arose regarding whether such an aged ninja still possessed the capability to command a large force and maintain J-Nin-level combat prowess. Uchiha Shana remained silent, instead gesturing towards Uchiha Tetsuhira and Inahira, the leaders of the guard, who were among the strongest J-Nin of the younger generation, second only to Shursui and Itachi. In the presence of these two capable J-Nin, Uchiha Shana displayed remarkable ease, not only countering both with his ocular jutsu, but also wielding a wooden stick in place of a kunai, striking at their vital points multiple times. It is noteworthy that even the elite among J-Nin could not exhibit such a disparity in skill compared to ordinary J-Nin. Some speculated that Uchiha Shana had activated his Mangekyou Sharingan, to which he merely smiled. Soon, the team was fully assembled, including a few students from the Ninja Academy and some newly trained genin from the clan. They employed transformation jutsu, not to appear as adults, but to alter their appearances while still resembling children. The adult ninjas did the same, as this semi-true disguise proved to be the safest option. Before long, the group exited the gates of Konoha under the pretense of procuring supplies. Although you harbored doubts about this flimsy excuse, you successfully made your way out. After all, typical sensory ninjas could only ascertain that you were ninjas without discerning your true identities, whether you were merely discarded Nin and genin or actual elite ninjas. Any rash attack would only disrupt the delicate stalemate between the Uchiha and Konoha. Thus, you and your companions distanced yourselves from Konoha without incident. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally made the decision to impose house arrest on the Uchiha clan, publicly attributing it to the infiltration of spies from the Cloud Village, and instructed all families to lock their doors and limit outside communication. On the fifth day, as you journeyed forward, you unwittingly mastered the art of body flicker. With all of you being ninjas, aided by military rations and this newfound technique, you required minimal sustenance and rest to traverse vast distances. Just one more day, and you would reach the capital of the Land of Fire. However, just as you felt a sense of security, a group of bounty ninjas rushed towards your team, seemingly fleeing from an unspeakable danger, their breath and rhythm in disarray. Initially, you presumed they were merely passing by, for bounty is of little worth compared to life. But upon seeing you, they abruptly halted, with several already forming hand seals. Uchiha Shana immediately sensed the impending peril and commanded you to retreat swiftly. Forming a defensive formation, Jonin in the forefront, Genin behind, with Chunin ready to assist. The Jonin in the front unleashed their ninjutsu, while the Chunin collectively executed the Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Unlike ordinary Jinjutsu, which cannot be stacked, Jinjutsu, Sharingan is an exception. With sufficient numbers, even tailed beasts can be controlled. Explaining why Danzo harbored such a deep-seated fear of the Uchiha clan. Under the relentless assault of Jinjutsu, the fleeing bounty ninjas stood defenseless, and the Uchiha clan's fire techniques surged forth. Just as the flames were about to engulf these oblivious ninjas, a bolt of lightning struck amidst the chaos. A towering figure, clad in black with only piercing azure eyes visible, appeared before you. Realizing the imminent danger, Uchiha Shana drew his kunai and leapt from the formation, signaling the others to test the waters with Jinjutsu as he approached the intruder. With your collective efforts, Jinjutsu, Sharingan seemed to take effect, rendering the intruder motionless. Seizing the moment, Uchiha Shana leaped and struck at the intruder's forehead with his kunai. However, upon contact, sparks flew as the intruder unexpectedly seized the kunai with bare hands, yanking Uchiha Shana off balance and striking back with a powerful fist. Fortunately, Uchiha Shana swiftly activated Body Flicker, discarding the kunai and dodging to the side, rapidly forming hand seals. At that moment, a mass of black tendrils erupted from the ground, piercing Uchiha Shana's legs. In a desperate bid, he commanded you to unleash a large-scale fire technique to incinerate the intruder. Reluctantly, yet recognizing it as the only solution, you and your comrades channeled your most proficient fire techniques, engulfing both the intruder and Uchiha Shana in flames. Just then, a powerful water cannon surged from the rear of your formation, catching the fire-wielding ninjas off guard, sending them tumbling. Some were even choked by the water, their internal organs seared. In an instant, your tightly knit team of Jonin was thrown into disarray, suffering heavy casualties. The might of a shadow-level adversary was indeed terrifying. Before you could comprehend the situation, another lightning strike emerged from nowhere, crashing into the drenched crowd like a cannonball, severing limbs and spraying blood. Even those unscathed were paralyzed by the electricity coursing through the water. The Uchiha ninjas suffered grievously. Half of your body seared, you collapsed to the ground. Yet you still urged your comrades to utilize lightning techniques. Suddenly, the black tendrils surged from your disbanded formation, transforming into lethal blades that indiscriminately pierced each ninja. Some drew their kunai to slash at the tendrils, but only sparks flew. Following your advice, a few attempted to unleash lightning techniques, but being drenched. Their attacks only exacerbated the situation, as striking one another became inevitable. Fortunately, it seemed a turning point had arrived. After a flurry of destruction, the tendrils seemed to retract as if struck at a sensitive spot. As you lay incapacitated, you momentarily evaded being targeted by the intruder. Just then, the smoke from the fire techniques dissipated, revealing the figure of the intruder, his form scorched, the tendrils limp, and a broken blade embedded in his back. To your astonishment, Uchiha Shana, whom you had thought doomed, stood unscathed nearby. Yet, his once vibrant black hair had turned an ashen white, one eye blind and the other Sharingan spinning furiously, gathering the power to obliterate the intruder. Amidst the concealed flames, Uchiha Shana activated his Inagi, erasing the fact of his injury while simultaneously unleashing binding techniques to ensnare the intruder, subjecting him to a prolonged roasting from the fire techniques. Despite possessing formidable defenses such as Earth Release, Earth Spear, the intruder's 3 hearts were ultimately cooked to perfection, akin to a meticulously prepared dish. The outer layer of earth provided no protection, merely trapping the intense heat within. Though Uchiha Shana remained still, his remaining Sharingan spun incessantly. With 3 hearts destroyed, and the enemy unaware of their peril, even wealth is futile without life. And the intruder had no choice but to abandon his thoroughly cooked form and escape underground. Despite suffering substantial losses, you regrouped under the guidance of a few Jonin. Approaching Uchiha Shana, you found him drastically aged, his body resembling a frail reed, yet his lone Sharingan continued to spin with great intensity, exuding tremendous ocular power, leaving even seasoned Jonin breathless. Due to the Uchiha bloodline, even those unfamiliar with the kaleidoscope Sharingan sensed the miracle unfolding within Uchiha Shana. You dared not interrupt, encircling him in silent vigil. Suddenly, Uchiha Shana pointed to an injured ninja, who approached in confusion. Without warning, Uchiha Shana pressed his palm against the wound, the tomo in his left eye spinning faster than ever. In an instant, the injured ninja's wounds healed completely, astonishing everyone. Yet, Uchiha Shana insisted on treating more ninjas, even mending grievous injuries that elite medical ninjas would find exceedingly difficult to heal. You witnessed 2 blind Uchiha regain their sight, but at the cost of Uchiha Shana's body, which bore numerous injuries, his appearance growing increasingly frail. Some clan members sought to intervene, but Uchiha Shana declared that his days were numbered. Rather than live out his life in solitude, he preferred to expend himself for his kin. When it was your turn for treatment, the tomo in Uchiha Shana's left eye spun at an unprecedented speed, nearing the formation of a black ring. As he healed your wounds, Uchiha Shana urged you to thoroughly grasp the process of this healing. Yet, you realized there was no process at all. Your injuries vanished the moment your skin touched his. Just as you were about to speak, Uchiha Shana silenced you, smiling as he stated that the elder did not believe in tales of time travel. But he believed in you. Just as you were about to explain, you were abruptly seized by Uchiha Shana. In that instant, his withered hand exerted an irresistible force upon you. Your left eye was forcibly extracted, while Uchiha Shana pressed his own left eye into your empty socket, insisting that you must return with it and diligently study the art of sealing. Amidst the surrounding turmoil of ninjas, you were ultimately crushed to death by Uchiha Shana's grip. Simulation has concluded. In the midst of settlement rewards, a comprehensive assessment of the strengths of both parties. In this simulation, the holder, possessing foresight, faces 3 adversaries alone, earning the respect of their clan. They pioneer a unique ninjutsu and are entrusted with significant responsibilities, heralding the rise of a tempest that will sweep through the ninja world. The comprehensive results have been determined as a life and death situation. The rewards have been settled. The holder may select 5 rewards from the following 7 options. 1. Additional simulation attempts 5-2. Illusion training, including experience gained from illusions mastered during simulations. 3. A comprehensive guide to Uchiha illusions, excluding forbidden techniques. 4. Soul cut, an original mental attack ninjutsu with highly unstable effects. 5. The left eye of Uchiha Shana, a dojutsu between the 3 tomo and the Mangekyou. 6. Residual Mangekyou Power 4-7. An oversized sealing scroll visually identical to the illusion guide, containing a bathtub. Compared to previous simulations, the rewards from this one are undeniably abundant. However, the sheer richness of these rewards posed a dilemma for Uchiha Kirin. Excluding the bathtub, acquired out of personal desire, all other items are exceedingly precious, be it the original mental attack technique Soul Cut, the Sharingan granted by Uchiha Shana, or even the comprehensive illusion guide. Opportunities like these are fleeting. Should he embark on another simulation, he may not be so fortunate again. Through numerous simulations, Uchiha Kirin discerned that his thoughts predominantly influence the initial trajectory of events. As the simulation progresses, his current thoughts and seemingly trivial power have a diminishing impact on the unfolding future. Although this simulation awarded him a significant number of points, the surplus points appear rather inconsequential, leaving him with 4 remaining points that he does not need to claim just yet. Uchiha Shana had advised him to diligently study sealing techniques before returning him, thus necessitating the acquisition of the oversized sealing scroll in advance. In his contemplation, Uchiha Kirin realized that the residual Mangekyou power, which was originally his target, now seemed trivial in comparison. Its value pales against the oversized sealing scroll, which comes with an attached bathtub. How marvelously intricate fate can be. System, I choose options 2 to 5 and so forth. Uchiha Kirin paused, placing a hand over his chest, and inquired, System, if I were to claim Uchiha Shana's left eye, would it manifest directly within my eye socket? Ding. The organ of another will be issued in the form of an item. The holder may choose to either store it directly in the system space or have it delivered directly into their hands. Others' possessions. Uchiha Kirin scratched his head, a foolish smile breaking upon his face as he recalled the simulation where the other forcibly placed the Sharingan into his eye socket. Coupled with his previous life's knowledge that Sharingan operates under a hot swappable interface, he nearly overlooked the critical role of medical ninjutsu in this context. Simply inserting the Sharingan without treatment would render it impossible to connect. As for why Uchiha Shana insisted on inserting the Sharingan into his eye, it likely stemmed from a misunderstanding regarding his claims of traversing time and space, leading to a delightful miscommunication. With his confusion unraveled, Uchiha Kirin began to accept the rewards. As his consciousness lightly touched the reward options, a powerful torrent of awareness surged into his mind, accompanied by a refreshing mental energy. Splitting into 3 streams, one flowed into his eyes, causing the double Tomo Sharingan to involuntarily awaken and spin. Another surged into his soul, refining his mental strength to an unprecedented density, while the final and most potent force swept through his consciousness, encompassing all the illusion techniques learned within the simulation world, along with insights into his original soul cut technique. Feeling this immense power derived from his spirit, Uchiha Kirin could not help but entertain thoughts of creating a new world. Whether this inclination is an inherent trait of the Uchiha clan or merely a figment of his imagination following his power's expansion remains uncertain. However, with the night of the massacre looming, Uchiha Kirin quickly regained his rationality under the pressure of survival. Though dreams may be enticing, one must remain grounded. Only by ensuring his survival can he earn the right to contemplate such matters. Consequently, he opened the spoils system to examine the rewards acquired from this hunt. The demise of the targeted quarry in this hunt has been detected. Extract 2 items of utmost value. 1. 648 points in speed attribute. 2. A-rank ninjutsu, lightning release, body flicker technique. Is this for real, my friend? Where is your lightning attribute? What does it mean to grant me a body flicker technique? I had anticipated acquiring the lightning attribute from my target, thereby enhancing my own capabilities, yet I ended up with a mere body flicker. This left Uchiha Kirin somewhat unsettled. Although the body flicker technique is commendable, he currently possesses no lightning attribute. It appears that in the eyes of the system, the worth of an A-rank ninjutsu is deemed greater than that of a new chakra attribute. Fortunately, the 648 points in speed attribute are exceedingly appealing, categorizing him among the upper echelon of nin speed. Coupled with the fact that this ninja is renowned for his speed and possesses an A-rank body flicker technique, it is no wonder he was repeatedly bested in previous simulations. However, it must be noted that assembling a trio of complementary nin teams is no simple feat. especially when one must also master barrier techniques. To encircle the Uchiha clan would necessitate an incalculable number of such teams. The depth of their foundation is indeed hard to fathom, at the very least. The Uchiha clan lacks the capability to produce such a quantity of barrier ninjas with this level of coordination. After claiming his spoils, Uchiha Kirin felt the changes within his muscular structure. His tendons became increasingly resilient and robust, yet remained supple and agile. The tips of his fingers and toes tingled with a pleasant sensation, a sign of nerves continuously growing and strengthening. His mind sharpened, reflecting an enhancement in cognitive speed and reaction time. Unlike the evident improvements in strength and endurance, the significance of speed is self-evident. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Aside from his signature move Rasengan and the astonishing space-time ninjutsu Flying Thunder God technique, possessed unparalleled reflexes. Even the speedster Raikage, under the augmentation of lightning release, finds his reaction speed somewhat overshadowed. In fact, one could argue that Minato's ability to unleash the full potential of the Flying Thunder God and Rasengan does not stem from the inherent power of these techniques, but rather from his reflexes that amplify them tenfold or even 100-fold. After reveling in the exquisite sensations brought forth by this enhancement of power, Uchiha Kirin returned to reality to examine his current status panel. Simulator holder, Uchiha Kirin power, 483 speed, 708 endurance, 600 spirit, 543 chakra, 2000 pupil power, 300 attributes, fire, wind, water, earth, bloodline limit, Sharingan, double tomo plus, combat skills grade A, enchantment shackling technique, soul severing, lightning release lightning instantaneous body B rank, water release, water dragon bullet, Jinjutsu, Sharingan C level, mastery of shuriken techniques, fundamental usage of the Sharingan, great fireball technique, water release, water chaos wave, fox's heart technique, D rank, fundamental combat, chakra refinement technique, basic Uchiha swordsmanship, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, illusionary technique, netherworld encounter. In contemporary times, through the accumulation of numerous simulations, Uchiha Kirin's physical prowess has ascended to the level of a CH Nin. Arguably even at the upper echelon of CH Nin. Coupled with the acquisition of formidable ninjutsu during this simulation, 3 A-rank techniques, one of which is self-created, alongside 2 B-rank techniques and a plethora of foundational C and D-rank jutsu, it can be asserted that, based on his theoretical statistics, he possesses the capability to contend even against special J-Nin. Furthermore, given his talent for self-creating techniques and his early awakening of the Sharingan, by Konoha standards, he has already met the criteria for promotion to special J-Nin. Nonetheless, theoretical statistics are merely that, numbers on paper. Despite Uchiha Kirin's familiarity with many ninjutsu, due to his simulated training memories, in actual combat, he remains a novice. And the chasm between special J-Nin and J-Nin is immense. The divide between J-Nin and Kaguya is even more profound, rendering it challenging for him to influence localized battles, let alone turn the tide of larger conflicts. In summary, practice is paramount. However, achieving a new level of strength has somewhat liberated Uchiha Kirin from the dread of the night of annihilation. This simulation operates like a snowball. Ordinary individuals merely squander their time within, while genin often return empty-handed. Yet CH Nin entering the simulation can consistently obtain desired jutsu or items, occasionally uncovering delightful surprises. As for J-Nin, Uchiha Kirin waved his hand, placing several newly acquired items on the table, starting with 2 indistinguishable scrolls. Grasping one of the scrolls, Uchiha Kirin unfurled it with utmost caution. The Uchiha clan's legacy spans from foundational D-rank Jinjutsu to the apex S-rank illusion known as Jinjutsu, space-time. A technique derived from the ultimate Jinjutsu crafted by Uchiha elder disassembling his own Mangekyou Sharingan, excluding forbidden techniques like Izanagi and Izanami, which result in inevitable blindness upon activation. This scroll encompasses the profound heritage of the Uchiha clan's Jinjutsu, honed over millennia. The scroll is extensive, and Uchiha Kirin, aware of his own limited capabilities, realizes that memorizing even a fragment is an arduous task. Yet, at the scroll's conclusion, he discovers a meditation method focused on enhancing spiritual power, paired with eye exercises that facilitate the awakening of the Sharingan. Together, they are known as the bloodline meditation method, aimed at awakening the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Jinkai through the enhancement of spiritual power. In the world of shinobi, the optimal advancement lies in chakra. As long as one's body and spiritual power meet the requisite standards, one can refine chakra through the ubiquitous chakra refining techniques available to ninjas, perpetually increasing its upper limits until the thresholds of body and spirit are reached. However, to elevate both spiritual and physical strength, one must engage in relentless practice. While physical strength can be tangibly developed through exercise, spiritual power relies solely on the practice of chakra-based ninjutsu, gleaning insights through its complexities. Outside of the spirit transformation technique sealed within the Book of Seals, finding ninjutsu specifically designed for cultivating spiritual power is rare. Yet the Uchiha clan also possesses such a legacy, truly befitting a clan of millennia. However, at the end of this distinctly different training method, a note reveals that as the Uchiha bloodline has thinned over generations, this method no longer reliably produces 3-tomo Sharingan wielders. The chance of surpassing this threshold to attain the power of Susanoo has become increasingly slim. Moreover, as the intensity of warfare escalates, the combatants have shifted from adults to teenagers, and now to children as young as 4 or 5, leaving no time to practice the bloodline meditation method. After this point, no further annotations were made. Consequently, the awakening of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan transitioned from a stable emergence in adulthood to a phenomenon among exceptionally gifted individuals in battle, often at the cost of sacrificing loved ones or succumbing to madness. This aligns perfectly with my training. Although Uchiha Kirin lacks time in the face of the Night of Annihilation, with the simulator at his disposal, time is his greatest ally. By practicing, he can enhance his ocular power and spiritual strength, even touching upon the potential for the Mangekyou, which is far more manageable and stable than relying on mere fate and fury. Thus, Uchiha Kirin activated his Sharingan without memorizing any of the illusions from the scroll, instead imprinting the bloodline meditation method firmly in his mind, eagerly awaiting the chance to cultivate it during lengthy simulations. With a wave, he returned the comprehensive Genjutsu compendium to the system space, and with another gesture, a crimson orb resembling a ruby fell into a small bowl he had prepared. Upon closer examination of the blood-red orb resting in the bowl, he noticed that the 3-tomo had become exceedingly blurred. Yet an unusual black ring had emerged at the original position of the tomo, seemingly indicating a transition from the 3-tomo Sharingan to the rapidly manifesting patterns of the Mangekyou. Is this the appearance of a half-step Mangekyou Sharingan? Uchiha Kirin, filled with excitement, activated his Sharingan to observe the gem-like orb. Even though the Sharingan had been frozen by the mysterious forces of the system space, akin to the previously frozen ocular power, he could still perceive the captivating and extraordinary power contained within. Moreover, Uchiha Kirin found himself contemplating the peculiar notion of breaking the system's freeze to implant it within himself. Thankfully, he lacked the young release attribute, had no knowledge of medical ninjutsu, and was entirely unfamiliar with sealing techniques. Recklessly unfreezing the system would only lead to the decay of the Sharingan in the air. Nevertheless, Uchiha Kirin remained intensely curious about the hidden ocular techniques within. From Uchiha Shana's earlier performance, it seemed related to healing, albeit at the cost of one's own health. He returned the Sharingan to the system space and tentatively touched it with his consciousness. A tooltip emerged, displaying the foundational information of the Sharingan. Uchiha Shana's left eye, the ocular power lies between the 3-tomo Sharingan and the Mangekyou Sharingan. Holds the ocular technique, Blade of Life, which seals injuries sustained at the cost of one's own lifespan. Ocular technique status, highly unstable, noble time-based ocular technique, born from Uchiha Shana's lifelong experiences. The research on sealing techniques and his unwavering will to protect the Uchiha. Due to the user's body being exhausted and their lifespan depleted, it has not been fully awakened. Gasping at this revelation, Uchiha Kirin couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Sealing injuries sustained in an instant. Truly, a noble time-based ocular technique. This power can seal the moment one is injured. What differentiates it from erasing time? Moreover, it does not only apply to one's own injuries, but can also seal injuries sustained by others, demonstrating instantaneous recovery from wounds, even restoring old injuries and severed limbs. This implies that this ocular technique possesses the ability to delete past moments. Uchiha Kirin immediately envisioned a potential application. Izanagi cannot be used consecutively and indiscriminately consumes ocular power to erase unfavorable conditions. However, the Blade of Life allows for the deletion of one's injuries post-factum. As long as one remains alive, they can resurrect fully in an instant. And it could even seal the moment of using Izanagi. The prospect of infinite Izanagi, who could possibly stand against that? The cost of this burning lifespan, combined with the irreplaceable nature of the kaleidoscope eye, suggests that it can scarcely be used many times. Uchiha Kirin gently caresses the sealing scroll in his hand, recognizing that the source of this power lies within sealing techniques, which can even seal time itself. It is no wonder that Uchiha Shana initially believed my fanciful tale of time travel in the simulation, subsequently urging me to study sealing techniques and entrusting me with his Sharingan. Moreover, he harbors an insatiable desire for this time-based kaleidoscope and is eager to extract it and transplant it into himself. However, this endeavor necessitates the synergy of sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu. Sealing techniques, again sealing techniques. Where am I to learn such arts? In terms of sealing, Uchiha Kirin is woefully inadequate. Despite possessing the strength to slay Nin, he is utterly incapable of even the fundamental operation of unsealing scrolls. When it comes to runes related to sealing, he can only recall the one that generates attraction within the body replacement technique. With such a rudimentary level of understanding, it is sheer folly to expect him to fathom the intricacies of sealing techniques on his own. Although sealing techniques possess the miraculous ability to triumph over the strong with the weak, the Uchiha clan is not renowned for their expertise in sealing. Furthermore, within Konoha, the families known for their formidable sealing techniques have long since perished or faded into obscurity. Following the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, Their vast legacy of sealing techniques would undoubtedly be reclaimed by the Hokage's envoy. It is no exaggeration to assert that sealing techniques are now entirely monopolized by the Umbu and Root. He cannot simply walk into a trap, can he? Wait a moment. Uchiha Shana himself studies sealing techniques. Why not approach him directly? Uchiha Shana has been a formidable presence since the early days of Konoha, although he only awakened his kaleidoscope in the face of Kakuzu during the simulation. Having witnessed the true prowess of Uchiha Madara, he is a veritable antiquity, continuously researching the Sharingan and sealing techniques. In terms of experience, mastery of sealing arts, and comprehension of the kaleidoscope, his knowledge undoubtedly surpasses that of the ordinary. Having resolved to seek him as a mentor, Uchiha Kirin begins to inspect the items related to sealing techniques within the system space. First, the box he had seized from the barrier ninjas, followed by the large sealing scroll procured through a commission with Black Cat, and lastly, the left eye of Uchiha Shana, which serves as a token. He believes that Uchiha Shana will surely recognize his eye through the power of the Sharingan. Wait, Amaterasu's black flames. Glancing at the sealing scroll, Uchiha Kirin instinctively recalls the scene in the original series where Jiraiya faced Uchiha Itachi. At that time, Jiraiya employed a technique known as the fire sealing method, which absorbed all the black flames released by Uchiha Itachi into the sealing scroll. If it can absorb, surely it can also release. Yet, for Jiraiya, an elite of shadow-level strength, expending energy to release black flames is less efficacious than his own sage art, fire release, which is why he refrained from utilizing this method. However, Uchiha Kirin does not possess shadow-level strength. If he can seal this technique and subsequently unleash it, he could easily annihilate several J-nin. Perhaps even have a chance against a shadow-level adversary. Casting a glance at the sealing scroll, the fire sealing method, a ninjutsu capable of sealing flames, is somewhat unexpected. Although sealing techniques are not the Uchiha's forte, it would be remiss for a clan that plays with fire not to possess something akin to this. System. What will happen if I bring the kaleidoscope Sharingan into the simulation? Given the necessity to carry Uchiha Shana's left eye, Uchiha Kirin prudently inquires of the system. Ding. Bringing human organs into the simulation will automatically lift the freeze on the system space. Human organs will begin to decay naturally. It is advised that the holder cultivate sealing techniques and perform sealing procedures on the Sharingan in a sterile environment. Fortunately, as long as it can be brought in. That is all that matters. The simulation has commenced. The target for elimination has been designated, Root Ninja, Bamboo. At 5 in the morning. Fearing the deterioration of the Sharingan, you swiftly escape through the window, leveraging your Chunin-level physical prowess and scant combat experience. You stealthily made your way to the kitchen and procured 2 bottles of ice water from the freezer. Using 2 small bowls and tape, you sealed the Sharingan within, immersing it in the icy water for preservation. With the preservation secured, you retrieve the contract scroll and token belonging to the Black Cat leader, ready to forge a pact. After being forcefully bound by your contract, the Black Cat leader was incensed and transported onto the scroll. However, armed with the token and narrating a tale, half-truths and half-fables, of traversing time and space to save the Uchiha clan, the Black Cat leader resolved to assist you wholeheartedly. You inquired whether the Black Cat leader could seal the Sharingan within the scroll. The Black Cat leader waved a hand dismissively, indicating that sealing techniques were fundamental skills of the Nico ninja clan. Consequently, you presented the Sharingan of Uchiha Shina and gestured towards the enormous scroll that contained the bathtub, imploring him for assistance in the sealing process. Upon observing the distinctly different patterns of the Sharingan, the Black Cat leader was taken aback. Yet recalling your extraordinary journey through time, promptly set to work on the sealing. At 6 in the morning. The extraordinary ocular prowess of the Sharingan far surpassed that of an ordinary 3-tomo. After a valiant but arduous attempt, Black Cat Boss reluctantly conceded defeat, compelling you to resort to the most primitive method of preserving the Sharingan by isolating it from the air and storing it at low temperatures. You inquired with Black Cat Boss about the whereabouts of Uchiha Shana, but he could only recall that Uchiha Shana had passed away during the Third Shinobi World War, at the time when Fugaku ascended to power. Fortunately, you remembered that during one of the initial simulations, Granny Yakina had once taken you to the secluded cottage of Uchiha Shana to evade danger. The route was etched in your memory, exiting the Uchiha Central Hospital. You would sprint towards the village's edge, traversing the bamboo forest that lay beyond the wasteland. Upon sharing this approximate location with Black Cat Boss, he immediately recalled that within that bamboo grove resided a nameless elder of the Uchiha clan in seclusion, likely the very Uchiha Shana you mentioned. At that moment, Granny Yakina knocked on your door, signaling breakfast time. To alleviate her worries, you swiftly tidied up the room, while Black Cat Boss concealed himself behind the cupboard. At 7 in the morning, having hastily finished your breakfast, you bid farewell to Granny Shuinai under the pretext of exercising and engaging in a game of ninjas. You stuffed the sealing scroll and the ninja suitcase into your backpack and swiftly made your way to the back of the orphanage. The Black Cat leader had already taken out a small bowl containing the Sharingan, and had placed a simple seal over it to prevent its formidable ocular power from attracting unwanted attention. However, as a cat, carrying the conspicuous bowl was rather impractical. Thus, you took it upon yourself to bear the bowl containing the Sharingan during your journey. With great care, You walked along the path, cradling the bowl, while the black cat leader moved ahead, guiding you telepathically and skillfully avoiding the crowded streets. Before long, you traversed past the central hospital and spotted the wasteland ahead, where the bamboo forest awaited not far off. However, just then, an irksome voice erupted from behind you. Turning around, you discovered it was Uchiha Kirin, who, instead of resting in the early morning, had decided to venture to the bamboo grove near the clan's territory to relieve himself. By chance, he caught sight of you and, as the self-proclaimed king of the children in the area, felt compelled to chase after you to assert his authority. Uchiha Gangband demanded that you hand over what you were carrying for a thorough inspection. Complying, you slowly walked past him, seizing the moment of his lowered guard. You suddenly thrust your knee into his abdomen, causing Uchiha Gangband to double over in pain, collapsing onto the ground amidst his own excrement. Rendered utterly speechless by the sudden assault, you reflected on your own mercy. Possessing the strength of a nin, you mused that with just a bit more force, what he had released would not have been yellow, but rather crimson. At 8 in the morning, under the guidance of the enigmatic black cat leader, you ventured into the bamboo forest, yet found yourselves ensnared in its winding paths, unable to discern a way out. You employed your ocular technique to assess your mental acuity, yet detected no anomalies. Fortunately, the black cat leader possessed knowledge of certain sealing arts. He discerned that within this bamboo grove lay a barrier capable of distorting light reflection, rendering mere sight an unreliable guide. Consequently, you secured a length of rope to a bamboo stalk, and, after closing your eyes and taking a few steps forward, turned back to find the rope, which should have remained taut, now twisted in an unexpected manner. Relying on his acute sense of smell, the black cat leader navigated the surroundings, and together, the two of you, one human and one feline, ultimately discovered a path to proceed. At 9 in the morning, you stepped out of the boundary and approached the wooden cabin. Just as you were about to knock on the door, a cold blade was suddenly pressed against your neck. Recognizing the assailant as Uchiha Shana, you remained composed and shared your intention of traversing time to rescue the Uchiha clan from the night of their massacre. The elder black cat also chimed in to support your claims. However, Uchiha Shana remained skeptical. In response, you promptly opened the small bowl containing the Sharingan, inviting him to see for himself. Upon glancing at it, Uchiha Shana immediately identified it as his left eye, currently in the state of a kaleidoscope. Overwhelmed with excitement, he began to murmur about how his painstaking research had finally borne fruit, securing a method to stabilize his clan's bloodline. And he could not help but express his admiration for Lord Uchiha Madara. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the composed Uchiha Shana welcomed you into the wooden cabin, deftly sealing his Sharingan within a scroll and tossing it back to you. You seized the moment to express your desire to take him as your mentor and learn the art of sealing. Uchiha Shana nodded in agreement, affirming that seeking knowledge of sealing techniques and barrier techniques within the Uchiha clan was indeed a wise choice. However, he cautioned that mastering sealing techniques was exceptionally arduous. Merely memorizing the runes required an immense investment of time, coupled with a considerable degree of innate talent. Inquiring about your understanding of sealing techniques, Uchiha Shana learned that your experience was limited to inscribing a rune representing attraction within the substitution technique, and that you had yet to grasp even the fundamental application of sealing scrolls. Fortunately, you promptly showcased your double Tomo Sharingan in an effort to demonstrate your potential. Observing this, Uchiha Shana resolved to provide you with supplementary instruction. Yet, as he lacked the necessary teaching materials on basic runes, he instructed the formidable Black Meow to venture to the Ninja Cat clan in search of any available resources, particularly the older texts. Before departing, Black Meow entrusted you with the summoning technique, which you effortlessly memorized, thanks to your double Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Shana then inquired whether you had comprehended the operational mechanics of the summoning technique. You vaguely recounted the activation trajectory of the summoning within the Sharingan. Uchiha Shana nodded, explaining that the foundational runes pertained not only to sealing techniques and barrier techniques but also to summoning techniques and even bloodline limits, all built upon this foundational knowledge, which was regarded as the language of nature. The summoning technique, he elaborated, was constructed from 2 spatial runes, 1 coordinate rune, and an additional rune for communicating and locking onto the target. Despite possessing memories from a previous life, this explanation was novel to you. Nevertheless, given Uchiha Shana's ability to awaken the ocular technique of sealing time and his years of diligent research, it was clear that his mastery of sealing techniques, while perhaps not rivaling the prowess of the once mighty Uzumaki clan, certainly placed him among the most formidable practitioners of the present age. At 10 o'clock in the morning, under the guidance of Uchiha Shana, you began to learn the usage of sealing scrolls, thanks to the assistance of the double Tomo Sharingan. You quickly mastered the art of using sealing scrolls, albeit limited to storing only small, energyless objects. At this moment, the Black Cat leader communicated with you telepathically, revealing that he had discovered a foundational runes textbook belonging to the Uzumaki clan. This material, which had likely surfaced during the clan's long-ago demise, had circulated through various hands and was preserved by the ninjas of the Cat clan due to its near-pristine condition. If needed, he could acquire it for a friend price of 15 million ryo. Faced with this exorbitant sum, nearly half the value of a summa, You hastily consulted with Uchiha Shana. To your surprise, without a moment's hesitation, he merely remarked that you had struck gold. Before retrieving a large box of cash from the basement and insisting that the ninjas of the Cat Clan deliver it immediately, you summoned the Black Cat leader along with the textbook using your summoning technique. Gazing at the towering pile of scrolls before you, you couldn't help but gasp in awe. The Foundational Runes textbook alone comprised hundreds of scrolls, each representing a major category of runes, further subdivided into 3 levels of practice, ranging from easy to difficult. Not to mention, there were several hundred scrolls detailing rune combinations and advanced tutorials, effectively dissecting the art of sealing and serving it to you on a platter. Even with the Sharingan at your disposal, you felt that mastering this foundational material would require no less than a decade of dedicated study. As a renowned ninja from the early days of Konoha's establishment, Uchiha Shana possessed vast knowledge and claimed that this was material reserved for the prodigies nurtured by the Uzumaki clan to become their successors. However, your current task was not this. The reason for the extravagant purchase was that Uchiha Shana, upon seeing you return with his Sharingan, deduced that you could carry items through time and space, prompting him to acquire it. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Uchiha Shana unwrapped 3 scrolls and began to elucidate the fundamental runes of sealing techniques. Noticing your commendable learning pace, he developed a newfound appreciation for your innate talent. He inquired if there were any specific sealing techniques you wished to master. You expressed your desire to learn a method capable of sealing unique flames. Uchiha Shana's brows furrowed slightly as he mentioned that the Uchiha clan possessed 2 similar sealing techniques, both of which demanded exceptional skill and had high prerequisites, necessitating a mental readiness for potential failure. You nodded in understanding as Uchiha Shana explained that both techniques were classified as A rank in terms of difficulty. One was the flame sealing technique, while the other was the transcription sealing technique. Upon probing further about the requirements for each, you learned that the flame sealing technique necessitated a greater number of foundational runes and the assistance of a large sealing scroll, which must be swiftly inscribed before it could be utilized. Conversely, the transcription sealing technique required the 3-tomo Sharingan as its active medium, enabling one to seal flames in the form of techniques within their own eyes, albeit at a perilous cost. This technique also allowed for the sealing of other jutsu within the Sharingan. Each technique possessed its own advantages and disadvantages. The flame sealing technique was more challenging and exclusively effective against flames, yet it offered greater safety, while the transcription sealing technique demanded higher ocular prowess and was more versatile, albeit with inferior stability and safety compared to the former. Uncertain of how long it would take to awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan, you ultimately opted for the flame sealing technique. At noon, the enigmatic Black Cat Master presents you with a bento box. Upon finishing your meal, Uchiha Shana casts upon you the illusion known as illusion technique. Time. Deprived of spatial awareness, darkness envelopes you, rendering you unable to perceive your own body. Yet, your thoughts race with unprecedented speed. Under Uchiha Shana's guidance, you master the art of existing in a semi-conscious state within the illusion. You learn to harness this acceleration of thought, sending your perceptions back to the realm of reality. With this newfound swiftness, you rapidly peruse the runic scrolls under Uchiha Shana's tutelage, deftly channeling chakra to sketch upon the blank talisman paper. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you finally completed your crash course on the runes required for the sealing fire technique, and you laboriously sketched the rune array on paper. Under the guidance of Uchiha Shana, you tentatively released a great fireball, which was instantly absorbed upon contact with the runes. You meticulously inscribed another sealing mark and doubled the size of the great fireball you expelled. To your astonishment, the sealing mark appeared on the verge of collapse. Yet it ultimately managed to absorb all the flames, although one corner of the sealing paper showed signs of burning. You yearned to persist with your practice, but Uchiha Shana halted you. Glancing into the mirror, you realized your eyes were deeply sunken, resembling someone recovering from a serious illness. It became apparent that the accelerated thinking and rapid learning of the runes had severely drained your mental energy. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you took a restorative nap to rejuvenate your spirit. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you expressed your desire to venture to the riverside to eliminate 3 root ninjas who had long been identified as targets. Uchiha Shana, eager to assess your combat prowess, decided to accompany you. Upon witnessing the 3 root ninjas tirelessly digging in the earth, you contemplated engaging them directly. However, Uchiha Shana intervened, proposing to employ a barrier technique to ensnare the trio instead. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, once the barrier was fully established, you swiftly emerged from concealment and unleashed a torrent of flames upon the 3 adversaries. The immense inferno enveloped them instantaneously, while you continued to form seals, summoning a column of water from the nearby river to douse the fiery chaos. The extreme temperature differential wreaked havoc upon the 3 root ninjas, whose chakra was enveloped around their bodies. They were severely injured, and the scalding steam rendered breathing an arduous task. Observing the lightning ninja rapidly recovering through electric stimulation, you deftly evaded his short blade by channeling chakra beneath your feet, executing the body flicker technique with ease. As the 2 of them crossed paths, you activated your Sharingan and cast the illusion, Chains of Enchantment, ensnaring the opponent's mind in a phantasm. Subsequently, you seized the short blade and struck him down with a single, decisive cut. Yet, the chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue indulging in the thrilling narrative. At that moment, the other two root ninjas began to recover from the steam, intending to collaborate and unleash a combined ninjutsu. However, you fixed them with a piercing gaze. Utilizing the mental link of the illusion, Sharingan, to concentrate your mental energy into a short sword, which you launched at one of them. The root ninja's soul was pierced, resulting in immediate and fatal hemorrhaging. After the intense use of illusion techniques, although you had swiftly dispatched two foes, signs of mental fatigue began to manifest. Nevertheless, you persevered, propelled by sheer will, as you hurled shurikens at the last remaining adversary while charging towards him with the short blade in hand. The shurikens disrupted his seal formation, causing him to falter, and he was forced to draw a kunai to defend against your assault. You employed the Uchiha swordsmanship, treating him as a whetstone. Before long, the last of the root ninjas fell to your prowess. At this juncture, Uchiha Shana, who had been observing the battle from a distance, emerged to point out your combat shortcomings. An overabundance of techniques without a decisive trump card, coupled with a misallocation of your mental, ocular, and physical energies. He cautioned that had there been one more enemy, you might have succumbed to exhaustion. However, your combat style enabled swift, lethal encounters. Indeed, such a plethora of maneuvers would challenge even a seasoned jonin, making it difficult to devise a counter-strategy. The inclusion of soul-piercing and illusion, chains of enchantment, posed a lethal threat to an average jonin. You suggested seeking out the elder to elucidate the conspiracy of Konoha, potentially buying some time. Yet, Uchiha Shana expressed a fatalistic view. Death is inevitable, whether early or late. With a nonchalant attitude towards mortality, he resolved to eliminate the remaining barrier ninjas. If circumstances permitted, he would guide you through the depths of the root organization and even facilitate encounters with the notorious Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Bido. After all, these were the very individuals you must confront to save the Uchiha clan. Despite recognizing the futility of such confrontations, he felt compelled to fulfill the duties of a mentor, even if it meant risking his life to gather intelligence on the adversaries. At 5 in the afternoon, under the masterful swordsmanship and instantaneous movement techniques of Uchiha Shana, a series of root ninjas fell one after another, scarcely having time to react. With your Sharingan wide open, you observed the battle intently, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Once the conflict concluded, you were tasked with the aftermath, such as utilizing explosive tags to transform the corpses of the fallen root ninjas into deceptive traps. As the skirmish progressed and only 3 groups of root ninjas remained, Uchiha Shana presented you with a ninja blade, signaling that you should engage in combat yourself. Thanks to the formidable learning ability bestowed by your Sharingan, coupled with Shana's thorough demonstration, you encountered only slight difficulties in eliminating the first group of root ninjas, swiftly dispatching the second group thereafter. By the time you faced the third group, you had not even resorted to ninjutsu. Instead, leveraging the low-level genjutsu of your Sharingan along with your shuriken and sword techniques, you effortlessly dispatched all opponents. Throughout the battle, you gradually discerned that for a smaller number of ninjas, close-quarters extermination proved far more effective than employing ninjutsu. A singular fireball technique could inflict severe damage on at most 3 root ninjas simultaneously, creating considerable noise. Yet combining the Sharingan with instantaneous movement in close combat allowed for swift resolution. You shared your insights with Uchiha Shana, who sighed and remarked that this understanding encapsulated the essence of Uchiha swordsmanship. The fact that you could grasp such nuances indicated that you had truly begun your journey. Many practiced Uchiha swordsmanship, yet most adhered rigidly to established patterns, with only a select few able to comprehend the unique essence of the Sharingan's application. Uchiha Shursui stood as the epitome of such mastery. At this point, Uchiha Shana was reluctant to continue the discussion, urging you to hasten your return to the bamboo grove dwelling. As for the corpses, they would remain as a reminder to the complacent Uchiha, serving as a wake-up call to the stubborn old guard, while also issuing a warning to Konoha. At 6 in the evening, the ninja of the Roots Barrier team, tasked with besieging the Uchiha clan, met with complete annihilation in less than half an hour, leaving no opportunity for a distress signal to be sent. Was this a trap laid by the Uchiha clan, aided by Itachi Uchiha, or an infiltration by an unknown external force? Regardless, it indicates that an unparalleled elite, far surpassing even the highest-ranking jonin, has stealthily entered the Hidden Leaf village. With the 3 legendary Sandian absent, the village's strength is severely diminished, and it would not be an exaggeration to say it is in its most vulnerable state. Previously, to counter the envoy from the Cloud Village, Konoha suffered the loss of a branch family head from a prominent clan, and even precious sealing techniques were leaked. What sacrifices must be made this time? This left both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura in a state of anxiety. Thus, Itachi Uchiha, who was preparing for the night of clan extermination, was informed that his mission was temporarily suspended and that he needed to enter a sealed chamber, isolated from the outside world, to await investigation. Due to Itachi's profound love for the village, his family, and Sasuke, he understood Danzo's actions. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the Uchiha territory, led by the hawkish elders. The security forces prepared for battle, and among the crowd, cries arose to storm the Hokage building, slay the old Sarutobi, and seize control of Konoha. Confronting the enraged clansmen stood the Uchiha clan's patriarch, Fugaku Uchiha and his wife Makoto knelt on the ground, persistently urging Sasuke to kneel and apologize to the clansmen, while humbly requesting them to grant him a little time, for he believed that Itachi, dispatched to the root, would provide a satisfactory response. Meanwhile, the orchestrators of all this, Shana Uchiha and Yu, had already returned to the bamboo forest cottage. Shana inquired about the scroll that sealed the Sharingan, and as you handed it over, you expressed your concerns about his intentions, despite knowing him for less than a day. Shana's regard and investment in you had already made you view this elderly and eccentric individual as your first teacher in this new chapter of life. Shana merely uttered 2 words, transplant Sharingan. The notion of transplanting his own future Sharingan was met with no rejection, rather. It held a significant potential to stabilize the partially awakened Mangekyou Sharingan. However, you furrowed your brow and hastily reminded him that none among you possessed medical ninjutsu, questioning whether to summon Izumi Uchiha. Although Izumi was Itachi's lover, she possessed a clearer understanding of the gravity of the situation compared to this prematurely mature individual. Shana insisted that time was of the essence. The sealing technique could achieve what medical ninjutsu could. He then asked if you dared to assist him in performing the eye transplant. After a moment's contemplation, although you had barely scratched the surface of the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, you had successfully mastered the fire sealing technique, which bore a difficulty level of A, indicating a respectable success rate even against the volatile energy of fire. Moreover, since Shana expressed such confidence in your abilities, you nodded in agreement and resolved to aid Shana Uchiha in the eye transplant procedure. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Uchiha Satana presented a complete set of medical instruments, guiding you meticulously from the disinfection process to the sealing of the pain nerves in his left eye, step by step preparing for the subsequent extraction of the Sharingan. Initially, you employed the technique of the substitution jutsu, gently tracing a rune of attraction upon the Sharingan with your chakra. Following this, you extracted the eye and swiftly sealed it within a scroll for preservation. Concurrently, you harnessed your ocular power to direct the pre-prepared sealing rune within the Sharingan towards the severed blood vessels and nerves. Utilizing the water release technique, you formed a pristine water sphere to cleanse the blood from the wound, ensuring unobstructed vision. The final step involved rapidly retrieving the kaleidoscopic Sharingan from the scroll, inserting it into the eye socket, and promptly unsealing the blood vessels and nerves. In the midst of the bleeding, you meticulously reconnected the nerves and blood vessels using solidification runes, guided by your recollections of their original placements. Given the resonance between the Sharingan and the Uchiha bloodline, coupled with the fact that Uchiha Satana was the original owner of this eye, his body would gradually restore the connection of the eye. As the blurred tomo within the Sharingan began to spin anew, you realized with clarity that the transplantation procedure had been entirely successful. Uchiha Satana sat up from the bed, forcefully expelling the blood from his eye socket. Suddenly, he turned sharply to meet your gaze. In that instant, you were enveloped in darkness as an overwhelming surge of ocular power emanated from his newly activated left eye, which had just begun to awaken its second tomo. Feeling the immense energy coursing through you, you glanced curiously at Uchiha Satana. He revealed that he had utilized the transcription seal to embed the ocular technique Blade of Fate from the Sharingan into your own eye. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after some time, Uchiha Shana gradually adapted to the implanted ocular power and expressed a desire to descend into the basement to search for something, promising to introduce you to the beings of the Root organization shortly. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the Uchiha clan's territory, and with Konoha under strict martial law, you found yourself with nowhere to go, forced to remain within the wooden cabin, deeply contemplating the power sealed within your eyes. To prevent any accidental activation that could squander this precious ocular technique, you decided to rely on your existing knowledge of sealing jutsu to gradually grasp the intricacies of the transcription seal. Fortunately, with the foundation of the more complex fire sealing technique, also an A-rank ninjutsu, understanding the transcription seal proved to be an uncomplicated endeavor. At that moment, the space outside the cabin distorted, and a pitch-black vortex suddenly materialized. Realizing that the visitor was Uchiha Obito, you swiftly sealed your chakra fluctuations and closed your Sharingan, feigning innocence as you lay on the bed, idly toying with a shuriken. Just then, the masked Obito pushed the door open, prompting you to sit up and deliberately call out to Uchiha Shana in a childish voice. As a seasoned ninja, Uchiha Shana immediately discerned from your tone that an adversary, one you could not contend with, had silently infiltrated the space. He then actively pushed aside the basement's wooden boards, gripping a blade in his right hand while clutching 2 silver scrolls in his left, locking eyes with Obito as he slowly emerged from the basement. Upon encountering the enigmatic figure before him, Uchiha Shana promptly activated his incomplete Sharingan, stepping back to place the scrolls into your hands. You seized the opportunity to speak, using your youthful appearance to inadvertently steer Obito's focus towards spatial abilities. Uchiha Shana nodded slightly, preparing to negotiate, but Obito preempted him, adopting a feigned mature tone as he introduced himself as Uchiha Madara, inviting Shana to join him in the annihilation of the Uchiha clan in exchange for the chance to follow him. Such a clumsy lie might deceive the naive Uchiha Itachi, but to the seasoned Uchiha Shana, it was riddled with flaws. Moreover, as someone who had genuinely encountered Uchiha Madara, Obito's demeanor was laughably juvenile. Seeing that persuasion yielded no results, Obito clenched his fists but was momentarily taken aback by the unusual patterns in Shauna's left eye. Just as he was about to strike, Shauna seized the moment and delivered a swift slash. If that strike landed, Obito would be severed in two. Yet, it was utterly impossible. The blade struck Obito's body and passed right through without resistance. Despite your warnings, Uchiha Shauna was still greatly astonished and promptly activated the body flicker technique to leap out of the window. Obito paused for a moment, seemingly relishing his ability to ignore incoming attacks with Kamui. Observing Uchiha Shauna flee the room, he did not rush to pursue but instead turned his gaze toward you. Seated on the bed, aware that you were no match for Obito, you chose to forego resistance, continuing to feign the innocence of a child. Obito grasped your neck, intending to use you as a hostage to coerce Uchiha Shauna into an alliance, mistakenly believing you to be Shauna's grandson. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Shauna detonated the explosive tags hidden beneath the cabin, creating a massive explosion capable of sending any ninja skyward. However, this was of no consequence to Obito, who possessed Kamui, nor to you, who remained captured. Step by step, Obito dragged you from the ruins, seemingly aiming to dominate Uchiha Shauna with a non-existent aura of intimidation. Yet, despite his age, Uchiha Shauna, having implanted the Sharingan, was not to be underestimated. He wielded his hands, launching shuriken and kunai at Obito in rapid succession. Obito remained undeterred, but upon noticing Shauna's indifference towards your fate, he reluctantly tossed you aside. Just as you were thrown, you shouted that continued assaults could unravel the critical illusion surrounding Obito, and you promptly expelled a massive fireball into the air. The fireball engulfed Obito, while Uchiha Shauna maintained a steady barrage of shuriken, and you cooperatively hurled kunai to restrict Obito's movements, preventing him from evading by utilizing Kamui. However, you both overlooked a crucial detail. Obito's Kamui was, at its core, illusory rather than invulnerable, meaning he could traverse through the earth. Suddenly, Obito erupted from the ground, his hands sprouting two wooden stakes aimed directly at Uchiha Shauna. The elderly ninja quickly attempted to evade, but even with the implanted Sharingan, his stamina and reflexes had severely declined. After dodging a series of Obito's would-release techniques, he was ultimately pierced by the wooden stakes, which erupted from within him, leading to Uchiha Shauna's immediate demise. At that moment, Izanagi activated, and Uchiha Shauna reappeared, unscathed, behind Obito, wielding his blade to slash diagonally at Obito's neck. Just as the blade was about to pierce through, Obito turned, revealing a swirling black vortex before his Sharingan, from which a massive shuriken launched forth. Uchiha Shauna hurriedly employed the body flicker technique to evade, only to trip over the uneven roots of the ground, leaving a deep G under the relentless onslaught of countless wooden spikes. Even the seasoned and Sharingan-augmented Uchiha Shauna could only weakly evade. Due to his advanced age and the consequent decline in strength, his most fervent slashes merely left shallow white marks upon the wood release. And even his expertise in fire release could only char the surface of the wooden constructs. You and Uchiha Shauna found yourselves encircled by a dense and formidable array of wooden spikes, and in the face of the rapidly moving Obito, Uchiha Shauna had already sustained numerous injuries. In a desperate attempt to exchange wounds for wounds, he sought to barter his life for a glimmer of hope for victory. However, all of this proved futile before the truly enraged and earnest Obito. At 9 o'clock in the evening, under the relentless onslaught of Tobi, Uchiha Shauna faced repeated demise. Despite the repeated resets granted by the Buto-Yumi, which allowed the use of his Izanagi Sharingan, this significantly hindered Tobi's attacks. However, the Mangekyou Sharingan came at a grave cost. With the final activation of Buto-Yumi, Uchiha Shauna was left completely blind, and his body had aged drastically. Merely maintaining an upright posture had utterly drained his strength. Tobi ultimately dispatched Uchiha Shauna with his wood-release technique. You two were pierced by the wood release, hanging from a tree, yet you were fortunate to escape fatality. Gazing into the distance, you beheld the Crimson Susanoo, which, nourished by the blood of your kin, was gradually transforming from a mere skeletal frame into a being of flesh and blood, even sprouting formidable armor. At that moment, Tobi materialized before you, a vortex emanating from the opening of his mask. Stripped of the ability to resist, you found yourself drawn into his Kamui space. You anticipated that Tobi would kill you or employ his ocular techniques for interrogation. However, he did neither. Instead, he removed the wooden spikes from your body, sealed your eyes and chakra, disarmed you, and confined you with iron chains before departing. At 10 o'clock in the evening, you find yourself devoid of chakra, and your Sharingan has been sealed. However, Obito has evidently underestimated your capabilities, as the sealing technique imparted to you by Uchiha Sasana proves to be a valuable asset. Overcoming the seal imposed by Obito is not particularly arduous. Yet, the absence of chakra and ocular power remains a formidable impediment. Fortunately, you possess the Soul Cutter technique, which can be unleashed without the need for chakra or ocular prowess. This technique is purely a mental assault, drawing upon your mental energy, while the power of the Sharingan merely serves to amplify its effects. You concentrate your spirit, shaping a blade within your consciousness, and aim it directly at the seal within the Sharingan, delivering a fierce thrust. Soon, the nodes of the seal begin to loosen. And despite the agony and fatigue weighing upon your mind, you persistently assault the seal, simultaneously attempting to activate your Sharingan. At 11 o'clock in the evening, you finally broke the seal of your left eye. With the enhancement of ocular power, you effortlessly shattered the seal of your right eye. To avoid raising suspicion upon Toby's return, you refrained from attempting to unravel the more challenging chakra seals on your body. Instead, you restored the sealing technique beneath Toby's Sharingan, resealing it. However, since you performed the sealing yourself, you can undo it at any moment. At the stroke of midnight, unwilling to squander even a moment, you seized the opportunity while Obito was outside engaged in the massacre. You unsealed your left eye and began to delve into the transcription seal left within by Uchiha Kirin, as well as a fragment imbued with the Kodo Amatsukami of the kaleidoscopic ocular power. Detection of the holder successfully overcoming a deadlock. In order to conserve the energy of the simulator, the precision of this simulation has been adjusted to 1 day. The following day, as dawn broke, you finally grasped the fundamental principles of the transcription seal. However, before you could further experiment, a whirlwind erupted within the Kamui space, prompting you to hastily seal your left eye. Bloodied and battered, Obito entered the room. You watched him warily, noting that he paid you no heed. He was merely passing through. After casting a casual glance your way and finding nothing amiss, he ventured deeper into the Kamui space, changed into a new robe, and distorted the space to depart. With the seal on your eye undone, you resumed your study of the transcription seal, recalling the foundational runes of sealing techniques you had learned the previous day, attempting to methodically deconstruct the operational principles of the seal. After an indeterminate period, your comprehension of the transcription seal deepened, and your proficiency in sealing techniques improved, endowing you with greater confidence in unraveling the chakra seals affixed to your body. You released the seals on your body, enduring the piercing pain in your abdomen as you extracted a wisp of chakra. Utilizing this fragment, you restored all the seals that Obito had placed upon you. Through the interplay of unsealing and restoring, you recognized significant progress in your sealing arts. Once the iron chains binding your body were undone, you felt poised to employ the transcription seal upon yourself. The principle of this technique lies in utilizing the Sharingan as a vessel, pre-storing a certain energy in the form of a technique, and subsequently setting conditions for its release, thus achieving an instantaneous deployment without any prior movement. You surmised that the Uchiha Itachi's so-called eye seals in the original storyline were, in essence, an advanced application of the transcription seal. Determined to test your hypothesis, you resolved to seal the great fireball technique within your right eye, intending to unleash it on Obito. To be prudent, you contemplated summoning the Black Cat leader, only to find that the mental link had been severed by the Kamui space, rendering the summoning technique ineffective. Undeterred, you took a risk, relying on your experience with the fire sealing technique and your understanding of the transcription seal. After several attempts, you ultimately succeeded in absorbing and releasing a diminutive fireball through your eye. Exhausting your chakra, you successfully absorbed a colossal great fireball technique into your right eye. After a brief respite, you once again refined your chakra, restoring your seals to their original state. On the third day, just as you restored yourself to a sealed state, a swirling vortex once again stirred within the realm of Kamui. A colossal chest, inscribed with countless seals, was drawn into this space, followed closely by Obito, who entered alongside a vast black bag. At that moment, you realized, due to the excessive consumption of mental energy from practicing sealing techniques, you had become too complacent. Although you had reverted your bodily seals, you found yourself at the far end of the stone platform. Blood, oozing from your wounds while practicing ninjutsu, stained the ground around you. Simultaneously, Obito's gaze shifted toward you. He surveyed the blood pooling on the ground, then turned his attention to the gaping wound in your side. Before locking eyes with you in a silent demand for a reasonable explanation, you remained silent, seemingly provoking his ire. Obito unleashed a powerful kick aimed at your wound. Initially, your willpower allowed you to endure the pain, but as a formidable shadow-level ninja with the body of White Zetsu implanted, his strength surpassed your comprehension. He sent you crashing into the side of the stone platform, creating a deep fissure, and you coughed up a mouthful of blood. Without hesitation, Obito leaped forward, rescuing you from the brink of a bottomless chasm that threatened to swallow you whole, only to slam you back down onto the ground with tremendous force. Blood flowed uncontrollably from your mouth and nose, no longer gushing forth, but mingled with fragments of your internal organs. In just 2 strikes, your bones and insides were shattered, leaving you teetering on the edge of consciousness. Obito, looming above you, fixated not on your face, but rather on your eyes, which were beginning to involuntarily swirl. He seemed to wish to replicate the awakening of his own Sharingan through your experience. Conceding outwardly, you mustered your remaining strength to assert that the blood on the ground was a trace of your struggle to escape this place. Upon hearing your words, Obito's expression softened momentarily, and he inquired whether you could see the future. You nodded, asking him how he had come to know this. However, this inquiry seemed to touch a nerve, and he retaliated with a resounding slap. You, already battered and broken, had no means to evade it. Feeling a ringing in your right ear as your head spun, plunging you into unconsciousness. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold jolted you awake as salt water was poured over you. The stinging pain of your wounds being corroded by the saline barely registering compared to the anguish in your heart. Obito revealed a severed head he had retrieved from the black bag, informing you that he learned of your abilities from its memories, none other than the head of Uchiha Shursui. He carelessly discarded Shursui's head, crushing it underfoot. Witnessing this scene, your heart felt as if it were being cleaved in two, instinctively wanting to close your eyes. But Obito grasped your eyelids, forcing you to behold the aged, weary face of Shursui, now reduced to mere fragments before you. Your soul was consumed by rage and a thirst for vengeance, your eyes spinning with the double tomo, a tear of blood spilling forth. Seeing your reaction, Obito nodded. Yet his dissatisfaction lingered. He laid the black bag flat, retrieving a one-eyed elder, bound and barely breathing, an elderly woman known as Granny Yakina, who had cared for you since your orphanhood. Obito brandished a small knife, methodically skinning the elder alive, compelling you to witness this horrific spectacle. Though you understood the inevitability of the massacre on that fateful night, knowing that all Uchiha would perish at the hands of Obito and Itachi, the torment inflicted upon these two individuals, one who had treated you as kin despite knowing you for merely a day, and the other who had nurtured you like a grandmother, was unbearable. Obito derived sadistic pleasure from their suffering, all for the sake of extracting knowledge about your ability to foresee the future from Shursui's memories. Perhaps, long ago, Obito was indeed innocent and pure, but the masked figure he had become was a wretched creature, willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals, deriving joy from the suffering of others. While some might forgive him, you were neither Kakashi nor Rin, nor the self-righteous prince. You were merely a member of the Uchiha clan. Ravaged by the night of slaughter, your emotions toward this beast were filled solely with a desire for vengeance. Yet, you knew it was not the opportune moment to strike. For now, you must endure. Enough, you roared. A fusion of anger and self-reproach igniting your vengeful spirit to its zenith, blood erupting from your eyes as the double tomo spun faster, almost merging into a solid black ring. You demanded Obito grant Granny Yakina a swift end if he wished to learn about the future. To prevent Obito from continuing his madness, you howled that he was a traitor, a parasite, his heart marked by a cursed seal, unable to resist, an abject fool. The words mixed with the remnants of your internal organs spewed forth. Enough. With a swift stroke, Obito ended Granny Yakina's life, then rushed to you. Trembling as he gripped your neck, you laughed in triumph, taking advantage of the still spiraling Sharingan to assert that you could not only see the future but the past as well. To escape the fate of being a mere pawn to the true Uchiha Madara, he must heed your words. You questioned him directly. Was that not so, Obito? At the sound of his name, his body slackened, and he released you, stepping back, his expression a mix of terror and excitement. In his exhilaration, his demeanor shifted, and he commanded the swirling vortex to heal your injuries, whispering that if you could help him regain his freedom and undo the curse of Uchiha Madara, you would become the most crucial ally in his Moon Eye plan. Once realized, you would create a world where Rin, Uchiha Shursui, and Granny Yakina could exist. Observing Obito's fervor, you recognized that you had merely seized upon his moment of agitation and disarray to manipulate him. Once he regained his composure, he would surely find flaws in your words. Thus, you needed to seize this opportunity to eliminate Obito once and for all. Gradually, your hostility toward him faded, and you inquired about the Moon Eye plan, asking if it could truly resurrect deceased loved ones. In a bid to further alleviate Obito's suspicions towards you, he, in a fit of agitation, opted to employ the Genjutsu, space-time technique, drawing you into an illusionary realm akin to the Moon Eye plan that Uchiha Madara had unveiled to Obito within the confines of the Tsukuyomi world. Therein, he articulated his grand vision. You were not surprised by Obito's ability to wield such an Ultra-S-rank Genjutsu. After all, Uchiha Madara had mastered the authentic Tsukuyomi, and it was not an insurmountable feat for Obito, who had inherited the knowledge, to utilize a diluted version of this bloodline limit. As you found yourself utterly captivated by the Moon Eye plan, Obito posed his most pressing inquiry: how to dispel the curse seal upon his heart. With an impassive countenance, you replied that only Uchiha Madara himself could lift the curse, no other individual, regardless of their prowess, even if the entirety of the Uzumaki clan were resurrected, could achieve this. Just as Obito was on the verge of losing his temper, you calmly added that should Uchiha Madara perish completely, no one would be able to activate the curse seal, effectively nullifying it. Subsequently, you recounted the tale of how Uchiha Madara would be resurrected through Nagato's Sharingan, while simultaneously weaving an elaborate tapestry of fabricated secrets. With your eyes, capable of perceiving both past and future, you discerned that Uchiha Madara's chakra had been reincarnated. You concluded that as long as the reincarnation was sealed and eliminated before awakening its memories, even with the Rinnegan, the resurrected Uchiha Madara would merely be a husk devoid of chakra. As for the identity of Madara's reincarnation, it was evident that neither you nor Obito, nor Itachi Uchiha were the ones. Thus, Sasuke must be eradicated entirely. The power capable of achieving Sasuke's demise resided within his elder brother, Itachi Uchiha, who possessed the legendary artifact known as the Totsuka Blade. Acquiring the Totsuka Blade would enable the complete annihilation of Sasuke. Under your adeptly crafted narrative, articulated with a tone of authority and a mind that leaped with fervor, Obito increasingly embraced the future you painted. He pondered deeply, although your words contained numerous inconsistencies. After all, you were merely a child of 3 years, endowed with formidable ocular techniques. Therefore, Setting aside the minutiae, the overarching logic of your statements remained intact. On the fourth day, after receiving the desired answers from you, Obito departed with satisfaction. However, it was not long before he returned, bringing with him provisions of food and water. Observing your grateful expression as you consumed everything, he nodded approvingly. Subsequently, he collected the remains of Uchiha Kirin and Granny Yakina, along with the large box, and exited the Kamui dimension. The spiraling Zetsu, which had been affixed to your body to sustain your life and heal your wounds, was also taken away. Yet, during the earlier struggles when you activated your Sharingan, you had managed to discreetly extract some minuscule flesh from the white Zetsu with your nails. With your body having only recently recovered, your Sharingan was still in a state of rapid rotation, leaving you utterly fatigued both physically and mentally. You were incapable of further action or contemplation, resigning yourself to lie feebly upon the stone platform, gazing up at the boundless expanse of the pitch-black sky. Before long, Obito returned once more, seemingly to check on your condition. After confirming that you were no longer in mortal danger, he intended to leave. Just before his departure, you softly called out to him, "Brother Obito, I can hardly wait to witness the world after the Eye of the Moon plan." As the vortex was about to close, you heard a faint yet reassuring response. Moments later, you sensed the cessation of the Sharingan's rotation, and in an instant, your ocular powers surged significantly. You hurriedly rose, utilizing the dim light within the Kamui space to observe your reflection in the pooled blood on the ground. However, upon inspection, you discovered that you still possessed only the two-tomo Sharingan. Despite a notable increase in power, you had yet to transcend into a qualitative transformation, even failing to surpass the threshold of the three-tomo. You began to ponder whether you were indeed a heartless individual. Perhaps, in the face of the brutal slaughter of those closest to you, your ability to remain composed and strategize indicated a lack of emotional depth. In light of this realization, you chose to disregard your feelings entirely, focusing instead on the immediate stakes. As you remained at the two-tomo level, you could not unlock the Mangekyou Sharingan. The moment Obito returned, he would inevitably discover your deception, sealing your fate. Given the circumstances, you reluctantly retrieved 2 silver scrolls hidden within the lining of your clothing, examining them under the dim light of the Kamui dimension. On the 5th day, you discover that the 2 scrolls left to you by Uchiha Shana hold extraordinary significance. One of the scrolls is titled Transplantation Technique of the Mangekyou Sharingan, detailing the process of transplanting the Mangekyou Sharingan among blood relatives, methods for merging ocular powers post-transplantation, and various case studies recorded since the early Warring States period, including the transplantation process undertaken by Uchiha Madara from his brother. At the scroll's conclusion, there are speculations from Uchiha seniors regarding the transplantation of the Mangekyou among non-relatives. However, due to the scarcity of those who can awaken the Mangekyou and the prohibitive cost of losing 2 pairs of Mangekyou and outstanding clan members, no practical examples exist. You surmise that before obliterating the Uchiha clan, Obito likely sought out Uchiha Shana specifically for this scroll. Next, you unfurl the 2nd scroll, revealing Uchiha Shana's own research manuscript. It narrates his fervent yearning to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan, detailing his attempts and numerous failures, interspersed with scathing self-criticism and vitriol directed at his family's lack of ambition. Almost half of the manuscript is filled with a cacophony of veiled insults and sarcastic remarks. However, in the latter half of the scroll, Uchiha Shana embarks on research into sealing techniques, seemingly inspired by the sealing arts that emerged following the downfall of the Uzumaki clan. He attempts to create an artificial Mangekyou based on the 3-tomo Sharingan, starting with transcription sealing, obsessively sealing various ninjutsu into his own eyes. Ultimately, he even pilfered 2 3-tomo Sharingan from the ancestral shrine, striving to seal the ocular powers within his own eyes. Despite his unmitigated failures, Uchiha Shana discovers that his ocular power appears to transcend the limitations of the 3-tomo, gradually increasing at an exceedingly slow pace, until your arrival with the future Sharingan. The scroll concludes with the proclamation, "I have succeeded," the still damp ink rendering the final portion smudged, yet failing to mask his exhilaration. At that moment, another vortex swirls within the Kamui space, and you hurriedly tuck Uchiha Shana's manuscript into your clothing, prostrating yourself to scrutinize the transplantation technique of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Obito approaches, placing today's rations down, seizing the scroll, and departing once more. As you watch the vortex he creates in his wake, a sigh of relief escapes you. Fortunately, Obito was captivated by the scroll and did not notice your eyes, which bore only 2 tomo. Opening your lunchbox, you find merely 2 minuscule rice balls and a piece of salted fish, with nary a drop of water. Such meager sustenance would certainly stave off starvation. Yet it offers little in the way of strength. You can't help but speculate that in just a few days, Obito will seek trouble with Uchiha Itachi. The lack of sufficient food appears to be a strategy to prevent you from causing disruption at a critical moment, while the salted fish seems intended to induce dehydration. Indeed, in a few days, Obito may even resort to fasting you. On the 6th day, you lay quietly on the ground, eyes closed in a state of meditation, practicing the bloodline meditation technique. However, to the outside world, you appeared to be languid and emaciated, lacking sustenance. As you had anticipated, today, Obito merely cast a glance at you before departing, bearing nothing with him, not even a sip of water for you. Fortunately, you had earlier concealed a salted fish beneath you, and a half rice ball was hidden within the sleeve of your left arm. On the 7th day, after consuming the half rice ball hidden within the sleeve of your left hand, you resumed your practice of the bloodline meditation technique, striving to enhance your mental acuity and ocular power in these final moments. Obito entered to check on you, and upon observing your frail physique, rendered weak from fasting and the dehydration akin to salted fish, he lingered momentarily before departing once more. On the 8th day, you were abruptly awakened from your slumber, as Obito inquired about his chances of overcoming Itachi Uchiha. Lowering your head and squinting your eyes, you informed him that once Itachi activated Susanoo, employing both Kamui and transcription seal simultaneously would allow for the absorption of the Ten-Tailed Sword, thereby converting it for his own use. Should Itachi be deprived of the Ten-Tailed Sword, his might would be rendered negligible. Your elaborate explanation of Kamui and the transcription seal exceeded even Obito's comprehension. And fueled by his habitual thinking, he swiftly departed the Kamui space, fully aware that under your psychological manipulation, he would inevitably engage in a fierce battle with Itachi. And that time was of the essence, either today or tomorrow. Once Obito had left, you hastily consumed the dried fish you had hidden behind your back, swallowing it along with the blood-soaked ground beneath you to replenish your energy. You sensed a faint warmth emanating from your Sharingan, yet there were no signs of awakening. Attributing it to your fervent desire to activate the Mangekyou Sharingan, you sat in stillness upon a stone platform, quietly awaiting the impending confrontation. After a while, a partial arm suddenly emerged within the Kamui space, but it was neither severed nor absorbed by the Kamui vortex. It remained connected to its owner, suspended and in constant motion. Your eyes widened in recognition. It was Obito's arm. Your heart raced. If you acted now, you could sever his limb. Once Obito lost an arm, his corporeal form would still have to contend with Itachi's counterattack. After all, Itachi was no weakling, and at this moment, he remained in peak condition, far superior to the water release master he had previously faced against Sasuke. Engaging him would leave Obito no time to return to the Kamui space. However, you chose not to act hastily. Instead, you planned to allow the two to engage further until Obito was thoroughly entangled in a stalemate, at which point you would unleash a powerful strike. You swiftly converted the food within your body into chakra, your gaze fixed intently on Obito as he shifted back to his physical form. Suddenly, your eyes sparkled with clarity as you observed Obito transferring his entire upper body into the Kamui space. His arms, torso, and head were engulfed in black flames, with Obito desperately clawing at his clothing, attempting to extricate himself from the Kamui. Soon, his fiery garments were completely shed, revealing his upper body, enwrapped by white zetsu. Seizing the moment, you expended nearly all your chakra to unleash a colossal fireball towards Obito. A scream echoed through the flames. But just as you relished the thought of your success, a foot struck you from behind, sending your body tumbling like a marionette with severed strings across the stone platform, helplessly plummeting into the abyss below. You had not anticipated that Obito could not only enter the Kamui space but also modify his position within it. The great fireball technique proved far less lethal than Raikiri, Rasengan, or Might Guy's physical prowess, affording Obito the opportunity to retaliate, even as he was pierced by Itachi's kunai, sending you spiraling into the depths. Fortunately, you had not truly starved for 3 days. Rather, you consumed your pre-saved rations, converting them into chakra that clung to the edge of the stone platform. Realizing the betrayal, Obito understood he had been deceived. However, the ardent Itachi would not heed this, launching a furious assault with his Crimson Susanoo. The divine defense of the 8-span mirror was sufficient to withstand the wood-release attacks Obito executed with white zetsu, while the Yata mirror unleashed immense explosive force, accompanied by the sealing prowess of the Ten-Tailed Sword. The onslaught was relentless, catching Obito off guard. Despite White Zetsu's rapid healing, the continuous barrage left him with no opportunity to reset Kamui or directly penetrate Susanoo's interior. The battle raged on, each side locked in a fierce exchange. However, due to White Zetsu's regenerative capabilities, coupled with the spatial transfer of Kamui, it was evident that if this prolonged, Itachi would inevitably succumb. As Obito's body was once again transferred into the Kamui space, you observed that the spiraled Zetsu enveloping him had suffered considerable damage, evidently from the searing touch of Amaterasu. At that moment, bloodied yet resilient, you clawed your way up from the abyss, fixating on Obito's half-exposed form. You noticed that despite being enveloped by white Zetsu, the area connected to his corporeal body was laid bare, exposing the internal organs. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, you struck the ground with your hand, channeling your final ounce of chakra, propelling your head directly into Obito's abdomen. Then, you unleashed the long-accumulated great fireball from the transcription seal. Die! You roared, as Obito's body erupted from within. Even with white Zetsu's covering and the transplantation of Hashirama S cells, the internal organs proved to be the most vulnerable. They were scorched to cinders, leaving Obito with no chance of survival. To prevent him from transferring his body away and using white Zetsu to endure Itachi's onslaught, you clung tightly to Obito's torso with hands like iron claws. Even if he managed to shift back to the external world, you would be dragged along with him. Under the searing proximity of the great fireball, Both your head and Obito's torso were reduced to charred remnants. Yet, in the next instant, Obito emerged unscathed from the Kamui space, removing his mask to reveal his extinguished left eye. He approached you and stomped your smoldered form, shaking his head as he declared, "The farce is over." As he prepared to kick you into the abyss, you opened your eyes. At that moment, the sword of the divine blade sealed within your gaze was passively triggered, healing all your wounds and, due to the effects of life force depletion, causing your physique to grow significantly. You lunged at Obito, your chakra reserves utterly depleted, yet driven by instinct, you clung to him, clawing at his neck with your nails and gnawing at his face like a wild beast, catching him off guard. However, soon enough, wooden spikes sprouted from the white zetsu enveloping Obito, piercing your body and continuously siphoning your life force. Aware that you could not persist for long, you chose to lock eyes with Obito, spirit sever, as a melodious chime rang through your mind. The vast disparity in spiritual power caused your essence to shatter upon entering Obito's mental realm. Yet, the shock of your soul's fragmentation left Obito momentarily dazed. Though your consciousness was obliterated, your body continued to fight, propelled by the primal instinct to eliminate him. You exerted force backward, dragging both yourself and the bewildered Obito into the chasm between the stone platforms. You perished. The simulation has concluded. In the process of settling rewards, a comprehensive evaluation of the strengths of both parties. In this simulation, the holder, possessing foresight, seeks guidance from Uchiha Shirsui, swiftly eliminating the root ninjas. While enhancing their own power, they simultaneously raise the vigilance of their clan. Even when ensnared, they remain undeterred, daring to confront death for a chance at victory. They successfully deceive Obito, using him as a pawn to inflict severe damage upon Uchiha Itachi, ultimately leading to a mutual demise with Obito. The course of the world is altered by your actions. Even the smallest butterfly can, through its wings, stir up a tempestuous storm. The comprehensive results have been determined to be a transcendent match. The rewards have been settled. Holders may select 7 rewards from the following 10 options. 1. Additional simulation attempts 10-2. Enhancement of Sharingan ocular power 3. Fundamentals of sealing techniques 4. Manuscript of Uchiha Sasuke 5. Transplantation technique for Mangekyou Sharingan 6. Fundamental textbook on the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, like new 7. Fire sealing technique 8. Transcription seal 9. Essence of white zetsu in the midst of simulation battles. It was unexpected that my abilities could lead to the demise of Obito, albeit at a tremendous cost. The sacrifices made, coupled with foresight and psychological tactics, are truly challenging to replicate. As the simulation concluded, Uchiha Kirin wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He then meticulously examined the rewards acquired from the simulation. Only 3 simulation points remained, while the 10-point reward would undoubtedly allow for substantial indulgence for a time. Thus it was imperative to retain it. During the simulation, despite witnessing the brutal murder of a close one, he found himself unable to further awaken his Sharingan. Yet his ocular prowess had evidently undergone a significant enhancement. The Sharingan is the lifeblood of the Uchiha clan, and he could not afford to relinquish it. Additionally, the basics of sealing techniques were of paramount importance, indicating his capability to seal unique bloodlines such as the Sharingan in reality. As for the manuscript of Uchiha Shana and the kaleidoscope Sharingan transplant technique, these were entrusted to him by Uchiha Shana in a critical moment, directly tied to the awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, which made Uchiha Kirin place great value on these 2 scrolls. Furthermore, the fire sealing technique and the transcription seal were both ninjutsu capable of sealing the black flames of Amaterasu. Should he manage to introduce these black flames into the simulation, Uchiha Kirin's combat prowess would undoubtedly soar to unparalleled heights. With formidable offensive ninjutsu at his disposal, he would no longer suffer from the lack of assault power as he did in this simulation, relying solely on the great fireball technique to exchange injury for injury. He also acquired the flesh of white zetsu, combat experience, and the rare foundational sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. The elimination of Obito in this simulation not only earned him a transcendent evaluation, but also presented a plethora of difficult choices. Uchiha Kirin scratched his head, making his final decision. While combat experience is valuable, it can also be honed in the next simulation. Although the transcription seal is convenient, he lacked proficiency in it, and the fire sealing technique could serve as a substitute. Ultimately, regarding the foundational sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, although precious, they could easily be acquired from the Ninja Cat clan for merely 0.5 Asuma units, thus he decided to store all items in the system space. As the command was issued, a tremendous surge of ocular power flooded into Uchiha Kirin's mind, his eyes, and even his spiritual realm. The rapidly rotating eyes absorbed this force, while all the resentment and fury within it rushed into his consciousness, attempting to disrupt his tranquil mental world. Blending his insights into sealing techniques with his understanding of ocular power, Uchiha Kirin's mental strength ascended in tandem with his ocular prowess. Though little time had elapsed in the external world, Uchiha Kirin experienced what felt like an eternity within his mental realm, until he subdued the tumultuous mental energy entirely, transforming it into sustenance for growth. The Sharingan gradually adapted to the surge in ocular power, allowing him to return to reality. The bloodline meditation technique proved quite useful. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Uchiha Kirin felt grateful for having noted this meditation method when he received the ocular power of the Sharingan. He subconsciously employed this technique amidst his suffering. Not only did he effortlessly suppress the pain, but he also discovered a method to amplify his own power through the intersection of mental strength and ocular power, swiftly digesting the rewards from the simulation. Furthermore, the enhancement of the Sharingan seemed to catalyze a balanced growth in his physical capabilities. Now, he felt invigorated, brimming with inexhaustible energy, and his vitality surged to the extent that he could forego sleep for days on end. System, please review and collect the spoils from this hunt. Detection of the demise of the hunting target has been confirmed. According to the highest value, 2 pieces of loot were extracted. 1. Speed attribute of 453 points. 2. Grade A, barrier technique. 64-fold ceiling, a gentle reminder. Repeatedly hunting the same target will result in diminishing rewards. Isn't it true, my friend? As a lightning-style ninja, is it really necessary for you to learn so many grade A ninjutsu instead of honing your lightning techniques? Where has your lightning affinity gone? Observing the ceiling technique among the rewards, Uchiha Kirin couldn't help but strike the table in frustration. It seemed that in order to acquire fundamental attributes, it was more prudent to seek out lower-level foes with fewer ninjutsu. Otherwise, if faced with advanced ninjutsu, the spoils would likely consist of techniques rather than attributes. Well, let's claim it. Feeling a tingling sensation coursing through his nerves, Uchiha Kirin flexed the muscles in his arms and lightly bounced on the ground. Indeed, both his neural responses and agility had ascended to a new tier, leaving him with a sensation of lightness akin to that of a swallow. The barrier technique, 64-fold ceiling, serves primarily to seal the Uchiha clan. It is akin to a diminished version of the 4 Crimson Flames formation, requiring 64 elite ninjas to simultaneously set up the formation, or alternatively, 3 ninjas skilled in sealing techniques working in concert to replace 1 elite. Once established, the barrier takes on a pale red hue, capable of obscuring all external perceptions from within the sealing barrier. With a defensive strength sufficient to withstand a single-tailed beast bomb, temporarily trapping the tailed beast. Developed by Danzo's team post the Nine-Tails incident to guard against the Uchiha clan, while its defensive capabilities are formidable. It necessitates a plethora of pre-engraved sealing scrolls and extensive collaboration training among numerous personnel. However, Konoha's wealth is ample, with fewer than 1,000 cooperating shinobi. The Root organization can certainly afford this expense to eradicate the Uchiha clan. Upon acquiring the barrier technique, 64-fold sealing, Uchiha Kirin also discerned that the principles of this ninjutsu were strikingly similar to those of sealing techniques. Indeed, as Uchiha Shana had stated, barriers, seals, and curse marks all stem from the same origin, fundamentally consisting of sealing runes. Regrettably, such a multitude of ninjas is required, with his current chakra levels. Even utilizing shadow clones would be insufficient. Otherwise, Uchiha Kirin could easily deploy this technique over the Hokage building or above the Sarutobi clan's domain. Let us examine the physical attributes. Simulator holder, Uchiha Kirin strength, 685 speed, 1361 endurance, 789 spirit, 1600 chakra, 5000 eye power, 1200 attributes, fire, wind, water, earth, bloodline limit, Sharingan, double tomo, combat skills grade A, enchantment, shackles of the hang, soul severing, lightning release, lightning body flicker, fire sealing technique, barrier technique, 64-fold sealing, B class, water release, water dragon bullet, illusion technique, Sharingan, basic sealing technique, C level, proficiency in shuriken techniques, basic application of the Sharingan, great fireball technique, water release, water chaos wave, fox's heart technique, D class, fundamental combat, chakra refinement technique, Uchiha swordsmanship basics, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, magical, Naraka observation technique. The simulation points stood at 13, confirming my suspicions. The remarkable enhancement of the Sharingan has indeed catalyzed my physical growth. Observing the updated attributes panel, Uchiha Kirin deduced that this latest evolution of the Sharingan had bolstered his strength, speed, and endurance by approximately 200 points each, nearing a total of 1,000 attributes, an impressive feat even among CH-Nin. Moreover, with the integration of the loot system, the pace at which he surpassed the 1,000-point threshold imbued him with the sensation of entering an entirely new realm. As for his mental fortitude and chakra reserves, they too saw significant growth alongside the enhancement of his ocular prowess. Coupled with the extensive array of ninjutsu at his disposal, it seemed that all that remained to achieve the prowess of AJ Nin was ample combat experience, readily available in Konoha, where he could engage in skirmishes at will, simulating countless encounters to accumulate proficiency. Feeling this surge of power, Uchiha Kirin began to contemplate his next simulation but suddenly recalled that he had yet to thoroughly examine the items acquired during his previous endeavors. With a swift motion, he summoned 2 silvery scrolls from the system's repository and placed them upon his desk. He reached for the more neatly arranged scroll, laying it on the ground to unfurl gently, with his Sharingan scrutinizing the contents. He confirmed that it contained instructions on how to exchange the Mangekyou Sharingan and fuse ocular powers, alongside numerous accounts of eye exchanges among brothers from the Warring States period. After rolling up the Mangekyou Sharingan transplant technique and returning it to the system's space, his gaze shifted to the other scroll, somewhat misshapen, which bore the research notes of Uchiha Shana. This manuscript encapsulated Uchiha Shana's years of study on sealing techniques in the Mangekyou Sharingan, embodying the high hopes entrusted to him by a mentor he had known for less than a day. After a cursory read, Uchiha Kirin particularly noted the passage detailing the experience of sealing the three-tomo Sharingan's ocular power within his own eyes. He pressed the scroll to his chest and murmured, "I shall inherit the will of the Uchiha." Rising gently, he approached the water pipe and doused himself with cool water, wiping away the droplets from his hair with his hands, thereby extricating his emotions from the weighty mission he bore. Next, he retrieved the white Zetsu tissue, Uchiha Shana's Sharingan, and the Root Ninja's briefcase he had acquired earlier, along with the colossal sealing scroll obtained in previous simulations. Utilizing the foundational sealing techniques taught by Uchiha Shana during the simulation, he discerned that the Root Ninja's briefcase was a specially crafted sealing tool made of chakra alloy, termed a sealing box. Unlike sealing scrolls, the sealing box could not compress its volume and had significantly less capacity. Yet it possessed identity recognition capabilities and the same ability to contain the essence of its contents as sealing scrolls. Furthermore, the sealing box boasted a unique feature absent in sealing scrolls. It permitted nested sealing, allowing for a smaller sealing box or sealing scroll to be contained within it, a functionality not applicable to the latter. With the specially crafted chakra alloy exterior, the likelihood of breaching its confines was considerably lower than that of a sealing scroll, rendering it a more suitable vessel for precious items. Uchiha Kirin's current mastery of sealing techniques and the potency of his external ocular and mental strength enabled him to effortlessly erase the chakra markings and seals left by the Root Ninja on the box. Upon opening it, he first encountered a stack of explosive tags rigged with chakra-triggered traps. No wonder a previous attempt at forcible opening had resulted in detonation. Stowing the explosive tags in his pocket, Uchiha Kirin methodically removed the items within the box, a specially forged kunai crafted from high-quality steel, its edges coated with chakra-infused metal and exceeding the length of standard kunai by an inch, a commendable weapon for a nin. After securing the kunai to his waist, he extracted two scrolls, a smaller, unsealed sealing scroll and a larger scroll inscribed with an array of runes. The runes grew increasingly familiar as he examined them. Indeed, they were part of the barrier technique, 64-fold sealing. There existed a total of 64 of these modules, equivalent to 192 pieces, distributed among each Root Ninja responsible for the barrier. Lastly, he found a vial containing a viscous, deep red liquid rich in chakra. Drawing from the knowledge of sealing techniques acquired during simulations, Uchiha Kirin recognized this as a vial of Root Ninja blood. Some sealing ninjas, not of the Uzumaki clan, lacked sufficient chakra reserves despite their mastery of sealing techniques. Consequently, they devised a method to store chakra within their blood, allowing them to continue sealing even after depleting their chakra reserves. This blood could also be utilized to inscribe explosive tags. If a small barrier were etched onto the vial beforehand, it could be thrown to ensnare an adversary instantly. After placing all unnecessary items back into the system's space, Uchiha Kirin first lifted the freeze on the white Zetsu tissue, molding the fragments into a cohesive mass that felt akin to a blend of modeling clay and king oyster mushroom. He then sealed it, only to observe that, even with the seal, the white Zetsu tissue continued to writhe sluggishly, attempting to escape through the seams of the seal. It appeared that the white Zetsu cells possessed a degree of resistance to sealing techniques. Perhaps the Sharingan's suppression would prove effective? Notably, Uchiha Shana's Sharingan, deprived of vital energy, was trapped in a state of limbo, neither advancing nor descending, its Mangekyou techniques half-awakened and precariously unstable. It might very well be that the white Zetsu cells could provide the requisite vitality for its evolution. As anticipated, upon introducing Uchiha Shana's Sharingan to the white Zetsu tissue, a reaction occurred. First, the previously restless white Zetsu tissue calmed, gradually enveloping the Sharingan, becoming still. Simultaneously, the Sharingan, which had ceased its rotation and was caught in a state of stasis, began to turn once more, albeit at a sluggish pace. Yet it offered Uchiha Kirin a glimmer of hope. After sealing both entities together within a smaller sealing scroll, he resealed it and placed the scroll inside the sealing box, applying an additional seal and establishing a personal recognition password. He designated his creation, Soul Sever, as the identification password, ensuring that only a precisely calibrated mental assault could unlock it. After all, a normal individual would not resort to using ninjutsu on a mere box. Finally, he returned the sealing box to his storage space, freezing it until needed for future simulations. Next came the pivotal moment of sealing the Amaterasu black flames. Uchiha Kirin unfurled the largest scroll with a hint of reluctance, extracting the sealed bathtub and placing it into the system's spatial realm. He then smoothed out the scroll entirely, pressing down on one side with both hands, closing his eyes as he envisioned the intricate symbols of the sealing fire technique within his mind. When he reopened his eyes, He summoned his inner resolve, blending his chakra with mental and ocular energy in precise proportions, channeling this amalgamation into the tips of his fingers. In an instant, a stream of inky runes flowed forth from his fingertips like a gentle current, gracefully etching profound black patterns onto the scroll, reminiscent of serpents weaving through the air. As the runes culminated in their final convergence, a weighty chain, seemingly forged from lead, descended upon the scroll, successfully completing the sealing scroll. What remained was to test the strength of this scroll and its runes against the trial of the Amaterasu black flames. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Kirin retrieved the Amaterasu black flames from the system's space, simultaneously releasing its frozen state and activating the sealing scroll. A refreshing pull emanated from the scroll, and before the Amaterasu could touch the ground, it was firmly ensnared by the formidable force radiating from the scroll. In a brief moment, the black flames were entirely absorbed into the sealing scroll, leaving no trace in the external world, not even the heat they once emitted. Observing a dark flame blossom at the center of the intricate, compass-like runes, Uchiha Kirin finally exhaled in relief. This moment signified his success in sealing the Amaterasu, transforming it into a power he could command and wield. Uchiha Kirin promptly resolved to initiate another simulation, for he too was curious to ascertain the extent of his newfound strength. The simulation commences. The target for elimination has been designated, Root Ninja, Chuan. At 5 o'clock in the morning, you unfurl the contract scroll and the token, summoning the esteemed Black Cat leader. In the presence of the future individual you have envisioned and the formidable ocular power you exhibit, the Black Cat leader chooses to place faith in your words and resolves to assist you in this temporal journey. You present the orphan subsidies you have amassed over the years, beseeching the Black Cat leader to procure shurikens and explosive tags at a modest price, the more the better. Before departing, the Black Cat leader imparts the summoning technique to you. A mere glance is sufficient for you to master it. You inquire if the Black Cat leader possesses knowledge of the reverse summoning technique. Though slightly perplexed, the Black Cat leader nods in affirmation. For reverse summoning is a fundamental skill of the ninja cats, and indeed, he could not be unaware of it. However, it is rare for members of the Uchiha clan to pay heed to such a ninjutsu, let alone employ it. Nevertheless, he transmits the reverse summoning technique as a sensing art to you, elucidating certain precautions during the transmission. You engrave this knowledge firmly in your mind with your Sharingan. At 6 in the morning, after finishing your breakfast, you tuck the sealed fire scroll into your backpack and, covering it with a towel, briskly made your way to the secluded training ground. Drawing forth a specially crafted kunai, coated with chakra-infused alloy, you twirled it in your hand, discovering its suitability for wielding the Uchiha-style sword techniques as a short blade. Following the teachings imparted by Uchiha Shana in your memory, you utilized the overgrown tall weeds and bushes, a result of years of neglect, as imagined adversaries for your practice. With significant advancements in your Sharingan's ocular prowess and a boost in your physical attributes, you quickly reacquainted yourself with the principles of the Uchiha style. Although you lacked lightning attribute chakra to perform the lightning body flicker technique, you were still able to employ it as a standard body flicker technique, seamlessly integrating it into your swordsmanship practice. At 7 in the morning, you launch a shuriken into the sky, employing the exquisite techniques of the Uchiha clan to simulate a scenario in which you are simultaneously assailed from a distance by multiple attackers. You deftly utilize the swordsmanship you have mastered to parry and counterattack. After a period of time, you realize that your swordsmanship has reached a plateau. Merely conjuring imaginary foes with your Sharingan is no longer sufficient for your progression. To further refine your swordplay, it becomes clear that true combat with real foes is essential. Although shadow clones might offer a solution, a more ingenious idea dawns upon you: to infuse your kunai with fire element chakra, thereby augmenting the lethality of each strike. The chakra-infused kunai you hold is crafted from a material ideally suited for practicing chakra transformation. You attempt to channel fire element chakra into the kunai, and indeed, it begins to emit a gentle warmth. Activating your Sharingan, you keenly monitor your control over the chakra. With constant adjustments, you successfully achieve a state in which the kunai radiates a white glow without jeopardizing your own safety. In this condition, the kunai can effortlessly sever a tree that a person can embrace, inflicting even greater harm upon your adversaries. Although you sense that your mastery of chakra transformation could ascend to even greater heights, you are aware that this kunai, while a commendable weapon for a nin, is not a renowned sword or blade, nor is it composed entirely of chakra metal. Thus, further increasing the chakra input risks damaging the weapon itself. Consequently, you cease your practice of swordsmanship. At 8 in the morning, feeling an insatiable emptiness in your stomach from the extensive consumption of chakra, you reached out through telepathy to communicate with the formidable Black Cat, requesting him to procure some sustenance and military rations for you. Additionally, you required some wire for your shuriken technique. You sheathed your kunai and shifted your gaze to the shuriken. Unlike the kunai, which is a close combat weapon, the shuriken serves as a projectile weapon. Its impact is notably feeble unless it strikes a vital artery or the trachea. You endeavor to apply the transformation of fire release attributes to the shuriken, which would yield a technique of fire release ninjutsu that is low in consumption yet possesses considerable lethality, easily unleashed at will. You attempted to heat the shuriken with chakra. However, being constructed of ordinary metal, it proved exceedingly challenging to transmit chakra through it. Yet, for one with the Sharingan, it was not an impossible feat. After navigating various challenges, you ultimately mastered the art of heating the shuriken with chakra. Nevertheless, due to the material constraints of the shuriken, you could only heat it to a dull red. To enhance it further would require a significant investment of time, even for someone endowed with the Sharingan. Nonetheless, even in its red-hot state, the shuriken's power should not be underestimated. It can effortlessly sever a limb or ignite a body, consuming less than 1% of the energy required for a great fireball technique. At 9 o'clock in the morning, you will summon the enigmatic Black Cat leader after acquiring the necessary items. Once satiated, you swiftly restore your chakra, drawing upon your previous experiences with chakra attribute transformations. Before long, you discover the method to imbue wire with the fire attribute. Although the fire-infused wire possesses a power inferior to that of shurikens, its concealment is significantly enhanced. A moment's inattention can lead to effortlessly severing a ninja's chakra points, making it equally adept for a swift throat cut. At 10 o'clock in the morning, feeling a lingering thirst for knowledge, you once again entrusted the formidable Black Cat to procure a number of shurikens, dedicating your time to mastering the art of infusing them with the transformative properties of fire. The shurikens, now imbued with the essence of fire, possess a temperature akin to that of steel, yet they excel in their unparalleled piercing capability, effortlessly penetrating the human body. A strike to vital organs, such as the heart, could swiftly lead to a fatal outcome. Moreover, the shuriken's inherent stealth renders them exceptional against those devoid of ocular techniques, while their otherwise modest power is exquisitely compensated by your fiery enhancements. At 11 in the morning, you concluded your practice on the variations of chakra attributes and settled into a meditative posture, commencing the bloodline meditation technique. Under the confluence of mental and ocular power, it appeared that your bloodline within was drawn by an unseen force, undergoing a remarkable transformation. You discerned that, under the influence of this bloodline power, not only were your mental and ocular faculties experiencing growth, but even the quantity of chakra and your physical attributes were subtly shifting as well. At noon, under the warm embrace of sunlight, you gradually become enraptured by the sensation of your bloodline being unfurled. The power derived from this lineage makes the notion of becoming stronger feel remarkably effortless and delightfully exhilarating. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you are roused from your slumber by the call of the enigmatic Black Cat leader, only to realize the depths of your hunger. It appears that while the bloodline meditation technique may unlock the latent powers of the Uchiha clan, it also acts as a voracious beast, consuming energy. You swiftly make your way to the bustling snack street at the heart of your clan's territory to indulge in a hearty meal, and subsequently, you head towards the riverside to engage in fishing. At 2 in the afternoon, as you set your sights on annihilating the root barrier ninjas within the span of 1 hour, it is evident that such an endeavor demands immense exertion. Consequently, you had previously ensnared a considerable number of fish. Those that eluded your fishing rod were captured with shuriken. You filled 3 baskets to the brim, while simultaneously arranging 5 or 6 fish upon the grill. Moreover, to ensure an ample supply of provisions, the esteemed Black Cat boss specially procured a sealing scroll to store the grilled fish. At 3 in the afternoon, 3 members of the Root organization arrived punctually, awaiting the use of reconnaissance ninjutsu to confirm that you, cloaked in chakra concealment, harbored no chakra within. Before the trio could disperse, you swiftly hurled 3 shurikens imbued with fire chakra. The leading lightning ninja, noticing your movement, promptly employed the body flicker technique to evade. However, the 2 behind him were not so fortunate. One was pierced through the throat and chest, igniting from within and collapsing amidst the flames consuming his own body. The other narrowly avoided a fatal blow but suffered a shoulder wound, half his body engulfed in flames as he howled, fleeing in terror. You drew a kunai and executed a body flicker technique across the river, directly confronting the approaching lightning ninja, with your Sharingan disrupting his hand seals. A single strike of your kunai, radiating white light, severed the ninja's neck, leaving behind 2 charred remnants. Meanwhile, the ninja you had wounded in the shoulder had already escaped using the body flicker technique. Despite your swiftness, pursuing him proved challenging. Thus, you unsealed a fire scroll and unleashed the black flames of Amaterasu. Within half a minute, the root ninjas, attempting to expel chakra to resist, were utterly consumed by the inferno. You then reabsorbed the nearly extinguished black flames back into the scroll. Concurrently, your feline companion completed the cleanup, presenting you with the trio's briefcases. As you inquired whether there was a convenient place for storing items, you opened the 3 cases, stowing away useful combat tools such as kunai and explosive tags. The large scroll, a component of the barrier technique, 64-fold sealing, was entrusted to your companion for safekeeping. He mentioned he could temporarily release the summoning technique, storing the items in his residence within the Nico clan. You nodded in agreement, deciding to proceed with this plan. Soon, you arrived at the next battlefield. Armed with the previous experience, you swiftly dispatched the root ninjas using your fire-enhanced shuriken jutsu. What followed was the monotonous task of opening boxes as your companion collected the spoils before heading to the next location. In each battlefield, You adhered to the principle of swift resolution while continuously honing your Uchiha sword techniques and shuriken manipulation, with the Sharingan allowing you to replicate the opponent's taijutsu and body movements. You absorbed lessons from each encounter, mastering your methods against the root ninjas. In fact, during some skirmishes, the tasks of traveling, collecting spoils, and consuming soldier pills to restore chakra became the most time-consuming aspects, while the battles themselves turned into a refreshing diversion. Although the root ninjas employed simplistic combat techniques, rendering them mere practice dummies after your initial encounters, you occasionally encountered more formidable adversaries. However, in the face of such opponents, you harbored no intent for a fair duel to refine your skills. Instead, you would exchange a few blows before retreating with shuriken, subsequently unleashing the black flames of Amaterasu to swiftly conclude the confrontation. Efficiency gradually became your foremost principle in combat, for time was of the essence. At 4 in the afternoon, having finally dispatched the last group of root ninjas and successfully amassed a significant haul of spoils, including the complete set of barrier technique, 64-fold sealing scrolls, you noticed the Uchiha clan members discovering the corpses on one side of the clan grounds. On the other side, several idling ninjas near the battlefield also met their end at your hands. You understood that such occurrences could not be concealed for long, yet today, your purpose was solely to eliminate, rendering these matters irrelevant. Thus, you incinerated the blood-stained garments and damaged ninja tools, washed yourself in the water, and, after drying off, donned the attire your feline companion had prepared, retreating to a secluded training ground to rest. By 5 in the afternoon, chaos erupted within the Uchiha clan's territory. While the Konoha side dispatched Umbu to negotiate with the Uchiha leadership, the elite shinobi of the security team maintained order among the agitated clan members, preventing them from recklessly assaulting the Hokage building in their fury. Amidst the throng, Uchiha Fugaku knelt, persistently beseeching the clan members for a chance, for Uchiha Itachi's chance, assuring them that upon his return from the root, he would provide satisfactory explanations. It was difficult to fathom that in a clan that revered strength, the leader would forego his power, adopting such a posture and unwittingly relinquishing the initiative to outsiders. Yet none of this concerned you. Despite the soldier pills restoring your chakra and stamina, the toll of eliminating so many ninjas was still substantial. Thus, you lay in a secluded corner of the training ground, allowing yourself to drift into a deep slumber. At 6 in the evening, due to your disruption, the night of extermination did not unfold as anticipated. However, the Uchiha clan remains besieged within their ancestral grounds. Itachi Uchiha has yet to return, while Sasuke Uchiha has, after school, been unexpectedly invited to a gathering at the Akimichi family's restaurant, joining Naruto, Shikamaru, and others. The Black Cat leader has brought you a blanket. Yet you continue to sleep in the wilderness. With a significant portion of your vitality restored, you begin to utilize your Sharingan within the realm of your mind, systematically categorizing the combat techniques of the root ninjas you have defeated. You reconstruct a cadre of imagined adversaries and continue to engage in battle with these phantoms within your mental domain. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the arrival of Uchiha Itachi temporarily quelled the tumult within the Uchiha clan. The fervent clansmen were persuaded to retreat to their quarters for the night, while the Konoha Umbu departed from the Uchiha compound. Under the joint entreaties of Uchiha Fugaku and his son, nearly everyone believed that by the morrow, the Hokage would provide a reasonable explanation. After all, it was merely a single night, and as the foremost clan of Konoha, the Uchiha could afford to wait. You were roused from your slumber by the persistent bites of mosquitoes, and a surge of chakra jolted you awake. Summoning your feline companion, you inquired about the price of a suitably sized, chakra-infused ninja blade. Upon receiving a satisfactory response, you instructed your companion to sell the surplus explosive tags and kunai obtained from the root organization in exchange for a reliable chakra alloy sword. After scaling the training grounds wall, you employed a sealing technique to minimize your chakra's dispersal, while gazing towards the core of the clan's territory not far off. Before long, your feline companion completed the transaction, and you acquired the desired chakra alloy ninja blade. Additionally, you gathered the vials of blood-rich and sealing ninja chakra that you had collected. Nearly 200 vials bore various sealing techniques and barrier arts, interspersed with some fire sealing formulas. Although they could not permanently seal Amaterasu like a scroll, they were sufficient to impede it temporarily. These items constituted your confidence in confronting Uchiha Itachi. Though it seemed a futile endeavor, you resolved to risk your life to test the true extent of Uchiha Itachi's formidable strength. Shortly thereafter, the first scream echoed from within the clan's grounds. At 8 in the evening, you shed the transformation that preserved your youthful form, revealing a tall and upright adolescent figure, draped in a cloak adorned with sealed blood vials. You wrapped a thick scarf around your face, leaving only your Sharingan visible, and donned a wide-brimmed hat before leaping down from the high training ground walls. Just as Uchiha Itachi was poised to strike down his unsuspecting clan members, a figure clad in the cloak, with a hat and a long sword at their waist, silently traversed the blood-soaked streets, arriving at an open doorway. Inside, several Uchiha ninjas were engaged in a fierce battle with Itachi, but within a few exchanges, they fell victim to his Sharingan, dispatched swiftly thereafter. As the last foe was on the verge of being slain, a bottle flew through the air, catching Itachi's attention. He swiftly redirected his blade towards the blood vial, resulting in an explosion of crimson mist. A sealing technique materialized, attempting to ensnare Itachi. But such a solitary seal posed no genuine threat. With a light step, Itachi effortlessly evaded the seal using a body flicker technique. You emerged quickly from behind the rooftop, utilizing the enhanced hearing of a ninja cat to pinpoint Itachi's landing, casting a handful of shuriken before jumping down from the opposite side of the roof to avoid his gaze. Simultaneously, you shouted that the Uchiha clan was under night attack, urging others to find the elder, while scattering explosive tags into the air. The resounding blast startled the entire clan into wakefulness. Itachi swiped away your thrown shuriken, intending to pursue you, but was momentarily repelled by an explosive tag. Upon turning, he found that the ninja he had been about to kill had vanished, stirring a flicker of uncertainty within him. Confident of his victory, he activated his Sharingan and unleashed Amaterasu. A black flame erupted from your back, yet you remained unfazed, halting your flight to shatter several blood vials against the ground, immediately suppressing the black flames with a rapid sealing technique. At that moment, you inexplicably declared that if he wished to know who Uchiha Madara was, he should follow you. However, Itachi was not easily deceived. He swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a massive water dragon technique that surged towards you. The dragon's path obliterated the densely packed structures at the heart of the clan, unleashing screams from women and children alike. Despite the assistance of newly awakened ninjas, the Uchiha clan's proficiency in fire techniques rendered them helpless against the water assault. Even the few skilled in earth techniques found their chakra insufficient to rival the awakened Mangekyou Sharingan of Itachi, resulting in their swift defeat. You had not anticipated that Itachi would initiate with water techniques rather than fire, hurriedly employing the body flicker technique to evade the water dragon. You heated your ninja blade to a white-hot state, cleaving the rushing water into steam. Just then, black flames ignited once more upon your body, a testament to Itachi's overwhelming combat intellect far beyond your current capabilities. In mere moments, he had dismantled your prepared strategies. Realizing the gravity of the situation, you tore off the ignited cloak and hurled it, along with the sealed blood vials, towards Itachi. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball targeted the airborne cloak, instantly igniting the blood vials and intertwining chaotic sealing runes that formed an exceedingly unstable barrier in the air, successfully intercepting the fire dragon unleashed by Itachi. As the barrier crumbled, you drew the sealing scroll from your back and, channeling all your strength through the Sharingan, connected with the hearing of the ninja cat, desperately searching for Itachi's whereabouts. Suddenly, you were thrust forward as if propelled. Itachi, utilizing his incredible speed and mastery of the body flicker technique, had closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick to the back of your neck. However, in that fleeting moment, you reacted by throwing a fire-imbued shuriken, igniting the edge of the sealing scroll and incinerating the runes that bound Amaterasu. Flames erupted from beneath Itachi's feet. Yet before you could revel in your success, the burning figure of Itachi transformed into smoke, an illusionary clone. Enduring the pain of a grievous neck injury, you scanned your surroundings, witnessing the Uchiha ninjas sprawled in pools of blood. You were impressive. Itachi's calm voice floated through the air, but you could not discern his position. A stark reminder of the chasm between you and a shadow-level warrior. Suddenly, a pair of crimson Mangekyou Sharingan appeared before you, and the next moment, your consciousness was ensnared within an illusionary realm. Realizing it was Tsukuyami, you discerned Itachi's interest in the information you possessed, but you had no desire to submit to interrogation. Soul Cutter. This strike was not aimed at Itachi, but rather at severing your own consciousness from Tsukuyami's grasp. Amidst the excruciating pain, you returned to reality, enduring the agony from your soul, drawing your ninja blade, which glowed incandescently, and aimed it at Itachi, still caught in the illusion. Just as victory seemed assured, Itachi abruptly opened his eyes, leaning back to evade your searing blade, and with remarkable fluidity, kicked your weapon from your grasp. Disarmed, you found yourself stripped of all means of resistance. Yet, you had long since cast aside concerns for your own life. Your sole mission was to eliminate Uchiha Itachi. And in this moment, you chose to channel your chakra into your own body. Flames erupted from your surface, and the arm that had been kicked away transformed into charred bone as you seized Itachi's ankle, accompanied by the crackling sound of combustion. You delivered a punch to Itachi's abdomen. The sudden impact forced Itachi to stagger back 2 steps, drawing his ninja blade to sever your grip on his ankle. At that moment, a shadow surged forth from the inferno, lunging at Itachi's back. Reckless, your ninja blade sliced through the air, clashing with the shadow, producing a metallic clang and spraying blood, revealing the form of the ninja cat leader. Yet, another swift strike cleaved the leader in two, leaving no time to dispel the summoning technique. Immediately, Itachi spun around, delivering a kick that sent you, engulfed in flames, crashing through a crumbling wall. You were pinned beneath the debris, but instead of blood, a rain of fire erupted forth. By all appearances, you should have been incapacitated. Yet the stimulation of the Sharingan and the will to fight propelled you to push aside the rubble, staggering to your feet like a flame-wreathed madman. Itachi cast a glance your way, brushing off the dust from his sleeve, seemingly indifferent to your wild state. He calmly walked away, crouching in the distance, rolling up his pant legs and channeling a green glow from his hands to heal his leg burns, departing without a backward glance. Deadly, graceful, composed, even eerily calm. This was Uchiha Itachi. All your preparations had proven futile, leaving you to spiral into self-destruction. You had met your demise. Simulation concluded. In the process of settling rewards comprehensive assessment of the strengths of both parties. In this simulation, the holder took an unconventional approach, independently developing variations in attributes. One individual managed to single-handedly defeat a multitude, raising the vigilance of their kin. The seer, possessing foresight, devised targeted combat strategies, skillfully employing Amaterasu to shatter the shadow clone of Uchiha Itachi. In a desperate struggle for survival, they succeeded in inflicting burns upon a formidable shadow-level adversary. However, their lack of strength rendered the efforts of the weaker individuals insignificant against the might of the stronger. The comprehensive results have been determined as a matter of life and death. The rewards have been settled. The holder may select 5 out of the following 7 rewards. 1. An additional 7 simulation attempts. 2. The bloodline power derived from the bloodline meditation technique, encompassing ocular and mental strength. 3. Enhancement of fire attribute chakra transformation. 4. Uchiha sword technique, fire. 5. Jutsu of shuriken manipulation, fire. 6. Sealing technique, 64-fold sealing scroll 192. 7. Memories of battling Uchiha Itachi. As for the memories of battling Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Kirin promptly dismissed that option upon viewing the panel before him. Just from the simulator's description, it was apparent that the disparity in strength between him and Itachi was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Having taken the initiative, he found himself at a significant disadvantage merely 3 rounds in, struggling even to withstand a single water dragon jutsu. The disparity in chakra was glaring. Within 5 rounds, he could not maintain his composure, and such a gap rendered any potential strategy revision, aided by battle memories, virtually ineffective. To make matters worse, Uchiha Itachi would not even deign to activate his Susanoo in their encounters. Thanks to the extraordinary evaluation from the previous simulation, Uchiha Kirin still had a considerable number of simulation attempts remaining. Thus, he boldly opted for all 26 options, each one aimed at enhancing his strength. System. Please collect the items from the spoils as well. Detection indicates the demise of the hunting target. Extracting 2 items of utmost value. 1. 348 points of stamina attribute. 2. C-rank ninjutsu, water release. Water prison technique. The water prison technique, coupled with these stamina points, is not insignificant despite the diminishing returns from multiple hunts. As Uchiha Kirin focused his thoughts, several streams of energy with varying attributes surged forth from the void, enhancing the strength and resilience of his muscles, bones, and even his willpower. A warm current flowed into his dantian, enveloping Uchiha Kirin in a pleasant warmth, precisely calibrated to invigorate his body. Simultaneously, insights flooded his mind regarding the application of chakra attribute transformation to shurikens and even Uchiha sword techniques, leading him to believe he could effortlessly harness this invigorating flow. Was this the transformation of chakra into fire attribute? It is said that Amaterasu represents the pinnacle of fire release. One wonders whether perfecting fire attribute transformation could yield a technique comparable to Kakashi's purple lightning, rivaling even the bloodline limits. However, before he could indulge in further reverie, the final surge of warmth coursed through his blood, igniting an uncontrollable heat throughout his body. The bloodline, his very essence, was stirring. This power, emanating from his lineage, continuously fortified his form, surging towards the crown of his head, flooding into his mental realm, merging with potent spiritual energy and chakra, ultimately settling within his Sharingan as a reservoir of ocular power. Simulator holder, Uchiha Kirin strength, 766 speed, 1421 endurance, 1173. This chapter is not yet complete. Please proceed to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content that follows. Spirit, 1700 chakra, 7200 eye power, 1250 attributes, fire, wind, water, earth, bloodline limit, Sharingan, double tomo, combat skills level A, enchantment, shackles of hang, soul severing, lightning release, lightning instantaneous body, fire sealing technique, barrier technique, 64-fold seal, water release, water dragon bullet, illusion technique, Sharingan, basic sealing technique, bloodline meditation method, C-rank, water release, water prison technique, manipulation of shuriken technique, fire, Uchiha style swordsmanship, fire. Basic usage of Sharingan, great fireball technique, water release, water wave chaos, fox's heart technique. Level D, fundamental combat, chakra refinement technique, clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique. Illusionary art, technique of the netherworld. As he gazed at the comprehensive enhancement of his physical data, Uchiha Kirin could not help but feel a surge of joy. Surely, this was the result of employing the bloodline meditation technique to cultivate his own lineage. Not only had his mental prowess and ocular power improved, but his strength, speed, and endurance had also seen a significant boost, albeit not as pronounced as the elevation of his mental faculties. This advancement was far superior to the arduous weight training and endurance running he had previously endured. He felt fortunate to possess the Uchiha bloodline. With the right methods of development, his growth would outpace that of ordinary individuals by 100-fold. Moreover, an intriguing addition appeared in the attributes section, a small plus sign next to the fire attribute, indicating an enhancement in Uchiha Kirin's mastery of fire chakra transformations. Perhaps, given enough time, he could indeed create something that rivaled the legendary bloodline limits. However, time was not on his side, and it was imperative to devise an escape plan. Previous trials in the simulations had demonstrated that the approach of defeating the incoming foes was utterly futile. Among Uchiha Itachi and Obito, even the latter, who possessed weaker foundational qualities and a flaw in his heart, could effortlessly contend with Uchiha Shana, who had only attained such strength after transplanting future Sharingan. Despite this power, and with the intelligence regarding intangibility supplied by Uchiha Kirin, Uchiha Shana could only endure a one-sided assault, his ocular prowess and lifespan dwindling with each confrontation. If Obito were to unleash his release, it would spell certain doom. Ultimately, it was Uchiha Kirin's stratagem that turned the tide, exploiting Obito's vulnerabilities through foresight and insight, leading to a mutual exhaustion with Uchiha Itachi. Once Obito's guard was lowered, Kirin seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack within the Kamui space, depleting Izanagi and engaging in a desperate struggle against the chakra-drained Obito, managing to exchange blows that resulted in the latter's demise. In stark contrast, Uchiha Itachi's innate obsession rendered him devoid of any weaknesses. His ninja qualities were nearly perfected, exhibiting an unparalleled calmness and emotional steadiness, countering moves with precision, devoid of hesitation. Anyone slightly inferior in strength would find it impossible to overcome Uchiha Itachi. After numerous simulations, despite his desire to advance alongside his clan, rational thought and the stark realities of life led Uchiha Kirin to a profound realization: no amount of effort or unity among the weak would ever hold significance in the face of true strength. The current Uchiha clan, excluding the apathetic Uchiha Fugaku, had but a handful of elders and a few clan heads standing by its side, though they possessed strength beyond Jonin. Their aged bodies could not sustain prolonged combat, even with the protection of the clan grounds and the activation of the ancestral barrier. Their reckless depletion of Sharingan reserves would only allow them to hold their ground momentarily, ultimately succumbing to the relentless encroachment of Konoha. If one were to consider Uchiha Shana, who had transplanted his own Sharingan, he could almost be regarded as a half-shadow level powerhouse. Yet, this half-shadow had struggled against the lenient Obito, let alone the currently peak performance Uchiha Itachi, whose bloodline illness had yet to manifest. Even if Uchiha Kirin could somehow consolidate all the Uchiha clan's strength within a mere half-day, it would still likely be insufficient to contend with either Obito or Uchiha Itachi. Even in the unlikely event of triumphing over these two, Konoha would have no reason to spare the already weakened Uchiha clan. Moreover, the Uchiha clan, having enjoyed a long-standing peace, could not be swiftly unified by a mere 3-year-old child in half a day. With no time to train and the inability to win in battle, his only option was to flee. Though such an act of self-preservation, particularly for someone like Chi Lin, who had grown under the red flag in a past life, or now as Uchiha Kirin, a member of the clan of love, felt profoundly unethical, circumstances left him with no alternative. To envision saving the Uchiha clan under the joint force of two shadow-level powerhouses, the strongest figures in the current ninja world, was nothing short of a delusion. Fortunately, through repeated failures, Uchiha Kirin had gradually conceived an escape plan with a reasonable chance of success. Now was the time to validate and refine it. Simulator, activate. The simulation has commenced. At the break of dawn, you are acutely aware that neither Uchiha Itachi nor Obito can be vanquished. Thus you opt for the ignoble choice of retreat. You retrieve the contract scroll and token, summoning the formidable Black Cat leader, and elucidate your preliminary strategy to him. The Black Cat leader scolds you vehemently, yet begrudgingly consents to assist you in executing your escape plan, while imparting the art of summoning to facilitate communication. At 6 in the morning, you employed a transformation technique, maintaining an innocuous appearance resembling that of a child, and obediently finished your breakfast at Granny Shuanai's home. Meanwhile, the elder Black Cat retracted its chakra, masquerading as an ordinary feline, stealthily venturing out of the clan's territory to scout the surroundings. Through mental communication, you discovered that no ninja were stationed around the Uchiha clan's vicinity. However, several main roads leading to the clan territory revealed suspicious individuals, likely ninjas, wandering the streets or lingering in shops, occasionally glancing up to survey the surroundings. Such sentinels are quite common in the Hidden Leaf Village, as the essence of a ninja village is that of a military stronghold. Upon the elder Black Cat's discovery of a secluded alleyway filled with a diverse crowd, you resolved to set forth immediately. At 7 in the morning, you bid farewell to Granny Shuanai under the pretense of going out for exercise. After purchasing 2 skewers of tricolored dango within the clan's territory, you ambled along, savoring the treats as you made your way to the outskirts of the clan grounds. Perched on a protruding rock, you took the opportunity to finish your dango while discreetly activating your Sharingan, cloaked in the combined guise of breath concealment and transformation technique, to observe your surroundings. Once again confirming the absence of any suspicious figures, you relied on your slight stature and unobtrusive presence to deftly sidestep past the returning ninjas who had completed their missions. At 8 in the morning, you proceed along the main road, intermittently pausing to pick up stones from the ground to play with, or to chase the butterflies flitting through the grass. You roll and frolic upon the damp earth, rendering your once pristine and tidy garments muddied and wrinkled. The Uchiha clan crest on the back of your clothing, resembling a table tennis paddle, is now completely obscured. After this playful camouflage in the muddy puddles, you have become unrecognizable as a member of the esteemed Uchiha clan of Konoha. Instead, you resemble a wild child, freshly emerged from an orphanage, embarking on a solitary life, brimming with curiosity about the world around you. At 9 o'clock in the morning, having donned your disguise, you find yourself not far from the end of the main road. Where 3 paths diverge ahead, the central and broadest path leads to the Konoha Commercial District, directly passing the Hokage building, ultimately reaching the Ninja Academy and the village's opposite end. The right path appears somewhat desolate, but is impeccably clean, leading to the ancestral grounds of the Hokage's direct lineage, as well as to the Hokage Rock in the location of the Ambu. In contrast, the left path, a narrow and filthy dirt road, winds through a makeshift shantytown inhabited by refugees and orphans from various regions, branching off into countless alleys that connect to the main road leading out of the village. This area is a chaotic mix of individuals, where nameless orphans can rise to the status of genin while many refugees silently succumb to violence and hunger, alongside numerous spies from other villages lurking with ulterior motives, trafficking in information. This very path is the escape route you have chosen for yourself. Just as you are about to enter the left, disordered street, Sasuke's figure flashes past the corner of your vision. Instinctively activating your Sharingan, you glance back to see Sasuke, blissfully following Itachi Uchiha, munching on a sweet treat, with a ninja tool pouch at his waist, clearly on his way to school. How delightful. You dare not linger and swiftly slip into the shantytown. At that moment, Itachi seems to sense something, signaling Sasuke to stay put and not wander off. Before leaping into the path you have taken, through a mental connection with your feline ally, you swiftly navigate several turns, tearing off the Uchiha clan's outer garment and tossing it into a foul gutter, blending in with a group of seemingly training children, bare-chested. Itachi jumps onto a rooftop, activating his Sharingan to survey below, only to see a group of foul-smelling drunks frolicking in the street, and a cluster of ragged orphans scuttling through the narrow alleys. Aside from a somewhat tidy middle-aged nin, these individuals lack even the most basic chakra. As expected, the destitute are indeed destitute, utterly incomparable to the noble Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, Itachi trusts his instincts. After escorting Sasuke to school, he heads to the ANBU, demanding enhanced security measures at Konoha's entrances and exits. Being a stranger in this vicinity, despite mingling with the training children, you inevitably attract some attention after a while. A nearby child, similarly bare-chested, wearing a name tag around his neck, struggles to run while gnawing on a moldy dough ball. He casts an aggressive gaze over your frame, pale, slender, seemingly unscathed, definitely a newcomer, perhaps even from a wealthy household. He might have candy or other delightful treats on him. Since you are new here, it is imperative to learn the rules. And the rule here is survival of the fittest. Lacking a shirt, several nearby individuals begin to scrutinize your intact and well-filled pants. Simultaneously, you notice those scheming around you. Being lightly clad, aside from a special kunai with a chakra-infused metallic coating hidden in your pants, you carry no other items. This must not fall into the wrong hands. As the group of children lock eyes and forge a silent pact to ambush you, your form vanishes into thin air, though you could dispatch them effortlessly. The noise would be too conspicuous, so you utilize the body flicker technique to dart into a side alley, only to find it a dead end. Fortunately, you are no ordinary individual. Leaping onto the rooftops, a few agile jumps allow you to traverse several streets, eluding the children entirely. At this juncture, your feline ally informs you that he has discovered a route out of the village, an underground merchant. These so-called underground merchants deal in illicit goods, including the most common of information, secret techniques leaked from ninja clans, human organs, and even the sale of individuals as slaves. Essentially, they operate like a traveling black market across various ninja villages and major cities. Some larger underground merchants can even facilitate currency exchange operations. Their ability to operate freely within Konoha is undoubtedly backed by powerful nobles from various nations, and even the hands of some daimyos. Konoha can only turn a blind eye. Such individuals, if you can provide sufficient funds, offer a viable means to evade scrutiny and exit Konoha. At 10 o'clock in the morning, you dispelled your transformation technique, revealing a visage unseen by any before. This appearance, paradoxically, became your natural talisman. However, such ostentation seemed excessive. After contemplation, you picked up a tattered straw hat from the roadside ditch and draped a torn piece of pant leg across your face, leaving only your eyes visible. From a rooftop 2 streets away from the black merchant encampment, you established a telepathic connection with the leader of the Black Cats. According to your reconnaissance, the merchant's cart was already laden with a substantial portion of goods, poised to depart from Konoha within a day. You lowered your body and stealthily approached the rear of the merchant's camp. Activating your Sharingan to discreetly observe the guard situation, a subordinate captain of chakra strength at the nin level, accompanied by several untrained commoners, and 5 or 6 skilled ronin serving as mounted escorts, along with a hidden nin from the Mist Village, acting as a lookout. The security was unremarkable, even somewhat rudimentary, yet entirely reasonable for black merchants. They were the gloves of nobility, unlikely to be attacked by organized ninja villages. Thus, the guards served merely to ward off foolish thieves and potential bounty hunters, making a nin sufficient for protection. Once assured that the merchants posed no threat to your capabilities, you boldly presented yourself before the deputy captain. The seasoned merchant quickly discerned that you were not without issues. Yet as a black merchant, he cared little for identities, focusing solely on profit. As long as the payment was sufficient, all could be negotiated. You inquired whether he had the means to facilitate your exit from the village without arousing the scrutiny of Konoha. The deputy captain nodded, producing a hand from the daimyo of the Land of Waves, which would allow for commerce without inspection from Konoha. However, the price he offered was considerable, 2 million ryo. The sum needed to be gathered by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, or the deal was off. Feigning a dazed expression, you silently conversed with the Black Cat leader, inquiring about the value of your goods and instructing him to return to the Uchiha compound to sell the explosive tags, the Great Fireball Technique Scroll, and the Body Replacement Technique Scroll stored in your room, which could yield approximately 230,000 ryo. Once the Black Cat leader set off, you nodded in agreement to the deputy captain's price and casually gifted him a specially crafted kunai with a chakra metal coating, recognizing its worth as a commendable weapon for a nin. As he caressed the kunai in his hand, the deputy captain advised, it would be wise to find a refugee of similar stature to you, dispose of him, and don his identification tag. This way, you will avoid meticulous scrutiny from the Konoha ninja. You nodded in acknowledgement before departing. At 11 o'clock in the morning, although the act of extinguishing the life of a stranger, one who shares your age, may seem morally reprehensible, it is abundantly clear that survival far outweighs the constraints of morality. The architects of rules are never bound by the rules they establish. Soon, you deftly evade several middle-aged thugs in the slum, brandishing beer bottles and extorting protection fees, and locate your intended target, a gaunt, emaciated youth who has fallen behind a morning running group, retreating to a meager, drafty shack of less than 2 square meters to curl up and endure yet another bout of hunger. Though slightly taller than you, the boy is little more than skin and bones. Upon your sudden appearance in his dilapidated abode, he instinctively recoils in fear, stirring a flicker of hesitation within you. You inquire about the purpose of the morning running group, to which the frail boy responds that those who can persist in completing the run are rewarded with provisions distributed by the esteemed ninja, sometimes a rice ball, other times a steamed bun. If one perseveres for an entire week, they may receive even more sustenance, and perhaps earn the chance to be considered for entry into the Ninja Academy. You nod thoughtfully, offering a comforting assurance that it will be all right. Then, in a swift motion, you extend your hand and sever the boy's cervical spine, subsequently fashioning a noose from the hemp rope on the ground to create a staged scene of suicide. This is not your first act of murder, yet it marks the first occasion in which you have taken the life of an innocent soul utterly unconnected to your existence. The name tag you hold feeling akin to a dagger piercing your very heart. At precisely noon, you adorned the slender boy's name brand necklace around your neck and subsequently employed a transformation technique to assume his appearance. Throughout this process, you relied solely on your innate strength, refraining from utilizing even a modicum of chakra, thus maintaining the concealment of your presence. This was your fundamental advantage for navigating Konoha. Upon mentally communicating and discovering that 2 scrolls and explosive tags had already been dispatched, along with a sum of 2 million ryo secured, you hastily requested the esteemed Black Cat to procure a bundle of shuriken for you. Once everything was prepared, you sought a secluded alley to summon them forth. As you grasped the shuriken tossed to you by the Black Cat, preparing to lift the box filled with cash, a nearly invisible chakra thread unexpectedly ensnared the box's handle. Preemptively seizing it, feigning the loss of the box, you discreetly activated your Sharingan, utilizing the cloak of the transformation technique to pinpoint the origin of the chakra thread. You sprinted through the alley, only to find a tall, middle-aged man retracting the chakra thread and seizing your cash-laden box. The man inquired about your nationality as a spy, attempting to assert his identity as a member of Konoha Zumbu in order to coerce your assistance in his nefarious plans. However, your concealed Sharingan had already discerned the truth. He was merely a puppet, with the true mastermind lurking behind a wall in the adjacent street, manipulating the puppet through a small breach. As the man believed he had gained leverage by claiming your box, he continued elaborating on his schemes. Seizing the moment, you leaped into action, crashing through the makeshift roof of the adjacent street shed. Amidst the chaos of the crumbling roof and rising smoke, you activated your Sharingan, locking onto the diminutive figure concealed behind several puppets. Evading the weaponry he hurled at you, you deftly launched 3 shuriken imbued with fire chakra, effortlessly piercing through the human-modified puppet. The scorching shuriken struck the vulnerable form hiding behind the puppets, eliciting a cry of anguish, while the puppets momentarily faltered, allowing you to shatter one with a powerful punch. You subdued the injured figure in the corner, employing a sealing technique to thoroughly suppress their chakra. Under the scrutiny of your Sharingan, you learned that this individual was an intelligence ninja from Mangekyou. Due to their unique training regimen, such ninjas specialized in the creation and manipulation of human puppets, yet lacked substantial combat prowess. They had been lurking in this chaotic area, awaiting a mission, and had recently received word from Mangekyou to draft a topographical map of Konoha. Lacking combat strength, they sought assistance, concealing themselves among the shanties, gathering and transforming the corpses of the inebriated, starved, and those who perished in brawls into puppets. Today, while scavenging for bodies, they fortuitously witnessed your slaying of the Slender Boy and mistakenly identified you as another village's newly arrived spy. Wandering in this region, the living puppets had pinpointed your location. And the spy, in their hubris, seized the opportunity to capture you during your transaction with the Black Cat, hoping to use it as leverage. Shaking your head, you committed to memory the knowledge of chakra threads and the fundamentals of puppet techniques extracted from their consciousness. With the Mangekyou spy rendered utterly useless, you casually broke off a wooden board embedded with nails and ended their life. Although eliminating the Mangekyou spy posed little challenge, it disrupted your concealed presence. And with the situation at hand, you resorted to employing a sealing technique to suppress your chakra fluctuations. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, despite a minor interruption, you adeptly disguised yourself as a lean youth and arrived punctually at the black market's outpost with 2 million in hand, seeking the vice captain you had contacted earlier. Noticing your pale complexion, the vice captain inquired about your concerns. After a moment's contemplation, you decided there was nothing to conceal and directly questioned whether the 2 individuals you had eliminated would raise suspicions in Konoha due to their corpses being left behind. The vice captain waved his hand dismissively. After glancing at the box you presented, he casually accepted the bundle of cash you offered and tucked it into his sleeve. He remarked that this place was rife with chaos, where brawls and fatalities occurred daily, with nearly hundreds succumbing to violence or starvation. Aside from the middle-aged shinobi tasked with disposing of the bodies, no one really paid attention to who had perished. Furthermore, with Konoha continuously replenishing the area with refugees each month, it was essentially a breeding ground for turmoil, and the demise of 1 or 2 individuals would hardly attract notice. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, as per the deputy captain's instructions, the only means to transport the living out of Konoha was to disguise oneself as a slave. You glanced at several dog cages, each less than a cubic meter, piled beside the cart. The curled figures within were the slaves, a mix of men and women. Yet they had lost the ability to utter human sounds, reduced to licking the mushy food from broken bowls, akin to livestock, with prices ranging from 10,000 to 50,000 inscribed on their backs with marker pens. Several laborers, under the watchful gaze of samurai guards, were loading them onto the cart as if they were mere cargo. A few of the cages were slightly larger, furnished with rudimentary blankets and straw mats, indicating that the slaves inside were of a higher value, starting at 100,000. The men appeared more robust, while the women showcased their alluring figures. Finally, there was a spacious cage connected to the engine, where electric sparks occasionally danced along the iron bars, containing a person bound by iron chains, their hands and feet severed, wearing the forehead protector of a wagakure. Clearly, he had once been a ninja but had now been reduced to the status of the most expensive merchandise. You declined the deputy captain's kind offer to disguise yourself among the high-priced slaves, for the lower-priced ones bore tags indicative of their refugee status, rendering you less conspicuous among them. Taking a deep breath, you approached the heap of low-priced slaves, tearing your intact clothing into tatters, and smeared yourself with a handful of mud before crawling into one of the cages. The deputy captain produced a marker and inscribed a number slightly above 10,000 on your back before instructing the workers to shove you and the low-priced slaves into a compartment. Soon, you found yourself loaded onto the cart, a large black cloth draping between the cages. The enclosed space was filled with a peculiar odor, a mixture of sweat and urine, yet this was the necessary path for your escape. At 3 in the afternoon, to combat the stifling air within the cage and the incessant sounds of the slaves' muffled utterances, you tightly shut your eyes and engaged in a meditative practice, utilizing this environment as an exceptional opportunity to hone your mental fortitude and perceptive abilities. You sensed that amid such dire conditions, your mental strength was developing at a pace far surpassing that of your usual training. Before long, you felt the carriage begin to move, the outside shouts and the occasional jolts combining to render the atmosphere even more oppressive. Yet, you embraced this as a form of endurance training. If you could not withstand even this suffering, how could you aspire to live for the sake of avenging your kin? At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, under the protection of a vice captain with the strength of a nin and several samurai, the merchant caravan safely arrived at the main road outside the shanty town. At that moment, a group of Konoha ninjas approached, demanding to inspect their documents. The vice captain dismounted, produced the decree from the feudal lord of the Land of Waves, and asserted his identity as a legitimate merchant, releasing a few puffs of smoke to engage the inspecting ninjas in casual conversation. Seated within the cart, you listened intently to the voices from outside, keenly grasping keywords such as martial law, homicides, and temporary road closures, which sent a chill down your spine. You couldn't shake the feeling that this situation was somehow linked to your earlier glance at Uchiha Itachi, which had raised suspicions. Yet, with events unfolding as they were, your unwarranted worries bore no fruit, leaving you to continue your quiet meditation. Before long, the leading vice captain instructed someone to retrieve several bottles of liquor from the cart to placate the inspecting ninjas. However, the direction of the carriage shifted. Instead of proceeding through the main gate of Konoha, it veered towards the bustling commercial district, heading for a side gate furthest from the Uchiha clan territory. Fortunately, the journey proceeded without significant incident. Occasionally, they encountered teams of Umbu ninjas conducting inspections of pedestrians. Yet these encounters were easily navigated with the feudal lord's decree and a few small bribes. Even during routine checks, only the front carts were searched, which primarily contained items like tobacco, alcohol, and tea. Albeit costly, none were illicit goods. Occasionally, more discerning Umbu operatives would arise. Yet the experienced vice captain would proactively offer the opportunity to search the middle carts, intentionally allowing them to discover a few shuriken and kunai merchandise permitted within the village's gray market. A few fines were issued, and with the distribution of some wealth, along with a few bottles of fine liquor, the inspecting Umbu were successfully sent on their way. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, under the guidance of the vice captain's extensive experience, the merchant caravan smoothly departed from the bustling streets of Konoha, arriving at a small road adjacent to the ninja academy, which could be considered the outskirts of the village. You opened your eyes and activated your Sharingan, gazing intently at the Uchiha clan's territory through the black cloth. Although the Sharingan lacked the extraordinary penetrating capabilities of the Byakugan, it was highly sensitive to fluctuations in chakra. However, you sensed no chakra disturbances, suggesting that the night of the massacre had yet to commence. Reflecting on a previous misstep that had alerted Itachi Uchiha, a pang of regret washed over you. Hoping that the vice captain's experience would prove effective and that the guarding Umbu would not conduct an overly meticulous inspection. Meanwhile, at the side gate of Konoha, a multitude of pedestrians and merchant caravans had gathered, awaiting thorough examination by the Umbu before being allowed to pass. Among the crowd, murmurs of discontent occasionally surfaced. Occasionally, a few foolish individuals attempted to breach the checkpoint, relying on their ordinary physiques to force their way through. Unsurprisingly, they were apprehended by the guarding ninjas, who administered a sound beating before stripping them of their clothing for inspection, ensuring no contraband was concealed, and subsequently relegating them to the end of the line to rejoin the queue. Outside the village, two figures stood atop a towering pine tree. One, with black hair and red eyes, bore a ninja sword and was clad in a fitted black stealth outfit. The other, with white hair obscuring his face and a forehead protector shielding his left eye, wore a green Jainin vest. These two were none other than Itachi Uchiha and Kakashi Itaki. Senpai, I have important responsibilities that will take me away from Konoha. I entrust you with matters concerning Sasuke. Itachi stated. Several children from the Uchiha clan have gone missing, and a sand ninja spy was found dead in the refugee area adjacent to the clan's territory. Therefore, I kindly ask you to conduct a thorough search of those passing through this gate tonight. Upon hearing this, Kakashi nodded slightly, and with that, Itachi transformed into a crow and vanished from sight. At 6 in the evening, as the inspections progressed, an increasing number of caravans and individuals emerged from the village of Konoha. Naturally, some chose to remain for another night, citing reasons such as the time-consuming nature of the inspections and the inconvenience of traveling at night, planning to depart once the state of emergency was lifted the following day. Several merchants, backed by nobility, expressed their dissatisfaction and protested, producing tokens and written declarations from their noble patrons, demanding compensation from Konoha for their lost time and goods. However, the Umbu responded to each complaint, and soon a command from the Hokage arrived. Upon verification of the delayed goods, Konoha would provide triple compensation, with the Hokage's assurance. The merchants fell silent. Yet, your group found itself in a different predicament. Despite the endorsement from the daimyo of the Land of Waves, extraordinary circumstances called for extraordinary measures. Most black market dealings were of dubious nature. Under normal conditions, the Umbu might turn a blind eye, but now it was no longer permissible. Retreating was not an option, as it would only raise further suspicion. Thus, one could only brace oneself and endure the wait for inspection. At 7 o'clock in the evening, through the observation of your Sharingan, you perceive an exceedingly volatile surge of chakra emanating from your clan's territory. It is evident that the night of annihilation has commenced. Perhaps by the end of this night, you will be among the last 4 Uchiha remaining in this world. Or perhaps, you shall not survive until dawn. As darkness approaches, your caravan reaches a forward position, yet 2 sizable convoys of several dozen carts still lie ahead, a considerable distance from the inspection point. The deputy captain instructs the laborers and guards to prepare meals, while some, longing for a hearty feast, venture into the village to procure food independently. Everything appears to be as ordinary as any typical caravan. Before long, the convoy ahead engages in a conflict with the Konoha ninjas. From the heated exchanges, you discern that the cause of the dispute lies in the presence of a few slaves among their goods, which are openly prohibited in Konoha. However, upon presenting a handwritten decree from a highly influential noble of the Land of Fire, and confirming that the slaves are not affiliated with any clan in Konoha, merely having been acquired from elsewhere and passing through, the convoy is released without even a fine. It is then that you understand the reason behind the deputy captain's unflappable demeanor in this situation. Indeed, one who has weathered great storms is remarkable. It remains uncertain how much influence the lord of a small nation such as the Land of Waves holds in Konoha, but judging by the deputy captain's response, it is clear that even if it does not surpass that of the preceding convoy, it certainly does not fall significantly short. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the convoy advanced slowly. With nothing else to occupy your time, after further reinforcing your chakra seal, you decided to continue practicing the bloodline meditation technique. Gradually unlocking the latent powers of your bloodline within your body, stimulated by the surrounding environment. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after a prolonged ordeal, your convoy finally arrived at the gates of Konoha, only to be halted by several Umbu ninjas. The vice captain dismounted, ready to greet them, but was stopped by the advancing figure of ninjutsu master Dingju. Do not take offense, he stated politely, drawing a black blade and resting it against the vice captain's neck, warning him that the weapon was poisoned. Under these circumstances, your merchant group had no choice but to comply with the inspection. Behind you, Aoyama from Yamashiro stepped forward, raising 2 fingers to his forehead, utilizing a sensory ninjutsu on the convoy. Much like the sensory techniques often employed by the Root, Aoyama's technique was of a relatively low level. The chakra waves passed through your body unimpeded, and thanks to the sealing technique, they did not interact with your own chakra. As if passing through an ordinary person, you exhaled a silent sigh of relief, but at that moment, Aoyama's brow furrowed, seemingly sensing something unusual. He quickly formed hand seals and summoned a large flock of crows. Hearing the cacophony of bird calls outside the carriage, a memory stirred within you, prompting you to mentally communicate with the leader of the Black Cat, urging him to distance himself from the convoy. The Black Cat obeyed and moved away. Yet the crows summoned by Aoyama did not depart. Instead, they circled the convoy before finally settling atop 3 carts toward the rear. The foremost of these carts was yours, while the other 2 also contained slaves acquired from unknown sources, albeit at different prices. Several ninjas approached, lifting the tarpaulin of the cart and tearing away the black cloth, shining blinding flashlights into the carriage. You instinctively curled up your body, just like the other slaves. A few samurai rushed forward to intervene, but were swiftly taken down. Under the orders of the Umbu, the laborers of the merchant group began to remove your cages. At this moment, the head guard was called aside by Aoyama for questioning in a nearby grove. A pang of anxiety struck you. There was a real possibility that, in an attempt to ensure his own safety, he would betray the chance of escape you had purchased for 200,000 ryo. You turned over quietly, pressing your palm against the overturned broken bowl, beneath which lay a bundle of shuriken, your only weapon. Just then, illuminated by the harsh lights, a familiar figure approached. You recognized him as Kakashi Hitaki, known as the Copy Ninja. He slowly pulled down the forehead protector covering his left eye, revealing a dazzling red light emanating from his Sharingan. You realized your sealing technique would not escape the scrutiny of this seemingly 3-tomo, yet in reality, a kaleidoscope eye. Just as you prepared to fight for your life, Kakashi's gaze shifted to the large cage on the last cart. Inside the cage was an Iwagakure ninja, limbs severed and bound. Kakashi immediately decided to detain him. However, the vice captain suddenly shook off Dingju's weapon and rushed over, brandishing a decree from the daimyo of the Land of Waves. We can relinquish any cargo, but this IWA ninja is specifically requested by the owner. He cannot be taken. But with a mere glance of his Sharingan, the vice captain fell under its control. You muttered a curse under your breath. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was focused on the IWA ninja and the vice captain, you quietly drew your shuriken and aimed them at Dingju and several chunin. Watch out! Kakashi shouted, catching sight of your shuriken, but it was too late. In the night, unless one possessed extraordinary vision, the thin shuriken, nearly silent in flight, posed a formidable threat to the unprepared. Moreover, your shuriken were imbued with fire chakra. If they struck, their target would almost certainly lose the ability to act. The sound of clashing metal rang out as Dingju instinctively blocked the approaching shuriken, but the chunin around him were not so fortunate, clutching their fiery wounds as they fell. Your chakra surged, and you decided to abandon pretense, shattering the confines of your cage. In quick succession, you unleashed a fireball toward Kakashi, dodging the incoming projectiles. You channeled chakra beneath your feet, employing a body flicker technique to close in on Dingju. A dull thud echoed as Dingju's black blade intercepted the bundle of kunai you wielded, severing them with ease. Thankfully, you activated your Sharingan in time, avoiding a potentially fatal injury from the poison weapon. Yet, as you looked at the broken shuriken, you couldn't help but think, what a fine blade. At that moment, a sharp pain pierced your left foot. You turned to find a shuriken launched from the shadows had struck you. Despite your Sharingan, you could not discern the changes behind you. Fortunately, the assailant lacked the skill to imbue their shuriken with additional attributes, resulting in only a minor injury to your ankle, which did not significantly hinder your mobility. You raised your gaze to meet Dingju's, but he swiftly positioned his blade between your eyes. Unperturbed, you swiftly altered your stance, flinging your kunai backward toward the hidden Umbu, the dazzling light of the fire chakra momentarily obscuring their vision, while your right fist lunged toward Dingju's abdomen. What was even more terrifying was that your right hand suddenly ignited, engulfing half your body in flames. The scorching blow struck Dingju's abdomen with a deafening crack of bone. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, you seized Dingju's black blade, swiftly severing his head from his shoulders. You intended to amputate your own burning side and vanish into the night, but before you could act, Kakashi appeared before you. With a thunder strike, he knocked you back, causing a spray of blood to erupt from your mouth as you braced yourself against the ground with the blade. This was the first time you truly grasped the vast chasm between you and an elite jonin. Desperate to escape Kakashi, you seized upon a sudden insight. Despite your right hand being incapacitated, you managed to execute a one-handed seal for the Great Fireball technique, unleashing it right at Kakashi's face. Kakashi countered with an even mightier fireball, overwhelming your attack and consuming you in a torrent of flames. Realizing that survival would only lead to capture and interrogation, potentially even at the hands of Itachi Uchiha, you resolve to expend your chakra entirely, enveloping yourself in flames. In an act of defiance, you embrace the inferno, retaliating against Kakashi's fireball with your own. Powerful jets of water surged forth, attempting to quench your flames, yet your burning chakra formed a vaporous shield around you. With this protection, you executed a desperate, suicidal attack, slaying a nearby water-using ninja before collapsing into a lifeless, charged shell, standing at the gates of Konoha. You were dead. Simulation concluded. Currently in the process of settling rewards, through a comprehensive evaluation of both party strengths. In this simulation, the holder cherishes life, yet disregards the lives of their kin in the pursuit of self-preservation, perceiving the lives of ordinary people as mere trifles. In a state of panic, they recklessly align themselves with unscrupulous merchants, oblivious to the folly of entrusting their existence to others. Fortunately, at a critical moment, they awaken to reality, dispatching several members of the shadowy faction, embodying the will of the Uchiha through their self-immolation. Alas, their strength proves insufficient, and they ultimately become nothing more than a fragile statue. The comprehensive result is deemed a matter of life and death. Rewards have been settled. The holder may choose 5 from the following 7 rewards. 1. Additional simulation attempts 5-2. Bloodline power derived from bloodline meditation 3. One-handed seal technique 4. Black blade katana 5. 2,300,000 Ryo 6. Self-created secret art, self-ignition 7. Chakra thread practice method. After contemplating the options for a moment, Uchiha Kirin chuckled to himself with a hint of self-deprecation. He had not anticipated that, in a moment of desperation, he would resort to igniting his own chakra with fire release, transforming his body into a weapon to continue fighting, and even have it classified as a secret technique by the system. Such a method, which could harm oneself even before inflicting damage on the enemy. Could there truly be anyone willing to employ it? However, while others might hesitate, Uchiha Kirin had no intention of passing up this opportunity. Although this secret art represented a flawed manifestation of fire attribute chakra, it nonetheless served as a foundational stone for his mastery of chakra transformation. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. With the simulator at his disposal, his greatest advantage lay in the ability to experiment without fear of consequences. Setting aside the remaining simulation points, of which there were over 10, and the largely insignificant 2,300,000 Ryo, Uchiha Kirin made his choice. A warm current surged forth from the void, invigorating the blood flowing within him, rapidly enhancing his vision and mental strength as usual, while simultaneously increasing his physical prowess. More importantly, the fire attribute energy emanating from his lower abdomen grew increasingly vibrant and robust, almost bursting forth with pent-up intensity. Fortunately, Uchiha Kirin swiftly absorbed the influx of information flooding his mind, mastering the control of this ferocious fire attribute energy, allowing the turbulence within him to finally subside. Simulator holder, Uchiha Kirin strength, 812 speed, 1532 endurance, 1199 spirit, 1800 chakra, 9800 pupil power, 1300 attributes, fire, wind, water, earth, bloodline limit, Sharingan, double tomo, combat skills grade A, enchantment, shackles of the hang, soul severance, lightning release, lightning body flicker, fire sealing technique, barrier technique, 64-fold sealing, B class, water release, water dragon bullet, illusion technique, Sharingan, fundamental sealing technique, bloodline meditation method, secret technique, spontaneous combustion, C rank, water release, water prison technique, manipulation of shuriken technique, fire, Uchiha style swordsmanship, fire, basic usage of Sharingan, great fireball technique, water release, water chaos wave, fox's heart technique, D class, fundamental combat, chakra refinement technique, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, enchantment, abyssal vision technique. As Uchiha Kirin observed the remarkable enhancement of his physical attributes, he couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary merits of the bloodline meditation technique in unlocking the latent powers of his lineage. Nearly idling about, he had managed to significantly elevate his physical prowess within a single day. It was almost unfathomable to conceive the immense strength of the Uchiha clan before their bloodline powers had been diluted. Moreover, the utilization of ninja tools was also integral to augmenting one's strength. After numerous trials and tribulations, Uchiha Kirin had successfully acquired a formidable weapon, a fine blade. Indeed, drawing the black-bladed katana from the confines of the system space, he delicately caressed its razor-sharp edge. The blade, entirely forged from a toxic chakra alloy, exuded an aura of danger. Such a ninja sword truly marked the threshold of a treasured weapon, a rarity even among elite Genin, and likely a relic of his family's heritage. While it might not rival the legendary White Fang of Kakashi or the divine artifacts of the Kusanagi sword series, it would undoubtedly enhance the strength of the ninja wielding it. Gripping the ninja blade, Uchiha Kirin infused a strand of his chakra into its form, causing the previously dark blade to emanate a menacing emerald glow, a manifestation of its inherent lethal energy. To be precise, if one were to be cut by this blade, The poison imbued during its forging would swiftly permeate the victim's body. What if I were to apply a transformation of chakra attributes? Contemplating the emerald glow, Uchiha Kirin was struck by a new idea. Resolutely, he infused the blade with chakra infused with fire attributes, igniting eerie green flames along the blackened edge. He soon realized that he could manipulate this otherworldly fire in much the same manner as his own fire release techniques, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. Even heating a specially crafted kunai to a white-hot state had not yielded such a separation of attacks. Truly, this was a legendary sword. As Uchiha Kirin retracted the ninja blade into the system space, the flames did not extinguish immediately but danced in the air for a while before finally turning to ash under his control. Perhaps it was not solely due to the sword, but also attributed to the awakening of his innate affinity for fire within his bloodline. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable how he was able to master the transformation of fire attribute chakra so swiftly. With this realization, Uchiha Kirin felt increasingly fortunate for having acquired the bloodline meditation technique from the scroll. After numerous simulations, he had barely practiced the technique for less than a week. If only he had ample time to train for a month, a year, or even a decade, the fully realized potential of his bloodline powers would render Uchiha Itachi inconsequential. With this thought, Uchiha Kirin's desire to escape the clan grounds during simulations intensified, seeking additional time to hone his skills. However, beyond possessing a certain level of strength, finding an appropriate method was essential to uncover an escape route from the ironclad confines of Konoha. Analyzing the information from his last simulation, Uchiha Kirin discerned three critical flaws in his actions. First, his tendency to be overly vigilant while disguised, while he could deceive the majority with his appearance. Individuals like Uchiha Itachi, endowed with keen intuition, could easily perceive the slightest hint of suspicion. Second, his indecisiveness during assassination attempts led to carelessness, ultimately resulting in exposure by spies lurking in the refugee zone, necessitating the use of chakra and thereby compromising his concealment. Finally, he had relinquished his autonomy by entrusting his life to others, leading to an unavoidable confrontation with the investigating Umbu, culminating in anticipated failure. Thus, even if Uchiha Kirin were to repeat the simulation and rectify the first two flaws, his success would ultimately hinge on the actions of the caravan's vice-captain. He had no desire to relinquish control over his fate a second time. Moreover, his ultimate objective was to ensure the safety of his real body beyond the borders of Konoha, making reliance on luck an untenable strategy. In this contemplation, a new scheme emerged within Uchiha Kirin's mind. A direct escape was clearly futile against the onslaught of Konoha's numerous Umbu and elite Genin. He estimated that with his current abilities, he could dispatch a trio of Nin without issue, yet facing a special Genin would necessitate a protracted engagement. Should he encounter two special Genin working in tandem, the risk of failure would increase significantly. As for genuine Genin, the likelihood of being thoroughly ensnared was exceedingly high, not to mention the even greater threats above them. Therefore, the most viable escape strategy would be to identify a weak point in Konoha's defenses. However, as one of the foremost military intelligence organizations within the ninja realm, Konoha was unlikely to have any vulnerabilities, especially on a night marked by the massacre of his clan. With Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo undoubtedly commanding their subordinates to maintain a vigilant guard. In light of such considerations, Uchiha Kirin's thoughts momentarily wandered toward resignation and a passive acceptance of fate. Yet, as soon as this notion arose, a spark ignited within him. Resignation could be approached in its own manner. As the saying goes, in every field, there are masters. Uchiha Shursui was undoubtedly a master of the art of resignation. After losing an eye to Danzo's ambush, he did not retreat into hiding. Instead, he transformed into the ghost of the Uchiha, lying in wait for vengeance against the roots of the organization, employing violence to quench their covetous desires for his clan. He did not simply relay the information to his family for a collective strategizing session to deter Danzo's desperation and leverage their strengths to prevent further ambushes. Instead, he relinquished his choice and Sharingan to Uchiha Itachi and subsequently took his own life by jumping into the river. The crucial aspect was that Uchiha Shursui's body was never discovered. Perhaps it was worth a try. If Uchiha Shursui could leap into the river, so could I. If I am to resign, let it be in the most complete manner possible. Simulation commences. At 5 o'clock in the morning, you sit quietly in your room, closing your eyes to peacefully practice the bloodline meditation technique. While developing the potential of your bloodline, you also await the arrival of mealtime. At 6 in the morning, Granny Shuenai rapped on your door, beckoning you to join her for breakfast. After finishing your meal, you seized the excuse of morning exercise and hastily departed, armed with only a worn kunai. At 7 in the morning, you jogged to the riverbank, ensuring that no one was around. Suddenly, your foot slipped, and you plunged into the water. Fortunately, the physical prowess of a ninja is extraordinary, and your endurance is quite remarkable. After taking a deep breath, you held your breath, closed your eyes, and focused your mind, entering a state of meditation to minimize unnecessary expenditure of energy, allowing the current to carry you downstream. At 8 in the morning, your body glides downstream, occasionally brushing against the riverbed or colliding with rocks. Fortunately, the current is not particularly swift, and you have devised a unique self-ignition technique that allows you to ignite yourself at will. Thus, These minor pains are of little consequence to you. At 9 o'clock in the morning, due to the proximity of the Uchiha clan's territory to the edge of the village, many residents, swayed by rumors, had already chosen to relocate far from the area. Consequently, you floated in the river for an extended period, astonishingly unnoticed and unrisked. Eventually, you were carried to the drainage outlet near the village's wall. However, the outlet was rather constricted, causing your body to repeatedly collide against the banks under the force of the current, leaving you with numerous bruises. As time elapsed, even though your endurance was exceptional and you employed meditation techniques to conserve energy, the limit of your breath-holding was nearing its end. Fortunately, at that moment, a wave surged forth, propelling you beyond the confines of Konoha's walls, guiding you along the river that meandered through the forest. Moreover, possessing the ability to mask your presence, you traversed the Konoha barrier without detection. At 10 o'clock in the morning, your endurance reaches its limit. Unable to restrain yourself any longer, you finally emerge to gasp for breath, only to hear voices nearby. A group of individuals seems to have discovered you and leaps into the water to rescue you. Seizing the opportunity during the chest compressions of CPR, you dare to open your eyes slightly, only to be struck by the sight of countless tiny insects swirling in the sky. Among this group, the leader, clad in a black cloak and donning sunglasses, unmistakably belongs to the Oil Woman clan. The ensuing conversation plunges you further into despair. They are led by Oil Woman Ryoma, stationed here to guard the waterways and prevent any unauthorized crossings. Oil Woman Ryoma, a close confidant of Danzo, extinguishes any lingering thoughts of retaliating against this group and fleeing, leaving you to lie on the ground, gasping for air like a drowning dog. At 11 in the morning, you feigned drowning, rendering yourself unable to communicate. Fortunately, your breath-holding served as a disguise, and there was no chakra detectable within your body, complemented by your youthful appearance in the Uchiha clan's attire. After weighing the pros and cons, Oil Woman Ryoma resolved to send you to the back mountains of Konoha, discreetly delivering you to Danzo through the secret passage beneath the Shadow Rock. At noon, a thought crossed your mind to counterattack and escape from the outskirts of Konoha. However, upon noticing the faintly visible parasitic insects in the sky, you promptly abandoned that notion. Delivering yourself to the root could indeed serve as a viable option. Perhaps you would be cultivated by Danzo as a unique asset of the Uchiha clan. After all, figures such as Shursui Uchiha, Itachi, and even the future Sasuke were envisioned by Danzo as perfect tools. With this in mind, you feigned awakening, wriggled your body a few times, and relinquished any resistance as you were taken into the root. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you find yourself confined within a subterranean chamber, the depths of which remain a mystery. The walls of this room are etched with layers of seals, yet within, aside from a modest supply of drinking water and 2 rice balls, the only notable features are the incessantly buzzing white light overhead and the inconspicuous pinhole camera nestled in the corner. Meanwhile, through the distorted messages received from the Oil Woman Ryoma, Danzo, in a state of urgency, hastily summons Itachi Uchiha to deliberate on matters pertaining to the annihilation of clans. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Uchiha Itachi departed, having made arrangements with Danzo, as he needed to converse with a mysterious ally from the Akatsuki organization. Meanwhile, Danzo entered an exceedingly concealed chamber. After securing the door, he performed a series of hand seals to activate a mechanism, gaining access to the second layer of the room. After several such transitions, he finally reached the innermost space. Once all mechanisms were secured, Danzo exhaled in relief, casually placing the Hokage hat upon his head, draping the ceremonial robes over his shoulders. He retrieved a pipe from the drawer, mimicking the demeanor of Saratobi Hiruzen as he took a deep puff, before opening the intelligence report on his desk. What did it mean to find a child of the Uchiha clan by the river outside the village? Upon reading this, Danzo was momentarily taken aback. Following the words of Yamanaka Ryoma, he proceeded to scrutinize the surveillance footage from the hidden chamber. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, upon realizing that you were being monitored, you refrained from futile struggles while confined in the dim chamber. Instead, like a naive child, you began to explore your surroundings. After a brief moment of contemplation, you lifted your water bottle and took a few sips with an air of unwitting innocence. You rubbed your stomach and took a few bites of a rice ball, but soon discarded it aside when you found it had grown cold. Once you had indulged enough, coupled with the fact that you had not eaten, your energy depleted. You laid down and closed your eyes, continuing to guide the development of your bloodline power. Throughout this, you refrained from making any moves, maintaining a concealed presence that generated no disturbance. Observing your actions on the surveillance footage, Danzo's wariness gradually diminished. Nevertheless, as a master of the shadows in the ninja world, the cunning old fox Danzo derived his true confidence in nurturing you from the bandage that concealed his right eye. At 4 in the afternoon, observing your struggle with the cold, unpalatable food, Danzo felt a sense of exasperation. It was evident that you were a child of privilege, accustomed to the comforts of a large family, and thus required careful guidance. Shortly thereafter, a sound echoed through the chamber you occupied, as a heavy stone door creaked open to reveal a small window. Through it, a meal, still warm, was pushed into your vicinity. Upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, you swiftly turned and rose, eagerly opening the food container and indulging in the feast before you. After you had satisfied your hunger and settled back against the wall with your eyes closed, Danzo nodded in approval. He then exited the chamber and summoned a root ninja, instructing them to meticulously observe and record your behavior. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, the fateful night of annihilation descended upon the Uchiha clan. Chaos reigned within their domain, and the security forces were effortlessly subdued by Obito, with the clan leader willingly accepting his demise and several elders alongside branch family heads being mercilessly slain by the combined might of Obito and Itachi. The remaining clansmen scattered like frightened lambs. Their sole purpose was to meet their end in a more agonizing manner, giving rise to a few newly awakened three-tomo Sharingan. You remained motionless in the hidden chamber, akin to a lifeless entity, wholly immersed in the exploration of your own bloodline. As the evening hour of 6 approached, the night of annihilation drew to a close. Uchiha Itachi summoned his shadow clones, methodically delivering the final blows to those clan members who were gravely wounded yet still clinging to life, or hiding in the shadows. You remained motionless, suppressing the surging bloodline power within you that threatened to erupt due to the mass death of your kin. Your mental and ocular prowess were rising uncontrollably. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Danzo, leaning on his cane, was observing this exhilarating spectacle alongside Hiruzen Sarutobi through a crystal ball. Both felt a sense of fulfillment, believing they had honored their teacher's teachings. The previously strained camaraderie between them gradually healed amidst this grand event. At 7 o'clock in the evening, you desperately suppressed the tumultuous surge of your bloodline caused by the mass death of your clan. Uchiha Sasuke returns home late from school, walking trepidatiously through the desolate, blood-scented grounds of his clan. Upon arriving home and witnessing his parents lying in a pool of blood, he is immediately overwhelmed and faints. Meanwhile, Obito, utilizing his phasing ability, disregards the formidable barriers surrounding the Uchiha shrine and proceeds directly to the ancestral hall, where he collects the long-accumulated eyes of his kin from the display room, stuffing numerous three-tomo Sharingan into a specially crafted iron box for transport. Shortly thereafter, the fainted Sasuke awakens, rushing outside only to behold an unforgettable sight under the crimson moonlight. His elder brother squats atop a utility pole, his scarlet kaleidoscope activated, replaying the horrific moment of patricide and matricide in his mind. Tormented by the world of Tsukuyami, Sasuke's eyes simultaneously awaken into a single Tomo Sharingan, but due to his tender age, his body cannot bear the strain, causing the Sharingan to deactivate shortly after its emergence. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Uchiha Itachi departed alongside Obito, who returned with a bountiful harvest, while the Root A and Bu simultaneously entered to cleanse the battlefield. In accordance with the prior agreement, the Uchiha clan's ancestral ninjutsu and the Sharingan of the deceased Uchiha were entrusted to Danzo, while Sasuke was bequeathed to Sarutobi Azashi. At 9 in the evening, you remain with your eyes closed in the dim chamber, your expression marked by profound anguish, yet your mental and ocular prowess are swiftly ascending. Several explosions have erupted within the Uchiha clan's territory, and after consuming several blocks in flames, the inferno was finally quelled by the arriving Root operatives. Consequently, the Umbu are unable to accurately account for the casualties within the Uchiha clan. However, due to the loss of several Root ninjas in their efforts to extinguish the fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen finds himself at a loss for words to explain to Danzo, casting him a fierce glare. Danzo, undeterred, approaches and drapes an arm over Hiruzen's shoulder, inquiring whether they should visit the Konoha hospital to see the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan, Itachi's brother, Sasuke Uchiha. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, the turbulent blood coursing through your veins gradually subsided, seemingly a result of the development of the bloodline meditation technique. Your bloodline power was harnessed, enhancing your physical capabilities while simultaneously amplifying the impact of this fateful night of annihilation. Fortunately, you managed to endure, the strength within your eyes suggesting that you were but a step away from awakening the third Tomo. However, the immense expenditure resulting from the bloodline frenzy left you utterly spent, leading to a complete loss of consciousness. You were promptly transported to the treatment room by the Roots assigned to monitor you. Meanwhile, Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived at the Konoha hospital. Under the guidance of the medical ninjas, they examined Sasuke's injuries, both breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming that his wounds were merely superficial. Yet, upon hearing of Sasuke's mental trauma, Hiruzen's brow furrowed in concern. In contrast, Danzo dismissed the medical staff, taking matters into his own hands. He lifted Sasuke's eyelid, revealing a solitary, ebony Tomo suspended within the crimson iris. The eye had opened, but it could not be sustained for long. The blood-red pupil and the dark Tomo soon faded, reverting to their original black hue. Observing this, Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged knowing smiles. After a discussion, they concluded that Sasuke was too young and lacked the physical fortitude to maintain the Sharingan. They devised a nurturing plan for Sasuke, allowing him to continue his studies at the Ninja Academy, granting him the opportunity to forge new friendships, rebuild bonds, and strengthen his physique. Upon graduation, the role of leading Jonin would be entrusted to Kakashi Hatake, a loyal figure to the village, endowed with the Sharingan, and possessing a connection to Itachi Uchiha. The ultimate aim was to groom Sasuke as the next Hokage's aide. After solidifying Sasuke's future, Danzo took his leave. Hiruzen found it peculiar that Danzo displayed no desire for Sasuke, yet he considered that the Sharingan and ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan were now under Danzo's control. Perhaps this old man had been sufficiently sated. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Danzo returned to the base, gazing upon you lying on the sick bed. He lifted your eyelids for a closer inspection and, finding only black pupils, could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Detection of the holder successfully navigating through a deadlock. To conserve simulator energy, the precision of this simulation has been altered to 1 day. The following day, under Danzo's directive, a root ninja removed his mask and entered the secret chamber in an attempt to communicate with you. Following a premeditated strategy, you feigned memory loss due to drowning, engaging in a halting dialogue with the root ninja. Fortunately, the ninja discovered that although your speech was impaired, you were still capable of communicating through writing. This situation was reported to Danzo, who, after a moment of contemplation, resolved to conduct one final test. Should you succeed? Even without having begun to refine your chakra and lacking any foundation in ninjutsu, he possessed methods to accelerate your development, nurturing you into a Uchiha stronger than Sasuke, who was languishing in the academy. Moreover, you would become Danzo's very own Uchiha. Before long, the assassination attempt targeting you commenced as anticipated. The very root ninja who had been diligently caring for you transformed into an assassin, suddenly drawing a kunai from beneath the tray as he delivered your meal, thrusting it violently towards your neck. Had you been concealing your true strength as a stealthy infiltrator within Root, you would have undoubtedly retaliated at that moment. However, you had already discerned Danzo's cunning tactics, and as the kunai approached, you had no time to evade. With a tone of sorrow, you uttered a single word. Why? Subsequently, you allowed the kunai to pierce your neck. At that instant, the heavy door of the chamber burst open, revealing a one-armed elder, his body wrapped in bandages. Rushing into the room, a multitude of root ninjas swiftly followed, subduing the assailant who had attempted to take your life. Clutching your bleeding neck, you looked around in panic. Fortunately, Danzo promptly commanded the medical ninjas to attend to your wound while leaning down, his expression slightly rigid as he offered you verbal reassurance. Recognizing Danzo's genuine intent to take you under his wing, you naturally adopted a demeanor of being comforted, deliberately avoiding the other root members aside from the medical ninjas and Danzo himself. Seeing your compliant behavior, Danzo seemed momentarily lost in thought, but quickly regained focus, reaching out to affectionately pat your head before leading a group of root ninjas out of the chamber. When dinner arrived, you noticed that the portion was significantly larger than before, complemented by 2 eggs and a chicken leg, finally allowing your anxious heart to settle. It appeared you had successfully passed Danzo's test of trust. After dinner, you lay directly on the floor, closed your eyes, and continued to channel your bloodline power, eventually succumbing to fatigue and drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, deep within Root, Danzo, adorned with the Hokage hat, diligently reviewed the intelligence accumulated from the entire ninja world over recent days, tossing the final document into a pile in the corner. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he acknowledged the toll such intense mental labor took on a man of his advanced age, especially within the stifling confines of the chamber late at night while wearing a hat. Yet, he relished this endeavor. Should he fail to become Hokage, he would remain indefatigable in his pursuits. After stowing away a pipe resembling that of Sarutobi Hiruzen into a drawer, Danzo waved his hand, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that cleared the smoke from the chamber. He then retrieved a manual on training root ninjas from the bookshelf, cross-referencing it with the Uchiha training handbook already resting on the table, occasionally jotting down notes. On the 3rd day, after a night had passed, observing the several sheets of paper filled with writing on the desk, Danzo smiled faintly, rolled up the papers, and tucked them into his waistband before stepping outside. The heavy stone door creaked open, startling you from a restful slumber. Upon looking up, you saw Danzo accompanied by a group from Root standing at the entrance. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Root, you shared a breakfast with Danzo in the secret chamber. During the meal, he occasionally inquired about your previous life. You scratched your head, struggling to recollect fragments of your life with Granny Yukaina, and clumsily narrated your memories. This was indeed the truth, for you were merely 3 years old. And prior to this, your social connections had been exceedingly simple. Yet, outwardly, you appeared to be 5 or 6 years old. Furthermore, to conceal your existence, Root had obliterated the Uchiha clan's territory, rendering even Danzo unable to investigate. Thus, your honest recollections were perceived by him as the memories of a mere 3 or 4-year-old, clearly indicative of amnesia. Amnesia could be viewed as a blessing. Curiously, you reached out and touched Danzo's severed arm, inquiring about its origin. Although he did not express annoyance at your curiosity, he refrained from providing a direct answer, instead solemnly stating that the essence of a ninja's existence is combat, and combat inevitably entails bloodshed. Your eyes lit up at this notion, proclaiming your desire to become a ninja and to fight just like Grandpa Danzo. He affectionately ruffled your hair, promising to return in the afternoon and instructing you to prepare for your formal induction as a ninja. You nodded vigorously, watching as he departed. When afternoon arrived, the door to the secret chamber swung open once more, but this time, Danzo entered alone. After closing the door behind him, he sat across from you and announced the initiation of your promotion ceremony to become a ninja. You nodded earnestly, considering Danzo your sole elder, vowing to obey him unconditionally. Thus, Danzo removed the bandage from his right eye, revealing a crimson Sharingan before you. At this moment, he had yet to implant the ocular powers of the Uchiha. And had you chosen to unleash your full strength, there existed a significant chance of overpowering him and seizing the Sharingan. Nevertheless, you opted to forego this opportunity. As you yearned to experience the power of the Konoha Tsukumi in his possession, at Danzo's behest, you willingly locked eyes with the Sharingan. Watching as the intricate patterns within began to swirl, you understood that the Konoha Tsukumi had commenced its influence. An inexplicable force subtly infiltrated your mental realm, seemingly imprinting a steel-like command upon your psyche. Forever pledge loyalty to the individual before you, never betray, and become the sharp blade in the hands of Root. Disregarding your own life and death. Fortunately, you were not entirely unfamiliar with the power of the Sharingan. The residual ocular energy refined from the Spirit Cat and the half-step Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui had provided you some forewarning, despite never having engaged directly with a true Sharingan. Moreover, your heart had been on high alert from the very beginning, and the Konoha Tsukumi wielded by Danzo was of a fleeting nature with a rapid cooldown. Unlike the one in the possession of Itachi Uchiha, which could genuinely imprint thoughts, the encroachment of the Konoha Tsukumi upon your mental realm manifested exceedingly slowly, leading Danzo to eventually succumb to its effects and leave you alone in the chamber, leaning on his cane as he exited. However, once the door to the secret chamber closed, you realized that you had underestimated the potency of the Konoha Tsukumi. At that moment, Danzo had yet to implant Hashirama's cells. You had intended to strike when he was at his most vulnerable, post-Konoha Tsukumi, to seize the Sharingan, but just as you were about to make your move, a flicker of hesitation washed over you. It was this fleeting moment of doubt that allowed Danzo to close the door to the chamber. Indeed, the Konoha Tsukumi proved its worth. As a technique of the Sharingan, even though its user was not the original wielder, and despite Danzo lacking Hashirama's cells, this Sharingan had still sown a seed within your heart. Fortunately, your consciousness remained alert, and your sense of self intact. You began to contemplate methods to counteract this force, and soon devised a plan to create a spiritual assault technique known as Soul Sever. Being a pure mental attack, it could naturally target foreign entities within the mental realm. Previously, you had employed this technique to exchange your life for the defeat of Abido in his weakened state and to dispel and refine the residual ocular power of the Sharingan. Although it imposed a significant burden on the soul, it was certainly worth a try. You closed your eyes, focusing not on awakening the power from your lineage, but rather on seeking the remnants of the Konoha Tsukumi within your mental world, intending to gradually obliterate them with Soul Sever, and even refine them into your own mental strength. As the fourth day dawned, a day slipped by in the blink of an eye. Throughout this day, apart from indulging in meals, you tirelessly employed the Soul Sever technique, relentlessly attacking the imprints left by the otherworldly deity in your mental realm, interspersed with restorative slumber to recuperate your spiritual energy. By the end of the day, you had achieved commendable progress. With merely half a day more, you could entirely erode the deity's influence. However, fate had other plans. At midday, the chamber's door swung open once more, and after establishing a rapport with the otherworldly deity, Danzo did not grant you the solitude you sought for rest. Instead, he escorted you to an underground training arena. The expansive training area was shrouded in darkness, where the only sounds that accompanied your movements were the echoes of your footsteps and the ominous hum of the ventilation system overhead. Upon reaching the center of the arena, you complied with Danzo's instructions to sit on the ground. Subsequently, he articulated the method of refining chakra and urged you to commence the process. At this juncture, once you succeeded in refining chakra, the effect of breath concealment would inevitably dissipate. Fortunately, as long as you refrained from refining an excessive amount of chakra, keeping it at a level akin to that of a chunin or jonin, suspicion would not arise. Moreover, given your physical prowess and other abilities, most sensory ninjas would find it exceedingly difficult to discern your true capabilities without direct confrontation, and the Sharingan could be deactivated at will. The loss of breath concealment would pose minimal inconvenience. It merely meant you could no longer covertly activate your Sharingan. You would need to concoct a suitable reason for its activation, but that was a trivial concern. Thus, you resolutely began refining chakra, and before long, you had amassed a substantial amount, nearing the level of a chunin. You halted the process and informed Danzo that you had reached your limit. He nodded in acknowledgement, rising to press his fingers together at his brow. Almost imperceptible waves of energy coursed through your body. Had it not been for your development of bloodline abilities and the comprehensive enhancement of your physical attributes, including sensory perception beyond mere ocular techniques, you would have been unable to detect such a subtle fluctuation without the Sharingan. Upon sensing your chakra levels, Danzo nodded approvingly. With a gentle wave of his hand, the massive spotlight overhead illuminated the training grounds as brilliantly as daylight. At that moment, two masked Root ninjas entered, escorting an individual from the opposite corridor. You instantly recognized this person as the one who had conversed with you, delivered your meals, and most significantly, had attempted to assassinate you just days prior. Apart from Danzo, this individual had been your most frequent contact since your arrival at Root. Realizing the implications of Root's operational style, you braced yourself for what was to unfold. In a bid to impress Danzo and prolong your survival within Root, you fixed your gaze upon the individual, clenched your fists, and vociferously demanded to know why he sought your demise. He remained silent. And Danzo assigned you your first task, to eliminate this very individual. A kunai was thrust into your hand, and with a deep breath, you quivered as you accepted it. Embodying the conflicted emotions of an inexperienced child, excitement, fear, and perhaps a touch of confusion. Noticing your hesitation, Danzo called your name, and when you turned, you were met with a gentle, encouraging expression that urged you to fulfill your mission. Thus, you approached the individual, kunai in hand, and reiterated your question about his motives for wanting to kill you, bewildered that he was the first person you encountered upon awakening. As you spoke, you began to thrust the kunai erratically towards his body. Crimson blood splattered across you, igniting a fervor within. Your strength surged, and the urge to activate your Sharingan became increasingly irresistible. Just as the urge to awaken your double Tomo Sharingan began to manifest, you swiftly reconsidered. Sasuke currently wielded a single Tomo, and by merely activating one of your double Tomo Sharingan, you could instantaneously establish your value far exceeding his, making you a far more worthy candidate for Danzo's mentorship than Sasuke, who was under Sarutobi's guidance. Thus, you relinquished your restraint and surrendered to your bloodthirsty instincts, the kunai slicing through the air as you infused it with chakra, blood spraying in every direction. Seizing the moment, you activated your left eye as blood splattered across your face, and in that instant, you felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground, murmuring words of confusion and betrayal. Why? Trust? The first I saw. When Danzo approached to assess the situation, you pointed towards the now unrecognizable form of the root ninja and inquired whether your actions had sufficed. Your eyes pleading for affirmation and comfort, much like an abandoned kitten seeking warmth. Danzo scrutinized the two Tomo in your left eye, bent down to wipe the blood from your face, uncertain if it was your blood or the root ninja's, and gently stroked your forehead in reassurance. You seized the moment to close your eyes, plunging into your mental realm, simultaneously honing your bloodline powers Uchiha on the 5th day. Owing to Danzo's insufficient understanding of the awakening of the Sharingan, coupled with your half-truths and remarkably authentic performance, he ultimately abandoned his intentions towards Sasuke. Instead, he resolved to cultivate you as his exclusive Uchiha prodigy. As you simultaneously awakened your bloodline power and resisted the effects of Konoha Tsukumi, you transcended both physical and mental limits. Exhibiting symptoms strikingly similar to those of Uchiha Sasuke, after being compelled by Itachi to awaken his eyes, you were granted an extended leave of absence due to illness. Once your spirit had somewhat recuperated, you continued employing the soul cutter technique, diligently wearing down the residual power of Konoha Tsukumi. In addition, you gradually absorbed the diminishing effectiveness of your ocular prowess, thereby hastening the restoration of your mental strength and fostering the growth of your eye abilities. On the 6th day, as you were recuperating, Danzo refrained from further exerting control over you through the use of the D-Jutsu. You employed soul severance to persistently erode the remnants of the D-Jutsu's imprint lingering within the realm of your consciousness. The 7th day, though you remain in recovery, Danzo disregards the medical staff's counsel and insists on visiting you, primarily to ascertain whether you can control the activation of your left eye's Mangekyou Sharingan. The outcome reveals that you wield the newly awakened eye with remarkable finesse. In contrast to Sasuke, who has activated his single Mangekyou Sharingan in both eyes, yet lacks the ability to control it, your condition brings Danzo immense satisfaction. Despite the disparity in your statuses and the grim tasks Danzo has requested of you, the dynamic between you resembles that of a typical grandfather and grandson relationship. Fortunately, due to the severe psychological trauma you have endured and Danzo's concern over potential lingering effects, he refrains from employing Konoha Tsukumi to further hypnotize you. This allows you ample time for solitude, enabling you to gradually dissipate the remnants of the Konoha Tsukumi imprint. On the 8th day, as you relentlessly wield the soul-severing technique, the remnants of the celestial deity within your consciousness have become exceedingly faint. Meanwhile, you continuously absorb the utterly shattered kaleidoscopic power, elevating both your ocular prowess and mental strength to new heights. On the 9th day, just as you intended to continue refining the kaleidoscopic ocular power to nourish yourself, you discovered that the remnants from the previous day had completely vanished. This realization led you to understand that the power of the divine being, Bietian, appears to naturally dissipate with the passage of time. On the 10th day, Danzo visited once more. It remained uncertain whether he had previously experimented with the power of the Konoha Tsukumi, aware that its influence would naturally wane, or if his extensive experience accumulated over the years guided him. Once again, Danzo employed the Konoha Tsukumi to induce a similar suggestion upon you. This time, however, with the presence of the oil woman Ryoma and another guard by his side, you could not find the opportune moment to eliminate Danzo, and thus, you were compelled to endure his hypnotic influence. On the 11th day, a fresh round of tug-of-war commenced between your imprint and that of the other celestial beings. However, this time, you distinctly sensed that the challenge of exhausting this extraordinary vision was significantly less arduous than before. You surmised that this ease stemmed from the strengthening of your mental prowess and the prior absorption of this power, which had enhanced your own vision, resulting in a shared essence between adversary and ally, thus facilitating the process of unraveling it. On the 12th day, Through your persistent utilization of the soul-severing technique against the otherworldly deity's seal, your mastery and comprehension of mental energy have gradually enhanced. Consequently, you have further refined the soul-severing, enabling you to condense pure mental energy into various forms, transforming it into blades, chisels, axes, saws, and hammers. Akin to a carpenter or mason, precisely shattering the seal of the otherworldly deity while simultaneously reducing consumption. Moreover, the upgraded soul severing can also coalesce into a multitude of shurikens, kunai, and even 1,000 blades when unleashing mental assaults on others, thereby augmenting lethality and range. Furthermore, it can be preserved within the Sharingan for extended periods without the need for sealing, positioning you in a state of greater safety and less vulnerability to retaliatory strikes from foes with formidable mental prowess. On the 13th day, you utterly eradicated the imprint of the Konoha Tsukimi from your spiritual realm, channeling 2 strands of spiritual energy into the form of shuriken, which you stored within your left and right eyes. On the same day, Danzo visited under the guise of a sick call, simultaneously intending to reinforce his hypnosis over you using Konoha Tsukimi. Just as he was about to unleash it, he was taken aback by the sight of your left eye, now adorned with the double tomo. Despite employing sensory ninjutsu and summoning specialized sensory ninjas for examination, no abnormalities were detected. Instead, they concluded that you had completely recovered and were fit for discharge. Only a few individuals, when caught in your gaze, experienced phenomena akin to what Danzo had encountered earlier. But this occurrence was sporadic and eluded any concrete explanation. Ultimately, it was attributed to the extraordinary potential of your Sharingan. Upon hearing this conclusion, Danzo, with a stern demeanor, escorted you to the very depths of a vertical shaft, where he had carved out a chamber from the rock face, subsequently poured molten steel into it, inscribing it with seals and barriers. He informed you that this would be your abode henceforth. By dawn, you were to commence rigorous training alongside other Root members. Only by surviving until the end of the training could you officially become a Root ninja. You nodded in acknowledgement, and upon entering the chamber, swiftly activated the shuriken-shaped soul energy you had previously gathered in both eyes, shattering the incomplete imprint of Konoha Tsukimi within your spiritual world, subsequently dismantling it piece by piece. As night fell, Danzo returned from Konoha Hospital, leaning on his cane as he ambled through the shadowy streets, his face alight with an exuberant smile that seemed utterly at odds with the dark legends of the ninja world. Hisashi, it seems you have fallen a step behind this time. On the 14th day, you were roused from your slumber by the oppressive clang of iron rods. The words spoken by Danzo the previous day echoed in your mind. You were to participate in the selection training to become a Root ninja. Without a moment's hesitation, you flung open your door, and the sound of hurried footsteps reverberated through the labyrinthine corridor above. Activating your Sharingan, you beheld a throng of children your age, clad in identical uniforms, racing towards the training ground. Is this the rigorous training to become a Root ninja? There was no time for contemplation. Before the ninja who knocked on your door could strike your back with his iron rod, you propelled yourself up the staircase. With a slight bend of your left leg, you leaped with astonishing agility, soaring over the 2-story staircase. You landed amidst a group of peers who were simultaneously sparring and shifting positions. Your sudden entrance unified the disputing factions, and they all brandished kunai to launch an assault against you. Observing their sluggish movements, akin to a snail's pace, you extended your hand, seizing the leader by the neck and hurling him headfirst down the stairs. A swift kick sent several others crashing down, blocking the only escape route. Those trapped behind lacked the courage to confront you directly, resorting instead to grappling amongst themselves, seemingly resigned to forever linger in your shadow, vying for a rank amongst their own. You casually grasped one individual, intending to inquire about the selection rules for Root ninjas. However, it was more expedient to employ Jinjutsu for interrogation. It turned out that this was the first phase of the selection process, wherein candidates would be ranked based on their entry time into the Root, as well as their strength and potential. Those who arrived earlier and exhibited greater power occupied the uppermost rooms, while latecomers of lesser ability found themselves relegated to the lowest tier. Arriving last and untested in strength, you were placed at the very bottom. You were required to reach the training ground within a stipulated time. Those who arrived earliest would receive better rewards, which could range from a pouch of ninja tools to a jutsu, with the strongest even having the privilege to choose their reward. Conversely, the last individual to arrive would be challenged by any other participant. The outcome of the challenge was binary: either defeat 10 opponents in succession or have everything taken by the one who slays you. The only rule in this place was the supremacy of the strong. Intriguing. A smirk graced your lips as you gazed up at the light filtering down from the shaft above, revealing a bloodthirsty glint in your eyes. Now familiar with the rules, you swiftly fell in line behind the leading group, navigating effortlessly through the congested and chaotic throng, propelled by your exceptional prowess. As you advanced, the passageway leading to the shaft narrowed progressively, reducing from a width accommodating 2 individuals side by side to just enough room for one to sidle through. Beyond that, even the railings flanking the suspended walkway vanished. Without mastery over chakra adhesion, one would be compelled to cautiously trail behind the stronger ninjas, inching forward clumsily. Otherwise, The only fate awaiting them was a perilous fall from the heights. Despite this, the competition intensified as one moved closer to the front. Occasionally, individuals would tumble from the precarious walkway. Those fortunate enough to grasp the railings below would suffer a drop in rank, but reclaim their lives, whereas many others would be permanently lost at the bottom of the well. This was the selection ritual of the root. As you maneuvered through the crowd, occasionally casting those oblivious to their surroundings off the path, you kept your gaze upward, observing the scene above. The vast majority of candidates for the root selection relied heavily on sheer physicality and willpower to persevere, or wielded diminutive kunai to maintain their standings through brute force. It was evident that most participants hailed from humble backgrounds, being commoners or orphans. Yet, at the forefront, several individuals exhibited remarkable ninja qualities, utilizing chakra adhesion skillfully to glide effortlessly through the narrow passage, even running with ease. Some hurled ninja tools to impede those pursuing them from behind, while seizing opportunities to ambush those ahead. As you neared the well's opening, two figures stood out prominently. The first wore a mask that concealed all but his mouth and nose. With a keen Sharingan, you discerned numerous small black dots dancing around him, unmistakably a sign of the Aburame clan. Close behind him was another with flowing orange hair, though lacking any overt distinguishing features. As the third-ranked contender leapt to launch a surprise attack from behind, he was abruptly frozen mid-air by a hand seal, subsequently collapsing powerless to the bottom of the well. The bugs of the Aburame clan, the body flicker technique, and the Yamenka clan. You had not anticipated that even members of such prestigious clans would be subjected to such stringent selection processes to join the root. Despite their heritage of secret arts and superior ninja education granting them a significant advantage, they too wagered their lives. The descendants of these illustrious clans faced the same peril. Reflecting on Danzo's decision to place you at the lowest tier, it was evident that he had no intention of extending any leniency towards you. Indeed, the rules of selection were gleaned solely through your Sharingan. You recognized that your innate talent and abilities were merely average, relying on the fortunate possession of Uchiha blood and repeated simulations to attain your current strength, to stand out and earn true recognition from Danzo. Thereby growing stronger with the support of the root, you could not reveal your full capabilities all at once. Thus, after surpassing the unskilled commoners and the inadequately trained scions of lesser clans, you resolved to trail closely behind the geniuses and heirs of noble families, securing a position approximately 20 ranks from the top, thereby establishing a clear demarcation from those who would follow. Before long, you surged forth with the cadre of formidable newcomers, bursting from the well into the training ground. Halt! A commanding voice resonated from the shadows once the last person in line entered the training arena. At the sound of this authoritative call, all present ceased their scuffles and disputes, swiftly arranging themselves into formation. You two hastily followed suit, finding your designated spot. Once everyone was settled, a shadowy figure emerged from the rear of the assembly, seizing the last-ranked individual. Though he had not plummeted down the well during the fierce contest for rank, he was now faced with the daunting challenge of a wheel battle against 10 opponents. The dazzling spotlight illuminated the final combatant, who was placed upon a circular platform with a 10-meter radius by the root ninjas. Shortly thereafter, a figure at the back of the line raised his left hand, signaling his intention to challenge the individual on stage. Both participants lacked any foundational skills, resorting instead to the most primal form of hand-to-hand combat. However, the challenger possessed a kunai and a fierce determination to fight to the death, ultimately resulting in a triumphant counterattack against his opponent. Soon, another hand was raised in challenge, though most of these challengers were ranked lower, motivated by the prospect of acquiring the kunai. The higher-ranked individuals, on the other hand, refrained from issuing challenges, understanding that even victory would yield little more than a single kunai, a reward too meager for their taste. Observing the scene, it became evident that those ranked higher were well-equipped with ample ninja tools, some even wielding Shino-Bigatana, as they rested with their eyes closed. You deduced that an intense battle was imminent. With empty hands and being a newcomer, you feared becoming the target of collective aggression. Thus, as the platform's victor dispatched his ninth opponent, battered yet exhilarated, you chose to challenge him. Unsurprisingly, with a single move, you eliminated him and claimed the kunai as your prize. As this phase concluded, two root ninjas entered the training ground bearing a large sack and summoned the top 3 contenders to step forward and collect their rewards. You observed as the leading member of the YN clan received a Shino-Bigatana, the Yamashiro clan member secured a scroll, and the third-ranked individual received a pouch filled with brand-new ninja tools and 3 explosive tags. Subsequently, the 2 root ninjas tore open the sack, spilling a heap of worn-out ninja tools onto the ground, forming a small mound. You noticed that beneath the pile of tools lay a half-destroyed scroll. This was the reward for the top 30 participants, but unlike the top 3, what each could claim depended on the ensuing competition among them. There would be no shortage of casualties. As the signal sounded, you swiftly dashed from the ranks, your feet agilely navigating the space, evading incoming ninja tools while also avoiding other competitors in your path. When the first individual lunged at the heap of tools, frantically collecting the more intact items, you drew your kunai, swiftly dispatching a bothersome opponent by slicing their throat, then kicked the body behind you to obstruct others. Utilizing this momentum, you leapt high into the air, activated your Sharingan, and wielded your kunai to deflect the incoming ninja tools, landing gracefully behind the mound of weapons. With the advantage of your Sharingan, you quickly selected several relatively intact kunai to secure at your waist, then wielded 2 kunai like shovels as you began to dig. The mound of tools obscured most of the competing opponents, allowing you to focus on your excavation with relative ease. Occasionally, you would launch Shuakin to eliminate any unwary individuals encroaching from behind, disposing of their bodies to intimidate the remaining competitors. Before long, chaos erupted at the front of the tool pile, with bloodshed becoming commonplace as many fell behind your position. 4 to 5 bodies lay that you had not yet disposed of. Finally, as fatigue set in, a yellow slip of paper caught your eye. You quickly dug in that direction, grasping the scroll's handle and pulling it with force, revealing the text before you. C-rank ninjutsu, fire release, fireball. While the C-rank fire release fireball may not seem particularly formidable in the grand scheme of things, amidst this heap of debris, it undoubtedly represented a valuable reward. Moreover, this jutsu bore a striking resemblance to the great fireball technique, and having previously developed your bloodline power, you were already well-versed in fire release. A mere glance allowed you to fully master it. More importantly, this provided you with a legitimate basis to engage in combat using fire release without raising suspicion. At that moment, an unwise individual crossed over the fallen bodies, spotting the scroll in your grasp. Realizing he was no match for you, he shouted loudly. And in an instant, you became the target of collective ire. As you had already mastered the scroll's content, you tossed it into the crowd, inciting a frenzy among many as they shifted their focus toward the scroll. After all, in such a brutal environment, possessing a jutsu was far more advantageous than any of the tattered items. Observing the chaos of the ensuing scramble, you chuckled softly. There were simply too many competitors. You stealthily made your way to the side of the battlefield, raising a finger. With a deft mastery of fire release transformation, a small flame ignited at your fingertip, which you brought close to your mouth. Then, with a sudden exhale, a fireball the size of a human head shot into the throng of combatants. Boom. The high-temperature fireball detonated, leaving behind a scene of severed limbs and a few wailing survivors. Just then, the signal sounded once more, causing all present to cease their assaults. Even those who had been blinded by rage. They lined up to regroup. Looking around, you saw only 7 or 8 individuals remaining, those selected from nearly 30 contenders. The severity of the root selection process was truly terrifying. The higher one ranked, the more intense the bloodshed they faced. Unless they could secure a place among the top 3. However, in the upcoming segment known as the deathmatch training, the enemies faced by the top 3 would be far stronger than those encountered by others. The rules of the deathmatch were as follows. All present would need to confront the training targets prepared by the root within a single day, and slay at least 10 opponents to complete their training objectives. Among them, the top 3 would face 2 training targets simultaneously and must also withstand at least 1 challenge from other trainees. The top 30 would battle specific training targets designated by the root, with the option to accept or decline challenges from fellow trainees. As for the rest, they could choose training targets they felt confident in confronting. Furthermore, exceeding the required number of kills would yield rewards such as ninjutsu, high-grade ninja tools, or even individual guidance from a coded root ninja. Occasionally, the best performers might be directly selected to join the ranks of the root and undertake missions for practical experience. During the explanation of the rules, the so-called training targets were revealed before you. These targets were confined within cages of varying sizes, sealed with different levels of suppression based on their threat levels. The largest number comprised beasts, followed by death row inmates transported from various regions of the Land of Fire, as well as bandits and thieves captured in the wild. Next were puppets made from various materials, which could be repaired even if destroyed. Beyond that lay more challenging targets, such as spies and ninjas from other villages who had lost their intelligence value after interrogation, captured rogue ninjas, notorious bounty ninjas, and even untrainable summoning beasts. Rumor had it that among these were creatures with 7 legs, 8 arms, many heads, and various astonishing abilities, a fitting description for monsters. Notably, those who failed to achieve the 10 kills would find themselves as training targets in the cages the following day. Soon, the top 3 individuals, serving as paragons, ascended to a circular arena with a radius of 10 meters. Under the watchful eye of the root ninjas, their training targets stepped onto the stage in pairs. You activated your Sharingan, meticulously observing the unfolding battles. The first contender, a member of the Oil Woman clan, faced a target that comprised an iron puppet remotely controlled by root ninjas and a one-armed rogue samurai. The rogue samurai struck first, brandishing his long blade, and, in a swift motion akin to the body flicker technique, closed the distance to the Oil Woman ninja, swinging his sword down. Yet, the Oil Woman ninja remained unfazed, deftly drawing a kunai to deflect the blade with ease, then utilizing the momentum to evade the opponent while removing his gloves. The one-armed samurai, however, fell to his knees in agony, his lone arm turning a sickly purple, the color creeping menacingly towards his head. It would not be long before he succumbed to the parasitic insects, becoming nothing more than a desiccated skeleton. Through the toxic residue, you recognize this Oil Woman ninja as likely being Oil Woman Torai Kane, one of Danzo's future bodyguards. Naturally, his companion, the orange-haired ninja from the Yamanaka clan, was none other than Yamanaka Fu. Although the rogue had perished, the iron puppet, under the control of the root ninjas, advanced with heavy steps. Wielding two rapidly spinning circular saws, gradually constricting Oil Woman Torikane's maneuvering space. Despite the relentless stings of the parasitic insects and their toxins, the puppet's formidable body remained impervious. Yet, Oil Woman Torikane, destined to become one of Danzo's protectors, was no amateur. He quickly discerned the puppet's sluggish mobility and its inability to attack targets behind it. He circled behind and used a kunai to immobilize the puppet's movement mechanism. Meanwhile, Yamanaka-fu adeptly employed his family's signature heart-turning technique to seize control of an opponent, directly commandeering this individual to shield himself from the poisoned projectiles launched by the wooden puppet. Ultimately, although he did not damage the puppet, he succeeded in knocking it off the stage, thus passing the first round of combat. You swiftly analyzed that the root ninjas had tailored opponents to exploit each individual's weaknesses. For instance, the parasitic insects countered living beings, hence the assignment of the unyielding iron puppet. The heart-turning technique necessitated the user's immobility. Thus a nimble wooden puppet was chosen for him. Fortunately, these two, even among their prestigious clans, were poised to become future pillars, rendering such targets mere appetizers. However, the third-ranked individual was not as fortunate. Though he was robust and clearly a powerhouse, he had merely inherited this rank after the original third-place holder had been slain by Yamanaka-fu. Lacking experience in confronting multiple adversaries, he entered the fray against a knife-wielding wooden puppet and a frenzied wild wolf. Despite using his immense strength to strangle the wolf, he sustained numerous lacerations from the puppet's attacks on his back. Subsequently, he attempted to engage the puppet in close combat. Although he held a slight advantage in power, the puppet was devoid of pain and constructed of resilient wood, making it no simple task to dismantle. Ultimately, he was compelled to expend a detonating tag to barely secure victory in the first round. Afterward, the root ninjas disregarded the third-ranked contender's request for respite, instead dragging forth a ferocious tiger and a vicious bandit wielding dual blades. They sprinkled a special powder on the bandit, rendering the tiger disinterested in attacking him and redirecting its focus onto the unfortunate third-place contender. As the chains binding the tiger were released, the battle erupted. Faced with the charging tiger, the unfortunate soul sensed his inferior strength and clumsily threw a few shuriken, which failed to even graze the tiger's fur. In desperation, he resorted to another detonating tag, detonating it mid-air to eliminate the tiger. However, the bandit was no pushover, capitalizing on the tiger's demise. He lunged forward with a blade aimed at the contender's throat. Fortunately, this individual possessed the prowess to rank among the top trainees, reacting swiftly to grasp the bandit's knife, ultimately snapping one of his arms. Simultaneously, the bee upon hearing this, some individuals with hidden ambitions could not help but exhale in relief. You two relaxed, for you had finally unlocked the second ninjutsu that could be used openly, allowing you to be somewhat less restrained in future battles. After receiving permission, you and the puppet resumed your positions on opposite sides of the arena, beginning the fight anew. The puppet took the initiative, activating the mechanism concealed within its chest, unleashing a barrage of poisoned sunbon and iron spikes. The speed of this assault was beyond your own hand's capabilities. Should you recklessly retaliate with shuriken, you would quickly deplete your already limited supply of ninja tools. If you attempted to block with kunai, you would not be able to intercept them all, inevitably succumbing to poison. Thus, you decided against using ninja tools, forming hand seals and unleashing a fireball directly at the puppet. 2 strikes. 3 strikes. The fierce barrage of flames melted the airborne projectiles into molten iron, utterly destroying even the delicate mechanisms within the puppet, leaving only the wooden framework, sustained by the accompanying water release. However, the puppet was not so easily vanquished. Under the control of the root ninja, it defiantly stood again, its arm falling away to reveal a hidden poisoned longsword beneath. With a forceful flick, the puppet leapt into the air, its target now set on your moving form. In the face of an aerial assault, most ninjas find themselves at a natural disadvantage, and you would be no exception. Releasing 3 fireballs in quick succession would leave the chakra of a typical lower ninja utterly depleted. If you chose to evade, the puppet would deftly maneuver under the chakra line's guidance. If you intended to engage in close combat with kunai, you would surely find it impossible to best a puppet that was both resilient and devoid of pain, leaving little hope of severing the chakra line. Just as your opponent believed you to be out of options, you produced 2 barely usable shuriken and hurled them toward the puppet. Did you truly intend to dismantle the sturdy puppet with mere scraps of metal? In the root ninja's bewildered gaze, the shuriken struck the puppet's joints with precision. Suddenly, the root ninja felt an unexpected heaviness in his hands, the force transmitted from the puppet intensifying abruptly, causing it to plummet heavily to the ground. It turned out that you had condensed an extremely fine chakra line, using the shuriken as a medium to penetrate the puppet's critical control structure. Now, the control of the puppet was shifting back and forth between you and the root ninja. Regardless of the techniques employed by the root ninja, you replicated them perfectly, rendering his actions ineffective. Seizing the opportunity, you propelled the puppet into the air, leveraging its downward momentum to disrupt its legs until it fell, immobilized. With the final crash, the puppet was utterly dismantled into a chaotic array of parts. You had secured your first victory in the root selection. Your triumph elicited a small gasp from some onlookers who were attempting to select the weakest opponents possible. After all, even the most formidable competitors had either halted the puppet or cleverly cast it out of the arena, or resorted to explosive tags to obliterate it. You were the first to completely destroy the puppet solely through your own strength, without relying on external aids. It is worth noting that, at this stage of training, apart from the occasionally emerging disabled ninjas, these impervious puppets were indeed the most troublesome adversaries. You paid no heed to the accolades from the audience. The boastfulness of the weak is meaningless to true strength. You came here with a singular purpose, to grow ever stronger and become a genuine powerhouse. Not long after, you proactively requested to challenge the next opponent. Soon, a towering white tiger was drawn from its cage, even more robust than the unfortunate beast that had perished earlier. Faced with such a formidable creature, you contemplated using it to hone your close combat skills, deciding to conserve chakra and engage it with your basic ocular and physical techniques. After all, your rapid growth in strength necessitated timely refinement of a suitable combat style, lest you become a seemingly powerful, yet ultimately hollow contender, merely preying on weaker foes. As the chains fell away, the white tiger roared and lunged at you. You swiftly drew your kunai, reacting quickly with the aid of your Sharingan, executing a sliding attack that cut deeply into the tiger's abdomen, leaving a gaping wound. However, the kunai was far too old to fully eviscerate the tiger. In pain, the white tiger swept its tail towards you. A direct hit would surely leave you incapacitated. You quickly crouched to evade, but the tiger pivoted, raising its paw to strike down upon you. You thrust your kunai into the descending paw, using the tiger's own force to propel yourself out of its reach. The tiger's tremendous strength failed to strike you, instead driving the kunai through its paw and locking eyes with you in fury. Unexpectedly, your gaze met the Sharingan, and with a slight application of the most rudimentary hypnotic technique, you immobilized it. Subsequently, you extracted your kunai to deliver a fatal blow, only for it to snap off within the tiger's body. Indeed, this outdated tool was of lamentable quality. You resorted to improvisation, removing two of the longest tiger fangs and affixing them to the now unusable kunai handle as replacements, then prepared for your third battle. This time, your opponent was a bandit skilled in shuriken and short blades, fortuitously falling into your line of fire. You regarded this individual as a means to replenish your chakra and restock throwable tools, swiftly dispatching him after a brief warm-up of basic physical techniques and seizing half a bag of ninja tools from him. Your fourth opponent finally posed a challenge, a ninja from the land of lightning, who bore the scars of torture, despite his towering stature. This individual was hampered by a thick chain piercing his wrist and had lost all fingers on one hand to a blade, rendering him incapable of executing ninjutsu. Clearly, you needed to be wary of his formidable leg techniques in the renowned lightning release chakra mode of the Cloud Ninja. Fire release, fireball. The battle commenced with your preemptive strike, unleashing multiple fireballs in rapid succession to compel the Cloud Ninja's lightning release chakra mode into action. The longer you delayed, the closer he would get, and at that point, facing a fully activated lightning release chakra mode without utilizing your true strength would leave you with no chance of victory. Yet, this Cloud Ninja is no ordinary foe. With a surge of lightning chakra enveloping his legs, he deftly delivers a powerful kick that sends the approaching fireball soaring away. Following this, his lightning-enhanced legs allow him to nimbly weave through the dense barrage of fireballs, moving with a speed that rivals the body flicker technique. He extends his still intact left hand, forming a fist infused with flickering lightning, aimed directly at your forehead. You barely evade this strike, but he quickly follows with his robust legs, forcing you to awkwardly dodge while attempting to meet his gaze. However, the stark height difference and the flickering lightning surrounding him leave you with little room to breathe. Fortunately, your Sharingan sharpens your perception, revealing that each time he attacks, the Cloud Ninja envelopes his limbs in lightning chakra, rendering them as hard as steel, only to retract this energy swiftly upon completing his assault. It is evident that maintaining the lightning chakra mode is taxing, indicating his effort to conserve energy. Nevertheless, his relentless onslaught proves to be quite troublesome. If you fail to demonstrate your true strength, you risk falling into a significant disadvantage in close combat. Realizing this, you swiftly evade a fierce kick, drawing a shuriken from your ninja tool pouch and wrapping it in a thread of chakra, launching it toward the Cloud Ninja's eyes that remain unshielded by lightning. Seeing this, he hastily channels the lightning to his head. However, you suddenly tug on the chakra thread, altering the trajectory of the airborne shuriken, which then scatters before quickly converging, launching an all-encompassing assault on every part of the Cloud Ninja's body. This is the true art of shuriken manipulation. Faced with this multi-directional attack, even the Cloud Ninja, with his tough exterior, is compelled to fully activate his lightning chakra mode to deflect the barrage, resulting in a considerable drain on his stamina and chakra. Seizing the moment, you retreat, but maintain control of the chakra threads connecting to the shuriken, unleashing hundreds of these nearly undetectable threads to ensnare the Cloud Ninja, who has just deactivated his lightning chakra mode. Each individual chakra thread possesses a strength akin to that of iron wire, which, though easily severed by the Cloud Ninja while not in lightning mode, becomes an insurmountable challenge when hundreds exert their force simultaneously. In his struggle, countless wounds mar the Cloud Ninja's body, rendering him a bloodied figure. At this juncture, the only way for him to extricate himself is to once again activate the highly taxing Lightning Chakra mode. With a decisive resolve, he reignites the Lightning Chakra mode, instantly shattering the multitude of threads binding him and lunging toward you with ferocious speed. As a denizen of the hidden cloud, being captured by Konoha is a disgrace. The thought of betraying his master, the Raikage, by divulging information is a burden he cannot bear. During these years of confinement, he has clung to life with a singular purpose, to serve as a sharpening stone for Konoha's budding shinobi, with the hope of extinguishing the lives of their promising newcomers. Thus finding solace in his final moments, he has unknowingly dulled countless blades for Konoha. Now, encountering an opponent as capable as you, fresh to the battlefield yet exhibiting such prowess, he resolves to eliminate you at all costs, even if it costs him his life, to shatter this true treasure of Konoha. Witnessing the Cloud Ninja, a whirlwind of ferocity akin to a beast, or perhaps more accurately, a torrent of mud and stone, charging at you with breathtaking speed, you hastily activate your Sharingan. Unfortunately, your attempts to deploy basic ocular techniques are thwarted by the overwhelming turbulence of chakra emanating from him. Astonished, you realize that the Lightning Chakra mode, pushed to its limits, is wreaking havoc on his internal organs, burning through his vital energy to obtain power that surpasses the limits of human capability. Just then, a Root Ninja rushes toward the frenzied Cloud Ninja, recognizing that the intensity of his chakra has far exceeded the threshold for your training. Should this situation be left unchecked, the nurturing ground for Root's future operatives would transform into a veritable hell. In light of this, the Cloud Ninja has now ascended to a level that demands your utmost seriousness. You draw two kunai, modified with tiger fangs, from your sleeve, gripping one normally and the other in reverse. Crimson chakra flows into the two kunai, heating them to a fiery glow. Remarkably, biological materials exhibit a superior compatibility with chakra compared to ordinary metals, though their strength may be lacking. It is likely these kunai will be rendered unusable after this encounter. You swiftly advance, channeling chakra into your legs, propelling yourself to intercept the Cloud Ninja. With a resounding clang, one kunai shatters into countless fragments upon impact, sending you hurtling into the air from the force of his blow. Yet, the Cloud Ninja pays a heavy price as well. His only unscathed hand is completely pierced by the kunai, and the Lightning Chakra mode fails to shield him from the fiery assault, resulting in his arm being obliterated amidst the collision of lightning and fire. But that is not the end. While airborne, you retrieve the remaining shuriken from your waist, employing the same tactic once more, launching it at the Cloud Ninja. A pair of light blue threads, woven from dozens of chakra strands, swiftly constrict around his neck. In that moment, the Cloud Ninja, bereft of his hands, is rendered incapable of escaping, even with the Lightning Chakra mode activated. A body not built for muscle cannot break free from the reinforced threads. You exert a forceful pull, drawing yourself closer to the Cloud Ninja, realizing your relentless advance. He gathers all his Lightning Chakra to his forehead and leaps into the air, intent on delivering a fatal headbutt. Simultaneously, you heat the last kunai until it glows red, wrapping it tightly in chakra threads to prevent this fragile weapon from shattering upon impact. In that climactic moment, fire and lightning, the two most tempestuous forces in existence, collide, unleashing a blinding flash that temporarily blinds everyone in the training ground. As your vision clears, you find yourself seated on the arena, nursing your slightly scorched wrist, while below, the Cloud Ninja stands, his upper body enveloped in darkness, frozen in place. The Dark Horse has met his end. A formidable opponent, indeed. Yet, one cannot help but wonder how long he could have entertained you. On the other side, the Oil Woman and the Root Ninja had effortlessly completed their challenges. Observing your triumph over the out-of-control Cloud Ninja, she nodded in approval and began to select her opponents for further combat. After a brief stretch of your wrist, you addressed the Root Ninja still lingering on the arena. In the fifth bout, your opponent was yet another puppet. However, this particular puppet was evidently superior to the previous one. Though its core was still wooden, its mechanisms and joints were reinforced with iron armor, preventing any chance of you commandeering it through your chakra strings. Yet, having already drawn forth a portion of your strength against the Cloud Ninja, you chose not to conceal your prowess any longer and showcased your exceptional control over fire techniques. You unleashed 3 fireballs in quick succession, which detonated and destroyed many of the puppet's intricate mechanisms, now rendered sodden. Subsequently, you activated your Sharingan and formed an unusual hand seal, manipulating the remaining flames to create several fire serpents that coiled around the iron-protected joints of the puppet. The molten iron solidified, rendering its joints immobile. With a swift strike, you disarmed the puppet of its primary weapon, a long sword, and discarded it from the arena. The 6th round commenced immediately, pitting you against a fully armored samurai. He claimed to be the personal guard of a noble, pleading for your mercy, promising that he would seek a pardon for your transgressions from his lord. Judging by his opulent armor and the intricately engraved katana he wielded, it was evident that his words held some truth. Common ninjas, regardless of their formidable power, would typically bow to the whims of such nobility, respecting the strange societal hierarchy that governed them. However, the Root organization viewed matters differently. To them, There existed only the living and the dead, the valuable and the worthless. The sole distinction between humans and animals was that the value of an animal remained constant, while that of a human could fluctuate dramatically. Faced with an adversary whose status was obscured from the eyes of the Root, you tested his swordsmanship, replicated his technique, and then pierced through the gaps in his armor, ending his life with a single stroke. You stripped him of his equipment, but due to the ill fit and excessive weight of his armor, you opted only to take his wrist and leg guards, leaving the rest as spoils. The seventh battle arrived swiftly, presenting you with merely a leopard. Confronting a beast was far simpler than battling a puppet resistant to genjutsu or a ninja adept at improvisation. Your eighth opponent was a spy from Mangekyou, but owing to his training as an infiltrator, he was ill-equipped for direct confrontation. Once you seized control of his puppet, he resorted to a rudimentary wind technique, wind release, gale palm. You evaded his attack, activated your Sharingan to learn his ninjutsu, and with a decisive strike, you ended his life, declaring your victory. The ninth match featured a notorious bounty ninja, marked for his numerous killings of Konoha's shinobi. After being captured and interrogated, he lost his value and was repurposed by the Root. Such wild ninjas lacked a village affiliation or master. They were civilians with chakra potential who fortuitously stumbled upon the remnants of fallen ninjas' tools and techniques, honing their skills through happenstance. These individuals posed a significant challenge to the great ninja villages due to their unpredictable tactics and unique logic, serving as unstable elements within the village's jurisdictions. Despite their formidable combat experience and wisdom, they often lacked the fundamental knowledge of the shinobi world, coupled with the psychological trauma from their previous torture. They posed little threat once you exerted control over them with your Sharingan. In your final battle, you faced a rhinoceros, a creature of unknown origin that initially appeared to be a mere wild beast. However, upon exercising caution and testing it with your Sharingan, you discovered it to be a summoned beast captured by Root, now devoid of its contract holder. Though its thick hide rendered it impervious to slashing attacks, it lacked combat intelligence, having lost its ninja commander. You subdued it with your ocular technique and replenished your strength by roasting it with fire techniques. Having completed the arduous 10 consecutive challenges, you sat in the arena, savoring the fresh rhinoceros meat, relishing the exquisite taste of victory. After enduring brutal training, only about 30 of your batch had survived, indicating that tomorrow would bring a new influx of freshly trained recruits. These 30 might very well be the top contenders for the following day's rankings, though some might choose to conceal their true abilities and remain in the shadows. Experiencing this method of training akin to nurturing venomous creatures, you marveled at the efficiency of the Root's cultivation process. Since it was merely the first day of training, you opted to retreat after fulfilling the basic challenge, avoiding unnecessary conflicts that could lead to your demise. Unlike some avaricious individuals, having only met the task requirements, you received no additional rewards. Fortunately, a few eager participants sought to barter spoils with you. After meticulously examining their offers, you dismantled the armor you possessed, trading it for some chakra metal fragments and a rather decent short bow. After the training concluded, you were informed that you could occupy the third-ranked room. Thus, you settled in with your belongings. Aware of the Root's surveillance, you nonetheless extracted the chakra metal fragments and activated your Sharingan, leveraging your unparalleled control over flames. You forged 3 arrows, the potency of which surpassed that of standard shuriken. Moreover, you intended to disguise your Sharingan's capabilities to lean toward fire techniques. Day 15. This marks your second participation in Root training, and the entire process remains unchanged from before, evidently indicating that this method has become exceedingly refined at the Root level. It is only fitting that you have emerged as the third contender. However, the reward you received is merely a scroll of the bloodied fireball technique, which is hardly worth mentioning. You first dispatched an overconfident novice who dared to challenge you with a swift strike. Subsequently, you monotonously unleashed arrows imbued with fire-affiliated chakra, obliterating the 2 opponents who appeared before you. The arrows, forged from chakra-infused metal, effectively honed your mastery over fire techniques, while also allowing you to initially grasp the art of archery. After 5 rounds of challenges, all 3 of your arrows had shattered. Fortunately, through a barter system, you managed to exchange various scraps, bones, tattered clothing, and teeth with others, acquiring a substantial amount of chakra metal fragments. After reworking these materials, you fashioned 6 new arrows. You then resolved to embark on a self-selected opponent challenge. Regrettably, the process of reforging the arrows consumed considerable time, and you only managed to eliminate 2 additional adversaries before concluding the day's training. Ultimately, the reward you obtained was merely a manual on the use of shurikens, which proved to be of little practical value. On the 16th day, it seems that aside from the frenzied cloud ninja encountered on the first day, none of these adversaries pique your interest. After achieving 10 consecutive victories, you continue to amicably acquire useful items, armed only with a wooden stick, tattered clothing, and foul-smelling shoes. Through the process of reforging, the number of chakra alloy arrows in your possession steadily increases. You challenge additional opponents, this time with greater efficiency. Your combat skills are honed. And the ultimate reward is the Phoenix Fire technique, a powerful area of effect range ninjutsu, which proves advantageous for confronting 2 foes simultaneously. However, in terms of convenience and practicality, It pales in comparison to the arrows imbued with your fire release attribute. After all, they merely require you to draw the bow at close range and relish in the grotesque spectacle of your opponents exploding into a shower of filthy fireworks, all without the need for hand seals. On the 17th day, the monotonous and tedious life of training continued. As the reward for securing the third rank was the somewhat meager Uchiha flow sword technique. Following a cordial and amicable exchange, the number of arrows in your possession surged to an impressive 15, leaving you pondering how to effectively employ them against 10 adversaries. You began to contemplate the possibility of transplanting the techniques of shuriken manipulation into the art of archery. Additionally, you faced more than 10 opponents, earning yet another reward in the form of fire release, this time the fire dragon technique. Quite splendid, as the fundamental essence of Uchiha ninjutsu was bestowed upon you, rendering the experience akin to capturing a wolf with bare hands. On the 18th day, amidst the monotonous journey of eliminating foes, you noticed that several individuals, who had consistently survived among the top 30, had mysteriously vanished. Yet, they had not perished during the training yesterday. In fact, you had even observed one of them retreating to rest. You speculate that after a certain period of training, one officially enters the Root organization, with subsequent assignments allocated based on performance during the training process. For instance, those who excelled in the mountainous winds and the oil woman's techniques, consistently ranking in the top 2, would subsequently become personal guardians of Danzo, provided they were not eliminated by Obito, and might even have opportunities for further advancement. Akin to figures like the oil man Ryoma or Orochimaru before his defection, as the second-in-command within the Root. As for those who maintained a long-standing position within the top 30, they would likely ascend to become the elite of the Root, akin to small leaders comparable to Jonin. Conversely, those who cowered outside the top 30, merely clinging to survival, would probably be groomed into specialized chunin, reminiscent of the numerous sealing root ninjas you had previously eliminated around the clan's territory during simulations. On the 19th day, the relentless pursuit of adversaries continued, accompanied by the trading and reforging of chakra-infused arrows. The rewards were 2 fire release techniques extracted from the Uchiha heritage. Despite your profound understanding of the transformations of fire release chakra, these ninjutsu, although not of the highest caliber, possess intrinsic value as cherished relics of the Uchiha clan. Your comprehension of the nuances of fire release chakra attributes has consequently deepened. However, the prolonged and intense usage has significantly worn down the bowstring, leaving you somewhat perplexed about where to seek suitable replacements. On the 20th day, after you skillfully dispatched the 10 practice targets with your arrows, Yamashiro F approached you. Intrigued by your prowess, as the second-ranked ninja, he challenged you, driven by curiosity as to why, despite your evident strength, you had yet to confront him, and why Nushi for a better ranking reward. Additionally, he was on the brink of completing his training to become a true root ninja. Little did he know, your reluctance to ascend to the second rank stemmed from a desire to avoid being a mere guard by Danzo's side. You yearn to lead a team independently on missions, thereby evading the influence of the other gods and affording yourself more opportunities to enhance your own power. You proposed to Yamashiro F that should he triumph over you, you would divulge the true reason behind your current standing. Conversely, if he were to lose, he would have to surrender the mind transfer technique. Yamashiro nodded, asserting that he would acquire the information during the battle, and if you possessed the capability, it would be only natural for you to seize the technique from him. Such tenacity was indeed befitting of a ninja cultivated by the Root. You set aside your bow and arrow, pledging to refrain from using fire release, relying solely on your swordsmanship and Sharingan to contend with him. Yamashiro, blindfolded with dark cloth to shield himself from the illusions of your Sharingan, summoned the spiritual perception abilities of the Yamashiro clan and attempted to control you with the mind transfer technique. Unbeknownst to him, this played directly into your hands. Through the development of your Uchiha lineage, your mental fortitude far surpassed that which the Yamashiro clan could achieve through mere meditation. A single strike of your soul cut was sufficient to disrupt his invading mental energy, leaving Yamashiro in a daze, devoid of resistance. Seizing the fleeting moment when the mind transfer technique faltered, you counter-invaded his consciousness, successfully employing pure mental energy to fabricate a scene akin to an illusion, coaxing him into recalling his initial experiences with ninjutsu, ultimately extracting the mind transfer technique from him. Having acquired the mind transfer technique, you discerned a clear direction for the further refinement of your soul cut. On the 21st day, due to your intense exertion, the bowstring was severed, compelling you to once again wield the ninja blade, dispatching your adversaries one by one. Having already demonstrated your remarkable prowess in fire release techniques, you did not conceal your ability to heat your weapon to a glowing red or even incandescent state during battle, effortlessly slicing through over 30 opponents as if cutting through butter. You were once more rewarded, this time with fire release, hibiscus claw, indicating an intention from the Roots to cultivate your specialization in fire release. Having previously developed the Uchiha bloodline, you excel in the manipulation of fire release beyond just ocular techniques. Coupled with the insights gained from prior simulations, these ninjutsu may not immediately augment your battle prowess significantly, yet they inspire a wealth of ideas for researching the variations of fire release attributes. On the 22nd day, after a period of contemplation, you successfully intertwined multiple chakra threads, which you subsequently used to replace the bowstring. However, this method proved to be unsustainable for the long term, necessitating a daily replacement to prevent the unnatural dissipation of the chakra threads. Throughout your exploration of chakra usage, your comprehension of the transformations in chakra forms has significantly deepened. In truth, you had initially intended to practice the Rasengan, a technique hailed as the pinnacle of chakra transformation. Yet, under the watchful eyes of your superiors, undertaking such a practice posed considerable risks. Furthermore, the Rasengan requires considerable charging time and consumes a significant amount of chakra, rendering it ill-suited to your combat style. And thus you refrained from practicing it. On the 23rd day, as the oil clan's Uchiha Kirin approaches the conclusion of his root training, the typically taciturn individual unexpectedly seeks you out to issue a challenge. It must be noted that the parasitic insects of the oil clan are far more formidable than the heart-turning technique of the mountain clan. Faced with these venomous creatures capable of devouring chakra, your only recourse is to employ a fire technique to withstand their onslaught. Fortunately, your daily training in fire ninjutsu, combined with prior experience, has allowed you to master the elemental transformation of fire, resulting in flames that far exceed the power of ordinary ninjutsu. Upon witnessing your fire technique incinerate the mutated parasitic insects, Uchiha Kirin is taken aback, recognizing you as a promising newcomer with potential rivaling his own. Although your transformed fire technique eliminates numerous insects, some manage to endure the intense heat and force their way through the flames. This sight shocks you, prompting you to confront your opponent directly, igniting a highly concentrated flame around your body as a final line of defense against the few insects that breach the fiery barrier. This time, your control over fire is remarkably enhanced, preventing any incidents of self-ignition. In your determination to defeat Uchiha Kirin, you pour your entire essence into this battle, fully revealing your mastery of fire and the extent of your chakra reserves, while discreetly concealing your sealing techniques and advanced ocular abilities. To your astonishment, you observe that upon the destruction of the parasitic insects, green sparks erupt momentarily. Your keen sensitivity to fire recognizes the uniqueness of these sparks, inciting a desire to collect and study them. However, your hidden sealing techniques and advanced ocular techniques are ill-suited for use under the surveillance of the root, necessitating assistance from the root ninjas to secure the collection of these sparks. Upon receiving permission, a root ninja employs a sealing fire technique to gather over 20 green sparks for you. However, this comes at a cost. You must eliminate 50 opponents chosen for you as a price for claiming your reward in advance. The adversary selected by the root proved to be particularly challenging. By the time you reach the 20th foe, your short bow, modified from the Shuiken technique to enhance its performance, suffers another break, not to the string, but to the bow limb itself, rendering you incapable of executing high-intensity penetrating ranged attacks. You then switch to a ninja blade to continue the fight, and just as you complete the final task, your chakra is completely exhausted. On the 24th day, having secured the esteemed position of first place, you were rightfully awarded a technique known as the sealing fire technique. It was evident that the roots were perpetually monitoring your actions, guiding your developmental path at every turn. Given your remarkable proficiency in fire release, you devoted yourself entirely to mastering this art, while other disciplines were rendered inaccessible. Upon exceeding the challenges set before you, you were once again bestowed with a technique called the Great Fire Dragon Technique. Through the study of its essence, your comprehension of the transformations within fire chakra deepened significantly. You feigned diligence in learning the sealing fire technique and swiftly grasped its intricacies. Subsequently, you conjured a vibrant green spark, infusing it with your chakra to discern the distinctions between it and ordinary flames. You discovered that this spark consumed chakra at a rate several times greater than that of a typical flame. However, it struggled to sustain its burn for an extended duration. Even with a generous infusion of chakra, you could not forestall its inevitable extinguishment. On the 25th day, as a reward for maintaining your position as the foremost, you received a ninjat coated with chakra-infused metal. You relentlessly honed your swordsmanship by exceeding task expectations, ceasing your relentless slaughters only when utterly fatigued. The fire release bestowed upon you by the roots was the Great Fire Annihilation. Although the principles of this ninjutsu did not pose a significant challenge for you, the magnitude of your chakra reserves did not suffice to unleash such a grand-scale technique. Fortunately, you could absorb its essence and apply it to your mastery of fire release. After the battle concluded, you once again retrieved a green spark from the burning parasitic insect for further study. This time, you discovered that, in addition to consuming vast amounts of chakra, the flame possessed remarkable penetrating capabilities. It could simultaneously ignite and forcibly penetrate materials of approximately 1 centimeter in thickness. However, due to the fragility of the spark, it would dissipate on its own after breaching that depth. On the 26th day, the roots had nearly depleted the Uchiha clan's fire techniques, all of which were separated as a reward bestowed upon you. After acquiring the jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, which you were entirely incapable of unleashing due to your chakra levels, you swiftly completed your training task. With no desire to engage in excessive challenges, you promptly returned to your chamber, freeing up time to once again delve into the mysteries of this peculiar flame. This time, you meticulously observed that this emerald green fire appeared to possess a remarkable degree of concealment. Even after infusing it with a substantial amount of chakra and activating your Sharingan to observe, you could only detect faint fluctuations of chakra. It seemed that this flame, derived from the burning of the parasitic insect, also bore some of the unique properties inherent to the parasite itself. On the 27th day, while you were collecting your daily check-in reward, you were abruptly interrupted by an oblivious individual who challenged you. With a mere flick of your wrist, the fiery serpent you conjured ensnared him, reducing him to ashes in an instant. Your mastery over fire techniques has reached a level where you can effortlessly transform them into various forms without the need for hand seals. After exuberantly unleashing an array of fire techniques upon nearly 100 practice targets, you were rewarded for exceeding your task with the fire technique, dust concealment. At last, you have acquired a supportive type of fire technique, which will provide ample opportunity for further exploration. While studying the emerald flames produced by the burning of parasitic insects, you retrieved an arrow crafted from chakra alloy and were pleasantly surprised to discover that these flames could maintain stability upon contact with the chakra alloy. Overjoyed, you extracted 3 green sparks and melted half of the arrows you had stored, meticulously removing impurities before reforging them into a small circular box. You then placed the 3 sparks within, nurturing them closely. Day 28. Upon completing the routine extermination task, 2 evaluators approached you with a somewhat ingratiating tone, inquiring whether you wished to experiment with the new goods. Nodding in agreement, you watched as they extracted what they referred to as new goods from a massive cage. To your astonishment, it was an indescribably enormous creature, writhing incessantly. The beast towered nearly 3 stories high, adorned with countless human heads and wooden stakes on its surface. Its skin, or rather the outer layer resembling bark, was supported by 8 legs of varying forms, some humanoid, others beastly, resembling roots that propped up its colossal frame. It appeared to be a failed experiment of Orochimaru's, repurposed by Danzo. Curiosity piqued, you sought to discern the capabilities of this behemoth, hoping to gather experience for future encounters with titanic entities like the tailed beasts. Channeling 4 streams of fire release chakra, you coalesced them into the form of a fire dragon, launching a formidable assault on the creature to maximize the area of destruction. To your surprise, after the explosion enveloped it, the beast merely sustained superficial injuries. In response to the pain, the heads adorning its body howled in unison, unleashing a wave of sound that struck with profound mental force. You quickly steadied your mind while covering your ears. At that moment, several of the heads opened their mouths wide, targeting your position with a barrage of elemental ninjutsu, fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind. You swiftly dodged these lethal assaults, clapping your hands together as 6 fire dragons materialized around you, enveloping your form and nullifying the continuous onslaught of techniques. Subsequently, under your command, a torrent of flames surged against the wind release emitted by the heads, igniting them in a cataclysmic explosion. With the destruction of the heads, the creature emitted a piercing sound wave attack, but you had already braced yourself, blocking your ears. Suddenly, a barrage of explosive thunder descended from above. And even with the aid of body flicker technique, you found yourself in a precarious situation. Indeed, your strength was still insufficient for a direct confrontation, yet cunning could prevail. Your observations revealed that, while this creature possessed tremendous destructive power and even an area of effect mental assault akin to that of a Kaga-level adversary, it lacked intelligence, retaliating only through brute force when attacked. Moreover, it heavily relied on the eyes of the heads for vision. Realizing this, you resolved to obliterate its heads entirely. Performing the fire release, dust concealment technique, you unleashed a massive fireball toward the monster, which erupted into a cloud of dust. Consequently, the lightning techniques aimed at you lost their target, scattering chaotically. Seizing the opportunity, you executed the fire release, singing flame dragon technique. A robust fire dragon erupted from your mouth, skillfully spiraling through the air. With each rotation, its size diminished, yet this did not weaken its potency. Rather, it concentrated the fire's power into a singular point. In an instant, a fire dragon, initially as thick as 2 men embracing, was condensed to the width of an arm, hurtling towards the towering creature and resulting in a violent explosion. The beast's contorted limbs, bark-like exterior, and foul flesh were sent flying. Thanks to the monster's chakra was swiftly devoured, its body withering from within, reminiscent of a tree hollowed out by insects, gradually succumbing to decay while exhibiting little external damage. Seizing this fleeting moment, you consumed a military ration pill, allowing yourself a brief respite to restore a portion of your chakra. Subsequently, employing the hand seals you had meticulously devised, you retracted the verdant flames, which had absorbed the life force of the wood-release creation, into a small box. You could discern that after assimilating the vitality of the wood-release entity, the stability of these flames had markedly improved, no longer extinguishable at a whim, and their manipulability had significantly enhanced. Should another assault akin to the previous one occur, you would no longer need to resort to the cumbersome process of using the F-Senka's claws to nurture and control these flames, merely to maintain their rudimentary form. Instead, you could manifest them in forms akin to the Great Fireball or Fireball techniques. While still not as versatile as your own fire release, this flame possessed an undeniable efficacy. Henceforth, it may become an indispensable component of your combat prowess, even harboring the potential to rival the Amaterasu's black flames. You resolved to bestow upon this verdant flame a name, something simple yet evocative. Thus, it would henceforth be known as the Flame of Degradation. On the 29th day, it appears that you have lost interest in everything except for the devouring flame. After consuming the chakra of 10 opponents, you withdrew to the side to further master this power. This day also marks the conclusion of your training, and fortunately, today's reward has sparked a semblance of interest within you. Although it remains a technique of fire release, its style is distinctly different from that of the Uchiha clan. Perhaps the Uchiha's fire techniques have all been allocated to you as rewards, with nothing else to offer. Alternatively, it may be that Danzo deliberately seeks to cultivate you in the likeness of Uchiha Itachi. In any case, this fire technique is quite intriguing, named Searing Flame Technique. Unlike the usual fire release that is expelled from the mouth, this technique manifests flames directly upon the opponent's body after forming hand seals. The starkly different method of releasing this ninjutsu has provided you with fresh inspiration and a new understanding of the transformations within fire release. If you could combine this technique with the devouring flame, it would be akin to a diminished version of Amaterasu. You are convinced that as a figure shrouded in the shadows of the ninja world, Danzo would not overlook such a possibility. However, the challenge lies in determining how to achieve this fusion, which can only be resolved through your own experimentation. Day 30 after a protracted period of relentless slaughter. You find yourself seemingly born with a cold heart, even developing an affinity for the exhilarating sensation known as killing, relishing the diverse pleasures it offers. Perhaps it is in this bloody and shadowy environment that your true nature finds its most fitting expression. However, the rigorous training at the root has concluded, and you emerge from the dim underground space, following Danzo, finally basking in the warmth of sunlight once more. On the way, Danzo exhales a sigh, ultimately deciding to reveal the truth of your heritage as a member of the Uchiha clan. Disclosing that he fought valiantly to rescue your life from the fateful night of your clan's massacre, snatching you from the hands of Itachi Uchiha. You nod in acknowledgement. Confessing that your memories of that night have grown hazy, you express your gratitude to Danzo for unveiling the truth and for his nurturing guidance, vowing to assist him in eliminating Itachi Uchiha in the future. Remarkably, Danzo grants you a 2-day respite, during which there will be no training or missions, allowing you to leisurely explore the village. As you gaze upon the new identity tag designating you as a member of the Umbu and Chunin, overshadowed by the stringent rules of the root, in the box filled with 5 million Ryo, you experience, for the first time, a sense of humanity within the root. Perhaps this is why, despite being unaccepted by the masses, Danzo can still command such a vast underground organization. After all, the curse mark of the tongue cannot claim lives. Compared to a certain clan that delights in inscribing the swastika upon their foreheads, the constraints are far less severe, yet the scale of both entities is not comparable. Detected that the holder has successfully survived for a month. To conserve the energy of the simulator, the precision of this simulation has been adjusted to a monthly basis. In the second month, following the path laid out by the root ninja code, you traversed through a secret passage to arrive at a pre-prepared dormitory. Shedding the rags that barely covered you, you donned a brand new Chunin uniform and confidently stepped out of the Umbu collective dormitory. Due to your attire and the unmistakable identity badge, those around you assumed you were a newly inducted member of the Umbu who had just passed the assessment, greeting you warmly as you smiled and nodded in response. Occasionally, when inquiries about your background arose, you readily divulged the fabricated identity crafted by the root, which raised no suspicion whatsoever. You couldn't help but marvel at Danzo's meticulousness in intelligence operations. During breakfast, you were complimented for being a young prodigy who had joined the Umbu after only a few years as a ninja. It was then that you realized, after a month of rigorous training in the dark and oppressive environment of the root, you had not only enhanced your abilities but also physically matured to a level nearing that of a teenager. Perhaps, the development of your bloodline played a role in this transformation. After the meal, you presented your leave certificate and, amidst envious glances, made your way to the bustling streets of Konoha. As you observed the passers-by and the vehicles, an instinctive resistance surged within you, for after enduring endless bloodshed, you found it increasingly difficult to reintegrate into this sunlit world. Perhaps this was what Danzo had meant by the will of the root when he invoked the Kodo Amatsukami upon you. Even though you had long since purged the imprint left by that technique from your mental realm, you had to admit that excessive violence profoundly alters a person. Consequently, you found some comfort in your current cold-blooded demeanor, unburdened and free to pursue your desires. Upon reaching the end of the street, your gaze was suddenly drawn to a small shop at the corner. As you looked up, you saw the sign emblazoned with Ichiraku Ramen, and noticed the establishment was already filled with customers, with several more waiting outside. Was it truly that delicious? For some inexplicable reason, you felt an overwhelming urge to try it, especially since it was lunchtime. You joined the end of the queue when a hand unexpectedly rested on your shoulder from behind. Turning around, you were surprised to see Irika standing there. With a smile, he inquired as to which graduation class you belonged to. Having been a teacher at the Ninja Academy, he might not remember every student's name, but he was certainly familiar with the faces of his graduates, especially one as outstanding as yourself who had attained Chunin status at such a young age. Fortunately, you had the prefabricated identity from the root, claiming to hail from a small ninja clan on the outskirts of the Land of Fire. Despite your family's long-standing desire to join Konoha, their remote location and the relative weakness of its members had led to repeated rejections of their applications until your generation's exceptional talent finally earned you a position in the Umbu. Your performance during your tenure would determine whether your clan might gain entry into Konoha. Irika nodded, patting your shoulder, acknowledging the difficulty of your journey. He remarked that discovering this ramen shop upon your arrival in Konoha indeed showed good taste. As you chatted, you both enjoyed 2 generous servings of tonkatsu ramen. Although it appeared somewhat greasy by your dietary standards, such ramen was a rare delicacy for ninjas who expended considerable physical energy. After the meal, you inquired if Irika could take you to visit the Uchiha clan or the Sarutobi, as your clan specialized in fire release techniques, making the renowned fire release clans of Konoha particularly appealing to you. Coincidentally, Irika mentioned he was also planning to visit the Uchiha clan to check on one of his students. He expressed his regret that just a month prior, a traitor had emerged from the Uchiha, slaughtering the entire clan overnight before fleeing to join a seemingly powerful mercenary group. This traitor was, in fact, the elder brother of his student. You nodded, lamenting the peculiarities of fate, reflecting on how merely a month ago you had been outside the village completing your assessment to join the Umbu. And now you were hearing news of the Uchiha clan's demise. It was indeed regrettable, since you expressed a desire to meet Sasuke and see what the last scion of the Uchiha clan was like. You accepted Irika's invitation and set off together toward the long-abandoned clan grounds. The desolate streets and pristine eaves revealed that the Uchiha compound had been thoroughly cleaned up after the calamity, were it not for the tragic events that had transpired. It could easily fetch a handsome price as a high-end community. Following Irika's lead, you soon arrived at a slightly taller villa situated in the heart of the clan grounds, which had once belonged to the clan leader and now served as Sasuke's solitary abode. Irika approached and knocked on the door, while you instinctively scanned your surroundings. In doing so, you inadvertently exposed several hidden Umbu ninjas lurking nearby, indicating that Sasuke's life post-tragedy was not dissimilar to Naruto's. Although there was no malevolence from those around him, he was trapped in a perpetual cycle of hatred. After a brief exchange with Irika, Sasuke shook his head in resignation, preparing to close the door when he suddenly turned his gaze toward you, scrutinizing you closely as if you seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not quite place you. In truth, Sasuke did not recognize you at all. It was merely a faint sense of kinship shared among those of Uchiha blood. Thus, you were welcomed into Sasuke's home. Irika, who had come to comfort Sasuke, found himself at a loss for words and sat in silence, while Sasuke, equally at a loss, occasionally glanced at your somewhat familiar face. Your identity was tenuous at best, having no direct connection to the Uchiha clan, but simply following Irika out of admiration for their legacy. The 3 of you sat awkwardly on chairs surrounding an empty coffee table. Irika attempted to speak several times but found himself unable to voice his thoughts. After a while, it seemed that Sasuke could no longer bear the tension and went to the kitchen to fetch 2 cups of cold water, placing them before you. To alleviate the awkwardness further, it fell upon you to break the silence. You lifted the glass to your lips and inquired whether Sasuke had ever done any household chores. Sasuke nodded, confessing that previously, it had always been his mother and brother who handled such tasks, while he buried his head between his legs in embarrassment. At this moment, Irika seized the opportunity to interject, explaining that you were a newly joined ninja in Konoha who wished to witness the Uchiha's fire release techniques, asking if Sasuke could demonstrate them, as he, too, was curious about Sasuke's progress in mastering the skill. Follow me. Sasuke cast a fleeting glance at you, as if a flicker of interest ignited within him. He retrieved a scroll from beneath the coffee table and secured a pouch of ninja tools to his waist before pushing open the door and sprinting towards a secluded grove. You exchanged a glance with Irika and promptly followed suit. The Umbu, tasked with covertly monitoring Sasuke, also hastened to keep pace. As you entered the woods in pursuit of Sasuke, several Umbu had already concealed themselves among the towering treetops. Encouraged by Irika, Sasuke practiced a series of shuriken throws before moving to a nearby clearing by the lake to begin training the great fireball technique from the hand seals. As you surveyed your surroundings, you couldn't help but think it was an ideal spot for a quiet disposal. With your current strength, you could effortlessly eliminate everyone, including the observing Umbu, within half a minute and dispose of their bodies in the lake. Subsequently, you could exploit the absence of the tongue root eradication seal to slip past the Konoha barrier, vanishing without a trace. However, should you take such an action, you would inevitably face relentless pursuit from the Konoha Umbu, Root, Itachi Uchiha, and even desperate rogues like Kakazu, who valued money above all else. At that point, obtaining stable access to powerful ninjutsu would become significantly more challenging without the support of Root. Though a month had passed, your purpose remained clear: to survive long enough and grow strong enough. For the sake of this grand ambition, it was prudent to bury your desires deep within for the time being. Upon realizing this, you slowly withdrew your hand from the hilt of your ninja blade and inquired if Sasuke wished to witness your fire release technique. Sasuke, seemingly provoked by your words, retorted, questioning what fire technique could rival that of the Uchiha clan. You did not answer. Instead, you casually threw a shuriken into the air, focusing your gaze on the airborne target. With hands forming seals, the metallic shuriken ignited in midair, transforming into a mass of molten metal. At that moment, you formed seals once more, causing the molten metal to explode into a magnificent blossom of flames at the center of the lake, scattering droplets of molten metal that created a thin mist upon contact with the water. Having just endured the massacre of his clan and still grappling with his unresolved grief, Sasuke's demeanor shifted as he witnessed your mastery over fire release. As time passed and evening approached, Irika sat anxiously upon a large stone by the lake, observing your occasional guidance to Sasuke and ninjutsu. He remained uncertain whether advancing Sasuke's training was beneficial or detrimental. In Sasuke's reluctant gaze, you casually flipped through the Umbu manual, sketched a few notes, and tucked it away in your pocket before calling Irika to leave. That night, upon returning to your dormitory, you extracted the Umbu manual and, referring to your previous markings, meticulously transcribed Sasuke's physical data and techniques onto a blank sheet. You then concealed this information within a patch of grass designated for intelligence exchange. After returning to your dormitory, indulging in a refreshing hot shower, you opened a small metal box containing the blight flame and once again practiced integrating it with your fire release technique. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Hokage building, facing the furious Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo remained unfazed as he unfolded a sheet filled with intelligence on ninjas, extracting and reading aloud key information. His voice, though soft, drifted through the air and reached Hiruzen's ears. The great fireball technique of the Uchiha clan is gone. Ha! Hiruzen glared sternly at Danzo, demanding to know where he had found another Uchiha. Danzo merely shook his head, claiming he was simply fortunate. In truth, he had no idea where you had come from. It was unbelievable, yet you were here. Moreover, despite having numerous opportunities to flee Konoha that day, you exhibited no signs of escape, which thrilled Danzo immensely. So much so that he selectively ignored Hiruzen's earnest remarks about childhood, the meaning of life, the will of fire, bonds, and love for one's clan, leaving only a peal of arrogant laughter in his wake. Hiruzen, this time, I have triumphed. Absurd. I am the Hokage. You can find yourself to your room. Pondering throughout the night without clarity on how to truly merge this blight flame with your fire release. If you attempted to forcibly control it as you had with the wood release constructs, the preparation time would be excessively lengthy. Additionally, your indirect control over the blight flame proved weaker than your standard fire techniques, making it prone to erratic outcomes, and unlike the inanimate wood release constructs, ninjas would not remain idle, waiting for your attack. In contemplation, you finally identified the crux of the issue. This flame did not belong to you. Your manipulation of it was merely borrowed. How could you wield something borrowed with absolute command? Despite numerous flashes of insight, you could not seize upon a solution. You resolved to spend your final day of leave exploring Konoha, perhaps finding inspiration while unwinding. After a simple breakfast, you decided to visit the training grounds. As they served as a hub for most ninjas to spar, hone their skills, and innovate techniques, perhaps the convergence of ideas would lead to a breakthrough. You casually found a bustling training ground near the heart of Konoha, observing the ninjas sparring and the myriad of jutsu flying about, only to conclude that their combat skills were rather unimpressive. Seeking inspiration from their techniques and jutsu felt like chasing a mirage. Perhaps the intensity of training at Root had raised your standards, leading you to a quieter area designated for elite Jonin practice. True elite Jonin were a rarity. Even in a premier village like Konoha, you estimated that no more than 1,000 formal Jonin existed, scattered throughout the village, with many on missions. Thus, encountering even one or two in a training ground was considered fortunate. Most present were special Jonin, possessing one or two unique skills. Amidst this gathering of special Jonin, you spotted a familiar face, a tall figure clad in a dark outfit, donning an old-fashioned pair of round sunglasses beneath a navy scarf. Isn't that Ebisu, Konoha's foremost instructor? Ebisu effortlessly defeated a CH Nin, striking a confident pose as he prepared to impress Konohamaru, who was watching from a distance. However, you silently approached from behind and tapped his shoulder. Startled, Ebisu turned around, hesitating at your request for a spar. Yet, Konohamaru, seated on a large stone, urged him on, eager for the spectacle. The outcome was inevitable. Ebisu, despite his empty-handed stance, suffered a thorough defeat at your hands, unable to even graze your clothing despite unleashing several jutsu. Bravo! Bravo! Observing the applause of Konohamaru, who had been defeated, Ebisu found himself at a loss for how to intervene. After all, this was the grandson of the Hokage. Aside from the academic responsibilities mandated by the Hokage, his time was spent indistinguishably with a guard and a scribe, much like any other child. With a resigned furrow of his brow, Ebisu introduced you to the most indulged grandson of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Konohamaru. You reached into your ninja tool pouch and retrieved an explosive tag, skillfully folding it into the shape of a shuriken. Utilizing a transformation technique, you enlarged it beyond the standard size of an ordinary shuriken, presenting it as a special gift to Konohamaru, cautioning him earnestly against using fire to heat it. After accompanying Ebisu to return Konohamaru home, you strolled around the outskirts of the Sarutobi clan's territory. You couldn't help but marvel at how effective your Chunin vest was, allowing you to traverse without arousing suspicion. With the company of teachers like Ebisu and Irika, the only places in Konoha that might remain off-limits were likely the depths of the Root and Umbu. Yet, as a member of Root, Konoha held no secrets for you. As you walked and conversed with Ebisu, the topic of weapons arose. Ebisu recalled your recent entry into the Umbu, emphasizing the perilous nature of such work, and fervently recommended a workshop specializing in custom ninja tools. It was said that the master craftsmen there inherited the skills of the legendary toolmakers from the land of Tea. You remembered the 5 million ryo that Danzo had given you at the end of your training, an amount substantial enough to be a seventh of your total worth. For someone like you, who sought nothing beyond enhancing your strength and eliminating Uchiha Itachi, the most fitting use of such wealth was undoubtedly the acquisition of ninja tools. Parting ways with Ebisu, you arrived at the tool workshop and perused the somewhat tattered yet impressively thick ninja tool manual displayed on the counter. Besides standard items like shuriken, kunai, and ninja blades, it chronicled every weapon crafted since the shop's inception. Starting from the massive sword wielded by Hashirama Senju to the final page showcasing the chakra blade custom-made for Asuma Saratobi by the third Hokage. As the shopkeeper regaled you with explanations and the sound of metal striking metal echoed around, you approached the rack of test weapons and lifted a longbow to try it out. During your training en route, you had discovered that few ninjutsu could strike targets over 100 meters away, and those that could consume an immense amount of chakra. In contrast, if you infused an arrow with your fire release elemental change, it would serve as a low-consumption yet potent long-range ninjutsu. Although the Sharingan did not possess the same field of vision as the Byakugan, as a dojutsu, it could rival the Hunters of the Mountains, especially considering its unique advantages in dynamic vision that even the Byakugan could not match. Thus, you inquired with the shopkeeper about the possibility of crafting a longbow capable of directly absorbing chakra and condensing energy arrows, placing the 5 million ryo on the table. You also included your Umbu identity card and a chakra alloy ingot the size of a large dictionary. Witnessing your display of wealth, the shopkeeper hurriedly led you to the back of the store, somewhat hesitatingly explaining that it wasn't merely a matter of money. The creation of such a weapon was beyond his current craftsmanship. You had merely been testing the waters to see if you could replicate a technique akin to Indra's arrow. It became clear that fully recreating the complete Susanu's ninjutsu would be overly ambitious. Thus, you settled for having the shopkeeper refine the chakra alloy you brought. After some thought, he nodded, stating that with his skill, 2/3 of the alloy would remain after purification. With this material, he could forge a longbow whose draw weight could be adjusted according to the amount of chakra infused, along with a box of interchangeable metal bowstrings and hundreds of arrowheads that would enhance sharpness upon chakra infusion. Additional accessories would be included, even offering lifetime maintenance services. After all, customers who could produce 5 million ryo in cash, along with a substantial piece of chakra metal, were indeed rare. Just as you were preparing to leave, your attention was drawn to a furnace emanating fierce flames, prompting you to consider that melting chakra metal required meticulous control over fire. As a time-honored establishment, the shop undoubtedly possessed its unique techniques. Within the workshop, aside from a few lower-ranked laborers, only the shopkeeper exhibited traces of chakra, albeit not reaching the level of a chunin. This level of chakra lacked the ability to manipulate the fire release elemental change as you could. Perhaps observing their operations would provide you with insights into controlling cursed flame. Thus, you casually suggested that you wished to observe the process of refining chakra alloy. The shopkeeper hesitated but, upon hearing your interest in witnessing how the impure chakra alloy you brought would be purified, agreed. Especially after you mentioned your willingness to bring damaged ninja tools for recycling in the future, coupled with your Umbu identity. The shopkeeper, not wishing to lose a valuable returning customer, readily accepted your request and instructed several skilled craftsmen to cease their work and ignite the furnace. The craftsman began by confirming the weight of the alloy ingot, selecting a suitably sized furnace, and placing the ingot inside, igniting the flames. The furnace's special structure concentrated the heat, prompting the shopkeeper to take charge. He swiftly adjusted the control lever on the side of the furnace, causing the flames to disperse and converge until the alloy melted into a shimmering pool of liquid, continuing to manage the flame's intensity and concentration. Dark impurities floated to the surface and were cast aside, while the purified chakra metal gleamed with an alluring deep blue hue. You discreetly activated your Sharingan, carefully observing the scene through the furnace's side opening until the shopkeeper reforged the purified chakra metal into a slightly smaller ingot. Before your eyes, he skillfully cut and reformed the remnants into a resilient metal bowstring. As you praised his extraordinary craftsmanship, you also retained a portion of the techniques you deemed replicable through your Sharingan. After departing from the workshop, you recalled the melting techniques while making your way back to your dormitory in the Umbu quarters, ensuring that no one would disturb you. You opened the small box containing cursed flame once more, experimenting with the flame control techniques you had observed. Indeed, the results were promising. However, lacking the various tools available in the workshop, even with your profound understanding and application of fire release elemental change, you found it challenging to perfectly replicate the intricate manipulations. Though there remains a slight imperfection, you have discerned a new form of ninjutsu from it. Perhaps it can be deemed a technique known as the chakra mode. After a period of meditation, you open your eyes and, with a swift motion, draw a kunai, plunging it into the palm of your other hand. At that moment, a dense and searing flame ignites upon your palm, yet this flame behaves like a docile pet, causing no harm to yourself. Instead, it swiftly melts the kunai into a pool of molten liquid. You quickly extend your other hand, gathering the flame anew, and seize the liquefied kunai. As you manipulate it between your palms, the scorching iron takes on a malleable form, akin to Play-Doh, ultimately shaping it into a rough iron spike. Gradually, you withdraw the intense heat from your palm, allowing the temperature of the iron spike to decrease until only residual warmth remains, permitting you to grasp it barehanded without injury. A wave of joy washes over you. Initially, your understanding of the transformation of fire release and its corresponding chakra mode was rooted in the lightning release chakra mode derived from the Cloud Ninja's techniques, with the intention of enhancing physical strength, only to find yourself inadvertently igniting your own demise. Clearly, you had overlooked the inherent differences between lightning release and fire release. Now, having ascended to a new level in fire release, you have, through inspiration, created your own fire release chakra mode. You aptly named this technique fire release, iron refining palm, based on its remarkable ability to instantly melt and mold metal. With this ninjutsu at your disposal, your close quarters combat abilities will be significantly enhanced, compensating for the disadvantages in strength due to your age. Should an opponent employ weaponry against you, such as swords or shurikens, they would find themselves at a disadvantage, inadvertently fortifying your prowess. Though you currently can only envelop your palms with this technique, you surmise that with time, you will master it to fully cover your hands, vital points, and even your entire body. By that time, even lethal ninjutsu may be countered with your physical form alone. Having developed the iron refining palm, you regain confidence and attempt to place the cursed flame in your palm, yet alas, it remains futile. This emerald flame, though lacking in intensity, rapidly consumes your released fire release chakra, merely settling above the iron refining palm without any sign of fusion. Perhaps you could endeavor to continually nourish it with a substantial amount of chakra, akin to the Oil Woman clan's method of nurturing the cursed insects. However, this would undoubtedly demand a considerable investment of time. If you wish to saturate it with chakra all at once, it would require an immense quantity, a feat even the wood release creation you vanquished could not accomplish. With your chakra reserves, how could you possibly achieve such a task? As you ponder this, your stomach grumbles. Concentrating on developing ninjutsu has depleted your chakra reserves significantly, and coupled with a meditative focus on restoring your spirit, the toll on your physical energy has been immense. Perhaps a visit to Ichiraku Ramen would be in order. The sun gradually descends in the west, the streets bustling with returning ninjas and children just released from school. The lights of the village brighten, dispelling the gloom brought by the night of the massacre. Fortunately, you arrive just as the crowd begins to gather, and soon enough, a few seats become available. You order 3 large bowls of different flavors and sit down to indulge. As you savor your meal, a sudden chill sweeps over you, indicating that someone is observing. The presence behind you is formidable, a sensation honed during your rigorous training at the Root. You are certain of it. Just then, a dirt smudge boy clad in his ever-present orange jacket, with a spiky yellow hairstyle, enters the shop. He places several crumpled bills and a few coins on the counter, ordering 2 bowls of soup and a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Your initial confusion dissipates. It is none other than the son of the Hokage, along with his entourage of invisible followers. Despite this, out of goodwill, you decide to treat Naruto to a meal. Watching him devour the extra food without reservation, you smoothly steer the conversation towards the Ninetales, mentioning that upon your arrival in Konoha, you heard whispers of him being the Ninetales. Yet you see no resemblance apart from the color. This remark seems to endear you to Naruto somewhat, but perhaps due to past deceptions. You detect a glimmer of wariness in his gaze. Meanwhile, your acute intuition senses the chill from behind intensifying. Yet their animosity bears no weight. Your identity as a bona fide Konoha ninja is indisputable, and you have even taken the precaution of displaying your Umbu insignia. What, are you Umbu? Do you think I'm not? If necessary, you could seek out the Hokage, while you would go to Danzo, letting him resolve the matter. Sasuke, Konohamaru, and even Naruto are all in the same boat. You relish this sensation of being the Damocles sword hanging over Konoha's higher-ups. A mere squeeze, and you could turn those influential figures into a puddle of mush. As the only Uchiha in Danzo's grasp, this is the leverage you wield in this perilous game. You refuse to believe that Danzo, capable of orchestrating an assassination against the Hokage, would so easily relinquish you to Sarutobi's mercy over trivial matters. Rather, if you can cultivate a positive rapport with Naruto, it would truly delight Danzo. Moreover, you could leverage your connection with Naruto to extricate yourself from Danzo's influence in future conflicts. However, you are acutely aware of the necessity to maintain a certain distance between individuals, particularly since you and Naruto are mere acquaintances. Overstepping could incite his aversion, given his history of isolation. After exchanging a few casual words, you rise from your seat and stride into the depths of the night. Concurrently, a feasible plan to control the cursed flame begins to form in your mind. In essence, it is a unique fire-type chakra, originating from the transformative fire release, fortuitously merging during the combustion of the mutated cursed insects, subsequently absorbing a fragment of wood release power. Regardless of how unique the chakra may be, it remains chakra. The nine tails, along with all tailed beasts, are composed of chakra. The intelligent nine tails can be sealed within Naruto, and even after mutual understanding, can be wielded. Thus, this cursed flame, devoid of consciousness, could certainly be utilized by you. What it lacks is merely a sealing technique. You resolve to request a copy of the four-symbol seal from Danzo under the pretense of enhancing your strength. With this thought, your spirits brighten, and you take a turn, heading towards an open training ground. Hey, you there, you're trailing me a bit too far, thinking I wouldn't notice? In truth, you had already realized that, upon exiting Ichiraka Ramen, you had been shadowed by Naruto Esambu. But you had been so engrossed in thought that you paid little attention to the follower. Now that you have clarity in your intentions, it is time to deal with this persistent tale. You can see me? A remarkably agile masked figure leaped down from the tree. Yet the distinctive white hair and obscured left eye betrayed his identity. Kakashi Hitaki. His father, condemned for failing to protect his comrades, had taken his own life. Kakashi, at the tender age of 12, ascended to the rank of Jonin, becoming the only survivor of the previous Hokage's team. You stood in the center of the training ground. Your back turned to Kakashi, reciting his history word for word. Thus, as a solitary individual, do you aspire to mold the son of the fourth Hokage into a prodigious task machine, like yourself? I have no obligation to answer your questions, Kakashi retorted, moving stealthily behind you. He recalled every member of the Umbu, yet he had never encountered you. As a spy, you had indeed concealed your identity well, even replicating the Umbu credentials flawlessly, but you could not deceive his keen eyes. As a foreign ninja, you brazenly approached Konoha's greatest weapon, prepared to meet your end. 3 shurikens whistled through the air, aimed at the vital point of your neck. However, with a mere turn and a swift raise of your hand, you caught all 3 kunai effortlessly. Seizing the moment you turned, Kakashi attempted to employ a body flicker technique to launch a surprise attack from behind, only to be thwarted by your raised hand. As Kakashi withdrew a kunai, you unsheathed a short blade, and after a brief exchange of blows, both of you retreated several meters apart. This initial skirmish was merely a test. Kakashi furrowed his brow, sensing that you were not an easy adversary, despite being physically outmatched. The disparity in speed between the two of you was minimal, and your unorthodox swordsmanship was extraordinarily tricky. Though lacking a discernible rhythm, each of your strikes targeted vital points, making it difficult for Kakashi, even as a member of a renowned swordsmanship clan, to defend effectively. Realizing this, Kakashi grew serious, raising the forehead protector that concealed his left eye, revealing a bright crimson Sharingan with 3 tomo. An overwhelming force of ocular power surged forth. You were uncertain of whose mental prowess was superior, but against the Sharingan, even with your own eyes opened, you would not stand a chance against that disguised Mangekyou. Fortunately, a direct confrontation was unnecessary. A kunai infused with spiritual energy, long prepared within your gaze, shot forth, transforming into an invisible blade that clashed with the formidable ocular power in midair, dissipating simultaneously. However, another intangible kunai silently pierced Kakashi's unguarded mental realm, triggering an alarm within him as he endured the pain and swiftly retreated into the safety of the trees, allowing him a moment to recover from the discomfort. Is it not the case that the copy ninja cannot preemptively employ ninjutsu? You taunted, leisurely stepping towards the woods while occasionally provoking him with words. Although you had expended 2 pre-stored soul cuts, rendering you unable to conjure new ones in the immediate future, you were confident that the astute Kakashi would not fall prey to the same illusion of the Sharingan twice. Earth release, earth flow wall. Suddenly, for earthen walls surged around you, attempting to encircle you tightly. No, the height of these walls was not intended to trap you, but to obscure your line of sight. You lightly leaped to the left, using chakra to adhere to the wall like a gecko. With a sudden crack, a figure crackling with lightning shot through the earth wall you had just approached, resembling a spear. Had you reacted even slightly slower, you would have been pierced directly by Kakashi's Raikiri. Fire release, ash pile jutsu. You clasped your hands together, directing a fireball toward the enclosed space formed by the earthen walls. Kakashi, utilizing the speed of his Raikiri, dodged the fireball's assault, only for the fireball to erupt deceptively, releasing a thick cloud of smoke that obscured both your visions entirely. Since Kakashi's Sharingan far surpassed your capabilities, you decided to imitate his combat style, obscuring both your perceptions and responses entirely. Subsequently, using the enhanced awareness granted by your heart turn technique and your potent mental energy, you pinpointed Kakashi's location once more. Silently, you crept behind him, raising your blade to strike. With a swift motion, Kakashi exploded into a mass of lightning, conducting through the kunai you held. It was a lightning release shadow clone. Startled, you quickly released your grip on the kunai, conjuring a barrier of searing chakra to evade the range of the lightning's effect. At that moment, a kunai radiating blue lightning pierced through the thick earthen wall, forcing you to activate your left eye's double tomo to react swiftly. However, another of Kakashi's forms, wielding Raikiri, surged in from your side. With a dull thud, your hands, enveloped in searing red chakra, formed an iron grip that clamped down on the piercing Raikiri. Nevertheless, the impact propelled your back forcefully against the earth wall. The wall crumbled under the strain, and you tasted blood in your throat, stabilizing yourself with one foot while launching the other toward Kakashi's lower body. Kakashi swiftly countered, drawing a kunai with one hand while parrying with his legs. As your hands remained locked onto his raikiri-wielding arm, a fierce struggle ensued. Although you found yourself at a disadvantage, you managed to defend and evade. As time passed, the strength of the raikiri began to wane under your grip. And with its momentum dissipating, you realized that as long as you did not face the sharpest edge directly, you could block it with your iron grip. Recognizing this, you swiftly withdrew your right hand, seizing Kakashi's thrusting kunai. In an instant, that hardened kunai transformed into a viscous molten iron. Seeing this, Kakashi quickly retracted his burned left hand, retreating. He gazed at your activated double tomo in astonishment, questioning how you had acquired it and whether any members of the Uchiha clan had survived. Without uttering a word, you forcefully hurled the viscous iron, slapping your hands together. It exploded. The molten iron erupted from the center, transforming into a brilliant display of fireworks, with each droplet rivaling the searing heat of lava. When Kakashi evaded the blinding area of effect, he found that you had long since vanished. Search, Kakashi commanded, and the Umbu across Konoha were swiftly mobilized to locate you. Yet, at that moment, you had already returned to a hidden Umbu dormitory beneath the Shadow Rock, even exchanging a friendly greeting with other Umbu rushing out, expressing envy that you had one more night of leave, otherwise you would have joined them in searching for the intruder in Konoha. Back in your chamber, you reflected on the exhilarating encounter you had just experienced. Although you held a definitive advantage in intelligence over Kakashi, the evenly matched skirmish had sufficiently demonstrated the heights to which your abilities had been elevated through rigorous training at the Root. Once you acquired the weapon forged in the ninja tool workshop and tamed the inferno of destruction, your power would undoubtedly ascend to an entirely new and terrifying dimension. That said, as a member of the Uchiha clan, you naturally yearned to awaken the greatest weapon of your lineage, the Mangekyou Sharingan. After all, before the Susanoo, most ninjutsu appeared trivial, and swordsmanship seemed laughable. Yet, awakening the Mangekyou was not something one could simply will into existence. Even the divide between the 2 and 3 Tomo Sharingan has eluded your grasp multiple times. You cannot help but ponder whether the Uchiha clan, like the Hyuga clan, has a distinction in the purity of their Sharingan, suggesting that only those with a naturally higher purity possess the potential to ascend to greater levels when stimulated. After much contemplation, you find this notion highly plausible. Uchiha Madara awakened his eyes, as did his brother. However, due to their sexual orientation, they left no descendants to validate this theory. Yet Uchiha Shursui and Obito appear to be collateral relatives, and if this cannot provide clarity, then Uchiha Fugaka's family, with a father and 2 sons, serves as the most compelling example. Moreover, many Uchiha clan members you have encountered, including some Nin from the security team, possess only the double Tomo Sharingan. Despite your reluctance to acknowledge this reality, currently, apart from persistently practicing that bloodline meditation technique for gradual progress, you find no superior method to swiftly enhance your ocular prowess. Of course, one cannot discount the possibility that at merely 3 years of age, your underdeveloped physique may hinder your awakening. Thus, you gradually drift into slumber during your meditation practice. Meanwhile, Kakashi, bearing the weight of injuries to his spirit, leads the Umbu in a thorough search of the hidden corners of Konoha. 2 days of leave come to an end. The following day, you set off for the Root, only to discover that Danzo is absent. You encounter Oil Girl Ryoma, who informs you that Danzo has been summoned by the Hokage, and today, he will assign you a mission. You receive the mission list, which instructs you to masquerade as a mountain bandit and ambush a merchant convoy that has just departed from Konoha, accompanied by a team of Nin as guards. The mission requirements are as follows. 1. Covertly escort the merchant convoy through the capital of the Land of Fire. 2. After passing through the capital, eliminate all targets within the convoy, including Konoha ninjas, and disguise the act as the work of mountain bandits. 3. Destroy all goods within the convoy. Mission rank, B reward, 200,000 Ryo in cash. You reflect on the nature of the Root, which is adept at executing such tasks as eliminating Konoha ninjas. Perhaps this is a test of your loyalty, determining whether you are true to Konoha or to Danzo. Very well, I accept, but I would like to negotiate the reward. Upon seeing you point to the reward section of the mission list, Oil Girl Ryoma nods in agreement, explaining that the reward noted is merely recorded on your Umbu identity card, and as a member of the Root, you are entitled to negotiate a better price. Thus, you request a sealing technique capable of sealing chakra within the body. Ryoma furrows his brow, asking if this is in relation to the unexpected flames, to which you nod in affirmation. However, he replies that such matters must be discussed with Danzo, and since he is not present, he cannot make decisions regarding it. He suggests you propose something else. As long as it is not a sealing technique or forbidden technique, he can approve it. Though somewhat disappointed, you merely sought to probe, fully aware that it is unrealistic to expect Danzo to part with such a precious technique for a B-rank mission. After a brief contemplation, you express your desire for a wind release technique, stating that you are unsure of the options available and will accept whatever is offered. In this regard, You hold great trust in Danzo's expertise as a master of wind release, believing he will select a technique that complements your fighting style. After Ryomo agrees, you collect the necessary items for the mission and exit Konoha through the rear mountain passage. Upon reaching the village outskirts, you don a new outfit, disguising yourself as a wandering warrior. You then approach the main gate of Konoha, feigning an intention to enter the village, only to be driven away by the gate guards. Simultaneously, you locate the merchant convoy being escorted by the Inhumane team. This convoy consists of 5 carts, the foremost being a multi-purpose wagon primarily loaded with food and water, providing rest for the accompanying workers and guards. The subsequent carts are far more luxurious, accommodating merchants and their concubines. The last 3 carts carry expensive goods such as tobacco, silk, and tea. To the untrained eye, they appear no different from any other merchant convoy. In terms of security, aside from the foremost cart, each wagon is accompanied by at least 2 warrior guards, while the merchant's cart boasts 6 warriors in close attendance, coupled with the Inhumane at the front and 3 freshly graduated genin dispersed throughout the convoy. This assembly represents a formidable yet discreet security configuration. Following the root's logic, you deduce that the owner of this convoy is either an exceedingly shrewd businessman or a noble scion seeking to experience life outside their estate. Based on the root's behavioral patterns, you lean toward the latter being the more probable scenario. Thus, after trailing the convoy for a while, you gradually discern their routines and guard rotations. Your task now is to eliminate any obstacles they encounter en route to the capital of the Land of Fire, ensuring no unforeseen circumstances disrupt their guard shifts. You notice that the convoy proceeds slowly, stopping intermittently. They seem to be enjoying a leisurely journey rather than merely transporting goods. However, this leisurely pace affords you ample time to clear the way of any bandit threats. Within a week, you successfully eradicated 7 bandit hideouts along the route, dispersing at least 10 groups of roving samurai. Many among these groups possess the ability to refine and manipulate chakra. The largest hideout even boasted 3 individuals capable of releasing ninjutsu, with their leader approaching the strength of a Inhumane. Yet, you dispatched them all with ease. In the process, you honed newly created techniques and practiced rarely utilized jutsu such as body flicker technique and chakra threads, significantly enhancing your repertoire and combat experience. Due to the slow pace of the convoy, you even found time to ride captured horses and transport goods confiscated from the bandits to nearby towns and villages, earning a handsome profit of 2 to 3 million ryo over several trips. Fortunately, the convoy eventually reached the capital of the Land of Fire. Otherwise, you might have become a frequent patron of the local black market. In the capital, you accompanied the merchants to taverns and similar establishments, yet for your mere 3-year-old frame, it was merely an opportunity to broaden your horizons without being able to partake in any activities. After several days of waiting, seemingly having had their fill of leisure, the merchant carts finally made their way into the market. After selling their transported goods, they proceeded into the black market. You closely followed, observing the convoy spend all the freshly acquired wealth on a stockpile of uniform weaponry and armor, hundreds of weapons and dozens of suits of armor, sufficient to equip a force capable of annihilating a village that could rival a small nation. It seems that while the root has its own ulterior motives, they diligently uphold their role as Konoha's shadowy enforcers, addressing the surrounding instability. As the merchants exited the black market, you swiftly sought out a shady trader, exchanging a portion of your cash at a discounted rate for a lump of chakra-infused metal mixed with various impurities, far more valuable than mere currency and sometimes even superior to gold as a hard currency. The caravan concealed weapons and armor beneath the carts, filling the entire carriage with straw and burlap, and set off once more. However, as they departed the capital of the Fire Nation, the group transformed from their previous weary demeanor, despite the carts laden with armor and weaponry being significantly heavier. Their pace surpassed that of previous travels. You were compelled to muster your resolve, advancing at a speed quicker than that of the Inhumane team, in search of a band of mountain bandits. Yet, this time, your objective was not merely to eradicate the bandits, but to locate a formidable group, including Konoha ninjas, capable of being utterly vanquished. As the journey progressed, large bands of bandits remained elusive, and the caravan drew ever closer to its destination. Just as you contemplated taking matters into your own hands and eliminating this group, whilst later fabricating a false scene for damage control, a band of approximately 30 Ronin warriors appeared before you. Although none exhibited signs of chakra usage, you surmised that, with proper coordination and a disregard for casualties, it would not be impossible to eliminate the guards and 3 lower-ranking ninjas within the caravan. As for the Inhumane, you could handle them individually, ensuring to obliterate their brains afterward, leaving no trace for interrogation. However, considering the questionable organizational skills of these Ronin, even a single casualty could trigger a mass rout. Fortunately, as a member of the Uchiha clan, endowed with the Sharingan, you could hypnotize and manipulate these individuals. Yet, when it came to controlling humans, even those devoid of chakra, you were still a novice. Thankfully, you possessed the fundamental genjutsu of the Sharingan, and after successful experimentation on a stray dog, you began to identify your targets among the Ronin. Initially, you focused on the sentinels on night watch and a few unfortunate souls who had ventured away for a moment, successfully controlling 5 of them on your first attempt. However, simultaneously managing 5 individuals proved to be quite burdensome, indicating a deficiency in both the level of your Sharingan and your mental fortitude. Nevertheless, you merely needed to temporarily lift the Genjutsu control, imbuing a mark within their mental realm, akin to Danz's attempt to manipulate you with Kodo Amatsukami, allowing you to control them only when necessary while their everyday actions remained indistinguishable from those of ordinary people. In this manner, the 5 individuals you controlled merely felt as though they had momentarily spaced out before returning to their group, while you directed one of them to sequentially lead the others out of the camp, applying the Sharingan mark before returning them. After several cycles of manipulation, you finally completed your control over this band of Ronin without arousing any suspicion. Under your guidance, several of the leading figures proposed the idea of robbing for wealth. Having long since lost their status as samurai, they could only aspire to serve as patrolmen in small villages or, if fortunate, work as inexpensive bodyguards for merchants. For individuals accustomed to a life of indulgence, this was utterly unacceptable. Soon, these men, far from being benign, reached a consensus. Thus, under your direction and suggestion, they positioned themselves at a critical juncture along the caravan's route, dispatching a few to scout the surrounding area. With this, matters became considerably simpler. You calculated the timing, ensuring the scouts avoided the approaching ninja team, and during the exchange of guards between the Nin squad and the caravan's protectors, guided several scouts to discover the fully laden convoy. Upon returning, the leader immediately proposed a night raid, yet you were acutely aware of the combat prowess of this group. Nighttime assaults coincided with the highest vigilance of ninjas, and it wouldn't be long before the Ronin would be routed. Only at dawn, during the moment of fatigue and relaxation, could an attack yield favorable results. Under your subtle influence, this plan quickly materialized through the discussions among the group, refined and unanimously approved. As the night began to wane, 10 of the most elite Ronin, clad in makeshift armor, stealthily approached the rear of the caravan's camp. Observing from a distance, you couldn't help but marvel at your fortune. A young Nin guard stationed at the corner had fallen asleep, a lapse in vigilance that would surely prevent him from ever becoming a true ninja. You seized control of the lead warrior's body, drawing forth a short blade, and advanced silently, delivering a lethal strike without a hint of suspicion. Immediately, the lead warrior called upon his comrades, swiftly stripping the fallen Nin of all his possessions, even his clothing. For you understood that only tangible gains could invigorate the morale of these disillusioned men. As anticipated, following a rapid division of spoils, those satisfied with their haul felt rejuvenated, while the discontented simmered with a desire for more. Under the direction of the controlled lead warrior, this ragtag group exhibited unparalleled agility and discipline, ambushing and eliminating 2 of the guard warriors. Not only did they silently seize the valuables from the guards, but they also pried open the final cart as cargo hold. Discovering an array of weapons and armor concealed beneath the straw, the group expressed disappointment, lamenting that such items were of little use compared to more lucrative goods like tea and silk, which could fund their indulgent lifestyles. You once more guided them, suggesting that with these armaments, they could establish dominion over the mountains, amass hundreds of subordinates, and become a formidable power, living a life of luxury that might surpass even that of some nobles. As the ambitions of these men were ignited, they eagerly began to gather the goods. At that moment, however, from your perch atop a tree, you noticed movement from the tent housing the Nin, followed by the swift flight of a shuriken. Alarmed, you realized you had been detected. To flee or to fight. Naturally, the prudent choice was to escape. Under your leadership, the group of Ronin maintained a semblance of organization even as they retreated, seizing 4 or 5 horses from the caravan, with 2 men riding each steed, wielding their blades to dispatch 2 guards who attempted to obstruct their escape. Furthermore, many donned armor salvaged from the carts, although predominantly light armor and wooden shields. With only chest plates and helmets, they still effectively deflected the shuriken assaults from the ninjas. The only casualties occurred among the 2 who had hastily commandeered the horses. Before they could make their escape, they were pursued by a vengeful Nin, and both unfortunate souls suffered injuries from shuriken, though their armor mitigated the damage. You swiftly took control of the attacked warrior, dispatching the advancing Nin with a death strike before making your own escape. Even the Nin would not outrun a horse, and with limited use of the body flicker technique, they could only retreat while attempting to rescue their fallen comrade. Thus, the initial raid was a resounding success. For guards from the caravan perished, 1 Nin was killed, and another severely injured, with nearly half the horses lost and almost all the armor from 1 cart pilfered. Not to mention the logistical issues stemming from their inability to transport the remaining cargo due to the lack of horses. In stark contrast, among the 10 Ronin responsible for the raid, only 2 sustained minor injuries, yet they secured a wealth of weapons and armor, even acquiring horses, an unprecedented boon. For prior to this, only the leader had owned a horse. Upon returning, the band of Ronin experienced a violent internal conflict. The 10 who had obtained the spoils were dissatisfied with the distribution made by their leader, resulting in a division into 2 factions that fought fiercely. You observed from a distance, waiting until the elderly and infirm were nearly eliminated, before using your illusionary techniques to halt the senseless battle and appoint a new leader, one who possessed formidable strength. This individual, resolute and ruthless, swiftly executed those samurai who were gravely injured and unable to continue fighting. After tallying their numbers, only about 20 remained, a number neither excessive nor insufficient, closely matching the diminished strength of the merchant caravan. To bolster their power, the remaining members convened and decided to assemble a cavalry unit of 7 by pooling their armor and horses, while the others would serve as infantry. They aimed to annihilate the caravan in their next assault. The following days proved arduous for the diminished ninja team and the severely weakened caravan. Each day was spent in a state of heightened anxiety, vigilantly guarding their camp against further ambushes. Prolonged mental strain, coupled with your occasional casting of small stones, dirt, and bones into the encampment, rendered the entire caravan in a state of extreme exhaustion. The psychological burden of fallen comrades and the delayed recovery of the injured added to their despair, while the last remaining genin obsessively muttered about vengeance, pushing the ninja team closer to the brink of collapse. Conversely, the Ronin began to regain the vigor of their warrior days. With those who had sustained minor injuries gradually healing, the scales of power were shifting. It was imperative to act swiftly, anticipating that the Jounin would completely unravel. Rendering it impossible to use him against the 20-strong Ronin, you once again manipulated the leader, disregarding the protests of the others, and insisted on rescheduling the attack on the caravan to noon the following day. Due to his personal might and the influence of the cavalry, the remaining samurai reluctantly acquiesced. On the following morning, the Ronin were roused early, their hearts brimming with resentment as they marched towards the caravan's encampment. Without your direction, these victorious warriors quickly fell into disarray, their movements uncoordinated and aimless. A trio from their ranks was discovered by a patrolling genin, who swiftly executed a surprise attack with shurikens. The careless trio did not even have time to draw their swords before they were dispatched by the freshly graduated genin. Hastening back with the intelligence, the caravan, having learned from their previous defeat, refused to be slaughtered again. They commanded their guards to don the armor stored within the carts and prepared their bows and arrows. True to their ambitious nature, even the modest caravan managed to form an impressive battle line, using carts as makeshift cover to confuse the enemy. Upon witnessing the bodies of their fallen comrades, the Ronin, under your suggestion, reluctantly approached within 100 meters of the caravan. Mounted on their steeds, they boldly charged. Although their armor provided some protection, their assault resulted in the deaths of 6 or 7 caravan members. However, the caravan had already formed a defensive line, and the armor, while barely withstanding the attacks of genin, proved utterly ineffective against the Jounin's onslaught, who unleashed a barrage of giant shurikens from his ambush. At this juncture, the remaining Ronin charged on foot towards the caravan, engaging in fierce combat with the remaining guards. Though a dozen men faced less than 10, many of whom were merely laborers, the presence of ninja as elite fighters should not be underestimated. Despite only having 1 Jounin and 1 genin left, they exerted significant pressure on the weary and demoralized Ronin, who were eager to flee. Fortunately, you had already concealed yourself nearby, orchestrating the battle from the shadows. Much like an immersive simulation game, you utilized your Sharingan's illusionary techniques to assume the perspective of an individual, directing them to execute precise maneuvers. In this manner, the genin was caught off guard and swiftly dispatched by the warrior you controlled. Witnessing this, the Jounin's fury ignited. He kicked aside his opponent and charged at you. Weapon drawn, you quickly dispersed your control over a single target, simultaneously manipulating 5 or 6 individuals to execute coarse but effective defensive actions, preventing the Jounin from counterattacking. The formation they formed left the Jounin with no opportunity to employ his teleportation techniques. Amidst this intricate manipulation, you realized your mental strength and Sharingan prowess were continually improving, igniting a desire to toy with these adversaries like puppets. The thrill of slaughter became intoxicating, perhaps akin to the ecstasy experienced by those in power who dictate the fates of others, albeit in a more direct manner as you manipulated them as marionettes. Under your guidance, the Ronin outside the Jounin's battle circle clashed with the last remaining guard, and in a moment of carelessness, ignited a torch that set the dry grass ablaze. The fire rapidly spread, forcing the Jounin to fight through his injuries, ultimately slaying the 5 Ronin who surrounded him. Realizing his mission had failed, he dashed towards the carts, seizing the unconscious genin who had miraculously survived, and fled the encroaching flames. Yet, your masked figure appeared before them. Who are you? The Jounin demanded. At this point, he could no longer deny that he had walked into an ambush, but regret was futile. Let me clarify your demise, you declared, gesturing with the technique of mind-body switch. Instantly, the Jounin was immobilized. You then meticulously contrasted the control afforded by this technique with that of the Sharingan. In essence, the mind-body switch offered a stronger sense of immersion and feedback from impacts, while the Sharingan allowed for broader control over multiple targets, each possessing its own merits. Thus, the Jounin cast aside the severely wounded genin into the river and, without hesitation, plunged into the inferno, feigning a desperate act of self-immolation in the face of his guilt. However, as you exerted control over the Jounin's actions throughout, you too endured the searing agony of the flames. Simultaneously, your mental fortitude and Sharingan powers surged alongside the Jounin's physical suffering, prompting a moment of clarity as you sensed a new potential for awakening your eyes. The activation of the Sharingan necessitated a substantial amount of negative emotion, and pain certainly fell within that category. Yet, you had long since severed ties with familial and friendly bonds, leaving physical pain as the sole source of suffering capable of awakening your powers. However, self-harm would severely compromise your combat efficacy. You could not afford to inflict injury upon your own body merely for the sake of honing your mental prowess. Now, the technique of mind-body switch, originally acquired through a mere gamble, revealed immense potential in the realm of experiencing pain. You could easily allow others to absorb various injuries while you, through the connection established by your technique, merely felt the anguish, refining your spirit and enhancing your Sharingan capabilities in the process. Truly, you were a genius. As the Jounin's brain succumbed to the flames, your consciousness recoiled as if struck by lightning. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan's meditative practices served you well. After consuming 2 military rations to replenish your energy, your mental clarity returned to its previous state, even surpassing it, while your Sharingan power saw tremendous growth. Thus, you approached the gravely injured Genin submerged in water, using a collapsed tree to pin him down, submerging his head to experience the sensation of drowning. In this manner, your understanding of suffocation deepened, and your Sharingan flourished anew. Having experienced the exhilarating sensation of rapidly enhancing your ocular prowess, you momentarily entertained the thought of indiscriminately slaughtering a few villages as a means to rigorously hone both your vision and mental acuity. Yet, excess begets folly. After merely claiming the lives of 2 individuals, you find yourself succumbing to a grotesque thirst for bloodshed. Should you annihilate an entire village, madness might very well ensue. The majority of those who awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan are deranged, a few are foolish, and an exceedingly rare few embody both traits. This is not a fate you desire to embrace. You sense the necessity for a period of reflection to assimilate the adverse effects brought forth by this newfound power. A single mission employing such methods is likely sufficient to ensure the steady advancement of your Sharingan. After completing this task, a full month had elapsed. You took a brief respite before returning to Konoha. Upon your return to the roots, you received 2 wind release techniques selected for you by Danzo: the foundational wind release, Great Breakthrough, and the B-rank technique wind release, Vacuum Sphere. It is said that these 2 techniques synergize remarkably well with fire release. Naturally, upon your return, you were not spared from Danzo's routine hypnotic sessions. Yet you had already discovered effective countermeasures against the Kodo Amatsuki. Moreover, Danzo was quite pleased with your progress, and his aging body, which lacked the implanted cells of Hashirama, could not sustain the continuous use of Kodo Amatsuki. Within the span of a month, you underwent only 10 sessions of this hypnotic technique, which were irregularly scheduled, often mastering the imprint of Kodo Amatsuki by the following evening. Occasionally, there were a few particularly stubborn instances that required Danzo to hypnotize you for 2 consecutive days. However, such measures necessitated him to rest for at least a week afterward. Overall, Kodo Amatsuki had essentially become a venue for refining your Sharingan experience. You were unaware if the other root members had time off, but as one of the 2 Uchiha in Konoha, you enjoyed ample leisure time. During this period, you diligently mastered all the wind release techniques you had received, even learning an additional trick under Danzo's direct guidance: the ability to imbue shurikens with wind release. You began experimenting with the transformation of wind release, but it seemed that your Uchiha lineage offered little enhancement in this regard. Unlike your mastery of fire release, where you could wield it with effortless precision, the cutting nature of wind release posed a greater risk of self-injury. Thus, you made little progress in this new attribute transformation in the short term. Fortunately, your concurrent work on creating composite ninjutsu yielded commendable results. By primarily utilizing fire release and supplementing with wind release, you integrated the cutting aspect of wind release into fire release. By combining wind release, vacuum sphere with fire release, fireball, you enabled your fireballs to breach defensive techniques such as earth flow wall with greater efficiency while consuming less chakra than powerful fire techniques. You also invested effort into enhancing shuriken techniques by gathering wind release along the edges of the shurikens while simultaneously heating them with fire release. The resulting wind release, shuriken not only doubled the cutting range but also allowed for melting upon impact, thus creating a formidable area of effect attack even if misfired. This innovation eliminated the vulnerability of wind release, shuriken to being easily blocked from the side, rendering it a highly practical low-cost, high-damage ninjutsu for both single-target and area engagements. Subsequently, you received word from the ninja tool workshop that your custom bow and arrows were complete. After collecting them, you presented the chakra alloy you had obtained during your previous mission to the workshop. This time, you commissioned a pair of gloves woven from chakra alloy threads, specifically designed to conduct fire-type chakra effectively while repelling other types, to assist in the utilization of your iron palm technique. With the acquisition of your bow and arrows, you felt invigorated. Although the Sharingan did not possess the long-range striking capabilities of the Byakugan, your vision and dynamic sight were far superior to that of an average individual. Testing your aim against a scarecrow, you found your accuracy commendable, and the arrows demonstrated excellent chakra conductivity, even when you fused them with the great breakthrough of wind release. You pierced through 9 consecutive earth flow walls. This gave you the impression that penetrating the first and second stages of Susanoo at close range would pose no challenge. While wandering around Konoha, you encountered Kakashi again, this time formally introducing yourself. Upon learning of your amnesia and Uchiha lineage, Kakashi's perception of you improved significantly. During your stroll, you stumbled upon Hinata Hyuga being cornered by a group of delinquent youths, while a member of the Hyuga branch family stood idly in the distance, prompting you to reflect on the Hyuga clan's apparent lack of vigilance. Upon returning to the roots, you fortuitously encountered Danzo and directly inquired about his thoughts on Hinata's situation. Danzo then divulged some secrets of Konoha's past, explaining that the Hyuga clan's actions were intended to provide Konoha with leverage, ensuring their trust. For the first time, you found yourself admiring Danzo's wisdom. Truth be told, had it not been for his intent to exert complete control over you through Koto Amatsukami, you would have been quite willing to take over his roots. The 4th month after a protracted hiatus, you have once again been entrusted with a mission. This time, the endeavor is far more significant than before, as you are to venture to the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth to eliminate one of the key figures of Mangekyou, Makai. According to intelligence from the Root, Makai has recently taken on the task of escorting an important official from the Land of Wind to the Land of Earth. Your purpose for this mission is threefold. First, by assassinating Makai, you will significantly diminish the strength of Mangekyou. Second, killing the escorted official from the Land of Wind will further exacerbate the relations between Mangekyou and the Land of Wind, thereby straining Mangekyou's finances. Finally, executing the assassination within the territory of the Land of Earth will lead to a deterioration of relations between the two great nations. Given that this mission is tantamount to an S-rank assignment, you are not willing to undertake it without recompense and immediately assert your desire to learn the 4 symbols seal. After some contemplation, Danzo acquiesces to your request, promising to impart the 4 symbols technique upon the completion of your mission. Though you do not obtain it immediately, the Root has always been generous in nurturing its ninjas, and you believe that Danzo would not deceive you in this matter. After all, your strength directly correlates with his own. Thus, you select 5 Root ninjas, produced en masse from the Root's breeding grounds, to assist you in this mission. Each of these 4 aides possesses unique specialties: 2 wind release ninjas to enhance your fire release techniques, possessing commendable combat prowess of their own, 1 intelligence-based disguised ninja, who will serve as a guide through the desert and facilitate communication with undercover informants within Makai's team, and finally, 1 earth release ninja, responsible for defense and capable of leveraging the geographical advantages of both nations. In the 5th month, in order to conceal your whereabouts, you must neither arrive too early nor too late, and you must avoid exposure along the way. You can only disguise yourselves as a merchant caravan traveling by cart. Through the messages sent by the intelligence operatives hidden within the Maki's team via messenger pigeons, you continuously adjusted your pace, ultimately reaching the designated location after a month. According to the intel, this area is a crucial passage for Maki's group, and you need only to ambush for 2 to 3 days to encounter the unguarded team from the Land of Wind. However, you felt a sense of unease. Unfamiliar with the desert terrain, your reconnaissance almost led you astray. Had it not been for the keen vision granted by your Sharingan, you might have succumbed to the sandstorm. Thus, you reluctantly took along a guiding ninja to scout, which significantly hampered your operational efficiency. After your exploration, aside from a suitable ambush point at a mountain pass, the rest of the surroundings were either towering cliffs or vast stretches of yellow sand. You resolved to lie in wait here. Yet, as 2 days passed, your water supply dwindled, and the team from the Land of Wind showed no signs of arrival. Reluctantly, you took the guide ninja out again for reconnaissance, but returned empty-handed and exacerbated your water shortage. You decided to employ water release ninjutsu to help the group retain moisture, but this was not true water. While it sufficed for bathing and washing, consuming it offered mere comfort and was not a sustainable solution. You resolved to wait 1 more day to see if the team would indeed arrive on the 3rd day. However, by the 4th day, you were still without results. Just as you prepared to leave, a new message from your infiltrator arrived, explaining that they had encountered a sandstorm and were forced to halt their advance. Coincidentally, you two had faced a sandstorm on your 1st day of arrival. Therefore, you decided to remain for an additional day, rationalizing that food supplies could be scavenged from the defeated enemies after your victory. As expected, on the evening of the 5th day, a convoy consisting of hundreds of people and dozens of carts gradually emerged from the distant sands. Your group reached the mountain pass, ready to conceal yourselves for an ambush. However, as you observed the slowly advancing convoy, a sudden sense of foreboding washed over you. You shouted for concealment, activated your Sharingan, and drew your bow, shooting an arrow backward. Thud. The arrow embedded itself into the rock wall, and a ninja wearing an IWA ninja forehead protector screamed in agony as he revealed his disguise, his body igniting in flames. Clearly, you had walked into an ambush set by the IWA ninja. The intel had been erroneous, and the roles of hunter and prey had swiftly reversed. However, among the group, you were the only one capable of sensing the situation. Fortunately, you were not without countermeasures. You promptly abandoned the plan to ambush the Sand Ninja and commanded the Earth Release Ninjas to construct a defense. You then coordinated with 2 Wind Release Ninjas to unleash the Great Fire Dragon technique enhanced by Wind Release. 5 colossal fire dragons, bolstered by Wind Release, shot into the sky, attacking from all directions towards the IWA ninja hiding within the Rocky Mountains. The extensive coverage of this assault caused a tremendous explosion, leaving the concealed IWA ninja with no place to hide, instantly exposing them all. However, it was evident that these ninjas possessed considerable Earth Release skills, covering their bodies with Earth Release techniques. Even when faced with your Fire Release assault, they sustained only minor abrasions and shock. The IWA ninja split into 2 groups. One burrowed underground while the other charged directly at you. Wind Release, Shuriken. At this moment, you were prepared with your next ninjutsu. 3 rapidly spinning shurikens, wrapped in Wind Release, hurtled towards several IWA ninja. The sharpness of Wind Release rendered even Earth Release incapable of withstanding a direct hit. The IWA ninja dodged, retreating a meter away, only to find that you had activated the hidden Fire Release attribute within the shurikens. The wind fueled the flames. The Fire Release on the outer edge of the shurikens transformed into a cutting fire, instantly doubling the lethal radius. Several IWA ninja, who had narrowly escaped, were abruptly bisected, flames igniting at their wounds, rendering even the most adept medical ninjutsu useless. Meanwhile, the IWA ninja who had chosen to burrow underground seized the opportunity to reach your front, grabbing the ankle of the reconnaissance ninja from your team. The ground erupted with countless rock spikes, forcing you to evade. Unfortunately, you lost a teammate in the process. Unwilling to accept defeat, you activated your Sharingan while dodging, using your superior dynamic vision to draw an arrow aimed at an IWA ninja buried underground, and released an arrow imbued with Fire Release. Following this, you unleashed Wind Release. Great breakthrough. Even the IWA ninja hiding several meters underground was pierced by your arrow and ignited. On the other side, the remaining 3 root ninjas you had brought gathered together, standing on the temporary platform erected by the Earth Release ninja to prevent further surprise attacks from below, while you engaged in a skirmish with 2 pursuing IWA ninja using Wind Release. At that moment, you sensed a tremendous force approaching from behind. Although your Sharingan failed to perceive it, your specialized training in root had endowed you with a strong intuition. Before you could stabilize your position, you swiftly evaded. A burly IWA ninja appeared beside you, his massive fist radiating heat from the friction with the air. Had you not reacted in time, your smaller frame would not have endured even a single blow. You hastily threw a handful of shurikens at him, but the robust IWA ninja effortlessly swatted them away. Even when you invoked the hidden Fire Release attribute within the shurikens, it merely caused a slight sting to his rock-like skin. Immediately, this giant transformed into a charging bull, barreling towards you. Fortunately, he failed to discern your intentions. Instead of dodging, you turned your back, drew your bow, and aimed at 2 IWA ninja who were being restrained by 3 of your root companions. Thud, thud. The 2 IWA ninja fell lifelessly. In that moment, you swiftly drew a chakra-infused short sword, heating it until it glowed white, and thrust it towards the charging IWA ninja. The IWA ninja, caught off guard, could not evade your strike, and it seemed you were about to create a hole in his head. However, at that moment, an almost undetectable Wind Release sliced across your chest like a blade, a Sand Ninja. Fortunately, your Sharingan allowed you to see through the invisible Wind Release, prompting you to dodge just in time. Yet, you missed the perfect opportunity to eliminate the leading IWA ninja and could only risk a glancing blow, severing half of his palm. Bang! The IWA ninja cried out in pain and retaliated with a powerful punch. You could not evade it and had to forcefully block it with your iron fist, but the immense force still sent you tumbling down the cliff, where you clung to the steep wall using your chakra. Maki, you have crossed the line, you exclaimed, a hint of amusement in your tone. I did not expect to encounter just a nameless pawn. That old schemer, Danzo, is indeed cautious, but your IWA village has become increasingly incompetent. Hearing this, you realized that your movements had been preemptively exposed. In fact, these 2 waves of ninjas were part of a plan to lure you in and eliminate you. You had not anticipated that even the intelligence from Root could be turned against you. Hold them off, you commanded decisively, instructing the 3 Root ninjas who had dispatched their opponents to besiege the injured IWA ninja, while you drew an arrow aimed at Maki below. Maki effortlessly dodged your shot. Boom. The arrow instantly melted into scalding hot water, exploding midair and igniting a nearby cart. Utilizing the blinding light from the explosion as cover, you leaped down the rocky cliff. In the face of a ninja like Maki, who excelled in Wind Release, even though your Fire Release countered him. The nature of Fire Release is area damage, whereas Wind Release possesses cutting and long-range attack properties, a deficiency that your mastery of Fire Release could not compensate for. Moreover, since your Sharingan was not the Byakugan, while arrows might hold an advantage against those employing other elemental techniques, they were rendered ineffective against Wind Release. In order to regain the upper hand, one must draw closer to the opponent. However, unbeknownst to you, they have already anticipated your move. As you touch the ground, a multitude of poison needles pierce through the loose sand, rendering you unable to evade. You can only envelop your body in flames and wield your kunai to deflect as many as possible. It is a puppet technique. Your eyes widen in realization as you observe fine chakra threads moving beneath the surface, manipulating the puppets that launch the poison needles. Despite your adept swordsmanship allowing you to block nearly all the needles, a few still manage to pierce your body. The toxin causes muscular paralysis. Although you can endure it in small doses for a short time, the endless barrage of needles from below will surely lead to your demise through attrition. Without hesitation, you spring into action, your toes pressing against the ground to propel yourself high into the air before the next volley is released. You take the opportunity to form hand seals with one hand, unleashing 3 fireballs to counter the wind technique employed by Maki. With time gained, you swiftly retrieve your ninja tool pouch. Iron hand, melt for me. In an instant, searing heat radiates from your hands, incinerating all non-metallic items within the pouch. Yet, this also melts your shuriken and kunai into a viscous iron liquid. With deft movements, you spread the molten iron, transforming it into a large shield, which you plant firmly beneath your feet to block the incoming needles. Drawing upon the still-burning flames in your hands, you form another hand seal. Wind release, shuriken. The remaining iron liquid coalesces into a gigantic shuriken that begins to spin at high speed, enhanced by the combined forces of wind and fire. The intertwining attributes of wind and fire yield a result greater than the sum of their parts, as the metal transforms into minute particles, evenly blending with both chakra types. This creates a circular blade of air with a radius exceeding 3 meters, possessing both fluidity and incandescence, while retaining the inherent hardness of metal. Perhaps, this technique transcends mere wind release. At that moment, enlightenment strikes you, and your understanding of the fusion between wind and fire release reaches its zenith. Go. The massive circular blade is hurled towards the convoy. Maki hastily exhales a gust of wind to counter it. But even the sharpest wind technique falters before the fiery might of your composite ninjutsu. Though powerful, the wind merely serves as fodder for the flames, further augmenting the size of the cutting blade. As the circular blade cleaves through the convoy with devastating force, the puppetry concealed within the carriages finally reveals itself, attempting to shield against the attack with 2 puppets. However, at that crucial moment, you regain control over the underground puppets, melting the shield once more to forge 2 half-melted shuriken. Composite ninjutsu, wind and fire shuriken. The 2 spinning blades dart forth, one to the left and one to the right, targeting the dismembered sand ninja team, their overwhelming strength carving 2 dark trenches into the loose sand. Yet, as the backbone of Mangekyou, Maki is no weakling. In an instant, he shifts strategies, abandoning the protection of the convoy to focus entirely on you. The unknown powerhouse from the root. Invisible wind blades slice past your ears. You narrowly evade, glancing at the blood streak on your shoulder, and retaliate with 2 arrows. Maki swiftly dodges, but his puppeteer comrade takes the hit, pierced by an arrow and engulfed in flames. This gives the others precious time to react. Having just endured the assault of your composite ninjutsu, the sand ninja team descends into chaos. Yet, as seasoned ninjas from a major village, they quickly reorganize behind Maki, unleashing a combined wind technique against you. A strike of such magnitude renders your Sharingan's perceptive abilities insufficient for evasion. A single misstep could result in losing a limb. Witnessing this dire situation, you unleash 2 fire dragons to forcefully counter the onslaught. Though your elemental affinity grants you an advantage, prolonged engagement will deplete your already limited chakra. Furthermore, the earlier poison needles have begun to take their toll on your body, which is growing increasingly numb. Assistance from an external source is imperative. In a moment of ingenuity, you bind chakra threads to the tips of your arrows, pulling back the bowstring with all your might, and release 3 arrows into the loose sand below. The chakra threads ensnare the underground puppets, and without their puppeteer as control, you easily seize command, yanking the buried puppets from the earth. Fire. The 3 puppets become your instruments, unleashing a torrential rain of poison needles, striking 2 sand ninja, who are unable to evade. At this juncture, Maki completes his hand seals, clapping his hands together to summon a protective barrier of swirling wind around the remaining members. Observing this, you draw back your bowstring, launching 3 fire arrows in rapid succession. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The composite ninjutsu once again displays its might, shattering the barrier and piercing 2 sand ninja through the chest, while one narrowly escapes by severing his leg just in time. Witnessing the devastation, Maki's resolve falters. But after incurring such significant losses, he knows he must secure a victory. He cannot return to the village empty-handed. Recognizing that your attacks cannot be defended against solely with wind release, he decides to adopt an offensive approach. Maki leans back, drawing in a breath filled with swirling yellow sand, forming hand seals at lightning speed before unleashing a powerful gust. A massive pillar of wind surges towards you like a shockwave, and you have no time to employ the body flicker technique before being struck, sending you hurtling into the rock wall behind you, where a protruding stone pierces your thigh. Blood erupts from your throat. Your chakra is depleted, your body is gravely injured, and the poison continues to erode your will. Is this to be your end? No, as Maki expends such a tremendous amount of chakra for this technique. He too collapses to the ground, clutching his chest, clearly at his limit. Puppets, launch. With the last vestiges of your strength, You command the damaged puppets to fire another volley of poison needles, yet Maki gathers his remaining power, exhaling a gust of wind that disperses the needles entirely. An opportunity presents itself. Mind transfer jutsu. While Maki is still channeling his wind release, he becomes momentarily paralyzed, and in the battle of wills, he ultimately succumbs to your Sharingan. Under your control, he extracts a kunai and ends his own life. Thus, a figure of significant importance within Mangekyou, akin to Kakashi, meets a hasty demise at your hands. Gritting your teeth against the pain, you slowly detach yourself from the protruding rock, limping as you use the mind transfer jutsu to locate any remaining targets, compelling the surviving sand ninja to end their own lives. You revel in the agony emanating from their deaths, and just as you slay the final victim, a stroke of inspiration strikes you, and your eyes involuntarily awaken. Following the night of annihilation, the first pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan is finally born. Your mental and physical energy floods into these eyes. And despite having reached the brink of collapse after such a harrowing battle, you persist joyfully, feeling the power of the awakened 3 Tomo. Boy, die for me. Suddenly, a bare figure leaped from the cliff's edge, delivering a heavy kick aimed directly at your chest. Having just concluded a fierce battle and activated the 3 Tomo of your Sharingan, your body and spirit had reached their utmost limits. You barely had time to glimpse your opponent before being sent soaring through the air, crashing to the ground and expelling shattered innards. At last, you discerned that this individual was the Rock Village's elite ninja, whose hand you had severed earlier, his tattered clothing covered in wounds. And the loss of one eye were the consequences of the 3 root ninjas. However, it was likely that those 3 had perished at his hands. Regrettably, you found yourself unable to perform even a single jutsu. This is the end for you. To die at my hands is your honor, kid. Damn you. A vibrant green flame was hurled toward the rock ninja with the last remnants of your strength. His heavy stomp descended upon you like a mountain. Crack. You felt your right hand severed from your body, and darkness enveloped you as you collapsed. Time passed, and you awoke to the sight of the lifeless rock ninja beside you, as well as a flickering green flame burning above. You knew you had triumphed. Yet, your severely deformed right hand had lost all sensation, turning cold and stiff, a purplish-black hue. You understood all too well that with such a severed limb, survival in the vast desert was impossible. The arid climate of the desert posed little risk of infection, and you could use fire techniques to staunch the bleeding. But losing an arm would undoubtedly diminish your strength significantly. Nevertheless, it was the only viable option. You scavenged food and water from the sand ninja convoy, feasted heartily, and then brandished a kunai against your own arm. Cut. The sharp kunai descended. You bit down on the cloth in your mouth, watching as your right arm fell to the ground. In a hurry, you activated a fire technique to halt the bleeding, only to find no blood dripping from the severed limb. Just then, you noticed that your Sharingan had activated on its own, the 3 dark Tomo spinning slowly in your blood-red pupils. You began to question whether you had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, but after some experimentation, you realized that reaching the 3 Tomo was your limit. However, when you attempted to deactivate your Sharingan, blood suddenly gushed uncontrollably from the severed arm. You swiftly activated the Sharingan once more, managing to stem the flow. You were perplexed, as you had not awakened the Mangekyou, yet you possessed this peculiar ocular technique. Moreover, this technique seemed rather useless, serving only to staunch your own bleeding. Aside from this passive ability, it appeared devoid of any active skills. This cursed mission had granted you the 3 Tomo Sharingan, alongside a passive technique unworthy of a name. Losing an arm made you feel utterly cheated. Nevertheless, with your injuries still unhealed, you had to escape this desolate wasteland. After much effort, you managed to sketch a crooked seal on a sealing scroll, barely managing to contain the lingering flames. You rummaged through the sand ninja convoy for more food, water, and, most importantly, a map. After also collecting a few ninja tools, you limped toward the town marked on the map, wielding your long blade. Approaching the town, you noticed numerous sand ninja patrolling the perimeter, seemingly guarding a prominent figure. Could it be the political figure you were tasked to assassinate in your earlier mission? While searching through the sand ninja convoy, you had already discovered that the supposed political figure was not among them. Instead, you found an exquisitely crafted humanoid puppet in the most lavish carriage ahead of the puppet master. Your supplies of food and water were nearly depleted, and the rules of the route dictated that those who failed to complete their missions would be hunted to the ends of the earth. Knowing you were close to exhaustion, you realized escaping the impending pursuit from the route was impossible. Your only course of action was to return to Konoha and recuperate before considering anything further. Using the acute perception granted by your 3 Tomo Sharingan, you stealthily navigated past the patrols and soon located the most opulent tent. However, before proceeding, you needed to confront the instigator of your current predicament, a root spy embedded within the sand village. This traitor, reveling in indulgent pleasures since his defection, would have gone unnoticed had you not recognized the curse mark on his tongue. Though your current physical state rendered you incapable of combat, you utilized the formidable genjutsu of your 3 Tomo Sharingan to incapacitate the surrounding guards and maidens in an instant. Subsequently, you interrogated the traitor using the Sharingan. The defector possessed little willpower and quickly divulged the truth. Months prior, the root had recalled the intelligence officer from the Wind Country, Yukushi Nanoyu, and dispatched him as a replacement. However, his identity was soon exposed, and in a bid for survival, he collaborated with the Sand Village to devise a strategy aimed at eliminating the Root's elite forces. After commanding him to document this information, you employed the body flicker technique to control him into a fatal collision with the wall. Yet in that moment, a sudden insight struck you. Unconsciously, you approached him and placed your left hand over his flowing blood. To your astonishment, the blood was gradually absorbed into your body, facilitating a degree of recovery for your own injuries. Although unaware of its name, manipulating and absorbing blood seemed to be the core of his ability. Realizing that your ocular technique had some utility brought you a modicum of solace. However, like a beetle trapped beneath a boulder, your blood absorption capability appeared limited to direct contact. Regardless, you felt your wounds alleviated slightly, but your presence had been discovered. You swiftly vacated the scene, concealing yourself in the corner of the tent belonging to the Wind Country's political figure. Utilizing your 3-tomo Sharingan, you observed from a distance as the political figure diligently reviewed documents late into the night. His industriousness put even Sarutobi Hiruzen to shame. The Sand Village likely recognized this, thus dispatching a multitude of ninjas and puppet masters to safeguard him, each harboring ambitions of mending relations and restoring the economy with the Wind Country. Thus, this was the very reason Danzo sought to eliminate him, achieving multiple objectives with a single strike. With a single hand sign, you stealthily retrieved a shuriken. Spinning it delicately on your fingertip, you exhaled a gust of wind, transforming it into a wind release shuriken. Then, you heated the shuriken until it partially melted and shattered, coalescing under the influence of the wind into a highly lethal ring. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue the thrilling narrative. This was the composite technique of wind and fire shuriken you devised in a moment of brilliance during your battle with Maki. Now, with the 3-tomo Sharingan, you could discern its structure. Through the interplay of wind, fire, and metal, the shuriken was completely disassembled into a plasma-like blade. While the combined wind and fire techniques bound it together, creating a disc-shaped wind blade capable of slicing through virtually anything. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the ninja arts version of the Chi's circular slash. With a forceful throw, the translucent crimson blade sliced through the air towards its target. A barely perceptible gap appeared in the tent behind the political figure from the Land of Wind. You limped toward the table, swiftly severing the head of the dignitary and collecting it alongside the heads of Maki and the Rock Village's elite shinobi into a scroll. Subsequently, you drained the blood from the lifeless body. Amidst the chaos, you slipped away from the town, gingerly touching the scroll hanging at your waist. At last, the mission had reached its conclusion. Thereafter, with your restored chakra, you hurled 3 wind-fire shurikens into the fray, uncertain of how many fortunate souls they would strike. For now, all that remained was to conceal yourself beneath the golden sands, patiently awaiting the turmoil in the village to subside before entering to collect the fallen. In the 6th month, a month has elapsed, and you have not returned to your roots. Instead, you have transformed into a spectral figure, wandering at the confluence of 2 lands. Nearly 10 villages have succumbed to your insatiable need for nourishment to heal your wounds, and numerous ninjas dispatched from Sand Hidden Village and Rock Hidden Village have become your training dummies. A month has passed, yet not a single soul who has laid eyes upon your true form has returned alive to their village. They have all become lifeless corpses, eternally left to linger in the vast desert and desolate shores. In the 7th month, you wander at the border between 2 lands, mending your wounds through the slaughter of villages, for only in this way can you quell the fury of having lost your arm. Although you have yet to transcend the shackles between the 3-tomo and the kaleidoscope, you have become increasingly adept at wielding this nameless ocular technique that allows you to manipulate blood. In the 8th month, aside from the loss of your arm, the remaining injuries on your body have completely healed. Furthermore, due to the continuous absorption of others' blood, your physical prowess has been gradually enhancing. Yet, deep within, you remain haunted by the memory of your severed limb. You have taken the passing merchants and travelers as live targets to hone your wind and fire shuriken, a cutting technique that surpasses the elemental prowess of wind release. Your mastery of the 3-tomo Sharingan has reached an exceptional level, and through meticulous observation of the chakra flow within the wind and fire shuriken, you have concluded that incorporating lightning release could elevate its power to unprecedented heights. Alas, lacking the ability to wield lightning release, you have only managed to make certain improvements to the chakra flow, facilitating a more effortless launch. In the 9th month, your existence has attracted the attention of 2 formidable nations, prompting them to dispatch elite shinobi led by a seasoned jonin to trace your whereabouts and, if necessary, eliminate you. Unfazed by their pursuit, your heart still burns with the flames of vengeance, and you regard these adversaries merely as living targets for your experimental ninjutsu. In your quest to refine your techniques, you resolve to practice the Rasengan. With the assistance of your Sharingan, you have gained an intimate understanding of chakra flow, effortlessly mastering the use of the Rasengan. Although it possesses considerable power, the Rasengan is not suited for you. It cannot be thrown and consumes an excessive amount of chakra, leaving you feeling drained. Lacking the ability to perform senjutsu, and without an abundance of shadow clones to expend, you are unable to further enhance the Rasengan. However, through your practice, the mastery of chakra transformation has illuminated a new direction for the enhancement of your creation, the Windfire Shuriken. leading you towards the realm of formless ninjutsu. In the 10th month, empowered by the 3-tomo Sharingan, you have gained an intimate understanding of chakra flow, resulting in an enhancement of your wind release techniques. You have successfully refined the wind-fire shuriken into a form of ninjutsu that requires no hand seals, consuming merely a single shuriken. Mangekyou launched a concerted assault against you, yet you decisively annihilated 5 elite shinobi teams and countless chunin squads, leading to a resounding defeat for Mangekyou. Despite the potential threat posed by veteran warriors like Chiyo or the formidable Jinchuriki, who could potentially eradicate you, the risk of a counterattack from you renders their efforts a costly endeavor. While the 4th Kazekage's intervention appears prudent, the reckless deployment of their village's shadow-level powerhouses would undoubtedly expose the vulnerabilities within their ranks, compelling Mangekyou to retreat. Throughout the conflict, you realize that although the wind-fire shuriken is a long-range ninjutsu that requires no hand seals, the time required for its formation remains relatively lengthy, making it susceptible to detection, and it does not coalesce as swiftly as the Rasengan. Consequently, you resolve to pursue further enhancements to this technique. In the 11th month, after obliterating several small villages along the border of the Wind Country and slaughtering a significant number of puppet masters and sand shinobi, your animosity towards Mangekyou began to wane. You resolved to venture into the land of Earth. Manipulating the puppets left behind by the puppet masters you had slain, you disguised yourself as a ninja from Mangekyou, launching a large-scale massacre on the border watchtowers and villages of the land of Earth. As you continuously absorbed blood, you noticed a remarkable enhancement in your physical prowess, and your chakra reserves no longer seemed as deficient as before. Your presence compelled the Wagakure to divert their attention to strategizing a response. However, misled by the benevolent intelligence shared by Mangekyou, the higher-ups of a Wagakure mistakenly believed you to be merely a concealed talent with negligible true strength, deciding to dispatch a Jonin-led team to treat you as a target for the young ninjas' training. This decision aimed to address the village's dilemma of having young ninjas with mediocre abilities who lacked practical combat experience and opportunities for training. During your initial encounter, you discerned their intentions, thus, you feigned retreat, luring numerous IWA ninjas into an unfavorable terrain. Subsequently, you unleashed a barrage of wind-fire shuriken, resulting in substantial casualties. Although some IWA ninjas managed to escape through earth release techniques, many bodies were left behind, providing you with ample resources to fortify yourself, along with various ninjutsu techniques. You acquired a plethora of earth release jutsu, including super heavy rock technique, and by absorbing the blood of the IWA ninjas, your stamina and strength experienced a tremendous boost. Consequently, your deficiencies in defense and close combat were further rectified. In the 12th month, the Rock Ninja Village placed immense importance on your existence and, in collaboration with the Sand Hidden Village, deliberated upon the allocation of intelligence following your demise. Upon reaching a consensus, both factions spearheaded the formation of a coalition among the smaller nations and villages nestled between the two great powers to launch a campaign against you. Among the ninjas hailing from these smaller nations were formidable warriors rivaling elite Jonin. After incurring the sacrifice of nearly 1,000 ninjas, they finally succeeded in gravely wounding you. Sensing the dire situation, you resorted to absorbing the blood to extract the last remnants of chakra, enabling your escape through earth release techniques. This confrontation left both the wind and earth countries in a state of shock, and you became known among the local populace as the Reaper of the Desert, with your bounty soaring to levels comparable to that of the shadow-level powerhouses of the great ninja villages. Detected that the holder has successfully survived for 1 year. To conserve the energy of the simulator, the precision of this simulation has been altered to 1 year. A notification indicates that the simulation time has exceeded 1 year, and the hidden features have been unlocked. In the 2nd year, the Allied forces lost your trail and decided to disperse their search. Consequently, they fell victim to your ambush and were compelled to disband and retreat. You took advantage of the stolen ninjas to recover from your injuries, and you sensed that the two great nations would soon re-enter the fray, this time likely dispatching a formidable number of shadow-level warriors. You resolved to depart from this place and return to Konoha, intending to continue acquiring the sealing techniques and wind-release jutsu from the root. As expected, shortly after your departure, the shadows of the wind and earth countries secretly mobilized, only to find nothing. Meanwhile, on your journey back to Konoha, you were intercepted by Kakuzu, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, and an unfamiliar individual. The stranger claimed they were there to invite you to join the Akatsuki organization. However, Kakuzu wasted no time in unleashing lethal attacks, wind release, pressure damage, and fire release, head hardening. A vast array of combined ninjutsu surged toward you. Out of curiosity, you activated your Sharingan and, upon inspection, discovered you could replicate the technique. You successfully copied it, although it required assistance from a shadow clone or 2 heads to execute. During the battle, you severely injured another unfamiliar Akatsuki member, but in the process of obliterating Kakuzu's heart, you found yourself in a precarious situation. Just as you prepared for a desperate struggle, Kakuzu shifted his focus and eliminated his gravely wounded comrade. Seizing the opportunity, you escaped and returned to the long-awaited Konoha, presenting yourself before the root with a bag containing the heads of Makai, prominent figures from the Land of Wind, and numerous Jonin. Observing your severed arm, your 3-tomo Sharingan activated, In the collection of Jonin heads, Danzo displayed an exceedingly complex expression, although he had already confirmed through root intelligence that you were indeed alive, and likely the so-called desert death god spoken of by the populations of the wind and earth countries. Your sudden surge in power and evident mental instability left him at a loss for how to reclaim you into the root. Unexpectedly, you had returned on your own accord, but your strength was no longer so simple, even with the loss of an arm. You still posed a challenge that made Danzo feel as though he had grasped a hot potato. At this moment, you directly inquired about the four symbols sealing technique that could confine the flame of destruction within your body. Danzo, however, demanded to perform a new iteration of the Kodo Amatsuki on you. This time, he did not act alone. He summoned 2 shadow clones. And under the watchful eye of the oil woman Rima, he commenced the procedure. Clearly, Danzo's wariness of you had escalated significantly, yet you remained composed. Sitting across from him with an inscrutable expression devoid of any distraction. Soon, the Kodo Amatsuki was completed. Strangely, although you had activated your 3 tomo, even having awakened some of your ocular techniques, you felt the power of the Kodo Amatsuki was far greater than before, nearly overwhelming you into genuine submission. At that moment, you noticed a slight pallor at the corner of Danzo's eye. Had he perhaps transplanted cells from Hashirama? Just then, a figure entered the room, Orochimaru. This undoubtedly confirmed your suspicion that Danzo had indeed assimilated some of Hashirama's cells, thereby significantly enhancing his Kodo Amatsuki. It seemed likely that in the future, the frequency of your hypnosis would only increase. Under Danzo's command, Orochimaru suppressed his greedy gaze and extracted a vial of your blood. Subsequently, as you anticipated, Danzo initiated another round of hypnosis on you.